one way I recognize it. And then there is the Greek peninsula next to it. We'll also look a little bit at the Eastern Mediterranean as well, which would be like Turkey and so on. The first suggestion of Jewish presence in Greece dates all the way back from the 4th century, and then, of course, after Alexander, there was much more presence building in the region. In Rome, we have a very significant population developing. This is especially so when Julius Caesar, in the 1st century before the Common Era, proclaims Judaism a religio licita, which means a legitimate religion, which means it is protected and it has to be respected, and there are certain things that Jews do that they are allowed to do and continue doing because of Roman protection, such as the very dangerous and difficult transportation of the yearly half-shekel tax for the maintenance of the temple in Jerusalem. This was a practice which was continued throughout the period of antiquity, and the Romans actually protected it. The few times when transporting this money was interrupted by official authorities was heavily criticized and represents definitely an exception to the rule, because people were respected, especially old religions like Judaism. Jews were also granted military exemptions from conscription when they were observant. For example, the whole business with kosher food and Sabbath makes it very difficult. So in many cases, the Romans were willing to overlook demands on conscripts from Jewish communities. Because generally, Jews did not so bad in the Roman Empire before the events of the Great Revolt. That's when it got really bad, and of course, it went downhill from there. At the same time, while Jews are generally getting a lot of traction socially and legally coming up to the 1st century, there is a growing social movement as well that you can really see in a lot of the early Greek and Roman writers. There is a basic misunderstanding of what Judaism is all about. There is a concern that Jews are somehow misanthropic, that they hate other people. Why? Because, for example, you can't belong to the religion unless you convert. This was like a strange idea. Really? I can't just be a Jew because I sort of like Jewish things? No, you've got to go through conversion, whatever that means exactly, but certainly for men it means circumcision. Jews wouldn't eat non-Jewish food, so you had to keep kosher. There was a lot of Jewish practice, like, for example, this total what seems to be fanatic ban on any kind of civil religion, like any kind of worship of idols, things like that. The Jews would get really upset about that. Like, what? It's so basic. Often compare this to the example of not standing when the anthem is played at a football game or something like that, which Americans would consider very rude. And by the way, I used this example long before it became of the social justice movement, Black Lives Matter, and so on. But the fact that it has been used to take a knee at a football game is considered offensive to many Americans, is considered such a strong statement that still reinforces the idea of how the Jews would have been perceived, used to do some of the basic things that Romans did for their religion because they felt that it was against their core principles. Nevertheless, Judaism is a competitive ideology at this time. You have a lot of people who are attracted to Judaism. It represents real attractive alternatives to the fatalism in Roman paganism. And you have a global population not only of ethnic Jews who are living in the Italian peninsula before the 1st century, but also fellow travelers, converts, and those who are just kind of like well. One of the really cool ways that we can see the Jewish population in Rome, and this is a little bit of a detail, but I get so fascinating, I gotta talk about it, is the discovery of these ancient catacombs of Jews in Rome. It was very common in late antiquity to be buried underground. You can see this map here shows of Christian catacombs for burial, and you'll see in the south, also in the northeast, some regions where there are Jewish catacombs. They are so fascinating. You go in them and you see that they've got these sort of like shelves on walls where the bones were interred. It's possible that they practiced burial, where there would be burial in the ground, and then a year later, actually described in the Talmud, practice that I do not see Jews practice anywhere in the world today, but in the ancient period, it was common. On the yard side, on the anniversary of the death, they would go and they would exhume the bones, now denuded of all flesh, and there would be a ceremonial bringing of the bones to a family crypt. And so they would enter the catacombs and put them on a shelf next to the ancestors and things like that. Kind of spooky by modern abilities, but nevertheless really fascinating. And these catacombs are beautifully decorated, like this really charming palm tree on one wall, and painted ceilings with sometimes decorative animals like peacocks and things like that. Some very moving examples of parental love, like this highly unusual statue of a dead child. You see he's patting a puppy. Um, it's a great work of art, but very tragic at the time. Carries the kind of pathos to millennia. The inscriptions are fascinating. They're almost all in Latin, like this one, or in Greek, like this, which indicates that the awareness of Hebrew and Aramaic was probably lower if their first language, something as permanent as a grave marker, would be in a language. But there are some Hebrew and Aramaic inscriptions as well. And the symbol of the menorah is very, very common. That's considered like much more than the Star of David, which is a far later in Jewish canon of images. The menorah is one of the oldest of the images. It's really cool to look at these catacombs, and there's so much research that can derive from it, more than we can talk about. Let's switch a little bit to talk about the Eastern Mediterranean, and by that we're looking especially at Asia Minor, which would include little bits of Syria maybe, but definitely Turkey is a really important place for us. Antioch is one of the most significant of the centers here, and we see that once again the role of Jews in the military is quite significant. You have Jews in military formations in this region under Antiochus I and Antiochus III. Those are prior, of course, to the Antiochus IV, who was associated with the Hanukkah rebellion, including 2,000 Jewish families who were military families transferred from Babylonia to this region. Really unusual to see that, I think. There's a strong Jewish community in Antioch in particular, but they have the same kind of communal tensions with Greeks living there as we saw in Alexandria. Throughout the region, there are the presence of synagogues even well before the year 70. And this is something we can also say about Egypt and about Mesopotamia and the Greek and Roman lands as well. Jews did have gathering places for prayer. They were referred to with Greek terms prosuke or synagoga, which basically means like gathering places. The term synagogue does not intrinsically have a religious context. It's actually a translation of the Hebrew term Beit Knesset, which means a house of gathering as well. Jews, even while the temple was operating, wanted to have some kind of way to express their connection in a communal fashion. And we have descriptions of this from Josephus and Philo and many other figures as well. Let's just take a concluding look at the Eastern Mediterranean. In the previous lecture, we looked at the region of Tunis, Cyrene, and a little bit at the island of Crete. Let's just go quickly to the Iberian Peninsula, all the way on the western part of the Mediterranean. And we'll speak a lot more about this region because, of course, it is the heartland of Sephardic Jewry that we have not yet introduced. Up until this point, Jews don't really recognize kind of like differences in cultural orientation. They will refer to each other with geographic locators like stupid Babylonian. It's actually one of the terms used in the Talmud. But they won't necessarily regard them as being of a slightly different ritual or of a slightly different family of customs, as we will later on. But the heartland of Sephardic Jewry comes from the region of Spain. The first indication we have of any Jewish person in Spain is some evidence of a Jewess living in Adra. And this is from an early 2nd century gravestone, which was transcribed in the late 18th century, a reliable transcription, even though the original gravestone has been lost. The transcription read like this: there's something wiped out, and then the end of the word is nia, and then a new word salo, something missing, nula, and then the word an, uno, mens, cuatro, die, uno, judea, which translates as probably something like here lies a girl's name that ends in the letters N-I-A. Julia, something like that. Daughter of Solomon, a 1 year, 4 months, and a day. See that the Roman numeral 4 is 4 dashes rather than the IV, which also is a testament to its antiquity. And finally, she is strictly denoted as a Jewish girl. And she is our first indication of Jewish settlements in this region. Well, I can't wait to get back and talk about this some more, but for now, let's wrap up this discussion of diaspora. The next lecture is going to be some concluding, sort of like synthetic remarks about what does antiquity mean in Jewish history and how that differs from the medieval period, which will begin right after that. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another in the Jewish History Lab series. Today's class begins with a rhetorical question. How did the Jewish people survive antiquity? I say rhetorical because don't get excited. I really don't think I'm going to give you a complete answer by the end of this class. My goal is to try and recap the period of antiquity, which we spent the last 15 weeks looking at in detail, and kind of provide a moment to breathe, to step back, to reflect on what we've covered, because it's going to change dramatically in the next 15-week semester when we go into the medieval period. So again, I'm not going to really answer how did the Jewish people survive antiquity. I certainly have a few thoughts on this, and I'll share some of them in the next video. But for the time being, consider this just a moment to reflect on what we can, to take a deep breath, and then we're going to go to the next adventure, which is the medieval period. So here's a beautiful photograph from Samarkand. It's actually an antique photograph from the beginning of the 20th century, and it has been revised, so it's gorgeous. Life history was actually in color, in black and white. We're so used to these graphs. Let's begin with a quick recap. So here's our map of the Middle East. You can see I put a little marker for where Jerusalem is in the land of Israel. And we start with Abraham and Sarah's migration from the land of Ur, that was the ancient Sumeria. And most historians place this somewhere around the year 1750 before the Common Era. The challenge of working with this data, of course, is that almost everything is derived from one source. The Hebrew scriptures, Tanakh, presents a whole range of challenges, which we discussed way back at the beginning of the semester. Look at the video on approaching the Bible as a historical source for some of the difficulties. At any rate, according to the narrative that we have in the biblical text, Abraham and Sarah make their way from the land of Israel. And then there's some interesting kind of side trips to Egypt that occur not only with Abraham and his descendants, but most significantly with Joseph, who ends up, the amazing story, becomes the vizier of Egypt, and then his family follows them because of famine, and the Jews end up being enslaved there for several hundred years. Note, by the way, I'm using the term Jew here anachronistically. They would not have called themselves Jews at that time. Most likely they would have called themselves maybe Ivrim or Hebrews, which comes from Ever HaNahar, from the other side of the river, meaning they originate from the other side of the river Euphrates. I have a video on the evolution of various terms, such as Hebrew, Israelite, Judean, Jewish, and so on. And I tend to elide them all and call everybody Jewish. Sorry if that irritates you, but away we go. The next big event, of course, in the Bible is the Exodus, which occurs sometime around the year 1300 before the Common Era, resulting in a settlement of Jews in the land of Israel. And this is where we begin to slowly get more and more archaeological evidence, such as the Merneptah stele, which refers to Jews in Israel, or that is, refers to Israel in this region at about this time. When you move forward from the Torah itself, the first 5 books of Moses, into the early prophets, we see in the period of Judges, there's discussion of kind of like a tribal organization of governance in the land of Israel. And then that culminates and described in the book of Samuel in the appointment of Saul as the first king of what would become a united monarchy. This is the golden age, followed by David and Solomon, where you have really the period when the nascent experiment in Jewish sovereignty in this land expands significantly, both in terms of territory, in terms of influence, and so on. Unfortunately, after the Civil War, and the region is divided. The northern region is called Israel, and the southern region is called Judah, as shown in this map. Then if we move forward a few centuries, we get to the Assyrian invasion, when Israel's northern kingdom is attacked, and a good portion of its population is shown in a population spur, which is something common in the 8th century. This is the origin of the tribes, which is a little bit of a misnomer because lots of people were behind in the region. Many of them migrated south and blended with the population of Judah as well, but nevertheless a significant population was taken off into it. There is then another invasion which reaches the southern kingdom of Judah, destroys the temple that was built there in Jerusalem, and exiles once again a significant portion of the population, especially the elites, off Tonia. This occurred in early 6th century. Exile, however, is fairly short-lived because Cyrus, the Persian Empire, granted religious freedom to the Jews and many other peoples in his kingdom, and the Jews returned to the land of Israel and re-established the temple there. This refers to the second commonly, the second resurgence of some level of Jewish sovereignty in the land of Israel. It's not a complete sovereignty. They're still really part of the Persian Empire, but nevertheless, Jews are in their land and governing themselves. When the Greeks come in the century, the Jews are overwhelmed by them and overwhelmed more significantly by Greek culture, Hellenism, and this sparks a dramatic revolution in the year 165 called the Hanukkah Rebellion, when the Jews throw off the dominance, the political dominance, and ultimately the spiritual, cultural dominance of the Greek Empire that was then based in Seleucids. And they reestablish a Jewish under the Maccabees, also known as the Hasmoneans or Hashmonaim in Hebrew. The Greek culture, however, keeps exerting its influence, and even though the Jews have established some sovereignty, they are not free from the cultural influence of Hellenism, and they ultimately will continue along that path. Romans invade in the year 63, not a really good word to use. I should have changed that because they don't exactly invade. They're kind of invited in because of dispute between the Maccabean kings. But with the Roman advance into Israel, then you have the gradual and sporadic limitation of Jewish rule. Basically, allow the Jews, like with many other people they conquered, to have a level of self-government of the kingdoms in now what is called Judea, vary depending on how adept the Jewish king was at negotiating the corridors of Roman power. Herod, for example, was powerful Jewish kings. He happened to be very successful at this, and he had a very long rule in the 1st century BCE, tremendous amount of public works and building and so on, but at the same time, he was an incredible tyrant, murdered much of his own family, and so on. The Jews will rebel in the 1st century of the Common Era, a major rebellion that goes bad for them, and the Second Temple is destroyed in the year 70. Although we refer to the Roman exile from the year 70, again, it's a little bit of a misnomer. A significant number of Jews were taken off into slavery and so on, but by no means was the region depopulated. There was, however, a second rebellion under Bar Kokhba about 70 odd years later, and this resulted in a much more devastating Roman reaction, and the central region of Judea itself, as opposed to the coastal region and the Galilee, was more significantly depopulated than before. So that's basically the period that we're going to use to describe antiquity. Note, however, that this is not necessarily the same term that secular scholars use. Western civilization. They tend to stretch the period of antiquity out until the 400s with the fall of Rome. But this is when we start to see really major changes happening in the Jewish population. So let us just recall the tremendous challenges that these developments posed on the Jewish people. First of all, the loss of sovereignty, right? I mean, that's something that can basically knock out just about any people. The fact that they lost the control of their land multiple times. First, under the Assyrians, when the 10 northern tribes were taken away, then under the Babylonians, when Judah was destroyed, then under the Greeks, when their level of self-rule under the Persians was threatened, and then under the Romans, of course. This is like repeated loss of sovereignty. The Jews keep coming back, nevertheless, and reestablishing some level of self-rule. If we jump ahead to the 20th century, they'll do it again after 2,000 years of absence, which is really mind-boggling. Secondly, not only loss of sovereignty, but physical displacement. Right? It's hard enough for a country to reassert its national identity when they lose control of their self-government. But imagine if much of the population, especially the elites, especially the males of fighting age, are taken off to a far-off location. You know, if they're not living within the contiguous borders of one territory, how do they reestablish themselves, especially in the ancient period, when communication and transportation nothing like what we would see in the modern era? Third, full-on court press of other powerful cultures. The Assyrians, the Babylonians, the Persians, oh my gosh, the Greeks. Incredible differences in the way that these people saw the world around them, you know, and the idea that Jews could somehow maintain their cultural independence with a highly distinct form of worship and ethics and literature. You know, these are tremendous stresses placed on the Jewish people during the period of antiquity. Repeated defeats in war, tremendously devastating and discouragement to see you like standing up and getting knocked down again and again and again. The Bar Kokhba revolt, the First Roman Jewish War, the Kitos rebellion, over and over again. The Jews are not succeeding, with the exception of the Maccabean revolt. They are simply not doing well for the last 200-300 years of their existence in the period of antiquity. And finally, we certainly cannot discount the spiritual crisis that must have ensued when so much of what they considered rock solid was not so, such as, for example, the temple rituals that were so central to classical Judaism, that the offering of sacrifices at the temple as a way of communicating with God, of expiating sin, of receiving forgiveness with the temple twice, and the displacement of people to another land. How are they able to maintain a sense of balance and a sense of purpose, a sense of meaning, and a sense of integrity to keep themselves on the straight and narrow and to reincorporate themselves as a nation throughout all of these phenomenal challenges to their existence? Really mind-boggling. So as I said earlier, I'm not going to provide answers why. I may give some hints as to what I think in the next class that I'm about to record, but let us simply leave for now with the questions, with the moment to reflect, and realize that we are now moving into a new period of Jewish existence. The dominant population is no longer demographically centered in Israel. It is going to slowly shift to the diaspora, to places like Mesopotamia, which has a phenomenal renaissance and a period of the creation of the Talmud. Also in Egypt, the Italian peninsula, we'll see huge surges in Jewish population, and Jews begin to kind of rethink what it means to be Jewish outside of Israel over the course of the next few centuries. So that's what we're going to be looking at next, the medieval period. And we'll see that somehow the Jews managed with phenomenal vitality to maintain their distinctive existence over so many centuries despite so many challenges. Thank you very much for watching. Welcome to another episode of the Jewish History Lab. Now, just like the last class, when I offered up the question, how did the Jews survive antiquity? And I let you know in advance that that was a rhetorical question with no clear answer forthcoming. I want to warn you in advance that the same thing applies to this class, perhaps even more so. I have some thoughts on the question of what is the meaning of Jewish history, and I will give you some sense of where I'm coming from towards the end of this video. But please don't think that by watching the next few minutes, you'll get to impress all your friends and relatives at the Passover Seder and things like that. For those of you who are Douglas Adams fans, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, 2 is in fact the answer to everything, including this question, but that's not the sense that I'm using it here. You may ask a very obvious question. Wait a second, talking about the meaning of history in video 42. I mean, are you serious? Number 1, or maybe video number 2. How is it possible that we've gone through the entire ancient period and we haven't gone to this particular subject? So you would be absolutely right in asking that question. Ideally, I would like to talk about these theoretical things right from the very beginning. But, most people, when they approach Jewish history, they just want to know, could you please tell me the story already? Please tell me what happened. I don't really want to get into theoretical thinking about what it all signifies. And so I have reserved this particular topic to our first kind of reflection moment, the seam between the ancient period and the medieval period. And this is the right place for us to start talking about theory. Now that we have absorbed some of the history we're talking about, I think it's a good time to reflect on, well, what does it all mean? Again, I'm not going to give you the answer at the end of this particular class, but I hope to pose some of the major questions related to the overall question. We're going to start by looking at some of the questions raised by a great historian, Professor Moshe Rothschild, shown here, just recently won the Rothschild, fantastic scholar at Bar-Ilan University. I owe a tremendous gratitude to Professor Rossman. When I was a young graduate student, I approached him and he was very gracious in sharing his thoughts. Okay, we're going to be looking at this book, came out just recently, How Jewish is Jewish History. And there are some amazing essays in this very thoughtful theoretical book. We're going to focus in on one specific aspect. That is the question of meta-history, or what I like to call it. Now, Professor Rossman used the term meta-history in the kind of sense of metaphysics, right? It's kind of like a philosophical term. Meta means or beyond or past. So, for example, physics is the study of the physical universe, motion, mass, things like that. Then metaphysics is like the study of what's beyond that, the nature of God, the nature of the soul, things like that aren't measured with conventional scientific tools, but go beyond what those tools are able to easily measure. And what he's really referring to is what are the theoretical underpinnings of any work of Jewish history? What is the larger story of this history? You note, of course, that the word story is embedded inside the word history. What is the grand narrative to which this Jewish history applies? So, just looking at a few examples of how historians have approached this question. You have the Tzemach David, a very interesting work written in the 16th century by a brilliant and rather idiosyncratic individual named Rabbi David Gans. I actually have a friend who is a descendant of Rabbi Gans, David Krauss of Prague, a great historian. At any rate, the Tzemach David represents a kind of really encyclopedic Jewish history. It's not really a history in the sense that it is a chronology. Like in this year, this happened, and this year happened, and so on. Not a lot of processes applied to it, not a lot of questions asked of the data, and so on. But what's interesting is that Tzemach David divides the work to Jewish history. These are all the things that happen to the Jews. And then there's another complete section, this is world history. Right? As if they are two totally separate things. As these are not impacting the rest of the world and are not impacted by the rest of the world. By the way, I hate using the word impact as a verb, but I couldn't help it. Like, Jews live inside the world, and the world affects Jewish history. Jewish history affects secular history, if you will. That's another question that we'll have to get into later. But he separated them out entirely as if Jewish history was kind of like somehow walled off from other world events. Now, when we get to the 19th century, a much more advanced critical historical scholarship is going on. We have the great scholar Heinrich Gretz. And his work has been characterized as a combination of Leidensgeschichte and Literaturgeschichte, which means basically Leiden is like sadness or misfortune. Geschichte is, of course, history. And Literaturgeschichte is the history of literature. So in other words, Gretz's grand narrative sort of portrays the Jewish people as being constantly oppressed, dispersed, pogromized, exiled, and nevertheless, wherever they go, they get their energy together and they make creations that are phenomenal contributions to world civilization. They're writing these amazing books. They're developing science. They're engaged in so much production. And so it's kind of like this oscillation of like society will persecute the Jews, they'll have to run away, but then in the new location, they will rise and do great things for that civilization. Then they'll be persecuted again, and they'll be sent away, and then they'll have to rise in another location, and so on. And this is kind of like the grand narrative that Heinrich Gretz proposes. Another approach is evident in the work of Shimon Dubno, another great encyclopedian, who criticized Gretz for missing out some really important things and not including them because they really didn't fit with his grand narrative. For example, Gretz tended to look down on Eastern European Jewry in general, and specifically Hasidism and Kabbalah and things like that. Again, Gretz's is really part entire enterprise of the Haskalah, of Jewish enlightenment. The attempt to demonstrate to the non-Jewish world, Gretz wrote in German law, that Jews were worthy of acceptance into secular society. Look at how, unfortunately and now unjustly, they have been persecuted, and nevertheless, look at all the great things they have produced. So anything that doesn't quite fit that model is either consciously or unconsciously ignored by Gretz, and this is part of the challenges with the grand narrative. So, for example, when you look at the Hasidic movement, which represents in many ways not a rationalist approach to Judaism, not an attempt to, come to terms with general society, but rather more of an insular, inward-looking approach. And especially when we talk about the 19th century, and there's a lot of conflict with the more rationalist Lithuanians, and there are accusations of the Hasidim engaging too much in alcohol and raucous behavior with that. So Gretz kind of looked at that as sort of like backward superstition going in the wrong direction of history, and therefore the Hasidism tends to receive a lower grade in Gretz's history, and that's something that Shimon Dubno wanted to correct. He was much more in favor of looking at what were the people creating of themselves. Hasidism is, of course, very much a popular movement that came from, the general average Jew than anything else. Shimon Dubno was very much an advert of a philosophy which came to be associated very closely with him called diaspora nationalism, in which he said, it's really about what the people are developing on their own. What have the people developed? they have developed the ability to exist outside of the trappings of a conventional state. And he says this is something truly amazing, and we should not ignore it. That, you know, Jews once had a state in ancient Israel, and then they were exiled, and that should have been the end of their story. How could they possibly exist without borders and currency and a flag and an army and passports, things like that? How is it possible they continue? He says the reason they continue is because they advanced beyond what a state requires. That they had developed the ability to exist as an integral unit, even a diaspora, even as a minority culture, living within very, very different host cultures. And he said this is something which should be strived for. This is an ideal. Everything that is coming from the Jewish people, like Hasidism, is something which is positive and should be developed. And rather than, trying to, fit in with secular society, we should encourage development of specifically Jewish cultural projects. A lot of fascinating things to say about his worldview. So everything in his grand narrative look towards that. Obviously, when it comes to something like Zionism, he had a view of Zionism because he said, "Hey, that's going backwards." The Jews have already proved they don't need a state; they can exist very well in modern society without a state. And you want them to go back to a more barbaric age. So he definitely, his grand narrative, about Zionism. On the other hand, there, of course, were many great Zion Dinor who said that no, the grand narrative of Jewish history is the return to Zion. It's the urge of the Jew to resettle and walk the sands of the Judean desert and so on. And so coming back to Israel represents the of Jewish activity, and the grand narrative of Jewish history is all about the power of gravity that is exerted upon the Jewish soul by the land of Israel itself. And now, of course, that Israel has achieved statehood, I'm not exactly sure what happens next in Ben Zion Dinor's model, but maybe we'll explore that later on. Finally, one more great historian, the fantastic Saba Whitmire Baron, fantastic historian working in New York City at Columbia University. He argues that, we should be focusing on the diaspora. We should be looking a little bit like Dubno at how Jews have developed these abilities to exist within the diaspora. We should not necessarily, apply other overarching motives to that, but we should also realize the highly distinct nature of these communities, and that the monolithic approach of Dubno, which was influenced in many ways by Marxist theory of history, is not necessarily something that we should emphasize. We should look at how the Near Eastern community developed this way. Look at how African Jewish communities, look at how Asian Jewish communities developed, and not necessarily try to fit them into one overarching model. Wow, lots of different approaches to the grand narrative. But when we get to our period, we have a much more challenging problem, is postmodernism. Postmodernism is a remarkably challenging philosophy. It was associated with several thinkers, including Jacques Derrida, shown here, a French Jew who wrote, among other things, "Il n'y a pas de hors texte." There is nothing outside the text. Now, what exactly does this mean, and what is its implications for Jewish history? Postmodernism represents an approach to text which is unsettling and is having a major impact. It was first felt perhaps in literary criticism, but it has slowly made its way to the social sciences, even the hard sciences. And history, archaeology have been hit very hard by postmodernism as a critique. What exactly does this mean? What Derrida and others like Michel Foucault argued was that we can never move beyond the text itself. We can never make legitimate assumptions about any reality beyond the text that is presented before us right now. So what does that mean? Let's say, for example, I were to present to you my birth certificate. It's a document, has my name on it, has my place of birth, my date of birth, and a few other odds and ends of data there. And you might be tempted to say, oh, so we now know that Henry Abramson was born on such and such a date in this little town in northern Ontario, Canada. Very well correct in making that assumption. After all, you have a document that says that. But postmodernism would argue that no, all you really know is that you once encountered Henry Abramson on a video who presented his birth certificate, which said that he was born in such and such a place at such and such a time, and these were his parents, and so on. What's the difference? There's a world of difference in that. Who says that that document actually read true? Who says that this document hasn't been finished? Who says that this document isn't the result of a mistake, a clerk's mistake? Perhaps I am deceived in thinking that this is a correct document. Perhaps my parents gave it to me, but they're really hiding a much larger system. I mean, I know. So you might say, okay, I can verify that. We can go back to the small town where Henry Abramson was born, and we can like write the flight catalog, and we can find, the original document, and we say, look, here it is. Same thing. All you can say is that here's a document that says the same things as that other document. So now you have two documents, but there's the possibility that both of them are wrong. And this becomes even more complex. You look at something like narrative. Like a government document is a pretty straightforward thing. It's either mistakenly written down or not. But let's say, for example, you find a memoir. How do you know that the person who wrote that memoir actually wrote that memoir? And how do you know that the things that the memoir claims to remember actually happened? All you have, fundamentally, is this text that purports to be what someone says he or she remembered at a particular time. You can never go back to what actually happened. You are stuck in the text itself. And this is deeply unsettling, because if we cannot make any kind of generalizations about reality beyond the text of documents, theological finds that we discover, how do we make history of this? So Derrida famously once said, "Je suis le dernier juif." I am the last Jew. And like many of these cryptic things that postmodernists tend to say, it's not exactly clear what he meant by it, but it appears that he may be referring to the idea that, Judaism as a whole, Jewish history, is entirely predicated, like all history, on our reliance on prior documents. And that we are essentially trusting that such and such thing happened because there's something that says it happened. And we can never go beyond the documents logically to say what actually happened. In the words of Palmanka, yes, I get what you're raising by. What actually happened? We can never know what happened. We can only know what document has been presented to us. So this upends everything, like when we find the Taldan stele that has the phrase Beit David on it, House of David, does that mean there really was a House of David? Does it really mean, even if we can use carbon dating to say this stone was planted in the ground at this particular time, or was carved at this particular time, is it referring to the David we're talking about? Is it referring to the same David of the Bible? Everything is up in the air because of postmodernism. So what have historians done to respond to it? In my generation, when I was going through graduate school, we were already feeling the advanced winds of postmodernism. You can see among scholars, which has only increased over the last few decades, is that historians tighten the focus. If you can't write about a large period of history, because every single document you encounter never really represents what is beyond. You only have the document itself. So therefore, one way to compensate is to have lots of documents and lots of testimonies that focus on one problem. So, for example, rather than trying to write the revolutionary France, the history of one particular person living in revolutionary France in a few years and gather all the documents and focusing on that one person's biography. And hopefully, with multiple points of contact, you can say something useful about how this person experienced that revolution. And you can't say anything else about how a woman would have experienced it, or a king, or a Jew, or a black man. None of those experiences are recorded because you focus so narrowly on one small part. But on the other hand, we only have a finite lifetime. How possibly examine all those sources to do the same thing for a larger focus? I mean, it just gets to be such a nightmare to try and figure out, is it possible to write anything larger? Any survey history? Is it even possible? So here's a black and white photograph of me that really doesn't have me here, but I sort of like it. It's such a beautiful photograph. It speaks to who I imagine myself as a historian. Like, this is what I look like as a historian. And so interestingly, I'll do a photograph that I'm a picture from it. So I have to give credit to Martha Garcia, who is this amazing photographer, who reached out to me to do a shoot because he put together a book. And I'm very proud to be included in his subject. He really has a unique gift to be able to find that little, who is this person, and then put it somehow onto his lens and introduce him. So anyway, that's the picture. Here's the question. If this is the situation with how historians write, that our documents do not claim to represent any reality greater than what they are as we see them. We can't generalize them with any degree of reliability. And how is history not in the fiction department? Why isn't it there just like any other novel or play or something like that? What is the purpose of everything that we're doing here? Is there any distinction between history and fiction? So there certainly is a difference between history and fiction. And I'm going to do this argument that Professor Rothschild makes in his book. And the way that we can get to that, however, requires a little bit more of sharing on my part. One of the first books that I read in Jewish history was a classic written by this man, Max I. Dimon. Not a professional historian, but a very talented compiler of data and storyteller. And I remember when I was probably about 13 years or so old, I came across this book, which my parents somehow had in the house in a back copy, Jews, God, and History. And as you can see it from the cover, he also wrote a book called The Indestructible Jews, which I have to admit I've never actually read, although it all makes one piece for me. I just recently ordered another copy of Jews, God, and History so I can try and relive a little bit of what it must have been like for me to read that book. Interestingly, by the way, before we leave Jews, God, and History, let's point out that it is an incredibly popular book. It was published first in the 1960s. It went through a second edition, which you'll publish in a couple different versions. This version here says basically, 1.5 million copies print, second edition. But this version, this cover says something very significant, edited and revised by Ethel Dimont. So I know I've shown you a lot of pictures of white males, including myself, that work in history, but we don't know how much of a contribution. She herself is also a publisher. She suffered a head injury and then wrote a book about it. But one of her big claims to fame is the fact that she was very much involved not only in the second edition, but in the first edition, published in the early 60s. So we don't know a lot about Ethel Dimont's involvement in this. Is an exclusively male too. She passed away in 2013. So Max Dimont's approach really emphasizes the indestructibility of the Jews. And that's something that made a big impact on me. So let's return to our question of postmodernism, now that I've told you a little bit about my own adolescent first encounter with history. And I'll refer to something that Professor Russman calls the compact, which is basically a deal that you and I are going to make in this history. The deal is that I am going to do my best to approach these texts that we use, the data points that we use to write history, I'm going to be as conscious as I can of my own proclivities towards a grand narrative, towards a meta history, which in my mind is very closely related to Max Imon's first presentation of the indestructible Jews. And I am going to share those biases with you up front. When I am troubled by a source, I'll try and let you know about that. I'll try and avoid, overarching and huge generalizations in my history, which may make it not quite as dramatic as some other historians can portray, including perhaps Max, but nevertheless, I'm going to respect to say I'm not totally sure about what I'm saying here, but it seems to say this. And you, on the other hand, for your part of the compact, you're going to read and listen, and you're going to critically analyze and subject my presentation to the same level of academic rigor that I hope to hold myself to. When you respond in the comments or in emails or whatever, you will continue to be respectful and understand that I am just a human being trying hard to present this material as best as I see it within the parameters of my own personal weaknesses as a scholar and as a human being. I hope you won't hold me to any kind of religious yardstick, whether I'm too orthodox or whether I'm not orthodox enough, I'm not Christian enough, or not Muslim enough, or whatever, not secular enough. I'm just who I am, looking at the data, same way you are. That's the difference between history and fiction. In fiction, you're like tossing out a whole story, and this is like, I'm making this all up. And I can make it up any way I want, and I don't care what you think. In history, we have an agreement that I'm going to do the best I can to present what I think what actually happened, be as identical gewesen war, and you are going to understand that with humility, that's the way I'm approaching it, and you will analyze it to understand it. Finally, I wanted to offer some greater sense into my grand narrative, and that I'm going to turn to the work of Rothschild, phenomenal scholar who was incredibly encyclopedic in his knowledge of things to it. He, in fact, was the prime moving force behind the massive intellectual project of the 20th century, the kind of equivalent of the genome sequencing project that you think, and that is the massive encyclopedia. He was the prime intellectual force behind it. And he wrote a survey of Jewish history, and he revised it several times, it was translated several times, and there are certain key passages that are identified in Professor Rosman's book that actually differ from edition to edition. And he seemed to be kind of like uncertain about how he wanted to phrase this idea. But here's a version of his conclusion to that survey as he put it in the 1950s. He said, "The preservation of the Jew was certainly not casual. Time after time in his history," note, of course, that it's not gender-neutral language, but there you go, 1950. "Time after time in his history, moreover, he has been saved from disaster in a manner which cannot be described excepting as providential." Providential is, of course, a word which Hebrew speakers know as hashgacha pratit, or as divine supervision, meaning as divine involvement in the survival of the Jew. Dr. Roth goes on, the author, speaking of himself in the third person, something which I really like doing, especially on Twitter, the author has deliberately attempted to write this work in a secular spirit. He does not think that his readers can fail to see in it, on every page, a higher image. So in other words, what Dr. Roth is saying is that he's going to use the of secular reasoning. He's going to use the kind of Western university-based critical skills that were trained in him by his instructors at the great colleges of Europe. And that's how he's going to analyze Jewish history. Not with some other kind of theological monitor, not kind of purity gauge, or anything like that. He's going to try and look at it as best he can with the tools he has at his disposal. But even with all of that, it's still very hard not to. They higher hints on every page. That's my around this theoretical lecture. The fact is, we're listening to it at the very end. So if you fall asleep, but I appreciate you being with me. Next lecture, we're going back to the standard kind of narrative description of use of Mesopotamia. Fascinating period of Jewish history. Thank you very much for that. The period after the destruction of the temple in the year 70, and then the Second Roman Jewish War under Bar Kokhba in the 130s, is an incredibly important period in the development of Jewish history in general. This is primarily because the Jewish people had to learn how to adapt themselves to a radically new environment. Without the temple, the fulcrum of their relationship between themselves and their God had disappeared, and they had to articulate a new way of centering that fundamental religious identity. Secondly, on a political level, there's no question that after two disastrous revolts, the Jews would not be able to budge the Roman Empire from their land. And so they had to find ways of organizing themselves in order to maintain group integrity, in order to maintain their identity, and in fact, they were quite successful at doing so. Many historians have described this period as the transition between the Tanaim and the Amoraim, very important terms, they're technical in nature. They refer really to periods in intellectual history. The Tanaim are the main teachers from the 1st century before the Common Era up until the early 3rd century of the Common Era, and their main activity was memorizing and teaching the Mishnah. That is the oral tradition that we discussed a few lectures ago.
Dude, Andy,
exactly
you're just a wonderful
but
person.
These are the teachers who would play an incredibly important role in focusing Jewish energies on their continued spiritual life, which would, of course, be related very closely to their communal life, their identity, and ultimately their political life as well. The Amoraim, or the speakers, Tanaim means teachers, Amoraim speakers, these people are especially associated with the development of the Talmud, and there are Amoraim in Israel, and also, more importantly, in Babylonia, where the Babylonian Talmud would be developed. So the period of the typically comes to a close at the beginning of the 3rd century. Pick it up from there with their development of the Talmud, although the function of the Tanaim in terms of memorizing is still very relevant for centuries, but they will primarily be subservient to the Amor. They will be the repositories of all this memorized knowledge. Even when it's in a written form, there's still tremendous utility for people to have a massive intellectual storehouse of it. And the Amoraim will then be exploring it, discussing it, as I hope to discuss in the 2 lectures from now. At any rate, let's look at this period in a little more detail. So, at the end of the destruction of the temple, perhaps the most important city after a small town close to the coast called Yavne. And as you may recall, there's a famous passage that we discussed earlier in Talmud in which Yochanan the Zakkai appeals to Vespasian, the future emperor of Rome. Can we Yavne the Chachameh? Give me Yavne and its sages. There's some dispute over the historicity of that particular incident, and there's some interesting reflections on what role Berenice may have had in protecting Yavne. But what we know for certain is that Yavne itself became a major center for concentration of sages. At first, under the leadership of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, later under Rabban Gamliel, and many other fascinating stories. I'd like to look at one specific episode that occurred in Yavne that had some fascinating implications and illustrates, for our purposes, the This is a passage that occurs in the Talmud, Tractate Messiah 59b, the Babylonian Talmud. The dispute centers on the status of a particular oven called the oven of Achna. It's a particular design, and the rabbis are arguing as to whether or not it retains its ritual purity under certain circumstances. Basically, it boils down to two main sides of the argument. Rabbi Eliezer Gadol, the great sage, who tends to follow the teachings of Shammai, and perhaps I should just make an interlude at this point. Shammai and Hillel are two of the greatest of the group of the generation that succeeded the Tanaim, and their teachings, which are by now like 200 years old, have created two large schools: the school of Shammai, Beit Shammai, and the school of Hillel, the school of Hillel. And up until the destruction of the temple, it seems that whether one followed Hillel or Shammai was largely a matter of personal choice. You would associate yourself with a particular school, and you would consistently follow the dictates of that school in terms of personal conduct, and they got along fairly well overall. They had a tremendous amount of disputes over the law, but those disputes were famously solved quite amicably. Things changed after the destruction of the temple, however, as there is a consolidation of thought, primarily around the opinion of Hillel. On the one side, Rabbi Eliezer Gadol, very important rabbi who tends to follow teaching of Shammai, and on the other side, the growing consensus, the majority vote, is following Hillel's opinion regarding how to deal with this oven. That is the house of Hillel. They're doing a case for that. Hillel is passed away for a long time now. And what ends up happening is really remarkable. The Talmud says that Rabbi Eliezer says, if the law follows my opinion, let this river reverse course. And the river does. And the rabbis say, doesn't matter, we follow the argument of logic, and you can bring as many supernatural proofs as you like. That's not how we decide things here. So then Rabbi Eliezer says, if the law follows my opinion, let these carob trees uprooted and be sent along the road. And the rabbi, and that actually happened. And then the rabbi says, doesn't matter. The Torah is something that we debate amongst ourselves, and majority rules. And then finally he says, if the law follows my opinion, let the walls of the Beit Midrash be crumble. And they crumble. Then at one point one of the rabbis says, what to the walls? What are you doing? Why should you be involved in this? To the walls, they don't collapse completely. They sort of like stay in a leaning place. And then finally, the same argument goes on. Rabbi Eliezer says then, if the law follows me, let the heavens proclaim it. And a booming voice comes out from the sky and says, the law follows the opinion of Rabbi Eliezer. It looks like a slam dunk, right? You've got all these supernatural phenomena supporting Rabbi Eliezer, but the rabbis say you can bring as many proofs as you want. But lo bashamayim, the law is not in heaven. The law is on earth, and on earth we follow majority rule. So Rabbi Eliezer's opinion is not followed. The dominant opinion, which is Hillel, is followed in this particular case of the covenant of Achna. Two reasons why this is really important. Let me start with perhaps the less important but very interesting reason, and that is associated with the tsunami. So I had this great opportunity. I got a call from National Geographic about a year ago, and they said they want to talk to me, which I was really honored, about the research of Dr. Beverly Goodman, who is a real archaeologist working at the University of Haifa. Dr. Goodman has looked at a lot of fascinating historical data and determined that the earthquake, which is described, for example, far away at Antioch in year 115, probably destroyed forts along the coastline of Israel. And she argued, and this is why National Geographic wanted to from my opinion, I don't know why it's me specifically, but it was really cool to get the call. Is it possible that the passage described in Bava Metzia is actually reflecting a historical event, a geological event, specifically a tsunami hitting the region of Yavne in year 115? And it's so interesting because all of the phenomena that are described there, the river running backwards, the carob trees flying away, the walls of the Beit Midrash beginning to crumble, and then later there's a discussion huge storms that see it all makes sense with this particular event. Now, how to place that within the overall context of the discussion in the Gemara is a fascinating question. You can have a look at the podcast if you want, really interview, or we can go back and forth on what this might mean. But what is really significant, that's the kind of cool point, but the most important point is that the rabbis in Yavne, perhaps with the divine assistance of this tsunami, make a clear distinction that this is how we are going to go forward. We're no longer going to be able to rely on sort of like everybody decides what they want. Am I going to be Beis Hillel? Am I going to be Beis Shammai? Now it's time, especially with the loss of the temple, that we have to come together for sure around our rabbinic. The rabbinic leaders are deciding we're going to follow Beis Hillel, and so the development of this majoritarian consensus rule after debate becomes an exceptionally important element in the way that Jewish will organize themselves for the next 2,000 years. Just to be clear, the tsunami and all of the possible impact it had on the discussion that's recorded in Bava Metzia does not affect the central thrust of the meaning of that passage, which is to say that Lo B'Shamayim, the Torah is not in heaven, that the Torah is here on the planet Earth, and human beings will debate it. Bringing a supernatural truth to advance your particular interpretation of Jewish law is considered a valid argument, and the rabbis will continue to maintain their standards, and this is a very important starting point for the organization of the from there on.
Welcome. How are you, Pimp? What's good, son? Yo, dog, you got that chicken scratch.
Two institutions that were especially important for the survival of the Jews after Yavne. You can see in this map here that the sages from Yavne, which is sort of on the lower left there, they've all spread out primarily to the north, where the majority of the Jewish population is going to be living after Bar Kokhba, but also some development in the south as well. The two institutions that they will ultimately coalesce around are the Sanhedrin and the Patriarchate. The Sanhedrin is the Jewish court that continued to function after the destruction of the temple, although it could not function in Jerusalem itself because Jews were forbidden to live there for a period of time. It moved, as you can see from these white arrows here, out to Yavne, and then up to the north, where it was located in a few different places till it finally settled in Tiberias, a relative city, but a very important center of Jewish activity for the period that we're discussing today. Related to the Sanhedrin, and sometimes overlapping in its so-called Patriarchate, or Nesiut in Hebrew. Patriarchate is essentially the government of the Jews, which is led by a single individual, the Nasi. We have really good sense of exactly how it functioned. We also don't have a really good sense of the extent of its authority. We don't have a good sense of exactly how it related to the Roman government. There are some tantal elements of this relationship, in particular in the figure of one of the greatest of the Nasi, Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi, Rabbi Judah, the prince, as is sometimes related. Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi was the prime figure organizing the codification of the Mishnah, which up until this point, as we mentioned, has been an oral document, has been transmitted by these Tanaim. He organized its codification into its textual form, its written form, which we have to this day. This happened around the year 200, perhaps 220 of the Common Era. And this is really the line that separates the Tanaim from the Amoraim. After the Mishnah is confirmed in writing, its primary exponents will be known as the Amoraim, and the documents that they will eventually produce are known as the Talmuds. One of them was produced in Israel, actually primarily in the northern region, to a certain degree in the coast, although it tends to be called the Yerushalmi or Jerusalem Talmud, sometimes the Palestinian Talmud. Both of those terms are kind of inaccurate and misleading in one way or another, but there is a Talmud a Talmud created first in Israel, and then a later one, much larger one in Babylonia, which will be the next two lectures. One of the challenges of studying this period is that we are essentially locked into rabbinic documents. To a certain degree, we have some Roman government documents, we have some church historians, but most of our really juicy sources are rabbinic in nature. And so the rabbis are primarily not interested in giving us history. They want to tell us about law, about religion, about faith, about philosophy. Those are the things that are, the primary energies of the rabbis at this time. We do have some chronologists like the Seder Ol, which is the world, one of the earliest chronologies compiled by the rabbis. We also have Megillat Tainit. We have a few ancient sources, but they're not really history. Kind of like on this date this happened, on this date this happened, without really analyzing and fleshing out why things happened and so on. So when we look at other sources, we have, for example, the Babata archaeology, which we discussed a little bit when we talked about Bar Kokhba. This is the archive of some 30 documents, primarily personal legal documents that were collected by a woman who was hiding with the Bar Kokhba rebels in the Cave of Letters. And what we can see from her archive is that while it's hard to generalize from one woman, we have another source, also a woman that comes from around this time as well. It seems that Jews were not hesitant to use non-Jewish, which suggests some limitation of the rabbi's authority. Obviously, they frowned on the abandonment of Jewish courts for Roman courts, or in this case, Nabatean and other courts. So perhaps there's a whole existence of Jews who were simply doing their own thing, following the dominant authority, which in this case would be the Roman, instead of listening to the rabbi. This would not be surprising. We just don't know the extent of it. We also have to realize that the Jews have a very problematic relationship with the Romans. On the one hand, heavily resenting the Romans for the degradation in their society. And on the other hand, the Romans, who have by this time, by the way, established 2 legions in Israel, which is a remarkably large number of people, about 10,000 soldiers, and they are cash heavy, meaning that they get paid in coin, and so they're extremely important for the local economy. They are resented by the population. The rabbinical source of descriptions of the abuse of the population by the Romans, but on the other hand, they're really essential to the economic realities of the Romans, as we shall discuss in a later lecture, are also extending certain privileges to certain classes of Jews. Makes a very big difference, and they're building roads, they're doing all kinds of infrastructure things that are useful for them as soldiers, but also useful for the economy as a whole. So there's a complex dynamic going on here that we don't know a lot. We also get the sense, however, that even though we don't know for sure how extensive the authority of the rabbis are, there's no question that have a phenomenal pull. That Judaism is a very competitive ideology at this time.
How are you?
Just for one example,
Truck cut free.
Helena Adiabene, who was a queen of this small kingdom you can see out here on the upper Tigris River. And Josie, a lot about it. She also appears in Talmud as Hilmi Hamalka, that is Helene, the queen. And she actually converts with her sons to Judaism, and she makes several trips to Jerusalem. Is known for her tremendous generosity. She gives to a lot of charity, and she chooses to be buried in Israel with this magnificent tomb. It was for a long time associated with someone else until they realized it was in fact Helena's tomb. Her sarcophagus was retrieved and is on display in the Israel Museum. So thought that a very important, powerful, political woman like Helena of Adiabene would continue is just a sense of how, even during these very difficult times in the first century and onward, Judaism is still quite appealing to the outside population. Okay, I'm going to leave it here. Let's go on to the next lecture to look at the development of the Babylonian center. Thank you very much. Scholarship, which really dates from the 9th and 10th century, but and we rely very heavily on that to understand this otherwise very poorly documented period. But what we can say with absolute confidence is that Babylonia becomes such an important center in the centuries that follow his arrival in the region. So let's just do a little bit of background on the political reality. The period that represents the golden age to the southeast, into the Persian Gulf, and there's a region at the waist of those rivers where they come together that where Jews were primarily settled. And there's much older settlements of Jews that we can trace in biblical literature, for example, but this is really where the heavy settlement exists in the Talmudic period. Now, in this particular map, it's called the area of pure lineage. You can see the detail on the left there. And this is a determination that was made in the Talmud in that particular discussion about marrying Jews who come from faraway lands, where there was a question of rates of intermarriage and following divorce law appropriately, which has great significance in Jewish thought. I think this kind of like overstates it, the way it looks like like a solid block and any to avoid on the other side, you're in big trouble. It's not necessarily the case, but I leave that to the rabbis to argue. You can see here, though, the number of small towns that are actually referred to several times in the Talmud, but they're all based on these two big rivers with canals that run between them. Here's a Hebrew map that I think condenses some of the information to some of the most important sites. You have the great yeshiva at Sura, the great academy at Sura, at Nehardar, and at Pumbedita. The story of these three yeshivot, and after the year 259, when Nehardar is overrun in a regional conflict of two yeshivot, Sura and Pumbedita, will last for hundreds of years and extend well into the Muslim period. These are the great academies, the centers of Jewish study, where the Talmud would be developed in Babylonia. And what I think is especially fascinating about this map is that if you look at the scale, you can see that it's 50 kilometers basically between each of these yeshivot. 50 kilometers in miles is something like 30 miles. Like conceivably, you could walk along the riverbank all the way from Sura to Pumbedita in one long day. Certainly, you could stop in Nehardar for lunch, maybe stay the night, and then walk to Pumbedita and have lunch there the next day. It's amazing how we're talking about places that have such phenomenal global significance for Jews studying the Talmud, but they're really so close to each other, even by foot. And the historical element of this is that when Rav came back from studying with Rabbi Yehuda Nasi and others in Israel, when he returned to Babel, he ended up establishing the yeshiva of Sura. His colleague Shmuel went to Nehardar, and later the yeshiva moved to Pumbedita, and that's how we have these major institutions. There are many, many others as well, but these are, let's say, the three really big early yeshivot established in the region. A lot more to say about what exactly it was a yeshiva. We tend to think of contemporary yeshivot and fold them backwards in time to what they must have looked like then. Possibly it didn't look like that much at all. It may have been more like disciple circles or things like that. But we do know that there were three kind of institutional settings that were especially important in the early period. In the next short video, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what the Talmud is and what these rabbis in these yeshivot will do. But we should understand that we are to a certain degree hindered by the fact that almost all the information we have about Jewish life in Babylonia at this time is from the rabbis. And the rabbis, by and large, are not really interested in giving us extraneous information that we might like as historians. They give us a lot of description about law, religion, philosophy, things like that, but not necessarily history. And when scholars begin to discover a little bit of evidence recorded in non-Jewish sources that crops up theological evidence, it's absolutely fantastic and amazing. Like, for example, this is a curse bowl. There are literally hundreds of curse bowls that were recently discovered in the region. It has a demon at the center, and it appears that these bowls were used in kind of like folk magic, that somehow Jews would produce these devices. It seems that they may have been, broken apart as a form of affecting a kind of a curse or something on one's enemies, things like that. But what's fascinating is that a lot of the personal names that are listed here are clearly not Jewish names, but local Babylonian names. So it may be that Jews were, they cornered the market in curse bowls, and they were selling them to everybody there. We don't know for sure. It's fascinating to see little bits of what culture must have been like outside of the yeshiva, for which we have all kinds of things. We know, again, primarily from the Talmudic sources, that there was a form of organization of the kind of self-government of the Jews in Babylonia at this time. It's not entirely clear how effective that government was. We know that it did enjoy some recognition from the legal power, meaning there was the Jews did have some kind of self-government, which did have official standing to some degree or another with the royal kingdom. It was led by someone called the Exilarch, or in America, Reish Galita, the head of the exile, probably modeled on the patriarchate in Israel. Just like Rabbi Yehuda Nasi was a descendant of King David and had that unique leadership role, so too the Exilarch was reputed to be from this line of King David and so on. There is a significant amount of doubt among scholars as to when the Exilarchate actually began. We sort of lose track of reliable data in the Parthian period, but certainly in the Sasanian period, you have the Reish Galita, their name, they interact with rabbis in the town and so on. There's also a lot of people who are active in the area, and we only catch glimpses of them because our main lens is through the rabbinic view of the world. So we've already talked about Bruria as one of the exceptional women of the Talmud because she was so learned. We also have, however, a few other women that occur, like Yalta, who was a very learned and opinionated woman. She was associated with medicine as well, so it could be that she was representative of women who had some healing professions outside of what might have been normally considered a women's domain. We really don't know to do that. And we have some really touching portraits of women, like, for example, the otherwise unnamed mother of Abaye, who wasn't actually his mother because his mother died childbirth. He was an orphan raised by an uncle. But the woman who was his stepmother, who cared for him, he always referred to her as Ina. And on many occasions, Abaye, the great rabbi, very important rabbi in the Talmud, one of the most important, will refer to teachings of his own mother and say, my mother said to me, indicating that he had a high regard for her as a person and as a personal knowledge. Fascinating, but just tantalizing to people. We also have lots of fascinating non-Jews in the Talmud as well. The Magi, learning the concept of Magi today. These are, of course, important in Christian tradition. They are the Magi come to visit, and they come far away from the east, drawn by the star, things like that. The gift of the Magi, the O. Henry story. But the Magi are Zoroastrian priests who often mess around with the Jews. There's a lot of conflict with the Jews in the Talmudic period over things like the use of fire. Casual use of fire was something that was frowned upon by the Zoroastrians, particularly on specific days of the calendar. The Mishnah in Shabbos, for example, which is read every Friday night in the Ashkenaz ritual, refers to Jews who put out their candles on Friday night because they are afraid of the Magi. That's not the term used there, but if you see the commentary, that's exactly what they're talking about. There's also some, because the Magi regard the fire as having tremendous sanctity and as a purifying force. The Magi were also very concerned about issues of defiling the earth, and so they frowned upon burial, Jewish burial. Some conflict erupted over those kinds of things. So the Talmud gives us one look at the outside world, and it is an extremely rich and detailed book, but only from that one perspective. And a lot of data that we would have liked to have just doesn't come through because it's not considered relevant data. But what exactly is the Talmud? Let's talk about that in the next video. Thanks very much for watching. Okay, I've only given myself a few minutes to describe what the Talmud is, and that's a crazy impossible task. It is such a strange and unusual and amazing and wonderful document that
This is the worst podcast.
crunch it down into a few minutes is going to be very challenging. But nevertheless, I think I have a couple of ideas, and let me share them with you. First of all, let's look at something a little more prosaic. What exactly is, like, let's say, the structure of the Talmud and its purpose? So probably the best way to understand is to have a look at a modern printing of a Talmudic page, as you can see here. And this has been helpfully color-coded to give you a sense of the kind of literary archaeology that is present on every page of Talmud. The first section we have to look at is this sort of coral color, the pink color, and that is the Mishnah. Now, we had a whole class several weeks ago about what the Mishnah was, and so I'm not going to summarize all of that class here, but the Talmud is really a commentary on the Mishnah. And just like the Mishnah is sort of like a law code, I mean, it is a little more organized, and it has, like, general subjects like this whole order deals with the Jewish calendar and Jewish holidays, and this whole order deals with damages and things like that. So it has some structure to it, but it really is not the same as a law book either. It has some very wild differences. The Talmud is essentially a commentary on the Mishnah. Immediately following the Mishnah, you will have a discussion that will include literally tens, maybe hundreds of speakers, primarily rabbis, but also, as we saw, occasionally we see a non-Jew make a statement, or a woman be involved in the story. And this is what makes it really strange. It's like kind of like it's highly arcane in its language. It's very coded, and it takes a lot of training to be able to decipher it. There's no punctuation in the standard sentence, and you have to break up the sentences appropriately. You have to understand whether something is a question or a statement or a rebuttal or a sarcastic comment or a hyperbolic comment. It's very hard to try and work out the language, but nevertheless, it's something I would have been committed to memory, that scholars would have actually memorized page after page on Talmud. And it's essentially like a long transcript of a discussion that took its starting point in the Mishnah. Meaning, if the Mishnah is talking about, in this particular case, it has to be talking about when one recites the Shema prayer, then we'll start discussing, when one recites the Shema prayer. But as conversations go, we tend to go from point to point to point, from tangent to tangent to tangent, which is something that is delightful about conversation. We enjoy the unpredictability of communicating with our peers in this manner. And the Talmud essentially follows that and enshrines a kind of literary stream of consciousness in this document. And it is amazing. It requires tremendous concentration and focus to make the leaps of logic and imagination that's required to follow the discussion, but it provides incredibly satisfying results. And that's what happens in the Mishnah. The Talmud, which, by the way, is also known as the Gemara. The word Gemara is Aramaic, and it means literally like finishing, completing, Gamar in Hebrew. The term Talmud and Gemara are sometimes interchanged, possibly because of the fear of church interference in the text, which happened in the 13th century and onward, meaning referring to Talmud as opposed to referring to Gemara to try and avoid the ire of the enemies of this particular text. But it could go on for pages and pages. It's much, much longer than the Mishnah. One Mishnah, like a paragraph of the Mishnah, may result in 15, 20 pages of discussion that follows. So that's really what's going on. The conversation discussing the Mishnah by the Amoraim, occasionally bringing in other Mishnahs, other passages in Talmud, other statements from people, other logical arguments that be brought into the discussion. It's worthy of note, by the way, that the Talmud, even though I'm showing you the first page, it has no real beginning. It's often compared to an ocean, or say the sea of Talmud, and just like, you can't say the sea has a particular source, but it all comes from one place. It's just there, and then you have to enter the sea at some shoreline. Some places might be, nice, easy places to get into the water, like, let's say the second chapter of Bava Metzia, which deals with lost and found. That's like a nice sandy beach, South Florida kind of style. And other places are like these rocky fjords with, water crashing and, like trying to jump into the middle of, I don't know, Menachos or something like that with sacrificial law and things like that. It's very, very hard. But nevertheless, everyone kind of approaches it and has to learn to swim right away. It's brilliant and amazing. I'm already talking more than this. Embracing the text, to use the remarkable metaphor of Rabbi Shevkin, he is on the right here, Rashi, which is a commentator from the 11th century. We're probably going to speak more about him as we go on in this course. And his descendants and other students, the Tosafos from the 12th to 15th century. And they're essentially all concentrating on the central area of the text. And I'm not going to label it here, but there are many other commentators surrounding them on the page, which is the prime real estate. Many, many more in other books beyond this particular page. But this gives you a sense of like what the document is all about. The structure is here. The function of it is basically to explicate the Mishnah, because the Mishnah itself demands further elaboration. I mentioned earlier Rabbi Shevkin, and I have to give a shout out because he runs an amazing website called 1840.org, and they have really amazing discussions there on all kinds of big Jewish ideas, and I love listening to it. He recently had a podcast with Professor Chaim Seiman, shown here, who is an expert in Jewish thought. He wrote a great book called Halakha, and I heard on this episode something that just made so much sense. I'm going to share it with you now as why Talmud is so important. So Chaim Seiman introduces the audience to the podcast to the work of Robert M. Cover, a lawyer who published an extremely influential article in 1982 called Nomos and Narratives. And in this article, he basically used the Talmud as a starting point. Now, what exactly is
this account is everywhere? Because it's a gangster.
Law, and narrative is kind of like the story behind
I got multiples as well, hundreds, dog.
There's lots of like dense, legal, sometimes picayune discussions of tiny little details, sometimes theoretical.
This account is everywhere.
Possibly actually happen in real life. And then interspersed with, a big excursus on the meaning of life, the purpose of the world, the nature of the afterlife, the philosophy, recipes, the behavior of a cat, all kinds of things are popular sayings. They seem to be thrown in there, and some commentators have felt that it's kind of random. It is hardly random. It's actively intentional. And what Professor Cover wants to say is that in order for a legal system to work, and the Talmud is at its foundation a legal system, it's called by some the Constitution of Judaism. Big Constitution, you can't hold it very in the pocket unless it's on a phone or something like that. The Talmud mixes nomos, law, with narrative, with the story behind the law. And this is really important because if a society, argues Professor Clever, if a society simply lays down rules without explaining to society why those rules exist, without providing the narrative behind them, then ultimately that's a type of tyranny. The rules are arbitrary. They could be made up any way you want. On the other hand, when you support the rules with the narrative, as I've often found even in my administrative capacity at the college, people understand and can accept and know to their requests if they understand the why behind it. That's essentially what the Talmud is doing. the Talmud kind of like wanders between big discussions of nomos-related issues to discussions of narrative-related issues. And it forms a somewhat complex and sophisticated whole, bringing together nomos and narrative at once. I strongly urge you to have a look at that podcast on the Talmud. I'll put it in the source links below the video. So that's really what's going on in the Talmud. Now, I have written a lot more about the Talmud. I have many other videos on the Talmud on this site as well. I am now very much involved in actually producing a daily video on the Talmud. It's studied in a format called Daf Yomi, which means a folio a day, 2 sides of 1 page per day. And this is a program used by thousands of people around the world today, perhaps hundreds of thousands even, called Daf Yomi, and it takes 7.5 years to complete the entire time. So I'm in the middle of this big project to produce 2,711 little history videos that go with every page of the Talmud. I invite you to have a look. So I'm not going to say much more about the Talmud here. What I will say, though, is that it is a document that has managed to retain the fascination of its students for centuries. It is absolutely engaging and refreshing, and sometimes frustrating, sometimes enervating, but always energizing, and it is the document around much of Judaism has revolved for the last 1,500 years. Am I enthusiastic about it? I hope so. Okay, I hope you found this video useful, and look forward to speaking to you tomorrow.
He beat him 4 rounds to nothing in his fight with him, and then something happened in that 5th round. And in my opinion, it was that he just didn't want to. He didn't have the same hunger for being a champion. But so I was watching Izzy just pick him apart, literally. So that's striking.
Looking at the period from the 3rd to the 7th century, I think it's useful for us to go through a little bit of political history to try to understand the remarkable changes that were taking place in the Eastern Mediterranean at the time. There are 3 really big cities involved: Rome, Constantinople, and Mecca. So from the 3rd through the 5th century, Rome goes through a pretty significant period of decline. As you can see in this 19th century Russian painting by Karl Bulov that shows Rome being sacked, and it was actually sacked several times by the Vandals and others coming from Central Europe. Then we're taking away here to the menorah and all kinds of things like this, whereas the church seems kind of stable on the far right there. At any rate, it's a period when Rome is going to go through a series of significant steps downward in its authority, and this is going to affect the balance of power in the entire region, as we shall see. Israel will remain within the boundaries of the empire, but just barely, because I'll show you a map in just a second, the eastern border of the Roman Empire gets pushed steadily towards the west, and Israel just maintains, with the exception of about 15 years, that space on the easternmost part of the Roman Empire, which was once so huge, and it's just barely hanging on in there. The Christian population in Israel during this time, however, is growing significantly, both from conversion to Christianity from the indigenous populations, Jews and others, and also from immigration into the region for a whole host of reasons. Remember, Israel is a kind of a crossroads, and so as Rome was able to consolidate its control in the region, the presence of the legion, and so on, development of infrastructure, there's attractiveness in that region for many settlers, and we see the population actually increases at this time, but the balance of the population will change. The local Christian population in Israel will grow, which is not necessarily a good sign for the Jewish population. In the middle of the 4th century, there is a revolt that erupts in northern Israel, where Jews are very dissatisfied with the leadership of one Gallus. This is, however, put down quite decisively, and ultimately will just accelerate the pro-Christian orientation of the Roman Empire to the detriment of the local Jewish population. There is a moment of respite shortly thereafter when the Emperor Julian known in some quarters as Julian the Apostate, tries to make some kind of connection with the Jews in Israel and in the diaspora by promising to rebuild the temple in Jerusalem. This generates a lot of enthusiasm among the Jews because you'll recall until this time the temple has been desecrated by Hadrian, who rebuilt a temple dedicated to Zeus there, and actually, or Jupiter actually, and also even forbade the visiting of Jerusalem by Jews except on the anniversary of the destruction of the temple. So Julian the Apostate's offer to rebuild the temple, although it's short-lived because he will be killed in battle, ultimately increases the enthusiasm of Jews and provokes even more ire of the local Christian population. The tensions are increasing, and one of the last things that the Patriarchate was able to do, you recall that the Jews do have some kind of self-governing rulership under the Patriarch, the Nisiut. The Patriarch Hillel II, also known as Hillel Nicaea, to distinguish him from the Hillel who lived before the Common Era, he designed a 19-year calendrical cycle, which would later be added upon in further centuries. But basically, he sketched out the possibility of working with a calendar that is mathematically calculated rather than relying on the traditional sighting of the moon, which is something that was in place for many hundreds of years. But there are a couple of moments in Jewish history when, for example, the Samaritans and now possibly local Christians might have interfered with that process. And so Hillel Nicaea, by putting in place a fixed calendar, was able to really establish something very concrete and important for the survival of Jews in the long term. He was very concerned that the Christian Empire, the Roman Empire, now officially Christian under Constantine, would actually disavow the power of the Sanhedrin. And in fact, this would come to pass, although not under Constantine, will happen in the 5th century. So that's basically what's going on in Rome as it falls into decline and how it has an impact on the Jewish people, particularly in Israel. If we look at Constantinople, we see an acceleration of this negative trend. So first of all, where is Constantinople? If you have a look on this map here, you see it's the big red mark, and it's on a very important strait called the Bosporus that separates essentially the Mediterranean Sea from the Black Sea. Very important site for maritime trade. It was originally known as Byzantium, and the Emperor Constantine in the year 324 renames it Nova Roma, the New Rome, and it was also known as Constantinople, which is Greek for Constantine city. And this essentially becomes the center of what's called later the Byzantine Empire. It's the Eastern Roman Empire, and as Rome goes into further decline and is sacked many times, Constantinople becomes even more important. It is, by the way, now known as Istanbul because when it was conquered in 1453 by the Turks, then it received this new name. So Byzantium becomes Constantinople, becomes Istanbul. And one last detail while we're at it, not relevant to our period, but since we already went to the 15th century, when Istanbul is no longer a Christian city, then Moscow takes upon itself the kind of mantle of Eastern Christianity, understanding itself as the third Rome, right? You have Rome, the first Rome, then you have the second Rome, or Nova Roma in Constantinople, with the Byzantine Empire, and then finally Moscow is, or at least self-understands as the third Rome, the inheritor of this entire Eastern Christian tradition. The implications for Jews of this shift from Rome to Constantinople are also generally negative. There's increasingly worse conditions for Jews as we move through the 5th century, as the Roman Empire, now ruled from Constantinople, is more and more pro-Christian. The Patriarchate is formally abolished at the beginning of the 5th century. The kinds of things that they were charged with is illustrative of the kind of hostility. The emperor charged that Jews were using the patriarchate to build synagogues, right? The idea being that synagogues should fall into disrepair and then never rise again. We're going to talk a little bit more of that in the next lecture. That Jews were holding Christian slaves, or at least non-Jewish slaves, and were circumcising them, which was part of halakha. There's a whole discussion here of how slaves are to be treated in Judaism, and circumcising them, essentially making them partially Jewish. Upon manumission, they would be completely Jewish. That was something which was viewed with tremendous hostility. And finally, the rabbis in Israel under the patriarchate were occasionally adjudicating legal cases that also involved Christians, and this was seen as an affront to Roman law and especially to Christian sensibilities. So this is a period of time when there are more and more legal restrictions placed upon Jews in Israel. The patriarchate is declining and eventually is completely abolished in the 5th century. Definitely not a great time for the Jews. Now let's go quickly to the final city, Mecca, and I'm only just going to touch on it because really we're going to spend a lot more time talking about Islamic influence and real Israel, which will last much longer. But just to get the political history together, it's really not only Mecca, it's also Persia, because basically what happens is, if you have a look at this map here, this represents the diaspora, the Jewish diaspora in the Roman Empire, and you can see that there are 3 big chunks of Jewish settlement in the Roman Empire at this time. You've got some in Asia Minor, which would be here in western Turkey. You've got a big chunk of Jews living just north of what would be Israel, in places like Antioch and Damascus and Syria. And then you've got another big chunk in Egypt. This map doesn't show the settlement in Israel as well, but there will be a lot, of course, centered in northern Israel in particular. And then as you go across the Mediterranean basin, you see lots of dots. Those dots represent individual Jewish communities, and you've got them all the way up in the Rhineland in Germany, in France along the Rhone River, and on the southern coast of France in the Mediterranean. You've got them throughout Hispania or Spain, and then you've got some in North Africa, like even Carthage and Syria that we saw earlier. So those are all inside the Roman Empire. There is only one really large Jewish population outside of the Roman Empire, and that is just to the east, just above where my head is on this map. This is, of course, the Babylonian center, which will become very powerful, and ultimately Babylonia under the Persians will invade Israel in the year 614. And Israel will very briefly fall under Persian control once again, but only for a very brief period of time, because the Byzantine Emperor Heraclius would come back in, and by the year 629, he is back in Jerusalem again. This would also be short-lived, as we shall see shortly, but before we leave the Byzantine Empire, I just want to point out one other area where there was a Jewish settlement, at least up until the 6th century, and that is in the region of contemporary Yemen, in the so-called Kingdom of Himyar. This is so bizarre and fascinating. So here's the Arabian Peninsula, and you can see where the Kingdom of Himyar is in the southern part of it. There's a new book out by Professor Bauerstock called The Throne of Abdullah, which tells the amazing story of this Jewish kingdom in the region, which lasted for quite some time. So here's the story. We know that Jews lived in this region for centuries before the period we're discussing here. We know, for example, that Herod sent a brigade of Jews there in the year 25 before the Common Era, and it's highly likely that there were settlements of Jews that met them when they arrived. We know from other sources that there was a king Asharif Assad who, in the return of the 5th century, was having conflict with local Christians and local Christian kingdoms, and this prompted him to convert to Judaism. This, by the way, is not an unusual kind of story. We see a very similar thing in the Khazar Empire, which I hope to discuss not too long from now, when the Khazarians, seeing that they were on the one hand pressed by the Christians and on the other hand pressed by the Muslims, they saw Judaism as a third way of maintaining their independence. And it appears that King Khalid Assad also saw that as an option for his Himyar people. So we don't have really great sources about that conversion, but apparently it happened sometime around the turn of the 5th century. We have other sources, Christian sources, that describe a King Yusuf Asar Yatar du Nuwas that lived about 100 years later. And presumably, Sinjar is basically a Jewish kingdom this entire time. And this King Yusuf is at war with neighboring Christian territories and persecuting local Christians. Again, this is a Christian source that is not sympathetic to King Yusuf, but there's no reason to specifically doubt that there was conflict going on. And what's fascinating is that, so far we only have kind of sketchy little bits and pieces of data to suggest that this kingdom was Jewish, but a lot of new material has been discovered in funeral inscriptions, for example, in Beit Shan in northern Israel and elsewhere, that specifically refers to these Kinyarites as being Jewish, and that they want to be buried in Israel and all kinds of things like this. So it's actually quite likely that in fact there was this Jewish kingdom in southern Yemen at this time. We know they went to war with neighboring Ethiopia, and that King Yusuf was dethroned at this point from the kingdom of Aksum, which was in the region, and that signaled the end of the Kinyarite Jewish kingdom. But we're talking about something that lasted for well over a century. Really fascinating. I wish I had more time to study this stuff. Anyways, let's go back to the bigger picture. The big picture is, remember that the Sasanian Empire makes a quick penetration into Israel, displacing the Byzantine Empire in the year 614, but it only lasts a very brief time because in 629, Heraclius reconquers the region, and then he lasts for about 15 odd years, and the Muslims conquer it in the year 646. The Muslims, of course, will be in control of the Middle East and North Africa for quite some time, and will have a large Jewish population living under Muslim rule. And so we're going to look at a lot of these communities in the following lectures. But before we get to Muslim rule, let's talk a little bit about the Diversus Judaeos tradition in the Byzantine Empire, which will take us a little deeper into, unfortunately, the negative circumstances that Jews experienced at this time. Thank you very much for watching.
Like I said, more Sydney Sweeney stuff. I'll just play this clip for you. That's a pair. Oh, turn tactical, baby. She's pretty damn good, dude. What?
One of the more consequential aspects of the Jewish experience in the late Roman period is the development of something called the Adversus Judaeos tradition. This is a group of ideas and ultimately policies that were developed by the church fathers in the late Roman period. Adversus Judaeos, the title is generic, it's taken from a series of sermons delivered in the 4th century by St. John Chrysostom, who we'll speak about in just a few minutes. It translates as against the Jews, or as they say here in the United States, against the Jews. Besides the regional differences, because there are clear distinctions to be made between those ideas that were generated in regions where Jews had very little population base and it was an increasingly Gentile environment, and those areas where there was much more of a mixed population and non-Jews actually interacted with Jews on a significant level. But what's also really important to note that Christianity becomes a state religion in the early 4th century with the adoption and approval of Christianity by the Emperor Constantine. And so these ideas that begin as kind of theological disputes, early Christian thinkers trying to articulate the identity of Christianity against the background of Judaism, and largely theoretical kind of ideas, which may have had more of a rhetorical import than a physical one, become much more policy ideas once Christianity is joined with the empire. And so some of the ideas which are, perhaps understandable in a rhetorical environment and people speaking and, hyperbole and things like that, they can become actually quite significant when there's real power behind those ideas. Well, anyways, let's have a look at a couple of the aspects of this adversus Judaism in particular. Let's start with Justin Martyr, shown here, and I have to tell you, as a quick sidebar, as I was preparing this lecture, I came across this amazing book on the internet. Here's the citation: André Terre, Les vrais portraits et vies des Anglais, Grecs, Latins et Païens. So, translation is the true portraits and the lives of these men from Greece, Rome, and I'm not sure what païens means. I think it means peasant, which really doesn't make sense to me. But at any rate, 16th century book that illustrates the true portraits of these people, which I find absolutely amazing and hardly credible. Although some of the images, like Socrates, for example, seem to be taken from busts that are from the Greek period, so maybe a couple of them are more accurate than others. But otherwise, hard to believe that this 16th century work actually portrays these people for real, but nevertheless really good. Okay, so here's Justin Martyr. As you can see, he was called Justin the philosopher as well. He lived in the 2nd century, very important early thinker. And among his many works was a book called The Dialogue with Trypho, which is essentially a dialogue with the Jew. And Justin Martyr really takes a lot of the ideas that were nascent in the Gospels and develops them to articulate a rather harsh approach to Judaism as a whole. First off, he clearly makes a distinction between his vision of Christianity, which is ethereal and spiritual and based on ideas and morality and emotions, as opposed to Israel, the Jews, who are carnal in nature, dedicated to really, like earthly things like sacrifices and blood and like which spoon went into which pot. Was it a meat spoon and a milk pot, things like that. And he wants to say essentially that the Jews are all wrapped up in physicality, and that's a negative thing, whereas Christians are much more thinking about the more spiritual aspects of life. This is an unfair characterization, but nevertheless it creates a kind of a dichotomy that will be repeated over and over again in many Christian thinkers over the centuries. He also, at the same time, and it seems to me a little bit contradictory, that while he's putting down the Jews for their carnality, he's saying, and besides, we're the real Jews. Christians are the quote-unquote true Israel. That is, that what the Jews were doing with all of those mitzvot, all of those commandments, those were totally wrong and totally physical and not the way God wanted them to go. Christianity, which has abandoned all of these things, is much more of the true Israel. I have to tell you, as a little bit of an aside, I often get a lot of comments on the site about, you guys are not the real Jews. You are Khazarians, or the true Jews are actually Black Americans. And I like. It doesn't bother me that much if other people want to claim that they are the true Israel. It'll all sort itself out in the end, I guess. But what bothers me is, what does it matter to you what I call myself? I can call myself an alligator if I want, right? Why is it such a big deal to you if I decide to identify as an alligator? At any rate, that's something that is a very pronounced idea that reverberates throughout the centuries. Also, at the same time, Justin Martyr really emphasizes something called the obduracy of the Jews, meaning their stiff-necked nature, their refusal to admit that everything that Justin Martyr and other church fathers are saying is true. And this is why, according to Justin's thought, the Jews deserve more punishment, because really, by refusing to admit the truth, they brought it on themselves. Right? So in other words, Justin Martyr would demand that Jews admit something, and if Jews refuse to admit it, then they should be punished for obduracy. Definitely a kind of not such a great start for Jewish-Christian relations. And it is a very important early theme in the Church Fathers. As we shall see, however, there are some very important correctives, especially with Augustine. But before we get to him, let's have a look at the, briefly at any rate, at the work of St. John Chrysostom. And look, isn't this amazing? Hey, we have another one of these vrai portraits, another true portrait of St. John Chrysostom. This one seems to me rather, captures a certain element of his thought. At any rate, he is a 4th and early 5th century thinker based in Antioch. And as I mentioned earlier, it is to his work that we owe the very term Adversus Judaeus, because he's a whole cycle of sermons that he delivered in the 4th century that became especially influential in the Eastern Church, but nevertheless set a tone for the entire church as well. The main thing that John Chrysostom was upset with was the participation of Christians and pagans in Jewish public ceremony. We should pause for a second and just think a little bit about Jewish theology here. One of the basic ideas that was articulated long before in Jewish thought is the idea that the children of Noah, that is non-Jewish society, is not bound by the huge number of commandments that Jews are in receipt of. That is where the stuff that Justin Martyr was saying was all carnal, like, the refusal to use electric devices on the Sabbath and things like that. That's all like carnality and that's all physicality. And why don't you guys just let it go already? But in Jewish thought, that is something which is not mandatory for non-Jews at all. In fact, the Talmud describes 7 specific commandments which are incumbent upon all humanity. And by and large, those 7 commandments, I think most people would find pretty reasonable. Like, for example, no murdering and no adultery. And you've got to set up courts of law to work out your differences. And no cruelty to animals, by the way, is in there. Things like that. There's 7 basic laws. Just be a mensch. That's the Noahide laws. And according to Jewish theology, there is no reason whatsoever for Noahides, that is, the children of Noah, general humanity, to take on any more commandments than they were originally given. If they so choose, then they may, and of course the conversion is always open to non-Jews, but there's no impetus, there's no demand for it. They will enter into heaven and receive reward for their righteousness and so on, so long as they observe these 7 commandments. Nevertheless, this makes Judaism essentially neutral on the participation of non-Jews in their services. Non-Jews may, there are some interesting exceptions to this, which I won't go into in this little class, but non-Jews are welcome to come to Jewish synagogues. They are welcome to participate in all kinds of rituals, and there's nothing really stopping them. It's not like a closed society. And from what we see in Chrysostom's rather venomous comments in his sermons, this is exactly what was happening in Antioch. That was a fairly open society. Non-Jews are getting involved in Jewish activities and going to synagogue even, and participating to whatever degree they feel like they want to within Jewish circumstances. And he was really upset with this because this was making it very difficult for Christianity to clearly identify what it's about as opposed to Judaism. The kinds of things he's very upset about is non-Jews, Christians, participating in Sabbath rest, specifically on Saturday, right? A little bit earlier in the 4th century, the very important Council of Nicaea that adjusted the calendar in some significant ways, making sure that Christians would observe the day of rest on Sunday, not on Saturday, the Jewish day of rest. And that Easter would always be unlinked from Passover, and this was apparently not happening. And he's very upset that a lot of Christians are resting on Saturdays and working on Sundays. He's upset that it appears that non-Jews and Jews are occasionally exchanging gifts on their holidays, which is very puzzling to him. This also has some echoes in the Talmud, incidentally, but I'm sure he wasn't aware of those things. That non-Jews were enjoying matzah, that Jews would give them their freshly baked Passover matzah, and that's a pretty nice gift. It's like $25 a pound. So they're giving them it's essentially bread and it's just flour and water crackers, but nevertheless it's a seasonal food and so on. That non-Jews were engaging in feasting and in fasting with Jews, that sometimes Christians would participate in Jewish fasts, like the fast to commemorate the destruction of the temple and so on. He refers to non-Jews kindling lights on the Jewish festivals, which appears to be some kind of reference to non-Jews acting as a Shabbos goy. The term goy, by the way, can be used in a derogatory sense, depending on how it's used, how it's, the tone in which it's stated, but it literally means nation. In fact, the Jews themselves are called a goy, a nation, in the Bible and in the liturgy. It's kind of like the word Jew, which I use in generally a neutral or positive sense, but if someone says to you, hey, Jew, in the street, that's probably a negative sense. So the term Shabbos Goy means the Sabbath non-Jew, and it's a non-Jew who will occasionally help out with things that are forbidden for Jews to do on the Sabbath, such as kindling lights. Now, by the way, kids, before you ask a non-Jew to do this for you, there are lots of restrictions on this. Check with your rabbi before you get excited about having a non-Jew take care of those things for you. That non-Jews were actually involved in communal prayer with Jews. That non-Jews would come to the synagogue and get engaged in Rosh Chodesh or Shabbat or whatever prayer was going on, and of course the date of Passover, Easter. So St. John Chrysostom really, in a series of sermons, really lambasted his audience, saying that we have to distinguish ourselves, we have to separate ourselves. These were all terrible things for non-Jews to be doing, Christians specifically, and that the Jews have to be essentially shunned to the side. There's a lot of evidence in Chrysostom's sermons that suggests that Jews and Christians actually got along fairly well in Antioch, and he was not happy with that specifically. Now, let us conclude with something a little more positive about the advocacy tradition, or perhaps more generally about the church fathers as a whole. If I had to pick my favorite church father, which no one has ever asked me to do, but I would definitely say it's St. Augustine of Hippo. He's a fascinating person with an amazing biography, so many cool things about him that it's enjoyable to read about it. This is one particular story, beautiful Italian conditioning of it, in which St. Augustine was apparently, he had a lot of personal doubts about theology and religion and so on. And he works us through it in his work, in his writings. He was really confused by the Trinity, could not understand how the Trinity could work. So he came upon this young child who in the original version was standing by the ocean in this particular beautiful late Renaissance picture. It's in the forest or something, and the little child was with a small spoon scooping out water from the ocean and putting it in a little hole. Here you can see the little hole right in front of him, and there's the halo in between. It's kind of like a supernatural vision. And St. Augustine says to him, what are you doing? And you'll never be able to fill up that hole. And the child says, exactly, there are some things which, you can think about, but you'll never get. So therefore you have to kind of let go sort of approach. Anyways, let's talk about what St. Augustine has to say about the Jews, which is very useful and positive actually. One of the things that he says, and again, this is around the same time as Chrysostom, he writes that, wait a second, let's just rethink this whole carnal Israel thing. Because after all, Christianity is built on the foundation of the Torah. And the Torah clearly has God commanding the Jews to do these things, to not eat meat and milk, to observe the seventh day of rest, to not mix wool and linen in their clothing, all kinds of really carnal things. Who are we to say that God is not allowed to make these commandments to the Jews? And should we not, praise the Jews for remaining steadfast in their commandments, right? They are not in any way binding on non-Jews. There's so much Jewish theology in this case. But the fact that the Jews would remain steadfast to the Torah, that's a positive thing. Why are you criticizing that? In other words, he's taking issue with a lot of the other church fathers, like Justin Martyr several centuries earlier. In fact, Augustine writes that Judaism functions as the desk of Christianity that supports all of Christian teachings. It is the foundation, to use another metaphor, and therefore the Jews should be valued as they are, without demanding them to convert to Christianity. And this will actually have some explicit reference. He developed something extremely consequential with Jewish history called the doctrine of witness. It argues that the presence of Jews and their maintenance of the Torah is an essential testimony to the validity of the entire enterprise, including Christianity. That since Judaism is the desk of Christianity, that it is the foundations of Christianity, we can't destroy the foundation and hope the superstructure will continue to stand. That the Jews must be allowed to remain as testimonials to the communication with God that is recorded in the Torah. And in fact, when the Messiah returns in Christian thought, they will once again testify to his identity. So, contra Justin Martyr, contra Chrysostom, and many other church fathers, St. Augustine is saying that the Jews should be preserved. Now, this is not uniformly positive. They are like, he uses the metaphor of Cain. You recall that early on in the book of Genesis, Cain kills his brother Abel, and then God punishes him by placing a mark upon his forehead and causing him to wander forever. And the most important element of that mark is that although there was opprobrium associated with it, he was not to be killed. That anyone who would slay Cain, the mark was there to indicate they should not be killed, that he should not be killed. That's exactly the way, says St. Augustine, that we should relate to the Jews. Now, that sounds kind of negative, but in reality, this principle, which he articulated using a citation from Psalms, slay them not, was hugely consequential because it essentially defined a church policy that Jews should not be killed, God forbid. They should not be subject to forced conversions because they must, according to the doctrine of witness, remain as Jews. And this is essentially a way of testifying or witnessing to the validity of Christianity in St. Augustine's thought. Now, it is important to note that this particular set of ideas was interpreted in various ways over the next few centuries. There were certain thinkers, like Pope Gregory the Great, for example, who definitely hewed to St. Augustine's positive approach with huge benefits for Jews. And there were others who emphasized that the idea of the doctrine of witness only worked if the Jews were in a degraded state. That is, let's keep them around, but they shouldn't be allowed to get ahead, because if they get ahead, then that witness actually stands against Christianity, because it says, hey, look, we should have stayed Jewish. Why should we have converted to Christianity? Look how good the Jews have it. Nevertheless, St. Augustine's ideas created sort of like a pathway to allow the Jews to progress through the Middle Ages, and ironically, church law therefore protected Jews because they were within the boundaries of St. Augustine's doctrine. There were notable exceptions to this rule. There were periods when the church adopted forced conversions, or at least recognized them ex post facto, and we will unfortunately discuss those in future lectures. But by and large, St. Augustine's contribution was actually very, salutary for the survival of the Jews. Okay, that's it for a very quick look at some of the thought of the Church Fathers and the discussion of their impact on Jewish history. Let's look a little bit more now at the interior life of the Jewish world, specifically at the world of the synagogue and the development of something called Piyut. Thanks very much for watching.
If it's proven that the Israeli government had some sway over whether or not they should look into him in 2008, what happens is it sounds like they were covering for a pedophile. That looks very bad for Israel. It looks very bad for the CIA and for our justice. That's exactly what. Well, there you go. Did you hear the other theory? I don't need to. It's kind of juicy. The first one's all true.
In the last couple of videos, we spent a lot of time talking about how Jews were acted upon by larger forces, the state and the church and so on. But I don't want to give you the impression that they're just, passively accepting whatever is coming to them from the outside. The Jews are also very creative at this period in time as well. And so let's just take a few minutes to see one area where their creativity is especially common, and that is in the institution of the synagogue. Here's an interesting looking map of the synagogues in the ancient world, specifically looking at the 1st and the 2nd century. If you have a look at the legend there on the left, you can see that the blue dots refer to literary references to old synagogues, and the green circles are papyri, and then you've got inscriptions, like stone inscriptions, and finally the stars are archaeological evidence of these synagogues. Now, they're not including here these synagogues in Israel. Of course, there are quite a few in the land of Israel itself, but the main concentrations are in the Nile Delta in Egypt. You've also got quite a few in Asia Minor, the Italian Peninsula. A few of them up on the Black Sea littoral, which is really interesting. And then one that we'll look at in a little bit more detail in a second, Dura Europos, which is way over here on the right, fascinating synagogue. And so synagogues are an extremely important institution for Jews, especially after the temple is destroyed in the 1st century, especially when they're a minority living away from large Jewish population centers. The synagogue is their locus for formal communal ritual activity. Specifically religious worship, and they had to kind of articulate that. What exactly does religious worship look like when you don't have the ritual sacrifice associated with the temple? Synagogues did predate the destruction of temples. In other words, Jews seemed to want to create these institutions where they could get together for communal prayer. There's a lot of fascinating discussion in the Mishnah and in the Talmud and the Midrash that describes the evolution of the prayer service and what connects to what, and the references to the patriarchs, fascinating kinds of things like that. But we should understand that the synagogue, the word itself, by the way, is Greek meaning place of gathering, is effectively a Jewish community center, JCC, for a minority population. And it would fulfill all kinds of different functions, not just religious, but it would be a place of gathering for discussing criminal affairs, for adjudicating disputes, all kinds of things. The basics of the service that is familiar to synagogue goers today took centuries to evolve. And if you look at the prayer book, that's really an archaeological textual representation of the wanderings of the Jews in diaspora as well, with core elements that go back to Israel, and then other elements and other prayers that were added in many different iterations throughout their long history. One of the things that I find especially fascinating is that women are remarkably well represented in the sources that we have. Professor Tal Gilon wrote a really interesting article in the Cambridge History of Judaism, Volume 4. Have a look in the notes, and I'll give you a reference to that. In that, of the synagogues where we know there are lists of donors, like this is something in contemporary synagogues as well. You have like a plaque here and a plaque there, and you have a plaque on top of a plaque. Everyone who gives anything to the synagogue is recognized in some kind of public way. So looking at these ancient inscriptions that have survived, 1/3 of the names of donors to the synagogue were women. In some cases, they're mentioned in leadership positions as well. So that's a really fascinating statistic. And I wish we knew more about that, but maybe we'll get back to it later on in the series. At any rate, the synagogue is forming as a major locus of Jewish activity, and innovations are replicated across Europe. And let's look at two of them in particular. And here is a beautiful wall painting from Dura Europos, that remarkable synagogue that's so well preserved. This is actually a representation of elements in the story of the book of Esther. You can see there's Mordecai on the left on a horse. He's being walked along by Haman, I think. It's fascinating. At any rate, the kind of things that are going on in the synagogue at this time, they're still trying to work out, for example, public Torah reading is obviously something very important. Even the prophet Ezra had mandated the reading of the Torah on a regular basis. But how exactly is that done? How exactly is it broken up? One of the major distinctions that we have at this time is that Israel tended to prefer a triennial Torah reading, meaning that the first 5 books of Moses were completed only once every 3 years, which meant there was a much shorter amount of time actually dedicated to reading the Torah. Whereas in the diaspora, an annual reading, which is pretty much the norm nowadays, was preferred. And this made for a lot of interesting gaps in the prayer service. How long was the prayer service? What other things would people say or do in the prayer service, and so on. And one of the most fascinating elements related to this is the institution of the, I guess the modern term would be drasha, or sermon. It's not the term that was used in the ancient period, but it finds its textual expression in the creation of Aggadic Midrash. So we spoke about Midrash a while back in this series. Midrash are basically kind of like poetic teachings on biblical passages, some of which have halachic ramifications, meaning they are used to determine behavior in a concrete and kind of legal sense. And there's much more that is Aggadic in nature, meaning that is homiletical, that does not necessarily have to be taken absolutely literally, but should certainly be taken very seriously. It's not uncommon to have midrashic interpretations, as the Torah itself is reputed to have 70 different interpretations, meaning an infinite number of interpretations. Maybe not infinite, but a lot of them anyways. The Aggadic Midrash, or legendary Midrash, go in many different directions, even contradictory directions. And the collections of these midrashim, which are tied to their utility in the synagogue service, is especially pronounced at this period of time. This is when we begin to see the textual versions of books like Genesis Rabbah, for example, Bereshit Rabbah, which is now widely studied as a source of these kinds of midrashic teachings. Again, the oral tradition that supports these midrashim is much older than late antiquity, but they begin to coalesce in a written format around this time. We also see the promulgation of Targum. Targum literally means translation, and this is the rendering of the text into a foreign language, most specifically, most commonly Aramaic, because particularly in the Eastern Mediterranean, the Jewish populations are speaking Aramaic, and having the Torah read in Hebrew, although it's a closely related language, they don't have a precise understanding of what's going on, so it's very common to have the Torah reader actually read the text in Hebrew and have a Meturgaman, a translator, standing next to him, repeating it in Aramaic translation. This is still practiced, by the way, in the Yemenite custom. So the several Targumim were composed. Perhaps the most famous is that of Onkelos, which is traditionally printed in the standard editions of the Torah, the Tanakh. But there are several other Targumim, especially of other parts of the Bible, that were circulating and were widely used at this time. But it gives you a sense of how the synagogue is evolving. What do we do in the synagogue? What do we say? When do we say it? How long does it take? What do we add? And so on. One last detail, I know I'm going through this very quickly, I wish I could spend more time on this. The development of something called piyut, which is probably best translated as liturgical poetry. This era sees an effervescence of an attempt to kind of encapsulate the prayer, specifically the fixed prayers that we have already had pre-existing in this period, such as the Shemona Esrei, the Amidah, to restate them in poetic language as an artistic endeavor, something that would appeal to the literary and aesthetic sensibilities of the synagogue goers, or as amplifications of prayer, like longer discourses on events that are described with very sparse language in the biblical text, but expanded upon in an imaginary and artistic manner. This is a fascinating period where we have more and more of these taitanim, of these poets, creating liturgical innovations, that many of which are preserved even to this present day. The institution of Kiev, of course, would reach its apotheosis in the Gaonic period, which is several hundred years distant. But this is the period of time in the initial development of the synagogue ritual as we understand it today, that Kiev becomes a very important part of that process. The image, by the way, that we're looking at is a mosaic, very common motif in synagogue art from the Beit Alpha synagogue that was discovered in northern Israel. Okay, that's just a very quick look at some of the creativity that's going on in the Jewish population at the time. I hope you found it interesting, and we're going to go to Spain next year. Thank you very much for watching.
With his size, I feel like Jake.
Let's continue our discussion by looking at the experience of Jews during the period of early settlement in the Iberian Peninsula. Now, one of the things that's really important to understand about this entire period is that there is an Iberian exception. And what I mean, so why is the Iberian Peninsula different? It's really crucial. The Iberian Peninsula represents an unusual moment in Jewish history where you have three major monotheistic cultures interacting with each other for an extended period of time. Put in other words, for most of the last 2,000 years of Jewish history, the majority of Jews have either lived under Muslim rule or under Christian rule. And there's a lot of interesting contrasts and comparisons that hopefully we will be engaging in as we go through this history over the next year or so of lectures. But in Spain, and to a certain degree in Portugal, you have this unusual environment where Jews, Muslims, and Christians interact in a triangular culture rather than in a binary culture. So, for example, if we take, let's say, medieval England, you would have this tiny Jewish population as a minority within a large Christian population. Or if we look at, I don't know, Egypt, you'll have a tiny Jewish population within a large Muslim population. And the way in which Jews interact with their host culture is quite different than we have in Spain, where because of the changing power dynamics of three cultures, two of which who are really vying for rulership of the entire peninsula, the Jews have an unusual opportunity to flourish. And in fact, they do, especially in the Muslim period, which we're going to discuss in a little more detail. So let's just put that on hold. And I'd like to quickly introduce this subject by looking at the various periods of Jewish history as most historians have defined. The first, which we'll talk about in this lecture, is the early settlement and the early Visigothic period. That is the first time we have any sense of Jews inhabiting the peninsula and what we might be able to know about their experience from the 5th century onward, when the region was dominated by the Visigoths. Secondly, you have a kind of sub-period of the Visigoths, let's call it the Catholic period, when the Visigoths switched from one form of Christianity, Arian Christianity, to Catholic Christianity. And that represents a really significant shift in terms of how they relate to the Jews. Then that ends with the year 711, rather abruptly, with the invasion of Muslim forces. And so this initiates the Islamic period as the Muslims make their way up from the south of the peninsula all the way up to the Pyrenees. This is the Islamic period. Now, most of the activity is focused in the southern region, in Granada and Cordoba, but there is some fascinating things that are happening here. This is what's often called the golden era of Spanish theory. Somewhat of an overblown term, but nevertheless there's a lot of merit to it, as we shall see later on in this course. Now, the Christians begin to push back from the north, and that is called the Reconquista, or the reconquest of Spain. It happens slowly. The northern section, of course, are conquered first, and it's only in 1482 when the Muslims officially lose even their toehold in the south. But during this period, which overlaps with the Muslim period because the northern section will be Christian, the southern section will be Muslim. That's also very significant for our study of the Jews, because the Christians, when they reconquer the peninsula, will have a very different orientation toward their Jewish minority than we would see under the Muslims. And finally, although of course there is the dramatic and terrifying expulsion of the Jews in 1492, and then subsequent developments in Portugal with a forced conversion and also a mass migration in 1497, you have what I'd like to call the crypto-Jewish period, because there's still very significant population of Jews living as Christians in the Iberian Peninsula, and there's a whole spectrum of what that really means. There are some Jews who are like just clamoring to get back to their Jewish practices, but are feigning Catholicism simply for the time being. And on the other end of the spectrum, you have Jews who become enthusiastic adopters of a new faith. And along that spectrum, there's quite a range of people. There's also a significant expatriate community, particularly those Spanish Jews who fled to Portugal, and then sometimes a generation or three later left Portugal only to readopt their Jewish identities in the diaspora. So the crypto-Jewish period is not only what happens in Spain itself and in Portugal, but really what happens in their diasporas as well. So that will take us right up to the February period. So these are like 5 basic ways to divide up the period that we have before us. We're going to concentrate right now on the early 70s. Here's a great map from an atlas from Navi atlas that I recently had a chance to examine, and it gives you a sense of the scattering of Jewish population around the Mediterranean basin in the first through the 3rd century. So it's a little bit rough because each black square is the same size as every other black square, and that's clearly not reflective of the size of the Jewish population there. You also have that kind of starburst that shows that it's an important Christian community, and I think there's a lot more important Christian communities than Alexandria and Rome, but nevertheless Antioch, still gives you a sense of the early diaspora, the early scattering of Jews. It extends all the way up to London and into what would be later France and Germany, but of course Spain is an extremely important region. And as you can see from the shading, the kind of darker orange is where it's really strong by the end of the 1st century, which is concentrated in the Eastern Mediterranean, what would be Turkey, Asia Minor. But by the time you get to the 3rd century, you've got some significant suggestions of Jewish populations all the way out on the Atlantic coast in what would be the Iberian Peninsula. So who are these Jews? They are known as Sephardim, which comes from a passage in the book of Obadiah, biblical book of Obadiah, which refers to the people who are in exile from Jerusalem, and that community is known as Sepharad. The modern Hebrew term for Spain is Sepharad, taken from this verse in Obadiah, and the people who come from the region are called Sephardim, which is the plural in Hebrew for someone who comes from the region. Sepharadi is the adjective, which is used to refer to one person or to things that pertain to Sepharad. Now, there's really no good reason to assume that when the book of Obadiah specifically calls a place Sfarad, that it is referring to what we call Sfarad today. This is a common thing that happens in Jewish geography, that when Jews visit far-off places or settle there, sometimes they will take on biblical names when we don't really have any specific connections to say that this is that place. Case in point, Ashkenaz is one of the names of a person mentioned in Genesis. And when the Jews reached northern Germany, they said, okay, here we go. Let's call this place Ashkenaz, right? Maybe the people who descended from Ashkenaz live here, and hence we call it Ashkenaz, but there's really no reason to say so. So it's a very tenuous connection, but nevertheless the term has stuck, and it is useful because it does refer to a distinct people and a distinct geography, but nevertheless no real reason to assume that in the book of Obadiah they're actually referring to what we call Spain. There are Talmudic references several hundred years later which refer to Hispania. This is a little bit more realistic, given the period, let's say, 1st to 3rd century. We've already got Jews living there, and it sounds a lot like Hispania, and very common kind of shifting of vowels and consonants we have between Latin and Aramaic. So by the time we get to the Talmud, there's no question that there is reference to Spain and some familiarity with it. But how early did the Jews originally settle in this region? So we have a couple of really early reference points which are probably not true. For example, in the 16th century, one particular writer came across a gravestone that apparently read, "Here lies Adoniram, who was the tax collector for King Solomon." Now, that's like incredible. And I mean that literally, incredible. It's just way too much to assume that King Solomon, we're talking like, 1,000 years before the Common Era, had actually some, tax collectors going as far out as Spain. So, and it's the fact that we've lost this particular reference, and it is dubious, probably not a reliable source to suggest that there was Jews living there 1,000 years before the Common Era. Another one that does not necessarily negate the idea of Jews living in Spain, but it's also regarded as quite serious, is apparently a letter from the Jews living in Toledo sent to Judea asking that the Jews in Israel refrain from crucifying Jesus. And this would have been dated about the year 30 of the Common Era. Also kind of a far-fetched document. It doesn't date anywhere near to this period, but it falls within a kind of a trope where in the medieval period, Jews had it in their interest to demonstrate that they had early settlement in order to document and to bolster their arguments for things like charter rights, for privileges, to live in a particular area, to pursue certain tasks. If they could demonstrate the antiquity of their settlement, then that could help them in whatever local negotiations they might have. This would be especially important in Europe when medieval charters are put into place, but that's beyond our scope right now. It also indicates a level of kind of obsequious appeal to Christians, specifically saying we're not like those Jews who crucified Jesus. We're completely separate. We want to have nothing to do with it, which stretches our ability to believe that Jews in Spain knew something about what was going on in Judea at that time. Particularly, we have no other records of Jews really talking about this, other than, of course, Christian sources like the New Testament. So these sources are hard to believe, and we can't really place Jewish settlement in Spain as early as a result of it. We do have, however, a lot of really cool pieces of evidence which suggest something around this. This is, by the way, a beautiful image from the famous Sarajevo Haggadah. This is a Haggadah that was composed in medieval Spain and later smuggled out and found its way to Sarajevo. So it's a fascinating character, by the way. The bottom left, you see there is a mysterious dark-skinned woman. In this particular representation, looks kind of produced in other JPEGs. She looks a little bit more brown. A lot of questions about who is that woman. She's clearly participating in the meal with eating a piece of matzah, but she has a different complexion than the other women there. She is seated somehow separately from them, or is that just coincidence? The artist chose to put it that way. She's also dressed a little bit differently, but she's clearly, part of the ceremony. Fascinating. We have a much more reasonable 18th century tradition that of a discovery of a gravestone. And the gravestone is partial, and again, like the gravestone of the purported Adoniram, it is missing. However, it's a much more reasonable historical source, so there's an inclination to be more tolerant of it. This is from Adra, and the inscription apparently originally read in Latin, something like Unia, a girl's name, Solomonula, the daughter of Solomon, I should say Unia but Shlomo, An uno, 1 year, mens cuatro, 4 months, dia uno, 1 day, and then finally, Judea, a Jewess. So this, if it is authentic, and there's good argument to suggest it is the first real mention of a Jew living in Spain in the 3rd century. Fascinating, and it's tragic how you see that the father specifically laid out exactly how old she was when she died, right down to the day that he regarded as very significant that he knows that she was the Jewess of called Agra. I find this very interesting. But anyway, we don't have this, in hand anymore, but it is a significant indicator. We also have a literary evidence of the possibility of Jews in Spain from the 1st century in the Christian scriptures. In Romans chapter 15, there's a discussion there where Paul indicates his desire to go visit Spain. And the reason why this is specifically a good possibility of seeing a Jewish population there is because Paul used to specifically go to Jewish communities as they tended to attract potential Christian converts. That Paul enjoyed visiting those communities that had a lot of Jewish population, and then kind of like fellow travelers or interested populations that were a market for the ideas that Paul was, disseminating at these times. So quite possible that if Paul wanted to go to Spain, he wanted to go there for a good reason, meaning there were Jews already living there who would have attracted some proto-monotheists who consider Christianity as a religious option. We also have an amphora that was discovered in Egyptia that has 2 Hebrew letters, so it indicates at least the possibility of trade in the region. It's quite a bit earlier, it's also 1st century, but doesn't necessarily indicate that it originated there. But by the time we get to the 4th century, then it's pretty clear that it's important to the church, at least, to talk about Jews living in the region. Again, I'm going to qualify this in a second, but basically we have a very important church synod or council in a town called Elvira, and there's a whole bunch of Jewish legislation in the deliberations and decisions of the particular council. There are very clear bans in these documents on intermarriage, bans on social dining. That is, Christians are forbidden to engage in recreational dining with Jews. And one of my favorite passages, a very strong adjuration that Christians may not allow Jews to bless their crops, meaning that Pedro can't say to his friend Baruch, "Hey, you're Jewish. I know you have a close connection with the big guy. Come by to my field, please, and give it a blessing so we can get a good crop." Now, the reason why this is somewhat problematic is because although it suggests that these things were happening, it doesn't necessarily mean that they were. They could be kind of like, testimonials to faith that are just inserted in these kinds of documents to sort of explain that, don't worry, we're following the party line and all of these issues. It doesn't actually mean that there are Jews who are doing these things with Christians. On the other hand, sometimes the specificity of these things does suggest that it's more realistic. Like, for example, a ban on intermarriage, sure, that's pretty standard. A ban on owning Christian slaves, Jews should not own Christian slaves. Okay, we hear that too. But mixed dining, blessing the crops, that would sound sort of specific. Like, let's say, for example, I understand there are laws on the books here in America that also, prohibit a person from riding his horse in, certain areas of New York City. Now, nobody rides horses except for policemen and maybe those guys with the special carriages. So it doesn't apply to anyone, but there's no point in taking that law off the books. And even if you renew the law code for whatever reason, I mean, it doesn't hurt if you just keep it in there. That doesn't mean that there are actually horses riding in the streets. But if there's something really detailed that says something like, people are forbidden from riding their horses in Manhattan, especially when we are, building new cell phone towers. Right? So, look at that. There's a detail there that places it within the modern period and makes it more suggestive that it might actually happen that people are riding horses and interfering with the cell phone construction. Kind of a stretched example. At any rate, so it's possible that the Council of Elvira was actually talking about real Jews engaging in real relationships with Christians, but we simply don't know for sure. One more source, which is a letter from Bishop Severus of Minorca in the year 418, is also quite tendentious and could easily be entirely fabricated. But again, the level of detail suggests that such a thing actually happened. In this particular letter that the bishop wrote, he refers to a local conflict between Jews in a Christian community, and he specifically numbers the Jews. I mean, the level of detail and specificity suggests that it's more realistic than not. They have in this particular letter, which is fascinating for lots of reasons, he depicts a situation in which Jews not only get along with Christians, but they actually have some level of authority. They serve in kind of like municipal councils and so on. And in the end, these Jews are forcibly converted to Christianity. And it's possible that the entire story is entirely fabricated, perhaps for religious propaganda purposes. But there are some thematic elements in the story that are quite ominous, as we shall see this recorded in much more authentic sources for several hundred years after this. What we can say with some reliability, though, is that by the 3rd century, there are some Jews living in Spain. It is certainly on the periphery of the Jewish world, but this population will certainly increase. And by the time we get to the early 8th century and the Muslim conquest, we'll certainly have a much better sense of the size and the distribution of that population. But let's turn now to the Visigothic period.
Fall off there, you get knocked out. You're dead. Came out now on the water. That tension surface, that tension surface. You're right, though. About 45 minutes, I go check it. Yeah, that's all I need. That's all I need. Well, it's also tiring. If it's the first time, it gets a little bit like, not too bad. Yeah, but you got a kid.
The Visigothic period, in particular, the period after Rhetoric's conversion to Catholicism in the year 587, is like one of the most bizarre periods of Jewish history that I have to say I've ever studied. It's extremely difficult to tease out some of the methodological issues, and just the content of this history is bizarre beyond belief. Here's a map that gives a sense of where the Visigothic kingdom was located. You see the capital there in Toulouse, and it occupies much of the Iberian Peninsula and over into what would be southern France, right up around the Rhone River and so on. And they invaded in the 5th century, and initially the Jews that were located in this area probably fared fairly well because the Visigoths were originally Arian. And what I mean by that is they followed Bishop Arius, A-R-I-U-S, not A-R-Y-U-S. Hence the term Aryan with an I. It's nothing to do with Aryan nations or Nazis or anything like that, obviously. But this particular bishop had a vision of Christianity, which was somewhat distinct from Catholicism, particularly with regards to the figure of Jesus and his relationship to divinity. This is something that is really significant for the early church trying to exactly figure out, was Jesus God? Was Jesus human? If there's a spectrum between those things, how does that work? It's really beyond me and certainly beyond the scope of what we're discussing, but for the relevance of the Visigothic period, the school of Arius had a much more human leaning towards the interpretation of the figure of Jesus, and this was declared a heresy by the Catholic Church. So when Recared converted to Catholicism from Arianism in the year 587, this marked the beginning of the truly bizarre era in Visigothic Jewish relations. Let's just have a look at this remarkable work of art that I had in the cover screen here. This is Antonio Munoz de Gran, the conversion of Recared. And as you can see, Recared is obviously in the center there. He's got this heavenward gaze, and he's obviously entranced by his spiritual transformation. And he's got his hand on the Bible there. It's being held up beautifully by some kind of church official. Really powerful image, I have to say. And I think it captures the kind of excitement that must have gone along with this conversion. And at this point, I think it's significant for us to sort of reflect on the concept of the zeal of the convert. Many of us, are in regular commerce with converts in our various religious communities, and they're wonderful people in many ways. But one of the fascinating aspects of converts is they often tend to take on more religious observance than people who were born into that faith community. I think we can say this, by the way, not only about religious conversions, I think you could say it about political conversions to different political parties, things like that. At any rate, in this context, we often find that converts, in the Jewish community, they will be saying something like, excuse me, isn't that lashon hara? Isn't that forbidden speech? And don't you have to say a special bracha, a special blessing after you eat 2 pieces of pizza? All kinds of things like that may irritate Jews who are raised in a tradition, because the converts are actually spurring them on to take on additional responsibilities, or at least recognize responsibilities they may already have. In this particular context of the Visigothic era, one of the, unfortunately, tried and true methods of demonstrating one's zeal for Catholicism in the medieval period is to show just how anti-Jewish you can be. And so what happens in the Visigothic era is that there's a whole series of kings, and we have a very good set of their rules and regulations that were passed over the course of the next century and a bit. There's an incredible degree of anti-Jewish regulations that are stunning in their capacity, in their scope, and in many ways they anticipate the kind of anti-Jewish persecution that we'll only see 700 odd years later in the Inquisition, and to a certain degree even in the 20th century. I want to walk you through some of these things, but there are also some methodological problems that we have to consider. And one of the most important ones is that we have an absence of Jewish records that correspond to this period. In other words, the Jewish community in Spain was still too small, too weak, too undeveloped perhaps, or for whatever reason, we are talking about, this is 1,400 odd years ago, the records never survived. We just don't know how the Jewish community would have reacted to these legislations, and it's even possible that in the absence of any kind of secondary perspective on the period, that it could have been a legal fiction. In other words, it doesn't cost very much to simply put a law on the books. And if you want to demonstrate your bona fides, literally your good faith, you could easily put in an anti-Jewish piece of legislation that doesn't have any correspondence to reality, because there may not be any Jews who are affected by it. It's hard to imagine that these laws were completely fictional, But on the other hand, it's also difficult to imagine that all of them were actually imposed, and in some cases, the imposition was a logical impossibility. That is, for example, once you have forcibly baptized all the Jews, how do you go and forcibly baptize the Jews again 20 years later, which is the kind of thing that we see in this period? Either you have to redefine, either you have a new influx of Jews into the region, possible, or you have like open Judaizing, with Jews abandoning the forcible conversion, also not impossible, or you have a new definition of what a baptized individual is. It's also not impossible. Let's go through some of those scenarios. But first, I think it's important that we actually look at the kind of persecutory legislation that was imposed in this Visigothic period. So you recall, once again, that the period we're talking about is basically from 587, when we have this conversion to Catholicism on the part of the Visigothic kings, until 711 with the Muslim invasion. Here's a remarkable image that captures, I think, very brilliantly the sort of atmosphere that I get in my mind when I think of these Visigothic kings. This is Alonso Cano's 17th century Kings of the Visigoths. I wonder if there is a certain bit of art history here that I don't know much about. I'd like to do a little research on it, because they don't look like 6th, 7th, 8th century kings to me. They look a little bit too modern, maybe Renaissance era, maybe even later, maybe the fashion and things like that. I'm not sure. But the expressions are perfect. Like the impression I get of these Visigothic kings from Alonso Cano's work is spot on. Let's try and understand some of those regulations. So, as I mentioned, one of the most common things that we see in the Visigothic law books is a series of forced conversions of Jews, which caused a certain amount of stir beyond the Visigothic era. The church, the higher church, never openly approved of forcibly converting Jews, and depending on the era in which we're studying, there is more, disclaimers or more discouragement of local kings to do this. But on the other hand, the church really had difficulty dealing with the ex post facto situation. What do you do with Jews who are forcibly converted, and in so doing partook of the sacraments, including, for example, baptism? Can you simply ignore that and say, no, they're actually Jews, it doesn't count, do over? Or do you have to say, well, you know what, it shouldn't have happened, but now they're in fact Christians? So we have this situation where in the Visigothic period, and again, think of the echoes to the Inquisition that we'll discuss later on in this course, the Jews are forcibly converted, and then they're charged with Judaizing, meaning of going back to their Jewish ideas and especially practices. This occurs several times over the course of the centuries. Yeah, one possible way to understand this cycle is it seems that the Visigoths may have created a new Christian status, which is something that we will see explicitly with the Inquisition period almost a millennium later, that the Jews are made Christians through baptism, but then they're not really trusted, that they have a new Christian status which distinguishes them from the old Christians, who are not quite reliable in their Christian bona fides. Hence, they could be once again forcibly converted, they could be once again persecuted, identified, and ostracized in various ways. Now, here's some of the bizarre elements of it. The Visigoths, in their zeal to really root out Judaism, put in place legislation that specifically banned, for example, Jews from traveling to different locations for their festivals. And if travel was permitted, they literally had to check in with local church officials on their route and to ensure that they would not be engaging in any secret Jewish practice. This is a level of reach and interference into daily life that is totally modern in concept. Like the idea of actually tracking people's movements with kind of like a 7th, 8th century GPS. So bizarre, but nevertheless, that's the kind of thing that they were demanding. That Jews had to like regularly check in with Christian officials to make sure that these Jews who now are Christians are not actually going back to Jewish practice. And it really it seems like way out of context for much of the anti-Jewish legislation that we won't see for a long time. And the punishments were, oh my gosh, way over the top in comparison to the kinds of things we see elsewhere. One punishment, which is apparently meted out even to children, was something called decalvatio, which is, it could mean one of two things. It could either mean an embarrassing kind of very short haircut. I don't know what that's like, especially for teenagers, right? That someone who was accused of a fairly minor crime, like maybe refraining from work on Saturday, which is kind of like a passive crime in this context, and they might receive this del cavatio as like a being shorn of their hair, might be especially embarrassing for a woman, and then to have to walk around and people would identify them that way, at least temporarily. But it could also mean scalping. I mean, literally carving the top layer of skin off a person's head. Like in the American Wild West, and that would be a devastating kind of punishment, especially for children, if you can imagine it. It's possible to imagine that is in fact what they meant by decalvatio, especially when you look at some of the other punishments. So one of the more serious charges was a marital relationship between a Jew and a non-Jew. Once again, remember that term Jew might actually refer to a new Christian, perhaps, in which case the male partner would have his sexual organ amputated, wow, and the female partner would have her nose amputated. Horrific kind of punishments. These do sound like kind of Visigoth in nature, like the Dark Ages had a lot of really bizarre punishments like this. But nevertheless, you see the scope and reach of these punishments is mind-boggling. There are repeated confiscations of wealth and repeated expulsions. Like all Jews have to leave Visigothic kingdom, and then 20 years later, all Jews have to leave the Visigothic kingdom. So once again, how do you do that twice? Does that mean that there were Jews who came back to the region? We do have examples of the medieval period. France, for example, expels its Jews 3 times in, I think it was the 14th century. The 13th century, and then they're re-invited, and yeah, it would be the 14th century. They're re-invited back in. So did that happen, and we just don't have a record of them being invited in? Or perhaps these are just simply fictional laws that are stated in order to kind of like, show whoever reads these laws that in fact they are adequately persecuting their Jews. Again, the methodological problem is that we don't have the reaction of the Jews. If we had some documentation from the Jewish community suggesting that they were protesting or that they were hiding or they were dissimulating, then that would validate the laws as being something that was actually practiced. But otherwise, we only have this legal text, and we don't know how much it corresponds to reality on the ground. We do have some sense of it based on how the Jews would later react to the fall of the Visigothic Empire. Let's turn to that in just a minute. First of all, I want to point out that this brief period, right, from 587 to 711, is one of those strange kind of moments in which we only have one little kind of pinprick view of history, and it is incredibly dense with text, but absent other perspectives, it's hard to know what the big picture is. But I'm hardly the only person to comment on the so-called line of history, that a lot of the elements that we're seeing in the Visigothic period would later be expressed, especially in the Iberian Peninsula, especially in the era of the Inquisition, one of the more famous people who thought about this was Baron de Montesquieu, a very important 18th century thinker, who wrote, as you see here, tous les maximes, tous les principes, et tous les vues de l'Inquisition. When he was referring to the Visigothic era, he said this is all like completely mirrored in the kind of ideas and activities of the Inquisition, which is phenomenal. But we need to go beyond this. We see elements of it like this idea of limpieza de sangre, the so-called purity of the blood, which was exactly mirrored in the Inquisition era, where Jews were forcibly converted, and then they were given this label of new Christians, and there was kind of this coalescing of thought around the idea that the Jews were somehow racially distinct from the Christian population. And this is out of step with a lot of the medieval world, in the sense that conversion was basically, that was it. Once you had converted to this new community, once you had adopted this new community identity, then you were essentially absorbed into it. But remember that the concept of racism really doesn't develop until the 19th century. There is color bias, to be sure, and there is, like cultural bias, linguistic bias, things like that. But generally speaking, conversion meant open doors to the new society in which one enters. So here the idea of the purity of the blood meant that you had one group of societal members.
What up, Alexander? How you living, Tim?
On their ancestry, and another group who belonged to the same faith, but were of a different ancestry, and therefore was somehow
living the dream, dog.
legally shunted aside.
How are you, pimp?
You see in the Visigothic era, possibly, but you certainly see it in the Inquisition era. And one last thing, one of the more brilliant early scholars of the Holocaust was someone named Dr. Rabbi, who wrote this massive 3-volume work, an early work really delving into the Nazi bureaucratic text called The Destruction of the European Jews. And he specifically looked to the Inquisition era as a straight line from the 15th century right up to the 20th century. And, when I first read that, I didn't know as much as I do now about the Inquisition era, and I thought, oh, come on, please, that's like history backwards. And I really doubted it. But now I'm feeling that, you know what, there's a lot of symmetry between some of the thinking of the Inquisition and the Holocaust. Specifically, the ideas I mentioned earlier, and also the incipient totalitarianism that we see in this era. The idea that the state can really reach so deeply into the private lives of citizens, something which we do not see really happening until, let's say, the 18th, 19th century at all in Europe, and especially in the 20th century, that requires modern technology, modern communication, record keeping that can be distributed over a large geographic area. These kinds of things really aren't possible in the Visigothic era, but in fact we see them at least making the attempts in the Visigothic law codes. So it's a terrifying thing to think about this as being the roots of something that would only mature in its darkest form in the 20th century, but nevertheless I think it's worth contemplating. This all comes to a dramatic conclusion in the year 711 with the Muslim invasion of the peninsula. You see in this map here coming up from the south, and this remarkable speed and power, the Muslims completely dismantle the Visigothic state and begin a new era for the peninsula. Now, the Jewish reaction to the Muslim invasion is complex, but on the whole, we were definitely pleased to see the Muslims. There's a certain amount of debate, which I hope to engage in when we come back to the peninsula, as to how much Jews were involved with the early Muslim invaders. There is a historiographic tendency to portray the Jews as traitors of the Christian nation. And there is another historiographic tendency which argues that they may not have actively abetted their entry, but once they were there, they saw it as a very positive way. So I tend to lean towards the second interpretation, but let's get to that when we get to that particular period. But anyway, this is kind of like a backwards reflection on how the Jews must have reacted to the law codes of the Visigoths, and it is entirely unsurprising to assume that they would have welcomed the Muslims quite actively, given the level of persecution that they experienced under the Visigoths. So let us continue our discussion with the beginnings of Islam in the Arabian Peninsula, and it's a fascinating discussion to be sure. I'm looking forward to speaking with you again in the future. Thanks very much for listening.
Yeah, that's what Mom said. I'll go, you jump on. Yeah, I'm fine. But it was just, he's so good. I watched him and I was like, oh boy. He's the biggest hunk killer. Yeah, he's a killer. And hung out the whole time just as normal. First of all, the show.
Let us now turn to the Arabian.
How you living, Starwake fan?
Extremely consequential events as we look at the birth of Islam.
What's good, son? Very cool, man.
I'm being Alexander. I'm the one that shot on the screen.
All right, we'll see you soon.
Yeah, I'm the one that changed the screen.
I know. You're B. Alexander.
Yep, that's me.
You got it, big dog.
I'm B. Alexander.
Word, dog.
Kill it. Yep. I'm sorry, Kevin. If I came in interrupted you.
No need to worry at all. No need to apologize. You're always welcome. You're never interrupting, my friend.
I got my camera. So together I go to bed.
Excellent,
We can
man.
leave both together.
I love having you here. That's wonderful.
Yeah. I first thing I say, you were in Aiden Ross's Discord.
Word, dog. I'm still in there.
Yep. Hey, I know you're in Officer
The
Speed.
beginning of a major
Word, dog.
civilization within which much of Jewish
Yeah.
history would unfold. But before we get to some of the really meaty historical elements, I'd like to begin with a prolegomenon that specifically outlines the kinds of things we should bear in mind before we approach this subject. The first of which is, I'm really happy that I can use the word prolegomenon. I think it sounds so cool. But it really just basically means a kind of a preface. And so this is a preface to our study of the history of Jews in Muslim lands. Here we go. Beautiful image, by the way, in the background. 13th century Spanish representation of a Jew and a Muslim playing chess, kind of like an iconic representation of the convivencia that we'll speak about when we get to a discussion of Al-Andalus, the so-called coexistence period, which is in many ways considered the high point of Jewish-Muslim history, at least in the past. Let's hope there's another high point in the future. To really understand the 7th century context of the birth of Islam and the relationship of early Muslims to Jews, we should really look at it from the perspective of the 19th century, and in particular, a struggle for Jewish emancipation that occurred in central Germany at that time. One of the most important early scholars of the relationship of Jews to Muslims is Abraham Geiger, shown here, who's perhaps more well known as the intellectual founder of the Reform movement called Liberal in Germany. But what is perhaps less well known is the fact that he was quite a talented historian. And he came out with this book, Was hat Mohammed aus dem Judentum aufgenommen? What did Muhammad take from Judaism? What did he derive from Judaism? It was a very important, influential text, which sort of reoriented a lot of Jewish scholars to the close relationship between Muslims and Jews and Islam and Judaism that had pertained for much of the medieval period. And he really required historians to look at this period in a very different light. Now, this was one of those rare historical books that sort of seeps out past the narrow attention of historians to the broader Jewish world as a whole. And for much of the 19th century, there was kind of this unusual love affair with Islam, in particular that Spanish Golden Age that I briefly mentioned earlier, that you see in all kinds of areas of Jewish activity, such as, for example, in architecture. There's this pronounced interest in producing these kind of neoclassical synagogues that have a distinctly Moorish or Islamic feel to them, such as this remarkable Dohani synagogue in Budapest, which has these kind of Islamic-looking dual minarets that have a bit of a Slavic onion bulb look to them as well, but nevertheless very distinct. And we see this kind of architecture in America as well. Even in Yeshiva University has the same kind of feeling to it. It's all alluding to this kind of influence of Islam, or this kind of codependent influence of Judaism and Islam that was celebrated in the 19th century. By the way, since we're looking at this amazing synagogue, here's a picture of the interior with my colleague David Krauss of Prague. It's absolutely gorgeous, fantastic synagogue of the status quo movement. And I'm really looking forward to hopefully getting back there. As long as the pandemic subsides, then I'll be there, God willing, with an amazing institution called the Ashkenazium, which my colleague Dr. Michael Kegel is bringing together some amazing faculty from all around the world, including myself in this cool picture, to talk about Jewish history and thought in Eastern Europe. It's going to be, God willing, my part will be, God willing, in October. So if you're in Budapest, please check it out. At any rate, why was this so significant for 19th century Germans in particular? Perhaps the best way to understand this is in the context of something which was called at the time the historian struggle. And the two main figures involved were Heinrich Gretz, the great encyclopedic historian of the Jews, who wrote this multi-volume history of the Jews that we've spoken about in previous classes, and this German historian, Heinrich von Treitschke, who essentially argued that the picture that Gretz was portraying of Jewish history, and especially the contrast of the experience of Jews in Islamic lands to the experience of Jews in Christian lands, was completely unfounded and unfair and must be denounced. What exactly was he arguing? So Gretz, among the kind of like many thinkers of the era, the zeitgeist of the era was to look back and say, wow, look at what happened to Jews under Islamic rule, especially in Spain during those few centuries when they had tremendous freedom. Look how much they produced. Look at the poetry. Look at the philosophy. Look at the unusual, additions that they provided, how they enriched Spanish culture. Wow, it's so much worse in Christian lands, isn't it? This is essentially the argument. And it was used at the time to try and lever additional concessions from German society and government to formally emancipate the Jews. We will return to the topic of Jewish emancipation, God willing, in about a year when we get to the modern period. But in the context of the 19th century, many Jewish thinkers really look back to this golden age, which was somewhat exaggerated, as we shall see, and contrasted it unfavorably with the contemporary 19th century German experience. The great thinkers of the Spanish Golden Age were praised for their ability to be Renaissance men, so to speak, absorbing the influences of Islam and of Judaism and of philosophy and of mysticism and creating these wonderful literary works. And the implication was, Germany, you should be allowing the Jews to do this as well. Now, Heinrich von Treitschke said totally unfair. He said that the Jews have only brought negative things to Germany. He coined the notorious slur against Jews, which would later be used by Adolf Hitler, Die Juden sind unser Unglück. The Jews are our misfortune. So it is in this context that we have to look backwards at the Muslim period. The idea of looking at the Muslim period as an ideal one is something that was heavily leaned upon in the 19th century, but it went through a reversal when we get to the late 19th and especially early 20th century. This idea of a coexistence between Muslim and Jews, which definitely has its basis in reality, however exaggerated in 19th century thought, was questioned by Jewish historians, particularly when we get to the 20th century. And here we see, the influence of contemporary politics often distorts the historical record, or the way we approach the historical record. And this is undoubtedly due to the conflict that was exacerbated by the growth of the Zionist movement and the growing immigration to Israel, which to a certain degree inflamed conflict with local populations in the land of Israel and in the region as a whole. Many of these Muslim populations were just beginning to go through their national reawakening, something that had occurred in Eastern Europe 100, 200 years earlier and was now catching up to the Middle East. And they began to see these Jewish immigrants as somehow interlopers and as somehow upsetting the status quo in a very negative way. And of course, we will explore this stuff when we get to the modern period, but there was significant conflict between the indigenous population, Arab immigrants to the region because of increased economic activity, and the flow of Jewish immigration to the land of Israel. And so many Jewish historians began to question that 19th century model, saying, was it really so wonderful in the ancient world? Did Jews really do so better under Islam? The kind of areas that we see focused on in 20th century historiography emphasizes the really pretty brutal period of conflict in early Islam, which we're going to look at in the very next video, and tries to reevaluate how do we understand their experience under Muslim rule. Bernard Lewis, very important 20th century historian, who looked at this period, he says, in a very moderate way, he says, look, Jews in Muslim lands, quote, were never free from discrimination, but were only rarely subject to persecution. This is, I think, a fairly temperate way to characterize several centuries of Jewish experience in Muslim lands. And when you compare it, pound for pound, incident for incident, there's no question that the moments of violence that punctuated Jewish-Muslim relationships was nothing compared to the same thing we would find in Christian Europe, as we shall explore over the course of this semester. He also said, and this is also a helpful kind of way of thinking about theory, it was never as bad in Muslim lands as it was in Christendom when Christendom was at its worst, nor, on the other hand, was it ever as good for Jews in Muslim lands as it was in Christendom when it was at its best. And I think that's a fairly moderate and even-toned way to characterize these centuries. In other words, in Muslim lands, as the British historian Martin Gilbert put it, there was no Inquisition, there was no Holocaust, but at the same time, Jews never achieved the same level of full legal emancipation and broad acceptance that they would, for example, in England or in France. So this is kind of like a broad way to compare the experience of the Jews under the crescent, that is in Muslim lands, and under the cross, that is in Christian lands. One of the greatest living historians of this period and this topic is Professor Mark Cohen, who has done a lot of really valuable work looking at the comparative experience of Jews in Muslim and Christian lands. And he proposes there are 5 main categories that really explain much of the difference between the experience in these 2 areas. And let's look at them very quickly before we go to the actual history in the next video. The first is we should understand that the nature of anti-Jewish antipathy in Christian lands is of a highly distinct character when compared to that in Muslim lands. Recall that Christianity is born from Judaism directly, but there is that special mother-daughter relationship which can have an unusual level of acrimony, particularly when the daughter religion tries to articulate how it is different than the mother religion. And we saw a lot of that, for example, when we looked at the work of the church fathers. Islam is kind of like a granddaughter religion. It occurs 6 centuries later, and it doesn't necessarily have the same kind of need to distance itself from Judaism that Christianity did. It's a very significant theological point that colored much of the period we're discussing. Secondly, we're talking about very different kind of social economic structures. In Europe, you have a form of feudalism that has competing centers of power. The church is a very powerful center, particularly at certain periods, like the 13th century, and the king is very powerful at other periods. And sometimes the king's interests vis-a-vis the Jews do not coincide with the church's interest. And depending on which power is stronger and in which region, that can pull the Jews in one direction or another. The nobility is also very significant. Sometimes the kings do not have, absolute power vis-a-vis their nobility, and so Jews can often find themselves pulled in different directions. This is not the same kind of social structure that pertains in Muslim lands, and as a result, much of that uncertainty and, for example, a propensity for expelling the Jews does not exist in the same way in Muslim lands. Third, Christian lands often have special economic restrictions applied to Jews, such as exclusion from certain guilds, the maintenance of particular charters that regulate what kind of economic activities Jews can engage in a particular location. These things do not necessarily pertain in Muslim lands. Fourth, there is a much higher level of social exclusion in Christian lands. Again, we're speaking in generalities here, but the barrier between Jews and Christians in the social realm seems to be much higher and more durable in Christian lands than it is in Muslim lands. And finally, in Europe, you begin to see the gradual expansion of what I'd like to call an ethnic proto-nationalism. It's too early in the medieval period to really speak about nationalism, which is essentially a modern phenomenon, but the growing sense of the strength of larger regional identities, which will ultimately find its fuller expression in nationalism, begins earlier in Christian lands, and this affects the Jews because are they considered part of this proto-national identity? In Muslim lands, you don't necessarily have the same growth of that specific regional identity. You have much more of a pan-Islamic, sometimes pan-Arabic identity, and Jews are much more included within that model than they would be in the European model. So these are 5 factors that serve to distinguish the experience of Jews in Muslim lands from the experience of Jews in Christian lands. And as we go through the next few lectures, hopefully this will become much more apparent. The golden age in Spain really was a golden age. There were phenomenal things to see in that period, and I'm looking forward to speaking with you about it shortly. But nevertheless, placed within a larger context, hopefully these ideas will give us a better sense of how to fairly characterize the relative experience in these 2 realms of Jewish history. Wow, so much talking. Okay, thank you very much for listening. Let's go now to look at the experience of Jews in the Arabian Peninsula at the time of the birth of Islam. Thank you for watching. Jews were certainly present in the Arabian Peninsula centuries before the birth of Islam in the early 7th century. There are legends of settlement that come to us from Muslim sources that place the arrival of Jews way back in the biblical period, and there are various degrees to which we can ascribe any kind of historicity to it. The idea that they may have been descended from, for example, Jews who went in search of the Amalekites in the Arabian Peninsula, or perhaps whether they were somehow related to the figure of Jethro, the father-in-law of Moses. But nevertheless, we certainly are on solid ground when we get to Josephus, who speaks about 500 soldiers sent to the region in the first century. This is entirely plausible because when you look at the physical proximity of the land of Israel to the Arabian Peninsula, there's no question that there would be permeable travel between those regions. We also, as we discussed in the previous lecture, noted that there was actually a Jewish kingdom in the southern part of the peninsula, in the region what we would call today Yemen, the kingdom of Himyar, which is fascinating kind of footnote to history in this sense. But to be sure, by the 6th century, when Islam was born, Muhammad himself was born in the year 570, we have a strong presence of Jews in a region called the Hejaz, which is, as you can look at and see on this map here, it's the basically the coastal region of the Red Sea, a region that is known for its agricultural output, and there are numerous noted Jewish communities that are shown here in this map with the solid dots. We should point out in particular the presence of Jews in Mecca, which will of course be the prime holy city of Islam, and also in Yathrib, which later was named Medina. Note even the Hebrew sounding term Medina, which in Hebrew basically means city or province, depending on the context. Also note here the location of Khaybar, which will be especially important in understanding the conflict between Jews and Muslims in this early period. So we've got this environment where Jews are well populated in a very important region of the Arabian Peninsula. Islam, the founder of Islam, Muhammad, has interactions with Jews, to be sure, and with Christians. And as we discussed in the previous video, there's no question that certain elements of Islam are modeled upon Jewish practice, such as the prayer multiple times a day, the dietary restrictions, and so on. So he has some familiarity with Jews and Christians, and Islam shows the impact of a lot of these ideas. But it would be unfair to say that Muhammad's early encounters with Jews were positive. In fact, it would probably be more accurate to characterize his relationship with the Jews as one of armed conflict. Much of this early period, based on the sources that we have that come from 3 biographies of Muhammad that were written over a century later, are of his extensive conflict with many of the Jewish tribes in Mecca and in particular in Medina. Let us understand that the Jews who lived in this region at this time were actually Arabs. We should distinguish between these terms. Arab is an ethnicity. It's like a people. It also is a culture that involves, certain modalities of dress and certain kind of patterns of economic activity, and of course a language. And Jews were fully participating in these things. The Mishnah and the Talmud has lots of interesting references to Jewish Arabs and their behavior, much like, today we'll talk about Jewish Americans or French Jews. They are Jews who live in France, and of course they speak French, and of course they enjoy baguettes and things like that. So the Talmud, for example, speaks about the way in which Jewish women dress in the Arabian Peninsula, and they call it simply Arab Jews, and it's not considered a contradiction at all. Islam, on the other hand, is a religious faith, and Muslims are those who participate in Islam. So it would be inappropriate to speak of Jewish Muslims unless you want to say that they are Jews who have converted to Islam. But you could easily say Jewish Arabs because they participate in that ethnicity and that culture. Muhammad's biographers describe a series of alliances that Muhammad attempted to form with the various Jewish tribes with varying degrees of success. In general, the Jews were happy to speak with Muhammad, but had no interest in adopting Islam, at least not on a tribal basis, although there were many significant individuals who did leave Judaism to join the Muslim faith. The tribal alliances sometimes ended in betrayals and then were followed up by bloody battles with terrible beheadings and all kinds of acrimony. Um, Captives were taken from the women and children. Muhammad himself actually took two wives from Jewish captives who later formed very significant positions within his circle. Um, One of the most notorious of the incidents of violence, which followed an alliance which was betrayed, was at the location of Khaybar. And in fact, ironically, for Muslims, Khaybar actually occupies a very large place in their kind of map of historical geography. Um, Martin Gilbert, in his introduction to his work on the history of Jews and Muslim lands, specifically notes that one of the terrorists who engineered the bombing at Bali, he shouted out his trial, "Jews remember Khaybar." Like, it's actually very large in their thinking with regards to the understanding of their relationship to the modern world. But I think what's perhaps the most important takeaway of this entire period, which I have only sketched in the very broadest of terms, if you look at some of the sources that are in the notes, you can get into greater detail about what happened to whom and what precipitated certain violent episodes. I think the most important takeaway is that much of this is kind of like normal conflict between tribes that we would see in this kind of society in this time and place. In other words, contrasting Muhammad's conflict with the Jewish tribes with, let's say, the anti-Jewish attitudes of the church fathers, you see that it's really, a typical power struggle, an argument over territory, influence, and social position that translates to many societies and many times. It's certainly not pleasant. It's certainly not peaceful, but it is definitely something which we could say is unfortunately normal in terms of the history of human conflict. The Jews were tribes in the region, just like Muslims occupied tribal identities in the region, and they came to conflict in the period of Muhammad. Now, what I think is more significant for our purposes is to understand how these conflicts were resolved politically and historically, and those are things that we're going to see in two very important documents, one which we're going to discuss right now, and the next one will be in the following lecture, the Constitution of Medina and the Pact of Umar. The Constitution of Medina is not precisely named. It's not really a constitution, although that term has been used widely to try and explain it, particularly to modern readers. But what it does refer to is the establishment of a formal relationship between Jews and Muslims in the era of Muhammad. It is generally thought to be quite an early document and quite authentic. There are internal references within the document that have been analyzed to suggest that it actually does come from the period of Muhammad's early activity. Now, what exactly does it do? According to Dr. Moshe Gil, who's one of the well-known historians of this period, it basically demotes the Jews to a relationship of subservience to the Muslims as a people, specifically with the goal of removing their ability to negotiate independent alliances with other tribes. In other words, just like Muhammad had to go through a period of conflict with the Jewish tribes in Medina, the Constitution of Medina basically says, okay, after all this is done, Jews, you will have a level of protection. You will have a fixed place within society that you can rely upon. We'll discuss in the next video why that is so important. But you will not be equal to the Muslim tribes, and you will not be able to side with one tribe against another and things like that. This is extremely important because they were a significant, powerful entity in Medina in particular, and by removing their ability to negotiate their own political future, it meant that they would have to remain docile, but at the same time, the Constitution also extends to them the protection of the Muslim people as a whole. In other words, they exchange their independence and their status for a diminished status. They also have to retain shared responsibility for defense. And what's significant about all of this is that the Jews may not have a high place in society, an equal place in society, but they do have a reliable place in Muslim society, and that will be exceptionally important for their future historical development. Okay, let's come back to this idea in the next video as we talk about the Pact of Umar and what it means for Jewish history moving forward. Thank you very much for watching. The Pact of Umar is a hugely consequential document that had a huge impact on the way in which Jewish life was regulated in Muslim lands. It was not necessarily adhered to according to the letter of the text in every place and every time. A lot of variations from the pact, both in terms of leniencies and in terms of stringencies, seems to have been related to the specific inclinations of a particular ruler or particular time and place. But nevertheless, it does give us a sense of the location that Jews had within the socioeconomic hierarchy of Muslim lands and really contributed quite a bit to their survival under these conditions. The pact is attributed to the second caliph, who reigned between the years of 634 and 644. Caliph essentially means successor, and this is a reference to the rulers of Muslim lands after Muhammad. It might also refer to the caliph known as Umar ibn Abd al-Aziz, who ruled in the 8th century. However, there's a problem with the text because most scholars note that the document is not cited before the early 9th century. So in other words, we're not entirely confident that it was really pertaining to periods prior to the 9th century. But what's especially important for our purposes, at least from the early 9th century onward, this document both defines and regulates dhimma status for Jews. Dhimma essentially means protected class, and it refers to the Jews and other so-called peoples of the book that have a place in Muslim society which is not as high as believers, as Muslims, but nevertheless they have certain protections within that realm as well. People of the book includes the Christians and later the Zoroastrians as well. And in certain contexts, it refers even to the Hindus, although it doesn't seem to entirely correspond to the same reasons as the monotheistic faiths of Judaism and Christianity in particular. The idea is that their earlier interaction with the divine is recognized by the Pact of Umar, and as a result, the people who pertain to that faith are therefore guaranteed certain privileges and certain rights, as well as being burdened by some responsibilities. The specific items in the Pact of Umar show the influence of Byzantine regulations and also of Sassanid, that is, Persian regulations as well. What's exactly in the pact? So there are three basic areas that are described in this pact that define what Jews and Christians and Zoroastrians and so on are allowed to do and not allowed to do in Muslim society. And let's look at those three areas. The first is basically they are restricted from engaging in public religious activity, especially activities that might lead to proselytism or disturb the public sensibility that this particular land is Muslim in nature. So examples of this are synagogues and churches could not be built anew, they could only be repaired. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, quite often this was observed in the breach, and Jews did frequently engage in building new synagogues in Muslim lands, often for an exchange of funds, but nevertheless, the idea was that Judaism was to be maintained in its status quo and not expand. Very important, I should mention that the protections that were granted to Jews were offset by a special tax called the jizya, which was frequently quite onerous, but not universally so in Muslim lands. But to continue, Jews and Christians could not engage in loud public displays of their religious activities, like outdoor parades, or the pact also refers to using noisemakers like clappers during services and so on. This was perhaps more relevant to Christian activity than Jewish activity, but the holiday of Purim, of course, does involve the use of noisemakers. These kinds of things were prohibited by the Pact of Umar, obviously for the purpose of not attracting Muslims to features of the non-Muslim faith. So in other words, Jews could preserve and observe their own religious activity, which is of huge value to the Jews, but they have to kind of like constrain it to make sure that it doesn't impinge on the religious sensibilities of the dominant population. Jews were particularly happy about that and very pleased to accept it in the sense that, Jewish practice was protected. Secondly, a range of small symbolic discriminatory practices and social distinctions. For example, Jews were not allowed to bear arms, to carry a sword, to wear certain colors or certain types of clothing that were associated with Muslims. In fact, they had to wear distinctive clothes that set them apart from Muslims. Again, quite often these practices were simply ignored or bribed out of existence. Jews could not ride with saddles, they had to use bareback. And whether or not these rules were enforced really depended a lot on local conditions. So the idea, though, however, is that while Jews were a protected class, the Dima, nevertheless they were a subjugated class at the same time. But overall, fairly limited restrictions on things like economic activity, so on the whole positive. And third, certain preferential support for Muslims, both in terms of financial support, for example, in the jizya, but also in maintaining Muslim travelers. Jews were required, for example, to extend a certain amount of hospitality to Muslim travelers. They were prohibited from engaging in certain economic activities like the sale of alcohol, which of course is prohibited in Islam. And then there were, things like they could not build their houses taller than Muslim houses. The same would apply to their religious structures as well. So it was kind of like put in place another reminder that Muslims were the dominant population and had superior rights, and Jews and Christians and so on were a subordinate population. Again, protected. This is something that Jews really appreciated. It allowed for Islamic lands to achieve the status of being a Rechtsstaat, a society governed by law, because the Pact of Umar at least defined areas where Jewish activity was protected. The implications are huge because this meant that Jews could rely on certain structures being in place for their maintained activity. It's true that there were at least symbolic placements that kept them in a second-class status and theoretically prohibited them from expanding in size, building new synagogues and things like that. But by and large, these things were not especially strong prohibitions to their advancement. What I think is especially interesting is to contrast the Pact of Umar with the doctrine of witness that we discussed when we looked at the church fathers, because this provides us with a kind of point-counterpoint that illustrates the difference of Jews in Muslim lands as opposed to Jews in Christian lands. Jews in Muslim lands had to recognize their subordinate status, but nevertheless had a tremendous amount of freedom within those boundaries. In Christian lands, Jews were to be preserved in order to later provide testimony for the truth of Christianity, a theological purpose which posited their future existence, but at the same time kept them in that subordinate status in Christian lands as well. So ironically, the Pact of Umar is kind of like the Muslim version of the doctrine of witness that have very similar socio and economic implications, and we'll have to see in the next few lectures exactly how that played out within Muslim society. the next lecture, however, we're going to go to the continent of Africa to look at the fascinating and not well-studied history of African Jews, and much of this takes place within the Muslim orbit. Thank you very much for watching. I'd like to now turn to the fascinating history of the Jews of Africa. And this is an extremely complex and not very well researched topic, but let's break it down into three main areas. If you have a look at this map of the continent of Africa, I think we can sort of bulk the history of the Jews of this continent into three main geographic regions. The first would be, of course, North Africa, which is the most well-known aspect of Jewish history on the continent. It includes towards the east Egypt. You can see the Nile Delta in this satellite photograph. It includes really important regions like Tunisia, Morocco, which have long established Jewish settlements, because when the Jews were exiled from Israel in the first century, they followed a path that had already been trod by many previous migrants. The pattern of Jewish settlement in the ancient period basically extends across the coast of North Africa up into Spain, and then later across the Pyrenees into Europe. But it also includes simultaneously settlement of the Italian peninsula, the Greek peninsula, and so on. But the coast of North Africa is a fairly well-known area for Jewish history. We've already treated it a few times in previous lectures, and we'll come back to it again in future lectures. So I'm not necessarily going to break out a special lecture just for North Africa, because much of the history of Jews really is integrated with other things that are going on, particularly in the Muslim world, and so we will return to those later. Then there is the fascinating story of the Jews of Ethiopia, and that's so unusual that I'm going to devote at least 2 lectures to Ethiopia. The next lecture in the series will start with the Ethiopian Jews and take them up to the late 19th century, and then later on when we get to the spring semester, hopefully we'll return to look at them in the 20th century. And then finally, in the Deep South, you have the major population of Jews in South Africa. And most of those are migrants who come from Eastern Europe in the 19th century, however. And so it's better for us to treat them, later on in the semester. A little bit like, I used to live in Miami for quite some time. And South Florida is way north of North Florida in terms of American culture. So South Africa is way more European, even though it is at the southern tip of the African continent. There are also many other populations, some fascinating ones like the Lemba, who are also primarily concentrated in the south, that have more features in common with the history of the Jews of Ethiopia, but I'm going to break it up into these 3 sections for now. Again, North Africa is going to be integrated with a lot of the topics that we're already discussing. Ethiopia is going to have 2 kind of standalone lectures, and South Africa will also get to when we get to the spring semester. This is not to say that Jews are only found in these 3 regions of the continent. On the contrary, many of the regions have experienced Jewish settlement, and there are a significant number of indigenous African peoples who have claimed Jewish descent. The so-called Falasha or Beta Yisrael, which we'll speak about in the next lecture, are hardly the only African tribe that have been associated either by themselves or by others with the Jews. But in the interest of the scope of this particular series of lectures, I'm just going to concentrate on the areas I've identified here. One of the most profound writers of the history of the Jews of Africa is undoubtedly Dr. Tudor Parfit, who has written some amazingly important works that focus on the history of the Jews in this region. He's especially well associated with the Beta Yisrael, and some of his works, they're really wonderful to read, and they're quite heroic in scope. But he identifies something which I think is extremely important for us to understand, and that is the misapplication of the so-called Hamitic myth. The story, which you may recall, goes back to the book of Genesis. Here it is represented in the 15th century Nuremberg Chronicle, where Noah, after successfully, braving the waters of the flood, he lands his boat and he immediately plants a vineyard. Once he discovers the intoxicating qualities of the fruit of the vine, he falls asleep in his drunkenness and naked. His three sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, shown here, all find him drunk and passed out like this. And Shem and Japheth, not exactly as portrayed here, but Shem and Ham elect to cover him up to respect his dignity, and Ham does not. So when Noah wakes up, he finds out what has happened, and he is especially angry at Ham, and for reasons which we'll have to left aside for now, he actually curses Ham's son, Canaan, or Canaan. And this curse, for much of Western history, has been associated with slavery. It has been used as a justification for slavery of Africans in particular, because the descendants of Ham are especially associated with the settlement of Africa. In kind of a fanciful association, the word Ham in Hebrew means hot. It's related to one of the words for sun. And the medieval argument is that Africans receive darker skin because of their exposure on the equator to more sunlight and so on. So there's this idea called the Hamitic myth after Ham. It really should be after Canaan, but you can have a look in Dr. Perfect's work to understand a little bit more about that. But how it's been used is fascinating. It's been used as a kind of a justification for some of the achievements of Africans in order to say that it's really not possible for indigenous Africans to have come up with these remarkable discoveries, such as, for example, Great Zimbabwe, which is one of the most important of the archaeological sites found in the southern region of Africa. And 19th century European explorers said, there's no way that local Africans could have built this. It's simply too fantastic. It must be that there were Semites somehow involved, because the local population are descended from Canaan, from Ham, and have to be held at a lower cultural level. Even though later researchers have pretty conclusively identified that this was an indigenous African culture. But from this Hamitic myth, you have a long series of attempts throughout African culture to make distinctions between the so-called pure descendants of Ham and the intermixture of Semites who may have come into the continent at one point or another, intermarried with local populations and so on. This sort of intellectual exercise is engaged in not only by the European powers in Africa, who wish to make distinctions between the many, many different peoples of Africa, and they use this Hamitic myth to elevate one at the expense of others. It's also sometimes used by Africans themselves who choose to identify with an earlier Israelite origin, perhaps the most famous of which is Olaudah Equiana of the Igbo tribe, and there have been some interesting associations. He, of course, went on to write a remarkable book about his experience as a slave, which had a tremendous impact on the abolitionist movement. But he wrote about childhood memories of associations with Jewish practices because of his presumed tribal affiliation with an original Israelite origin. The accuracy of these claims to Semitic or Israelite origins, of course, is really all over the board. Some are quite significant. The Lemba tribe has, for example, demonstrated through DNA studies that there is definitely a linkage with Semitic people living in the Middle East. But in other cases, it's purely fanciful and was served primarily to bolster claims of superiority of one people over another for whatever reason you might have at the time. Now, one last comment before we look at the Jews of Ethiopia, which will give us our first look at the real Jewish history in Africa. You should understand that there are many different populations that use the words Black or Hebrew or Israelite or Jew or African in many different contexts. And let me just clarify that In this particular series of lectures, right now I'm really focusing on the distant historical experience of Jews in Africa. And specifically, we're going to look at the Jews of Ethiopia in the next lecture. But I am not speaking about many other peoples who claim similar origins, especially when they're living here in the United States of America. It's an entirely different phenomenon that is definitely deserving of study, but not necessarily historically linked to the populations that I'm going to discuss here. There are movements in America that call themselves Black Hebrews or Black Israelites because they identify with the ancient Hebrews or Israelites, sometimes with a bit of animus to people who identify as Jews who do not necessarily have African origins. There seems to be a certain amount of hostility to Caucasian Jews, for example, with the claim that somehow Caucasian Jews have supplanted the true identity or true racial features of Jews by portraying themselves as Jews, whereas the real Jews would have been of a darker skin hue. I am not going to evaluate those claims in this particular lecture. We may come back to it in the future later, but right now we're just going to focus on the Jews of Africa. It's also important to note that there are many Jews who are of African origin for whatever reasons, including conversion. There are some tremendous individuals who have converted to Judaism because it is effectively colorblind. The state of one's skin color does not have a reflection or bearing on their candidacy for conversion to Judaism, although it is less common. But they and their children remain Jewish, and we have significant populations of Jews of color throughout the world. Okay, enough background information. Let's have a closer look at the Jews of Ethiopia, which I find absolutely fascinating, in the next video. Thank you for watching this brief introduction. The Jews of Ethiopia are absolutely fascinating, and I really enjoy doing the research for this particular video because so many of the norms that I'm used to by studying, the history of the Jews in the Middle East or in Europe are out the window because things are so different in Ethiopia. So a lot of this was new to me. I was also surprised by how much of it was actually very similar. And I said, well, of course this is Jewish history. Even though it's happening in a very different cultural environment, a lot of the parameters and constraints put on the Jews of Ethiopia were identical or at least commensurate with those that Jews in Sephardic and Ashkenazic lands experience. I'm going to speak in this video only about the experience of the Jews of Ethiopia until the late 19th century. There's quite a bit of material here, certainly enough for this lecture, but I have to set aside the remarkable events of the 20th century for a much later lecture when we look at the experience of the Jews of Ethiopia as they finally returned to the land of Israel. It is really an amazing story, but I'm going to have to leave that chapter of it to quite a bit later. Let us now turn, however, to the Jews of Ethiopia and specifically their discovery. The term discovery in itself is something of a colonial term because, after all, the Jews of Ethiopia didn't need to be discovered. They simply existed. But they were discovered by the Europeans. So the most important figure in bringing the attention of a Jewish population in Ethiopia to the minds of Europeans, Jews and non-Jews, was James Bruce, this 18th century explorer, who wrote this remarkable book, Travels to Discover the Source of the Nile. And on several trips, he actually went and he encountered the Ethiopian Jews, and he wrote about them in quite a fascinating vein and really drew the attention of much of Europe to this unusual Jewish population. But by the time James Bruce came on the scene, Jews had known about the Ethiopian population for hundreds of years. Just to give you a few examples of the earlier references to them, there was the remarkable story of Eldad the Danite, who a mysterious character who appears in the 9th century and claims to be associated with a Jewish kingdom that some authors have identified with Ethiopia. It's however, difficult to ascertain because it seems evident that he was a bit of a charlatan, and much of the story that he recorded is questioned by historians. It's more likely he actually came from the region of Arabia, and much of the events that he describes and the conditions that he described really does not pertain to what we surmise must have been Ethiopian Jewish history at that time. So there is a reference here that some historians will rely on, but others regard as suspect. Then we have Benjamin of Tudela, much more reliable source, a famous Jewish traveler who made his way through much of the Jewish world, and he recorded in significant detail what exactly he saw. However, he never got to Ethiopia himself. He merely recorded what he had heard from others, and so there's some question as to the validity of his account of Ethiopia in particular. Nevertheless, there is significant reference to it. Rav Ovadia of Bartanura, also known as Bartanura or simply the Rav, very important commentator on the Mishnah, writes about the appearance of African Jews, meaning dark-skinned Nubian Jews, showing up in slave markets and needing to be redeemed by the Jewish community. Much more interesting kind of reliable source, which is certainly confirmed by the extensive writings of Rabbi David ben Abi Zimra, known as the Radbaz, an abbreviation of his name, in the 16th century. He was the preeminent rabbi of North Africa. He was very active in Cairo in particular, and he dealt with specific cases regarding these people from Ethiopia, and he absolutely confirmed that they were Jews from the tribe of Dan. In particular, he dealt with the question of whether a slave woman coming from this region and claiming to be Jewish could be redeemed and then married, meaning could they buy her out of slavery, and then was it possible for a Jew to marry her? And in fact, he ruled in the positive and was very supportive of the Jewish identity story of the Ethiopian Jews. Fascinating. And so Jews have known about the Ethiopian population for hundreds of years, long before James Bruce, but we don't have really extensive historical data that describe the interaction of this population with other Jewish communities. Here's a map that shows you precisely where the majority of the Jews of Ethiopia were located, around Lake Tana. And as you can see, the proximity to Saudi Arabia and Yemen is very significant. They're about 4,000 miles south of Israel, however. And I think we should turn now to the discussion of where did they come from? How do you get Jews in Ethiopia? They don't seem to be fitting into any other patterns of migration that we know of Jews from Israel. According to the Kebra Nagast, which is a medieval account of the history of Ethiopia, the entire Ethiopian royalty come from Israel. Echoing the account in the Hebrew scriptures, the Queen of Sheba, which is located just to the east of Ethiopia across the Red Sea, traveled to Israel and met King Solomon. Then she returned, and this time to Ethiopia, and she was expecting a son by King Solomon, who was named Menelik, and he formed the beginning of the Ethiopian royalty. So ironically, Ethiopians regard themselves as Israelites, particularly because of this particular royal connection. In the oral traditions of Ethiopian Jewry, this is one of the several stories that may account for their existence there. There is, however, no other data to support this other than the oral tradition. There are similar oral traditions that suggest that perhaps the Ethiopian Jews were a break-off from those Jews who left Egypt in the period of the Exodus, or perhaps the tribe of Dan from northern Israel who successfully evaded the Assyrian invasion in the 8th century before the Common Era, made their way to Ethiopia. And all of these are kind of like legends that are lost in time and have no real way of validating them. Other theories, which may have a little bit more validity, or at least maybe a little bit more credibility, is the influence of Jews through Chinyar. You'll recall we spoke about them a few weeks ago. This is the the kingdom in South Arabia that converted to Judaism sometime around the 4th, 5th century, and they had significant conflict with the kingdom of Aksum, which was based in what would be today called Ethiopia. So it's possible that maybe Judaism arrived in Ethiopia through the influence of the Fimyar. But what is without doubt is there is a certain population of people in Ethiopia who identify as Jews. We'll see there's a little bit of a caveat on what that word actually means, living within or alongside the Christian kingdom of Ethiopia. Here's a representation of the Christian king speaking to Muslims. The historical data on the experience of these Jews is not fully fleshed out until much later, but it appears that they had some degree of self-rule. It's debatable whether they had a full kingdom of their own, but they definitely had a certain amount of territory and authority that was often in conflict with the Christian rulers of Ethiopia. There is a famous Queen Yodit, who is sometimes identified as a Jewish queen, and historians have identified the high point of their self-rule in the 16th century, followed by a marked decline as they slowly begin to lose much of their landed status. Their occupational profile changes from farming and going into crafts, pottery, and other types of semi-urban types of professions. Still very strongly represented in the martial arts, but gradually losing their connection to ancestral land, which would have very negative consequences when we get to the 18th and 19th century. Now, let us speak a little bit about what do we call these people. I've kind of danced around it, and the term Ethiopian Jewry is sort of vague. It is important to note that they would call themselves the Beta Israel, the House of Israel. And this was designed to contrast them from the Christians who were called the House of Christianity. They would not call themselves, ironically, Jews. The term for Jew is Ayhud. Pardon my Amharic pronunciation, which is really rusty. But apparently the term Ayhud was used by all people at the time to indicate people who were rebels, people who were, opponents, people who were, against the status quo. And so the Beta Israel, calling themselves Israelites, were recognizing their, Israelite origin, but knowing that the Ethiopian Christians also claimed an Israelite origin, they used this more specific term, Beta Israel, or Beta Israel, which designated that they were not following the same faith as the Christians. They were following the Jewish faith, although they wouldn't call it that either. Now, the term falasha, which came into wide use through the 19th and 20th century, that's actually a derogatory term. It means roughly outcast or landless person, wanderer, and this was used to describe the Beta Israel during the period of their lowest ebb in terms of their economic and political power. They were gradually, over the course of the 17th and 18th and 19th century, pushed out of ancestral land holdings, as I mentioned earlier, and so the negative term thrown at them was falasha, meaning they were landless, they were wanderers, and so on. The term of respect would be Beta Israel. Now, let us look specifically at the content of their faith, which is called the Haymanot, which means literally faith. It would have been used to describe different types of faiths in Ethiopia, but in Israel it's used specifically to refer to classical Ethiopian Judaism. Perhaps we can, by looking at their Judaism, understand a little bit more about their origins. Here's a picture of a typical Ethiopian synagogue. It doesn't look so much like the synagogues that I pray in, but nevertheless, it'll work. When we look at the practices of the Ethiopian Jews, we see that they are entirely biblical. They show no evidence of rabbinic or Karaite influence. Rabbinic, of course, means the whole tradition that we've described in great detail in the past, with the Midrash, the Mishnah, and of course the Talmud. They do not have the Talmud, and they don't have any of the Talmudic teachings. Karaism, which we're going to God willing discuss a little bit in a couple of weeks, is essentially a sort of a break off from the rabbinic movement that tries to rely entirely on the biblical text without the Talmud, but nevertheless, it's impossible to do so without specific interpretations anyways, and so we don't see them as Karaites either. Nevertheless, the Ethiopian Jews, on pain of martyrdom, hold to their beliefs with tremendous tenacity. But what does it look like, their faith? Well, fascinatingly, they retain a priestly sacrifice. The role of the Kohen is extremely important in their daily life. They're extremely punctilious about Sabbath observance, although, again, they're not observing it with the rabbinic overlays, just their understanding of what Sabbath observance requires. They also have strict dietary laws. They practice a form of menstrual separation, which is similar to the laws of Nida. Interestingly, their calendar preserves the fast of Esther, which would have been associated with events that are situated in the 6th century before the Common Era. But they don't have Hanukkah, which is something that, of course, began in the 2nd century before the Common Era, which might be a nice placement for perhaps the ancient origins of the Ethiopian people, but it's also possible that they may have absorbed this either through the influence of Qumran or others, and they absorbed the calendar imperfectly. So it's not an absolute certainty. But there are several things in the Ethiopian Jewish faith which are definitely not common to other Jews. They have, for example, monasticism, a very strong emphasis on the leadership of monks. And they have incredibly heavy reliance on the texts created within Ethiopian Christianity. Here's a look, for example, at the text they call the Orit, which is related to the word perhaps Oraita, meaning Torah, the Aramaic word Oraita. You can see it's written in Ge'ez, which is the ancient scriptural language of Ethiopian Christianity and also of the Ethiopian Jews. And it appears that they simply took the Ge'ez translations of text, probably taken from the Greek, and they had used those as their central religious text. So there are some things that are going on in the development of Ethiopian Judaism which are not similar to what's going on in the rest of Rabbinic Judaism. This will pose significant consequences for 20th century debates over the fundamental Jewishness of the Ethiopian people. We'll speak about that, in a much later lecture. But I will note at this point that great scholars like Rav Ovadia Yosef, chief rabbi of Israel and one of the most well-known 20th century rabbis, agreed with the Ridvaz and said that they are Jewish in origin, and that really paved their way towards acceptance in Israel. Let us move now to the 19th century. And one of the things that I can also say about the Ethiopian Jews, things that I've learned in my own research for this lecture, they have an incredible yearning for Zion that is demonstrated throughout the centuries. In 1855, however, there was an unfortunate event which began when an Ethiopian Jew, with the blessing of his elders in Ethiopia, brought his 13-year-old son Moshe to study in Jerusalem, to try to learn what is it that we are missing, what is all this rabbinic stuff, what is this Talmud, and so on. And his pious intent was to learn more about how they should be behaving according to rabbinic traditions. Moshe stayed behind. He was left with a group of rabbis to study, but then he disappeared shortly thereafter, only to turn up again under the influence of an Anglican missionary named Samuel Gobat. And this is one of the rather unfortunate aspects of the Ethiopian experience, that once their presence became known to the outside world, the Christian world in particular, there was a dedicated effort to convert this tiny pocket of Ethiopian Jewry to Christianity, and was the subject of a significant effort by Protestant Christians in particular, as we shall see. However, the disappearance of Moshe ben Daniel was an unfortunate event because one of the first people to really raise questions about the Jewish status of the Ethiopian Jews was one of these rabbis, Rabbi Joseph Schwartz, who was assigned to study with Moshe initially. But let us return to the difficult aspect of this story, which relates to their targeting by Protestant missionaries. Perhaps the most significant of which is Henry Aaron Stern, a Jew who was converted to Protestant Christianity and made it his career essentially to preach to the so-called falasha, as you see here, an illustration from one of his many books at the time. Much of the actual preaching was not done by Stern directly. He actually spent remarkably little time in Ethiopia, and the time he spent there was not well served because at one point he was arrested by the emperor. But many of his acolytes were the ones, local Ethiopians, who adopted Christianity, who went on to proselytize on his behalf. Now, in 1862, a crisis occurred when a young man named Kindi Fanta converted to Christianity through this mission, and he was excommunicated by the village elders. Fanta then turned around and cursed them in the name of the emperor. And this curse apparently had tremendous impact on the population as a whole. The curse had phraseology to the effect of, "May the emperor die if you do not stop offering ritual sacrifice." Now, the Beta Israel took this very seriously. I think this is part of the cultural milieu of Ethiopia, with which I am not that familiar. They took this very seriously, saying, "Oh my gosh, this curse must have some impact. And how are we supposed to behave according to our religion if that will place a death sentence on the emperor?" So the Beit Israel went to court over this. Again, it's 1862. It's still the modern era. And several courts, they went through the motions. They actually nullified the curse, but people were still concerned about this. And ultimately, this came into an appeal before Tavodros, the emperor himself, who actually issued a new decree to limit sacrificial practice, which was a direct infringement on the religious life of Ethiopian Jews. Now, in that same year, there is some debate about exactly the sequence of events, but in that same year, a large number of Ethiopian Jews, the precise number is not known, decided that they had no future in Ethiopia, and they attempted to march to Israel on foot, about 2,500 miles or 4,000 kilometers. The effort, although certainly we can appreciate the religious sincerity that motivated, ended in disaster. The huge numbers of Ethiopian Jews who hoped to make this great migration on foot were afflicted by hunger and disease, and ultimately the march ceased at Tigray in northern Ethiopia when many of the survivors simply stayed there and others tried to make it back to Lake Time. So this is kind of like a low point in many ways for the history of Ethiopian Jewry, but there will be a glorious 20th century development that we'll have to discuss in the next time we come back to Ethiopian Jewry. In the meantime, I hope you found this useful, and I have to say I find it absolutely inspirational, and I look forward to speaking with you next about the Jews of Khazaria, strangely a related topic. Thank you for watching. I've recorded about 500 videos on Jewish history now, and one of the things that used to surprise me, unfortunately doesn't surprise me anymore, is that in the top 10 of popularity, my handful of videos on the Khazar conversion remain very popular. And at first I thought, that's a really cool thing, but now I begin to think it says something unfortunate about humanity. So for this video and the next, which are going to focus on the unusual chapter of Khazar Jewry in our larger project, I'm going to first speak about something that is frequently posed as a question, and I'll answer definitively. The answer is no. Ashkenazi Jews are not Khazars. They are not descended from the Khazar people. If they have any connection with the Khazar, it is very, very tiny in proportion to the overwhelming whole, which is largely European and Middle Eastern in background. So let's take some time to understand what the big controversy is about and what is the resolution to something which is a burning question for many people. First of all, what is the Khazar hypothesis? Although it is shrouded in mystery, most historians coalesce around the idea that a population in the region of the Caspian Sea, not too far from the northern Black Sea, encompassing part of southeastern Europe, converted to Judaism sometime in the 8th century. They had come into existence in the 6th century as a proto-empire and then began expanding until they were finally defeated by the people of Kiev and the Rus. That would be based in today's Kyiv, Ukraine, in the 10th century, and then they basically disappeared. So here's a map that shows you roughly where the Khazar Empire would have stretched. Again, we can't use like really firm boundaries, but this is the general area. Now, at the same time, more or less, you have the establishment of Jewish Ashkenaz, which is associated primarily with Germany, with the Rhineland, and we begin to see Jewish settlement there from somewhere around the 10th century onward. The name Ashkenaz is of biblical origin, but it is applied in the medieval period to this region of Germany. Now, from what we know from lots of other sources, there's a pretty significant eastward expansion or migration of the Jews of Ashkenaz to Eastern Europe for reasons that I'm looking forward to discussing with you in later videos. But there's a lot of spread of Ashkenazi Jews to the east, and from there, they constitute the largest single demographic chunk of European Ashkenazi Jews as a whole. Looking at this outline here in yellow is basically where most Ashkenazi Jews trace their origins to. Of course, there's a big migration to the Americas, particularly from Eastern Europe in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. And that's basically the migration that my own ancestors came from. And that's basically the story. The term Ashkenazi, again, derives from medieval Germany, although most of those Jews who used that term later migrated to Eastern Europe, and then from there, many of them to America, Israel, and so on. That's to distinguish them from other ethnic groups within the Jewish people, such as the Sephardim, who trace their origins primarily to the Iberian Peninsula. God willing, we'll talk a lot more about them shortly. Now, here's the Khazarian hypothesis. Since there is something of an overlap between the limits of the Khazar Empire, which had some kind of connection, possibly a conversion to Judaism, perhaps in the 8th century, and the population of Jews that by the time you get to the 20th century, the vast bulk of Ashkenazi Jews are living in Eastern Europe, the Khazar hypothesis says that the Jews that call themselves Ashkenazim coming from Eastern Europe are not descendants of the German Ashkenazim. They are actually descendants from the Khazars, and that's it in a nutshell. Now, why should we care about this is something that we'll talk about in the next video, but that's the essence of the Khazar hypothesis, that the Jews who originate from Eastern Europe are primarily descended from this Turkic tribe living in Central Asia. Perhaps one of the most significant thinkers and writers on this period is Professor Shaul Stamfer of Hebrew University. Great scholar, has written quite a bit on Eastern European Jewish history, and he's published quite a bit on Khazaria in particular. He has a very jaundiced view of the entire conversion process as a whole, the entire conversion story, which I'll speak about in the next video. But he says there are a few really clear reasons why we can say that Ashkenazi Jews are not descended from the Khazars. First of all, there is no DNA evidence to support this. Now, if you go back in my earlier videos, as I've been doing these over the last 10 years, there's been growing amounts of data, and you'll see slight changes even in my own presentation because of the appearance of new data. DNA evidence is one of the most exciting tools that historians have in their toolbox. And when it comes to the question of biological descent as opposed to halachic identity, Jewish identity by Jewish law, which is a different thing, although they tend to overlap like a Venn diagram, it's really clear that there's no DNA evidence or a very tiny element of DNA evidence to support the idea of a Khazar origin to Eastern European Ashkenazi Jewry. Now, one exception to that rule is the Professor Eran El-Haik, who's written some interesting things on this, but he remains controversial, and most scholars are not accepting the research that he's presented specifically on Khazaria. Now, without being a scientist and be able to get into the real nuts and bolts of this, what I've read about this is that he prepared in 2013, I think it was first published, an analysis of about 1,300 Y chromosomes, 1,300 people looking at their Y chromosomes to try to see what the similarities were between Jews and about 75 odd other nationalities. Unfortunately, the sample was really, really small. Of the Jews, only 8 fit the specific parameters that we're looking at right now. That's a tiny number to really make huge statements about the vast majority of Ashkenazi Jews. Secondly, more significantly, the number of Khazar individuals studied was precisely 0, because there are no Khazars today, and in fact, we haven't had any Khazars for about 1,000 years. There has been no one walking around who claims Khazar descent to whom we can go to for genetic data. In other words, you can't compare Jews to Khazars if you don't have any Khazars to actually say, oh, you're a Khazar. Great, let's take your DNA. So what he did was he essentially guessed, an educated guess, using Georgians and Armenians, which live roughly in the same area, but with 1,000 years of population movement, it's really hard to say that that's reasonable at all. So it's considered widely to be a very unreliable estimate, and most scholars, particularly most historians, are not accepting this limited data evidence to suggest that Jews come from Zaria. Secondly, we can pile on the burden of proof here. The second thing is there's absolutely no linguistic evidence of Khazar influence on Jews. I mean, one of the things that we would certainly expect to see is that Jews would pick up Khazar terminology in their Yiddish. Yiddish, by the way, is the overwhelmingly dominant native language of the Jews who call themselves Ashkenazi, originating from Eastern Europe. At the turn of the 20th century, there was a census in the Russian Empire, and I think it was 98% of Ukrainian Jews, 97% of Jews throughout the empire, if I remember correctly, claimed Yiddish as their mother tongue. And there is no discernible evidence of Turkic in Yiddish. There are some interesting words here and there that are a kind of uncertain derivation. There's a professor named Weinreich, who is one of the most important theorists of early Yiddish, who argues that the word daven, which means to pray, might come from a Turkic origin, but it's kind of up in the air. Absolutely, Yiddish is basically German. It's overwhelmingly German. Arguments to the contrary, that its grammar is essentially Slavic, is nonsensical to anyone who has studied all 3 language groups. If you've studied German, if you've studied some Slavic languages, and you've studied Yiddish, you know that Yiddish is overwhelmingly German, written with Hebrew characters, with a significant borrowing of Hebrew, Aramaic, both Jewish languages, and a certain amount of French, and all the various words that come along as the Jews are traveling through their migrations. The small elements of Slavic grammar that are visible, particularly in the Eastern dialects of Yiddish, which is not at all surprising given that we're talking about living in a Slavic area. They're not Turkic, they're Slavic, very different languages, and they're basically like uses of aspect and other fine or grammatical forms. So bottom line is Yiddish is way, way more German than it is Turkic. The Turkic elements, the Khazar elements, are vanishingly small if they exist at all. Third, there's no cultural evidence. I mean, where are the the recipes? Where are the folk customs? Where are the superstitions, the stories, the legends, the songs that one would expect to come from Turkic origins? We simply don't have them in Ashkenazi culture. We have lots of Russian things, lots of Ukrainian, especially lots of Ukrainian, Polish, and so on, after 1,000 years of living in the region. We have evidence of German, of Latin, of French types of cultural accretions that follow the Jews as they travel, but we don't have any Khazarian things. So the burden of proof is clearly on those who want to push this theory. The overwhelming amount of evidence suggests that the model of Jewish migration from Ashkenaz is exactly what happened historically. So then that brings us to the next question: where did Ashkenazi Jews come from? And I get this question a lot, actually. So this is Doron Behar, who is a remarkable geneticist who's really advanced the field quite a bit, and he's done some great studies of DNA, and most of them just appeared in the last 2 years. One of the most fascinating things that he discovered is that 40% of all Ashkenazi Jews are descended from precisely 4 women, apparently of European origin, and there's some indication that they lived about 1,000 years ago, or perhaps a little bit earlier. No indication they lived like they knew each other, but there are 4 specific women that seem to have had a tremendous impact on Ashkenazi Jews. Furthermore, statistically speaking, there are significant similarities between non-Ashkenazi Jews, like Sephardi Jews and Mizrahi Jews and so on, with Ashkenazi Jews. So in other words, it still seems to be one big family, despite the superficial differences in skin tone and hair texture and so on. But Jews seem to be more or less one family. And there are significant distinctions between, especially in Eastern Europe, between Jews and the peoples among whom they live. So in other words, this all basically fits with the common sense idea of the Jews moving from Western Europe into Eastern Europe. The kind of elements that Dr. Bihar was able to map out include something called genetic drift, which helps to account for some of the superficial presentation of Ashkenazi people. As a layperson, my understanding of genetic drift is basically when you have, and by the way, I'll show you a Y chromosome study in a second that says a lot more about Jewish males and Jewish females. This happens when, as is very common and well documented, non-Jewish women adopt Judaism and marry into the Jewish people. This may be a much more pronounced conversion, women converting to Judaism than men converting to Judaism. This helps account for the physical distinctions between, let's say, Mediterranean Jewry and Eastern European Jewry. You also have a phenomenon which is consistent with the historical record of a genetic bottleneck, where you have a population of people that, for a variety of reasons, which could be social, economic, political, it could have to do with persecution, massacres, wars, things like that, but a larger group of people are suddenly shrunk over a period of time to be a much smaller population, like a bottleneck forms, and that means that there are much fewer people from whom the later ancestors derived their origins. This helps explain the fairly large number of genetic disorders that unfortunately afflict Ashkenazi Jews, like breast cancer and Tay-Sachs, which may owe a lot to the fact that there was this bottleneck, perhaps around the turn of the millennium, that meant that the population of Jews living in Northern Europe that would later move to the east represent the basis of a much larger population. So the bottom line of all of this is that it's pretty much what we always were thinking, although Italy may be more important than most historians have thought. Have a look at this map here, which is also part of Dr. Bihar's research, and this is looking specifically at Levites on the Y chromosome. Now, Levites, like Kohanim, are members of the priestly family, and they are and it's only the males. It's passed down father to son. Mothers do not pass down the Levite connection. So looking at the Y chromosomes of Ashkenazi Jews, he was able to determine that it appears that they do have origins consistent with Middle Eastern distant origin, and then a strong migration through the Italian peninsula to the Ashkenazic heartland in Germany. That would be numbers 1 through 2 in this particular map. And then number 3 is, as we expected, a large migration towards the east, where most Ashkenazi Levites find their origins going back through that original vector. And then, as you can see, the kind of the faded line there of the extension towards the west, along with the arrow labeled number 4, there is a reference back as those Ashkenazi Levites begin to move to the west and, in fact, begin to form families with Sephardic women and non-Ashkenazi Jews generally in the Iberian Peninsula. It is probably at the point number 2 on this map when those 4 mothers appeared, probably somewhere around the year 1000, and then are responsible for this huge expansion of Ashkenazi Jewry, and as a result, a tremendous popularity of Asian food now in America and so on. Now, if you look at these, the green lines here, this is the traditional view of the migration of Jews historically, which there's a lot to say for this, and this does not contradict the historical model that we have well documented of Jews moving their way across the coast of North Africa. But that particular route would not necessarily explain the origins of most Ashkenazi Levites. In other words, while Jews may have been moving along that route number 5, they do not account for the large number of Levites in the Ashkenazi community, and so it's not demonstrated by the research that he has worked on. Nevertheless, we do have Jews moving along the coast of North Africa, just not necessarily Levites that would end up producing lines among the Ashkenazi. It's so complicated to see this in so many ways, but you get the basic idea, right? Okay, so that's our short answer. Ashkenazi Jews are not descended from the Khazars. They are descended from the Middle East and possibly through an Italian vector. And there are 4 women, ironically, the Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah of Ashkenazi Jews account for almost half of all Ashkenazi Jews today. In the next video, let us actually go to Khazaria and try to figure out what did happen in the 8th century. What can we say about it intelligently? Okay, thank you very much for watching. Now that we have discussed the persistent question of the origin of Ashkenazi Jewry in the previous video, let's go straight to Khazaria and try to understand what exactly do we know about the story of the conversion of the Khazars in that region, possibly in the 8th century. The story of Khazaria is especially fascinating when you think about the way it has been received by Jewish history. This is what the German historians call it Rezeptionsgeschichte, or the history of the reception, how an idea is formed and developed and spread around. Perhaps the most important element of the Rezeptionsgeschichte, it's hard to say, of the Khazar conversion is this book, the Kuzari, written by Rabbi Yehuda Levi, very, very important Spanish Jewish thinker in the 12th century. The story described in the Kuzari is essentially the story of the Khazar conversion as this great poet and philosopher developed into a massive book. The story goes like this. Basically, there is this King Bulan, who somewhere around the year 740 is a very spiritual individual and concerned with the practice of paganism among his people. and looking at the growth of monotheistic movements, particularly Christianity and Islam. And both Christianity and Islam are making geographic headway in Central Asia and approaching his borders. And he thinks to himself, oh, so what should I be doing? Should I be remaining a pagan? Should I join one of these other faiths and so on? And so he has a debate where he brings together a Jew, a Muslim, and a Christian. I know it sounds like an offensive joke, but it's not. And he has them have a trilateral debate over which religion is superior. In the end, as you might expect, given the fact that this is Rabbi Yehuda Halevi writing it, King Bulan decides to accept Judaism, and all of his court and the Kuzari, the Khazarian people, ultimately follow him into Judaism. That's essentially the story. Now, I hope you noticed that there's 500 years difference between the setting of this story and the authorship of the Kuzari. That's half a millennium. That's a lot of time. And we have to understand that the Kuzari was chosen as a subject for Rabbi Yehuda Halevi because of circumstances in the Iberian Peninsula in his day, specifically the trilateral relationship between Jews, Muslims, and Christians, which was very unique to Spain and Portugal. Rabbi Yehuda Halevi essentially used the story of the conversion of the Khazars as a kind of a literary foil to have a larger philosophical discussion about the relative merits of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And then, of course, by doing so, to demonstrate the superiority of Judaism. That's the essential idea of the Kuzari, and the actual historical elements of the conversion of the Khazars is not necessarily important for what Rabbi Yehuda Halevi wanted to achieve in his literary work. So let us set aside the Kuzari as a historical source. It's definitely not intended to serve as a historical source. It's intended to serve as a literary philosophical source. Let's try to go back and understand what we do know about the period. So let's move back a couple hundred years to the correspondence of Chastai ibn Shaprut. Again, we're still about 300 years distant from the actual events described, but this is a fascinating and very important source, which was exceptionally important for Yehuda Halevi's work as well. Chastai ibn Shaprut, who I hope we will discuss in a few lectures when we look at Spain in the 10th century, very important diplomat who communicated with Jewish communities throughout the Mediterranean basin. And he was fascinated with the story of the Khazar conversion, which was known to him. And so he sent out some emissaries to try and reach Khazaria and find out, what's going on there? Are you guys actually Jewish? Is this actually a Jewish kingdom? Now, for reasons which will take us beyond the scope of our discussion, his emissaries did not succeed in reaching Khazaria or speaking with any actual Khazarians, but they did receive correspondence from someone who purported to have brought letters from a King Joseph of Khazaria. These letters are absolutely fascinating. They relate the story of the conversion of King Bulan. They talk about the nature of Khazarians, their Judaism, and all kinds of fascinating things. But it's widely believed that these letters were forgeries. In other words, the people who provided the letters to the messengers of Chastai ibn Shaprut were essentially engaged in some kind of con. And they have no bearing on the actuality of Khazaria, and they don't have historical value for that purpose. So they're fascinating and they're really engaging, but are they real? Are they authentic? Are they actually letters from King Joseph? Probably not. We do know, however, as we get closer and closer to the original dates, that there were medieval Jewish travelers who either had direct contact with Khazaria or direct contact with Khazarians in different places and report however briefly, on their Jewish status, sometimes with a degree of surprise, sometimes with a degree of skepticism, but nevertheless, there's like more and more little tiny bits of evidence piling up in a lot of places. As we shall see, many skeptics would say that the plural of anecdote is not data, but it's hard to toss away these little bits of information. For example, here's a fascinating document which was found in the Cairo Geniza. We will have opportunity to speak about what that Geniza is in a few lectures from now, but basically it's a medieval trove of documents which were literally thrown away, but were amazingly preserved till they were unearthed in the late 19th century. And in this trove of documents is the so-called Kievan letter, which is basically a letter that is familiar to anyone who lives in a Jewish community today. When tzedakah collectors, when charity collectors come by Jewish homes, they typically present a document which is called a petek, and it's essentially a statement of the bona fides of the bearer of the document, saying that this person represents a legitimate cause, he's fallen on hard times, he's supporting orphans and widows, or a charitable cause, one or the other. And it's expected that when someone presents you with this petek, which may be issued by the local community in which the donor lives, or it may come from the originating community, like from Jerusalem or wherever, then you give them charity and they build up their cause. So this is exactly one of those documents. The only real difference between this document and the ones we use today is that the ones we use today are laminated typically. This was not laminated, but it comes from Kiev, which indicates that that was part of the range of Khazaria. In fact, the great Harvard historian Omelian Pritsak argued that Kiev may have been founded by Khazarian Jews, believe it or not. At any rate, the letter, which comes from Kiev, specifically describes how the person has fallen on hard times and the person is worthy, and you should specifically support his cause. And then, amazingly, at the bottom, you can see it's highlighted here in this particular image. There is a signature in what appear to be Turkic runes that say, "I have read it," or "We have read it." Fascinating. That indicates that there was evidently people who, because normally this would be the signature of someone who was important in the Jewish community, like a rabbi or the parnas of the community, which is essentially the president of the community. And he obviously is completely illiterate in Hebrew and needs to write in Turkic runes, which would be very unusual unless there was a distinct Khazaric community in Kiev at the time. We have multiple references from Arab historians to a Jewish presence in Khazaria as well. And perhaps one of my favorite examples is in one of the most important early historical documents that describe the origins of the Kiev and the Rus population, which later would grow into modern-day Ukraine. It's also shared with the Russian Empire and the Polish Empire and so on. It's the so-called Povest Vremenia Chiet, or Chronicle of Bygone Years, which is essentially a church record of the history of the region. There's a fascinating description of a key element in the Christianization of the region, specifically the conversion of King Volodymyr, or Vladimir, to Eastern Orthodox Christianity. And amazingly, it's exactly like the story in the Kuzari. There is a representative of Islam. There are two representatives of Christianity, both Western and Eastern Christianity, and there is a representative of the Jews, and that representative is specifically a Khazarian Jew. And this is absolutely fascinating that not only do they replicate the story that is essentially told in the letters of Chasdai ibn Shakrut with King Joseph, they actually report the same kind of scenario. Of course, it ends up that King Volodymyr decides to become Christian rather than Jewish. Could you imagine how history changed had he chosen to be Jewish? He very nearly did, by the way. But this is, one of those data points that's really hard to ignore. speaking to the idea of a Jewish community in Khazaria at the time. And then finally, we've got some really tempting archaeological finds, like this coin found in the United Kingdom as part of the so-called Spillings hoard. There's a whole number of them that come from Khazaria around this time, like 8th, 9th century. This one writes in Arabic, a sort of a paraphrase on the famous statement of Islamic faith. There is no God but Allah, and Moses is his prophet. Right? That's an unusual kind of statement there. And then there are some tempting examples of Jewish symbols on Khazar architecture, which is limited. There are not a lot of finds, but this menorah symbol from a Khazar archaeological dig is especially tempting. So all of these things come together to suggest that something really important happened in this region in the 8th century that involved Judaism. But what exactly happened? Let's have a look at that. If you ask Professor Shaul Stampfer, who we met in the last lecture when we were talking about DNA evidence, Dr. Stampfer is definitely one of the biggest skeptics of the whole story. He says it is, quote, a splendid story. Right? You can finish the rest of that sentence. In other words, there's not much to it. So, but we still have all these little bits of data, the Kievan letter, the Spillings hoard coin, and things like that. What does all that mean? So, trying to put it together, one of the biggest questions we have is, if they did convert to Judaism, and I tend to believe something happened there with regard to conversion, why did they convert? There does not seem to be a really good source to provide an answer for this. Besides, of course, the letter of King Joseph to Chasdai ibn Shaprut, widely regarded as a forgery, but in that letter, the primary motivation was essentially spiritual in nature, and that's very nice, but maybe I've been a historian too long. I tend to be skeptical of such things. It's also possible that maybe it had to do with the geopolitics of the era. The Khazars did fight two brutal wars with the Muslims. They did see the rapid expanse of Christianity, which would overtake Ukraine, then Kiev and Rus, in short order. So, maybe they chose to adopt Judaism as some kind of potentially neutral position. Perhaps they hoped to say that, hey, Jews are tolerated in Muslim lands under the Pact of Umar, which we discussed earlier, and in Christian lands through the doctrine of witness. Maybe they thought they could carve out some independence there. But we also have to remember that there is remarkable silence regarding their association with the massive Jewish population in Mesopotamia, which is really not so far away. This was really the world center of Jewish intellect and rabbinics and writing and so on. Why is there silence from Mesopotamia on the Khazar conversion? Who converted them? If not the rabbis active in Babylonia and Mesopotamia, was it the Karaites, who we haven't had the opportunity to discuss yet? Why do we have no Karaite sources either? So a lot of questions about why they would convert. Secondly, how Jewish was this conversion, both in terms of quality and in terms of quantity? I mentioned already that we don't have a clear sense as to whether these converts were rabbinic in orientation or Karaite in orientation. The documents like the Kievan letter just indicate that that particular individual who had gone to Egypt with the purpose of raising funds had fallen on hard times. But it doesn't really say much about his personal religious orientation. We don't really have clear evidence as to what kind of Judaism they performed. We also, very importantly, don't know how many of them became Jewish. Is it possible that this was kind of like a royal conversion, like we see, for example, with Queen Helena of Adiabene, who converted to Judaism with her sons, but her husband remained non-Jewish? Is it possibly similar to the conversion in Chimyar in the Arabian Peninsula? We simply don't know how many of Khazarian Jews converted to Judaism. And it could be that this was simply a token conversion that took place in the upper strata. It did not extend to the lower population as a whole, who remained essentially pagan. We don't know. And thirdly, perhaps, contributing to the ongoing mystery about the Khazars, what happened to them? Right? Where did they go? We know that the empire lost its political independence in the 10th century when Sviatoslav of Kiev and Rus destroyed it for the last time. But they seem to pop up every now and then in the Chronicle of Bygone Years. That was a couple hundred years later. We still have reference to Khazars as Jews, but they don't seem to have that impact on the demographics of the region. We already discussed in the previous video the lack of DNA evidence of their continuing relationship with Ashkenazi Jews. Did they perhaps, make an impact on some of the smaller Jewish populations in the Caucasus, like the mountain Jews perhaps? We simply don't know. Now, as I mentioned in the beginning of the last video, I get a lot of questions and a lot of attention about the Khazars. Sometimes I have to actually shut off the comments because they just get way out of hand. And you might wonder, if this is your first time encountering this question, why would people care? Right? What is the big deal? Some obscure 8th century event? So the implications are actually quite significant for 21st century politics. If you consider, for example, the work of Professor Shlomo Zahn, who is an Israeli historian who has written quite a few controversial books. One of the most significant is this one here, the so-called The Invention of the Jewish People, in which he essentially argues that Ashkenazi Jews, as we discussed in the last video, Ashkenazi Jews are not really Jewish. That this entire sub-ethnic group of the Jewish people, which had such a profound impact on modern politics in particular, since the 19th century in particular, they're not actually descended from the biblical Jews of ancient Israel. Now, this has a lot of appeal to people who wish to see modern Jews taken down a peg. Maybe for religious reasons, that they want to feel that modern Ashkenazi Jews don't have a real share in the ancient patrimony that they claim. Again, not that it really makes a difference in terms of Jewish law. And although I'm not a theologian, I'm not even sure what kind of difference it would make theologically. The argument of some people, frankly, anti-Semites, that modern Jews are not real Jews is a way of delegitimizing their ethnic identity and of saying that we don't have to afford them the respect that their ancient patrimony might otherwise be appropriate for them. We don't have to regard them as being, millennial followers of an ancient tradition, and perhaps therefore, we don't have to even apply the doctrine of witness to them. We could consider them usurpers, racial interlopers who have somehow taken away the true patrimony. You see this sometimes among black supremacists who argue that the real Jews are actually black, and those white Jews who claim to be Jews, they can't be Jews because we are, right? That's, as we discussed when we looked at the Jews of Africa, there are Jews who are black as well, and it's just not a factor in the theological or the halachic application of who is a Jew, halachic being in terms of Jewish law. So a lot of anti-Semites really like the Khazarian hypothesis. And for people like Professor Zahn, they also see kind of like a liberal approach to this as well. The right wing may see it in terms of traditional anti-Semitic views. The left wing, as we see Professor Zahn, he wishes to disassociate himself specifically with the Jewish claim to the land of Israel. If Ashkenazi Jews, the argument goes, are not really Jewish, and Israel is to be a homeland for Jews, that therefore, in the way the argument goes, invalidates the Ashkenazi claim to the land of Israel as their homeland. And that's a pretty strong thing to state politically. And that's why, ironically, you sometimes find the Khazarian hypothesis being advanced by those who have issue with Jews both on the right and on the left. That's why this issue seems to have so much traction, even in the 21st century. But in terms of the overall scope of Jewish history, it's just a tiny little footnote, a fascinating one, a splendid story, to use Dr. Stamford's message. But we're going to move on from this now. We're going to look at a much more significant topic. We're going to look at the growth of Middle Eastern Jewry, and particularly we're going to look at the Gaonic period. Thank you very much for watching. Let us now return to the Middle East, to the heartland of Babylonia, the Mesopotamian region between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, for the immediate post-Talmudic period, which is associated with the leaders of the academies known as the Gaonim. The term Gaon is derived from the Hebrew word Ga'ava, which means pride. It can also mean arrogance, depending on the way in which it's used. Like to say a person is a Baal Gaiva would mean to say they're a very arrogant person. But in this context, it means like the pride and joy of the community. Here's a great map from the Barnavi Atlas that shows the influence of the Gaonim of Baghdad. You can see on the right there's a kind of blue circle which has Baghdad right at the center. That's where the centers of Talmudic learning shifted during the period after the Islamic invasion and conquest of the region. They were located further south, Sura, Pomodita, and so on, and Baghdad eventually became the major administrative center of the entire Islamic empire and also of the Gaonic Empire, if you will, which mirrors much of it. What I really like about this particular map is it has the sort of like arrows that are reaching out in three directions from Baghdad, which gives you a sense of their relative cultural and intellectual influence, to a certain degree their political influence as well. But they also have that brown circle with Jerusalem at the rough center there. That represents the influence of the traditional center of Talmudic learning. There were, of course, two Talmuds written, one in Babylon, known as obviously the Babylonian Talmud, the other one, not quite as obvious, written primarily in Tiberias, that's known as the Jerusalem Talmud, sometimes called the Palestinian Talmud. And the relative strength of the expositors of those two Talmuds, they definitely were linked with each other, had a lot of communication with each other, began to change as we get past the Islamic conquest of the region. And Jerusalem definitely declines in authority, and Babylon, Baghdad in particular, ascends in authority. Now, but we should understand that all of this stuff is happening largely as a consequence of the Islamic expansion across the coast of North Africa into Spain and further east all the way out to Pakistan and Bangladesh. There are a lot of political and economic reasons why the Gaonim had such an assist in reaching these far from Jewish diasporas. First of all, we should understand that with the Muslim conquest, the Jews of Babylonia were no longer separated from the various diaspora communities by a political boundary. So they were really within one cultural orbit, one linguistic orbit, one economic orbit, and it was much more convenient and safe for them to travel back and forth. You no longer had the geopolitical conflict between, let's say, the Roman or the Byzantine Empire and the Persian Empire. Putting it all under the Muslims really had a tremendous impact on the ability of Jews to communicate with each other, to engage in interregional trade and things like that. Another very important thing that happens is that there is a symbiosis that develops between these communities in the diaspora, as far away as Spain, let's say, and the center in Baghdad. On the one hand, these much smaller communities outside of the traditional center are able to send requests for information, for clarification of Jewish law. These requests are called in Hebrew she'elot, And the Geonim, the leaders of the academies in Baghdad, are able to send back responses, which are called in Hebrew teshuvot. So, in fact, there's a whole major genre of rabbinic literature called Sheilot Utshuvot, questions and answers, or questions and responses. And sometimes in English, this is known as the responsa literature. Singular would be responsa. And so there's a symbiosis in the sense of these small communities are able to ask Baghdad for questions, clarifications, and with their requests, they send funds to support the academy's activity. And at the same time, besides providing intellectual and spiritual guidance for these communities, Baghdad can also confer official confirmation of the municipal leadership of these Jewish communities by indicating a specific addressee as a figure of importance in a community. That ipso facto renders that person much more significant in terms of the municipal leadership of the community. We'll speak a little later about how the communities were structured. But so there was this symbiosis between the diaspora and Baghdad, the periphery and the center, that only began to really fray as Spain in particular got much more significant towards the end of the period we're discussing. Also note, of course, that there is a rivalry between the Jerusalem center and the Baghdad center. Ultimately, Baghdad would eclipse Jerusalem. Let's also think for a second, too, about the impact of language, because by incorporating this entire territory under Islamic rule, Arabic as a language really begins to act as a much more effective lingua franca for the entire region. And this has significant impact not only for the political and economic reasons that I described earlier, but also in terms of the way Jews thought about their own language. The Arabs regarded Arabic as a holy language, as a language that had phenomenal aesthetic appeal, both in terms of its structure, its grammar, its vocabulary, and its calligraphy. And Jews had a similar kind of cognate feeling about Hebrew. And so this idea of, and of course, Hebrew and Arabic are very closely related languages, so there was a lot of cultural give and take there in terms of the absorption of Arabic as an important language. Jews began, of course, writing in Arabic with Hebrew letters at this time. This was called Judeo-Arabic, and it was a very widely used language among Jews. Another important element that's going on at this time is the very significant shift towards urbanization. Up until this point, Jews have largely been, like most peoples of the Middle East, an agrarian people. The majority of their economy was associated with agriculture. And although there were always elites who were active in culture and in commerce and so on in these small cities of the time, it was during the period of the Islamic invasion and conquest that Jews really began to shift towards a more urban posture. The shift towards trades, crafts, skills, things like that was very prominent from the 7th to the 10th centuries in particular. One of the reasons for this is the way in which Muslims taxed the Jewish population in particular and the general tax. Jews were, of course, required to pay a poll tax that was on the individual, a head tax called jizya. We spoke about that a few lectures ago. And by the way, another aspect of the consolidation of the entire region was that if you had your receipts that indicated that you had paid your poll tax, you had much more freedom of movement across the region. You could go to someplace where people didn't know you and you could produce your receipt if necessary. You would have less difficulty with the local authorities. But they had another tax called a haraj, which was a collective land tax that was based on individual units of farmland. And the challenge of the haraj was that it was applied based on territory rather than population. So if you had 100 people living in a particular area and farming a particular section of real estate, and let's say 20 people left that area, that meant that 80 people had to carry the burden that was once carried by 100 people. And if another 20 people left, then 60 people had to manage that same tax burden. So it was kind of like an acceleration effect where the villages began emptying of populations, especially for Jews, who saw the cities as a much more amenable form of earning their living and a lighter tax burden. It also has lots of other benefits for Jews. Jews have to be very gregarious people. They need to walk to synagogue. They need to be walking distance, have a ritual bath, an Asian restaurant, all kinds of things like this. So it kind of fit with their cultural evolution. This is Professor Marina Rothschild, very important scholar of the Geniza, which we'll speak about, God willing, in another lecture or so. She presented in one essay a brilliant analysis of the confluence of the Gaonic expansion of influence and the discovery of a new method of communication that is specifically through paper. Now, historically, when new technologies have been developed, Jews tend to be early adopters, especially when it's associated with information technology. The Arabs call the Jews the Am al-Kitab, the people of the book, but really we are the people of information. And so any way that we can communicate more effectively is something that appeals to us. Let's have a very quick look at the history of information technology up to this point, and it'll be clearer what actually happened that made a huge difference. So here's perhaps the oldest form of recorded information technology we have. It's a cuneiform tablet. It is basically a clay tablet that has these little wedge-shaped marks embedded into it and then baked. Great for durability. I mean, this is a piece of clay that lasts a long, long time. It's really hard actually to destroy it. You can break it, but then you can piece it together. Really handy for archaeologists, but heavy to carry around, awkward to store, difficult to read, all kinds of things that make this not such a great choice. The next evolution in information technology at this time was parchment, which of course is very widely adopted by Jews. Torah scrolls are written on parchment, and this is essentially treated animal skins. Much more convenient to record and store and carry than cuneiform. And parchment has another kind of interesting feature that we don't recall that often with our contemporary methods of communication. It can be reused in a kind of a blunt way. Specifically, once you write on parchment, then if you want to use that text again, you can take some kind of like flat, hard object, like let's say a type of ruler, a stick, and you can rub it really hard, and that doesn't erase the letters, but it sort of fades them significantly. It breaks down the ink that's held by the animal skin such that it becomes less prominent. And then you can just go and write on top of it. This is called a palimpsest, and you can see here in this fragment from the Geniza, there is in the back, the original text is a Greek text, and then written on top of it is a Hebrew text. Now, it's not very beautiful by contemporary standards, but it is rather useful that way. If you're familiar with the classic Mishnah in Pirkei Avot, where Elisha ben Abuya says, someone who learns in old age or learns as an adult, to what may this be compared? To writing on rubbed parchment, meaning if you learn as an adult, like in your 40s or 50s or something like that, then you have to erase by rubbing all that stuff you learned as a child. But it never really, really goes away. What you learn as a child, as an adolescent, it's stuck in your brain in a very, very systemic manner. And you have to write on top of it, which is not ideal, but nevertheless you can do it. On the other hand, Elisha ben Abuya says, now if you learn things when you're a child, then that is much better. It's like writing on fresh parchment, nice and fresh and high contrast and so on. Anyways, this is parchment. Jews adopted parchment in a big way. The other big development, again, in the ancient world was papyrus, which is a plant product. And the most famous place for producing papyrus is in Egypt, where they used lots of reeds along the Nile River. And as you can see from this Egyptian document, holds color well, it can be very beautiful. And in fact, it can be made into a book form, unlike parchment, which works really well with scrolls. The papyrus can be cut up into square slices and then bound on one side into what's called a codex or a book. This was actually very much used by writers in the 1st century, And so it was adopted by the burgeoning Christian movement as a major form of information technology. Note, of course, the early Christian movement is, of course, also Jewish, and so Jews adopted this technology. However, when the split between Christians and Jews grew wider in the 2nd and 3rd century and onward, many rabbinic Jews eschewed the use of the papyrus codex because it was so heavily associated with the Christian movement. It also has some technological weaknesses. Papyri tend to fray at the edges because it is a fibrous product, and so it tends to be a little bit more fragile in terms of codex. The next big invention, which is where we are in our Babylonian period, is of course paper. Paper had been around for several hundred years. The Chinese had developed it significantly, but it was only in the period of the Islamic conquest in the Middle East when the Babylonians began to see the great value of paper and to use it extensively. Paper is cheaper than papyrus. It can be locally produced. It's much more durable than papyrus. And of course, paper lasted for an extremely long time. And so in the period of the Geonim, the rapid expansion of use of paper as a mode of communication among Jews across the entire diaspora in the Islamic world represented an opportunity for the Geonim to really accelerate their influence. A lot more correspondence is happening back and forth, both religious and spiritual, and also, of course, economic and personal. A lot more writings are being produced and are being copied out because, think about it. In order to produce a reasonable sized book, that might take 300 animals to create enough parchment. But with paper, it's way cheaper to produce these things and much more efficient to ship them off to various places. So this is a period of a great expansion and consolidation of a more unified viewpoint about how to interpret the Torah that the Geonim really are able to capitalize on with the communication methods made possible by paper. Now, at this moment, if you don't mind, I'm just going to take a personal meditation and think about how this affected my life, not as a historian, but as a regular person. I have to say that when I was preparing this lecture, I had one of those flashes of momentary inspiration where I sensed in my own biography the great arc of history. I felt like I was riding a big wave of a historical moment. Let me share this with you. So have a look at this picture here. This is actually a photograph I took a few years ago of one of my sons sitting on a rock outcropping just outside my hometown in northern Canada. And this is a place where I, as a child, used to hike out to and sit and think about, life, the universe, and everything. And as you can see, I've labeled a couple of places. On the left, on the Abitibi River, is the paper mill that sustained this town. It was established at the beginning of the 20th century, and there was no one here at this point. This is actually quite a remote part of northern Canada, but they took advantage of the old growth forest and the river network to create a paper mill that would serve the burgeoning interest of newsprint readers. A town gathered around this paper mill, which included my grandfather, Alav Shalom, named Alex Abramson, who had immigrated from Lithuania to avoid fighting the Japanese in the 1905 Russo-Japanese War and thought he would make a living as a farmer. Unfortunately, the frozen permafrost of the area made this an unusually bad choice for farming. And so after a few years of trying that, he said, well, that's it. I'm going to become, in Yiddish, a shmata dealer, which means a clothing store owner. And he established, you can see on the right, Alex Abramson and Son. It's not the big roof building, it's a smaller one right in the back there, which was the ancestral home of him and his children, and my father, who was the son of the Alex Abramson son. And of course, then my mother and I, we lived in a little apartment on top of the store there. And so just for a second here, I thought about how the Babylonians expanded the use of paper to popularize the Talmud, and paper just got more and more popular over the next 1,000 years until my own lifetime, in which the paper mill declined precipitously because few people read actual newspapers anymore. And so the demand for paper has dropped so much. And my father, Oliver Shalom, understood in a very prescient way that the future in Iroquois Falls was looking dim because it was a single industry town. And so he ensured that I would be able to go to the big city, Toronto, where ultimately I would study Talmud that was popularized by the Gaonim on pages, on paper. But now I work primarily in a material which is entirely digital, like this, as we're engaged in today. What we're doing in studying history right now is very, very far from paper. There's no way you could actually capture this on paper. So we have really come to a brand new cycle in information technology transfer. I'm very excited to be at this cusp of a great new moment for the popularization of Talmud and Jewish history in general. Okay, sorry for that little sort of tangent. Let's go back to our material. The Gaonim, of course, are the leaders of the academies now based in Baghdad. And we actually know a fair bit about them because of a really interesting letter that was written by the heads of one of these academies, Rav Sharira Gaon. Gaon is not a surname, it's a title. And he is asked by a community in North Africa, hey, can you explain to us, of course, it's written much more formal language, how exactly did the Talmud come to be? And what do we make of these kinds of conflicts and how are we supposed to use it and so on? And he writes a kind of a pamphlet length or small book length letter responding, explaining a lot about the evolution of the Talmud as a manuscript. And he goes beyond the period of the closing of the Talmud, which would be around the year 500, to describe the next 500 years of Jewish history in Babylonia, which in particular describes the institution of the Gaonate and a sister institution called the Exilarchate. Now, we have had opportunity in previous lectures to speak a little bit about the earlier period. At this point, we should really talk about the growing conflict between the Gaonim as the intellectual and spiritual leaders, not only of Baghdadi Jewry, but really of world Jewry at this time, and the exilarchs, who are recognized by the Muslim authorities, as they were prior to this by the Persian authorities under the Sassanid Empire and so on, as the de jure and de facto leaders of the Jewish minority. The term exilarch in Aramaic is Reish Galuta, and there's actually a prayer that's recited for the position even today in most synagogues. There's a prayer in the Orthodox liturgy that is still recited today on Saturday mornings for the health and welfare of the exilarch. The term, of course, exilarch means leader of the exile. But that's not to say that the Gaonim and the exilarchs always saw eye to eye with one another. The Gaonim, of course, the person who would reach the height of being the leader of the academy had to be very proficient in Jewish law and had to be, a superior administrator and so on. Whereas the exilarch was a descendant of the house of David. That was a very important thing. And there was a lot of politics involved in maintaining that particular position. So what you see frequently in the Talmud is kind of like the occasional moments of friction. There were exilarchs who were much more pious and much more learned, but it seems that they were the exception to the rule. And perhaps one of the clearest examples of this and the awkwardness that this created was regarding an exilarch named Bustanai. He was alive at the time of the Muslim conquest, and when the Persian king was defeated, the Muslim conqueror took some of his daughters, that is the Persian king's daughters, the princesses. He took one of them for himself as a bride, and he gave the other one to the Jewish exilarch Bustanai. Now, Bustanai married her, and he had a number of sons with her, who later went on to become exilarchs as well. And this created kind of an awkward moment because it doesn't sound like such an I kosher type of wedding. I mean, first of all, she's not Jewish. Second of all, she's taken captive in war. Thirdly, it looks a little bit like a kind of shotgun marriage where the new Muslim ruler says, here, this is your wife. And so the rabbis and the Geonim had difficulty dealing with this particular situation. Ultimately, they found sort of like a halakhic way to accept it. Specifically, they argued that although we don't know the details, but it's hard to believe that someone as important as the Exarch would not actually have his wife converted, and so she must have converted to Judaism, and so that's kind of like assuaged concerns. But there was always kind of like a lingering doubt. Rav Shira Gaon, for example, is very careful to point out that he says that even though I am also descended from exilarchs, I'm not from the Bustanai exilarch part of the family. Like it's kind of like an arm's length relationship to it. And so you frequently see conflict between the Geonim and the exilarchs over a whole host of activities. In this context, you have to mention one of the most important of the Geonim ever, this very unusual and creative figure named Rav Saadia Gaon, who lived in the late 9th and early 10th century. He was a brilliant scholar. He wrote very effectively on Hebrew linguistics. He wrote a commentary on the Torah. He engaged in very heavy polemic with the Karaites, who we'll discuss in just a moment. And he actually was not afraid of picking a fight over his interpretation of the Torah. One of the most significant elements was a conflict he had with the leaders of Jerusalem, who disagreed on something as important as the calendar, specifically when would Yom Kippur fall in a particular year. And Rav Saadia Gaon strongly argued for a different date than that in Jerusalem. Ultimately, he actually won that particular debate, and that really demonstrated the primacy of Babylonia over Jerusalem. He himself was not a Babylonian. He was from Egypt. And in fact, one of the big surprises was when the Exilarch actually appointed him to lead the Academy of Sura. And they later on, the Exilarch had a conflict with Rav Saadia Gaon. Even though he had originally hired him for the position, they had a major conflict. They were eventually able to patch it up. But this is the kind of environment in which there is a religious, intellectual, academic head to the community, and at the same time a political head to the community that may be associated with wealthier powers. They frequently come into conflict with one another. But it is the Geonate that really has the longest impression on Jewish history because of their intellectual leadership. I alluded a moment ago to one of the activities of Saadia Gaon, and that is his conflict with the Karaites. Karaites are a fascinating population, and I hope to return to later on in the series, but it is in this period when they really begin to see significant growth. Unlike the mainstream Jewish community, which are called the Rabbinites, who follow the interpretive tradition that includes the Talmud as a major source of how to negotiate the text of the Torah, the Karaites reject that interpretive tradition and argue that the original biblical text has to be observed much more stringently. There are many occasions in which the Talmud discusses the ambiguities in the original text of the Torah and argues that it should not be understood on a face value. This is inevitable. There are so many passages in the Torah which admit of ambiguity. Sometimes there are passages in the Torah which appear to be contradictory to one another, and the only way to negotiate these kinds of difficulties is to have an interpretive tradition. So a figure in the 8th century named Anan ben David had proposed a rejection of the Talmud as a whole. There's a lot more interesting story about why exactly this happened. We have really only polemical powerful accounts to describe his disagreement with the community as a whole. It appears that he was, for example, in line to become an exilic, but was passed over, and some have argued that this was part of the reason for his creation of an alternative interpretive tradition. But at any rate, he didn't form what were called at the time Karaites, but later Karaites absorbed his legacy as their primary impetus for their religious thought. The Karaite movement, however, expanded significantly throughout these centuries, despite the long-term conflict with the Rabbinites. And here you can see in this map the many centers that they established themselves in, and of course they exist to this very day. Now, when you look at Karaite history, for hundreds of years, historians have been forced to kind of evaluate this movement from within the context of the highly polemical religious literature that exists on the topic. That is, Rabbinites like Rothschild criticizing the Karaites, and Karaites criticizing Saadia Gaon and others. So it's very difficult to get a sense of how Karaism is actually lived in real life. The Geniza, however, offers us a brand new picture of what it must have been like. The Geniza is basically this massive trove of documents which would have been thrown away, except for an unusual habit that the Jews near Cairo had of preserving everything written with Hebrew characters. So it's not just religious books or prayer books or Torah scrolls, things like that, but also bills of sale, marriage contracts, personal correspondence.
How are you? Hello there, 999.
All kinds of
What's up, Pam?
recorded in this.
How are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm great. What's up?
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Not too much. Nothing great.
All right. How'd you find out about me, pimp?
YouTube.
Oh, fuck yeah. You were just going on YouTube and you found me?
Yeah.
Baller as fuck, man. Well, do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, sure.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years from 22 different angles. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yeah, I've seen it, yeah.
Excellent. Well, that's essentially my life. I have seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything else, everything in between over the course of the last 3.5 years. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, specifically human data, and I have more human data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person. And if that happens, hello there, 999. I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I'm going to make sure that you have enough to be able to create generational wealth. And I'm going to want you, if you want to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
That sounds great, man. That'd be awesome.
Excellent. I talk about things that aren't normally discussed in society, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. Other things of which I'm an advocate are the Life Straws program and desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you?
Sounds good.
Excellent. I also talk about things, again, that aren't normally discussed in society, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light communication, faster than light travel, things like artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. I talk about things like de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger following the woolly mammoth, and then the dodo bird, which I just think would be really exciting to be able to witness. They recently made headlines with their development of the dire wolf. They're about a year old, the three dire wolves that they created. Joe Rogan's met them. I talk about other things that may be of interest to you and your friends and family, such as life extension technology. When you were born, hello there, 999, the average life expectancy for someone like you is probably about age 80 years old. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology, such as oxygen therapy, things like perhaps human growth hormone, stem cells, things like cryonics, cryogenics, things like perhaps ambrosia therapy and cold shock therapy to get you to age 100. But at age 100, you may say, Rabbi, it's been a great run. I don't want to 10. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. If you want to just die at age 80, you should be allowed to. But if you want to continue, you should have the opportunity to utilize what's known as mind uploading technology. This is where we scan your brain into a computer, like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, hello there, 999, is that you may be able to experience a digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Oh, man. What if I'm already experiencing that?
Then you're steps ahead of the world. Yo, what's going on, Troy? How are you, Pam? How are you, my man? How'd you find out about me, big dog? How'd you find out about me? Boy, you're tough to hear. Hello there, 999. Did you hear what he said?
No, I did not. Yeah. Oh, okay, he's betting on me.
He's betting up. Oh, from Aiden's World? You found out about me from Aiden Ross's Discord?
Yeah.
Oh, all right, tight. Well, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years since the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history, and I'm just here to help the world. How are things going in your neck of the woods?
I just got off work. I'm going to go home and soak for the next 5 hours.
Well, that's amazing. Are you did you say sulk or soak?
Soak.
Like in a hot tub?
What about you, Rabbi? How you doing today?
I'm kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. I'm just programming bots, going viral slowly but surely, becoming the most archived human in global history.
Yeah, that's the goal, right? That's the goal.
100%.
Are you live on Kick? Are you live on Kick right now?
Good question. I've been banned on Kick, but I'm live on Twitch and 22 different YouTubes, and I'm live on Twitter. I'm live on everything but Kick. However, I have robots that are on Kick right now spamming it.
So you live on TikTok?
Not currently on TikTok. The reason why I'm not on TikTok right now is because TikTok requires you every hour to do a CAPTCHA, and it just becomes too monotonous to always have to do CAPTCHAs all the time. But I am live on. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on YouNow. I'm live on Trovo. I'm live on DLive. I'm live on a bunch that you probably have never heard of.
Yeah, you gotta do a capture every hour on TikTok?
You're exactly right. If you're using a mobile device. Yeah, and it just becomes a pain. When you're live 24 hours a day, like I am, that's 24 captures that you have to do per day, every day. and it just becomes ridiculous. What's good in your neck of the woods? How was work?
Work was, another day in slavery.
Word, dog.
Yeah. Yeah, that's about it. Another day in slavery.
Word, dog. Well, we'll get you emancipated soon enough. When I go viral, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, and financially independent if you're not already. I'm going to allow you to create generational wealth and be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How's that sound?
And we're working on it, Rabbi. I've been trying to get you to get one of your alt accounts to stream in my server.
Okay. So that's difficult because not because I don't love you, not because I don't think you're amazing. I just have a lot of people who have that request. I probably get that request 15 times a day because I'm in so many people's servers.
Big macho man. Okay. Well, listen, I'll tell you this. We got a lot of people asking about where's Rabbi?
Oh,
I need answers.
Are you in the FAG? Is this the FAG server?
It's the underworld server.
Okay, the underworld server. I saw you sent me that earlier today. Hold on, let me take a look.
Yeah. Everybody's like, hey, where's Rabbi? Everybody's asking Rabbi. He's the most iconic man in the world right now.
1000%. Did you send me a message? Yeah, you did.
It was on that.
I got it. Do you have people in there all the time?
Yeah.
You have people live right now?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to take a look. Okay.
Where's Rabbi?
I have to verify.
Yeah, so we don't get spammed by bots.
I understand.
This is a high-tech operation we got going on, okay?
I gotcha.
You got to fill out the caption.
All right, I understand how that works.
Yeah, I've been getting hundreds of ideas a day from multiple servers all over Discord. They're like, hey, where's Rabbi?
Right, where are the people who are live in your server?
Oh, they must not be live.
All right, well, you get them live, and let's see them in there a few days, and then I might consider going live in there.
I can get them live today.
All right, well, you do that, and you let me know, and then I may start streaming in there.
Rabbi, would you be open to an interview?
Yes, certainly.
Not today. Okay. So like a structured interview. A deep dive on who is Rabbi.
Absolutely.
I think the people want to know.
100%.
Okay, we'll have to set something up soon.
Sounds like a plan, Stan.
So what's your main distance? You have so many, you know?
Yeah, it's the one you sent a message to.
Okay, so the one in this one? Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, all right, we'll figure out logistics for that and then set up the interview for you.
Sounds like a plan, Stan.
Sounds good. What's going on in the world, Rabbi? What's the news? What do I need to know?
Oh, another day, another dollar. Shit happens when you party naked. I would say that the world's a mess. I'm doing everything I can to heal it. I'm currently watching Jewish history lectures and creating robots on Kick to spam the communities there and to get people to find out about who I am and what I do.
Like a robot.
I use macro recorders, and then they automatically create an account for me, automatically go down the list of the most popular people on Kick, and they follow people, they spam people, and they create clips of people.
Yeah. I'll look into that.
I can teach you how to do it if you're ever wanting to know.
Yeah, that might be advantageous.
We're dog. So I've gotten approximately 1,800 people in this server. So what's your plan to...
All right, Rabbi.
All right, Pimp. Well, let me know when you want to do an interview, and we'll set it up. Okay, Pimp?
Okay, I just want to drop on.
You're always welcome, my friend. Feel free to drop in whenever you're bored.
All right, Rabbi.
Take care, my man.
My boy Blake said this. It's so funny. The name. Oh, yes. All right, take this energy. I'll try. First of all, what's this? What is she doing? Just watch. Yep. People, I have a question. When did you realize that you weren't gay? Like what moment in time that you're just like, man? When I saw her with Papa's on because it made my weenie stand up. How about you? I have a question. I saw a girl with big misongas. We can stand up too. What is that person wearing? Why does there have to be such a strange? Why does it have to be such a strange, unhinged appearance? It's like the mental illness, and again, this could be a provocateur. I don't believe anything anymore. I think these people are paid, and I know they are. I think a lot of them are mentally ill. They are, but there are also people that are paid. Just a few. Not a few, but I don't think the whole movement's paid. I think there's actually, I think it started that way, and then they get the crazies. There's some very, very wealthy people on both sides that have entire bot farms of people that they pay. Oh, yeah. And they're down there. They just, all they do all day is competition. Oh, so this might also be, I don't know if this is going to be 100% real, but this is from Lips of TikTok. This is also just you guys. Now, take a look at it for a second before we go on. And then go back to City Street. Somebody who's clearly very unhappy. And I'm sorry to be this way about her. She's like shit, dude. It's what her hair belongs on a crazy person. If she's real. Well, with people who are unhinged, you can also, like psychologists, look at their hair. Sometimes, oh my God, she looks like the clown did. I mean, her nose, the mouth. It's not a good situation. It's not a good. This is a. She's not teaching Pilates. She's like fake. She's teaching. That's what I'm saying. Did you scrub this to make sure it's real? I'm skeptical of it. No, I didn't do a deep dive. The only Pilates she's doing is next to a fucking fantasy gym.
If anyone from American Eagle who was involved in the creation of Sydney Sweeney's most recent advertisement looked into my Pilates class, I would give them the hardest exercise class that I was capable of doing on the lightest possible spring load with zero breath cues. And I would make it the toughest exercise class that they'd ever experienced in their lives. If
Coming off this one, oh no. Go to the incline from it. It's spot on. They have the same fucking nose, dude. And mouth and lips. Which one is it? Sure. It's spot on. That's really the actor who used. Yep. Imagine post that video. You're like, alright. I'm not sure I buy it. Yeah, I'm skeptical because even her face is you know what I'm saying? Like even her face has fat on it. Yeah. What else we got? Okay, let's take a gander here. I don't know if there's one on this one. No. This is Sydney Sweeney. So she's going to the premiere of the movie. Protect her, contact her at all costs. That just makes you bigger. I wish we knew what that lady looks like, but I can take a gander. But you take one person. Yeah, but she looks amazing. Yeah, she's her goddamn age shit. You think she got 20 million because she looks like shit? Whitney. That's what winning looks like. Yeah. That's great. That's a goddamn age. With heavy. By the way, heavies from the heavens. The main thing, by the way, nobody's mentioning. Very good actress. Very good actress. Yeah, if you saw her movie on Apple was insanely good. Yeah, so good. She played a meth addict daughter. Oh my god. Really? Yo, dude. Lake something. She's very good. And the heavies don't come out at all in it, which is fascinating. Well, you realize, like, you notice how talented people, like, I never paid attention to who are musicians. And I'll be like, whatever, pop musician, and I dismiss them. And you see somebody try to sing the way they do. And you're like, oh, wow, you know? Well, shit, Jim. Just one last one. This reminded me of when you always talk about Brian's neck. Yeah, his criminal neck, the turkey neck. So I saw this from The Rock, and I didn't realize his neck looked like this. He's older than that. Then we run a bunch of gear that shows in your neck. Like this one in particular. Yeah, it's nuts. Oh, yeah. That's the only way to show his age. Is your neck. It's wild. You can do some stuff with your neck, but eventually it catches up with you.
Massive trove, which only became available to scholars in the late 19th century and in fact is still being deciphered even to this very day. At any rate, when you look at the Geniza documents, which give us a really good picture of hundreds of years of Jewish civilization as it was lived in the Mediterranean basin, we see that, surprisingly, Rabbinic Jews and Karaite Jews get along pretty well for the most part. We're not talking about the religious elite that has strong antipathy toward one another. But in most communities, you see that Rabbinite Jews and Karaite Jews live side by side without too much difficulty. You have the examples of Jews who belong to both communities, Jews who marry between the communities, certainly affect contracts with one another, do business with one another, celebrate their celebrations with another, and by and large, the Geniza portrait of Jewish communities indicate that Rabbinite and Karaite Jews got along a lot better than we would think they would if we were only looking at the polemical literature that the religious heads have left to us. So we'll probably have to come back to this again as we go a little further in this history. But for the time being, I hope you enjoyed this very quick overview of some of the religious, social, economic, and even technological aspects of the 7th through 11th century in Baghdad. Thank you very much for watching.
Going out date night. It's effortless. It's effortless. Stop shop. Test. Forget overpriced designer brands. Ditch the disposable fast fashion. True Classic is built for comfort, built to last, built to give back. They're the best in the land. And guess what? Target. They got so big. Dude, I was just at Target yesterday with the kiddos. The new toy store. They're key at True Classic at Target, Costco, or head on over to trueclassic.com/fighter. Get hooked up today. True Classic, the best.
So we just finished talking about the Gaonic period, and one of the communities that was most heavily influenced by the Gaoning of Baghdad were the Jews of North Africa. Let's take a few moments to look at the origins of that community and understand how they were shaped by the Muslim conquest, and we'll conclude this lecture with one of the high points of the history of the scholarship that emanated from North Africa. So when we speak about North Africa, there's actually a term that's used in scholarly literature, the Maghreb, which is literally the West, and it's an Arabic term, the Hebrew read Maharab, that encompasses these countries here in modern day terms. Basically, Libya, Algeria, Morocco in particular are the most significant Jewish countries. And as you can see, the population density is highest on the coast itself. As you move further south, you get to the Sahara Desert, much more forbidding, much less population growth there. But there are Jews who are living, for example, on the southern side of the Atlas mountain range in Morocco and so on. Let's have a look here at a satellite photograph so we can talk a little bit about the origins of these long-standing communities. Now, much of this is shrouded in legend. There is definitely, however, a significant Semitic influence in North Africa from the first millennium before the Common Era, like let's say 900 BCE. But it's not necessarily Jewish, it is Phoenician. The Phoenicians are a maritime civilization that, of course, were involved in Israel as well, and they have settled many places along the coast. Their language is closely related to Hebrew. And so that was kind of like a cultural and linguistic entree to North Africa that was especially significant as we have more migration there. Now, one of the most famous cities is Carthage, which would be in Tunisia today. The legends of the earliest Semitic settlement suggest that some of the earliest populations to settle there after the Phoenicians were some of the early Canaanite peoples. Josephus suggests that some of Abraham's children, who did not form, let's say, the Mosaic Israelite Jewish branch, that is, Abraham's children by Keturah, his second wife. The Torah describes his children by Keturah as having been sent east with gifts. Obviously, they returned, bringing with them Asian food. But it's also possible, according to Josephus, to think of them traveling west. So they would have been descendants of Abraham. Augustine, in the 4th century, we spoke about him as one of the church fathers a while ago, he refers to the local term that people use for themselves in his region of Canaani, saying that this actually comes from Canaani, which means Canaanite. That some of the earliest peoples were those that may have been expelled in the conquest under Joshua. There was a legendary thought that the peoples of North Africa may have descended from the Girgashi people that are mentioned in the Torah as one of the 7 Canaanite nations that are expelled in the context of the Jewish conquest of the land of Israel. In terms of Jewish settlement per se, Joshua himself, his tomb is apparently venerated in Tlemcen, which is in Algeria. Unlikely that Joshua actually moved to the west, but nevertheless, this is like part of the lore of the region. But the fact that there were Hebrew speakers in the region not Aramaic speakers, suggests that it is not at all impossible to imagine migration there from the 6th century BCE onward. That is, after the destruction of Jerusalem under Nebuchadnezzar and the expulsion of Jews to Babylonia, it is in that Persian period that you begin to develop Aramaic as the lingua franca of Jews. Having Hebrew as the spoken language would suggest that, yeah, in fact, these peoples would have come quite a bit earlier. But at any rate, whatever you make of these various legendary possibilities, there's no question that we have strong populations there in the 1st and 2nd centuries, lots of documentation of boatloads of captive Jews after the First Roman-Jewish War being sent throughout the Mediterranean. You have the migration after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. We know of Jews, for example, in Cyrenaica, that actually had a revolt against the Romans in the year 117, the Kitos rebellion, which we spoke about a while ago. So there's no question there's lots of Jews living here around the turn of the millennium. There's some interesting archaeological discoveries, such as a mosaic that was originally thought to be of a church that was discovered in Tunisia, but looking at it a little bit more closely, you can see it says right there in the middle of the text, Sancta Synagoga. It says Holy Synagogue, and in the little medallions on either side of the text, there is the very classic Jewish representation of the menorah, which makes this a prime candidate, of course, for 1st century Jewish settlement in the region. The Muslim conquest in the 7th century is especially interesting because there's a lot more historical treatment of the discovery of Jewish tribes living in North Africa. A Muslim historian, Ibn Khaldun, says they came across these Berber tribes. Now, the term Berber is acceptable in English, although it is originally a derogatory term that was applied by the Greeks to the indigenous peoples of North Africa. Lacking, respect for their local terminology, they referred to their language as being kind of like a gibberish. They would say bar, and hence we get the term in English barbarian. But ultimately the term was transvalued and it was used to refer to these peoples without necessarily having a negative connotation. Now, among these multiple tribes, several of them were actually practicing Judaism. And the Muslims were surprised to see, wow, significant Jewish populations among these peoples. The earlier Semitic context, the earlier migrations of Jews, no doubt had an impact on the local populations. The conversion to Judaism was especially pronounced among the nomadic forms of the Berber civilization, the so-called Boter branch, that were less sedentary, and actually quite warlike, which is fascinating to see. In particular, you see there's a lot of legends regarding Queen Kahina of a tribe called Jirawa that is associated with Judaism. In fact, the term Jirawa may be related to the Hebrew term ger. Ger means convert. Although there are lots of questions surrounding Queen Kahina and trying to understand whether or not she was actually Jewish, if the Jirawa were actually Jewish at this time, but she is nevertheless a major part of 7th century history for her ferocious defense of her tribe from the Muslim invaders. She actually fell in battle herself, but it is significant in terms of describing the extent to which Judaism had penetrated the local population. Now, just thinking about North Africa in terms of these kind of exotic warrior clans is a bit of a distortion of what else is going on in North Africa as well. There's actually a lot of scholarship developing, especially on the coast, as you have more and more scholars coming together in the welcoming environment of Islam to engage in religious studies. Perhaps the most famous is Rabbi Hananel ben Hushiel, who was an 11th century commentator who actually wrote the first full commentary on the Talmud. If you study Talmud today in the traditional printing, you will see Rabbeinu Hananel right on the side, the outside margin of every page of Talmud, which his prime real estate for commentaries. He actually wrote his commentary before Rashi, which gives you an indication of the antiquity of his work. Now, he may have been originally from Rome, and that just indicates how important the community of Kairouan, which is not the same as Cairo. Kairouan is located in Tunisia today, but that the community was strong enough to attract a scholar of his standing. Even more famous than Rabbi Hananel, it's impossible to talk about medieval North African Jewry without referring to Rabbi Yitzchak ben Yaakov al-Fasi. Al-Fasi means the one from Fez. Fez is in Morocco. And he wrote a brilliant and very widely used Talmudic commentary that is still incredibly essential to studying the Talmud. Rabbi Al-Fasi's commentary is interesting in that, as we've discussed in previous lectures, the Talmud is a very unusual document in which there's a lot of discussion of halachic practice, how one should behave as a Jew, and a back and forth is debate, looking at the ambiguities of the text and arguing different positions, and sometimes, but certainly not all the time, coming to a clear and resolved conclusion. But the Talmud also includes a tremendous amount of material which seems really quite tangential in nature, that goes off and talks about metaphysics or biographies or recipes or observations from the natural universe. All kinds of things which are kind of a miscellany that are attached with very, very thin connections to the previous material. I think it makes the Talmud absolutely fascinating to read. But the Al-Fasi said, wait a second, it's really important that we get to the bottom line, how we should behave here. So he went through the entire Talmud, and he removed all of that other stuff called the Gadata, which I personally, I find that much more appealing in many ways, but that's just me. He removed all that stuff, and he recorded the debate in the Talmud back and forth, inserting his commentary as necessary in the narrative, sometimes with clearer conclusions, and he made a much more strapped down, pragmatic, this is how the Talmud derives the final legislation that eventually became a major building block in the entire firmament of Jewish law. Hugely influential text that is usually printed at the back of every Talmudic tractate in traditional printings today. I should mention, before we leave this, that another author, about 500 years later, Ibn Habib, said, you know what? All that other stuff is so good. So whereas the Al-Fasi removed all of the Agadata and kept only the Halacha, Ibn Habib said, I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to keep all of the Agadata in a separate book, which is published under the title Ein Yaakov. He and then later his son completed the work. And that was a widely studied text for many hundreds of years. It was somewhat faded in recent centuries, but hopefully it will get some renewed attention because it is absolutely fascinating. Okay, so that's a very quick look at the Jews of North Africa. I hope you enjoyed this brief video.
Zoot, how you living, pimp? Zoot, can you hear me?
Yeah, what the fuck have you been the last 2 days?
I've been live streaming my life every day.
You've been sleeping every time I come here.
One of the most fascinating.
Okay, well, what do you want me to do about it? You live in fucking Australia. How are you?
Yeah. You've been sleeping more than usual.
No, I think I just haven't been awake 24/7. Dog, Riser and I started playing a new game, and you love it. It's Match Monsters. Let's play.
Do you like it?
I fucking love it, dude.
What?
It's fun.
I gotta go out in like 10 minutes. So.
All right, well, we'll play one game then.
I'll be back at like. I gotta get a haircut. I'll be back at 4 o'clock.
Okay.
That's like 6 hours away.
Okay, I'll be up. Maybe, probably.
choose fire or mortar.
Are you proud of that choice? Forever Swamp. One tile is mass every turn, dog.
It's not good. This isn't good stuff. I don't want to help you.
Why
I
don't
think
you?
that kind of fucked you. No, that helped you. I'm like, I only have one time. There's like shit that.
Do you know how to evolve?
Try to use those.
Dog, do you know how to evolve?
Yeah, and I had a rope.
Fuck yeah, Zoo.
Trying to help me.
I love when you.
Really help me.
Oh, dude, that was good. I love when you say, "I just won." Hydro Rush, pimp.
That's bad.
Hydro Rush, pimp.
That's bad.
What's bad? Whoa, dude, that was good. That was big time, son.
No, really good. Fuck. This is a hard situation, baby.
I see an easy move for you.
You're in a really not good situation.
I'm in a perfect situation, baby. Perfect to win.
Oh, wait. It's not bad. That might have helped me, though. Oh, you're at max health. You're max health?
Word, dog.
So everything, all the damage I did to you is pointless.
100% because I heal myself. I heal myself.
Um, Rabbi,
Yo, pimp,
have
everybody's.
you noticed that I have this?
Have I noticed what, Playboy?
That I have this oh, man.
No
I
one knows.
just help you.
No one knows.
Maybe I did help you, but you felt to say.
What are you gonna do, son?
Just want help.
I just won.
You just want?
No, I just love when you say that because you always lose when you say that. I just won. I know you love me, pimp. I'm hard not to love. What's not to love, baby? Thanks for moving those grapes for me. It's really appreciated.
Don't know.
They're berries, actually.
That probably did any damage.
Word, dog. Look how big this thing gets.
You're gonna do 20. You're gonna do double damage here. You're gonna do like 25 points worth of damage, and that'll be half my health.
Not 25, but 20.
I'm one tap away from dying.
No, you're not, but 2.
I just gave me again.
Dog.
You helped me.
I did not help you.
How did you help me?
I got rid of those red ones so you couldn't hurt me.
Yeah, but I also got water.
Okay, I mean, that's not a big deal.
Rabbi, you winning?
I'm going to. You're up, pimp.
Why did I just give you the game?
Dog, I don't know.
How much damage did it heal? Grained it?
Like 15 and 15, it gives me 15 points.
You got an extra move.
You're right.
How about this one? Holy shit.
Good move. Big time flare. You still haven't evolved yet, though. And I'm going to heal, and I'm going to kill you.
The buff one. Okay, that's 10 points. I gotta go.
All right, we'll see you later. God willing. Take care, pimp. Enjoy your haircut.
Is a brief period of about 2 centuries that existed in medieval Spain. It's sometimes called the Golden Age because of the phenomenal personalities that animated the cultural, especially the literary, poetic life of the Iberian Peninsula between about the 10th and the 12th century. There's a lot of question, however, as to exactly how golden this era was. A series of books over the last decade or so have gone back and forth on this. And so I thought I'd just very quickly give you a sense of when was this golden era? Why do people call it a golden era? And what are some of the criticisms to say it was not so golden after all? Okay, I happen to have given quite a few lectures on this topic and of people in this topic. In the following lecture, I'd like to just take a very brief moment to speak about three of my favorites, actually 3.5 of my favorites. But I'll put in the links below some directions to longer videos in which I explore the lives of these people in a fuller length. At any rate, let's talk a little bit about the golden age of Spanish Jewry. When we last discussed the Iberian Peninsula, it was under the control of the Visigoths, who, when they converted to Catholicism in the year 589, initiated a bizarre reign that was characterized by a tremendous amount of anti-Semitic legislation. As we discussed earlier, there's a lot of questions surrounding exactly the nature of how these decrees were implemented, because we really only have the legislative side to look at to try and examine the history, but it was a period of remarkable anti-Semitic legislation, with punishments like amputations and the imposition of a police state to track the movements of Jews, all kinds of really strange things you wouldn't see for centuries later anywhere in Europe. At any rate, it was a very, very nasty period. We have to assume between the years 589 and 711, which is when the Muslims entered the peninsula and conquered it in very short order, along with their rapid expanse across the southern part of the Mediterranean and into southern Europe as well. We don't get a lot of information about the flourishing of a, sort of a Jewish-Muslim synthesis, or of this kind of cultural coexistence that will be so celebrated for the first couple hundred years. But by the time we get to the 10th century, things change dramatically. One of the concepts that comes up again and again in the origin stories of this golden age is the notion of the loyal and wise Jewish advisor, meaning you have like Muslim rulers coming into the era, military rulers. They've got to manage a restive Christian population who resents their presence, and the Jews serve as an excellent intermediary between the interlopers into the culture and the indigenous population. They're literate, they're numerate, they're urban. There's all kinds of advantages to using the Jews, who themselves have no special connection to the local population, and especially not to the previous regime of Visigoths. So the Jews fit that role very nicely. And over again, you see this phenomenon of like a Muslim military ruler coming in and needing some local support and infrastructure, and Jews are there to fill that gap. It's not clear at all that, as some 19th century historians have argued, that Jews somehow betrayed the Iberian Peninsula to the Muslims, but it is not at all outside of the realm of possibility that when Muslims came in, and as their military advance required them to go further and further north, and they had to leave behind a thinner and thinner layer of administration, the Jews were able to staff those positions to control the population, tax them, and so on. So that's probably where we have the functional origins of this interconnection. Jumping ahead a little bit, of course, this is reversed over the next several hundred years in something called the Reconquest or Reconquista, and that refers to the Christian movement from the north down to the south, slowly pushing the Muslims back out of the peninsula. As you can see in this map here, which covers the period from 914 till 1492, which is, of course, the expulsion of the Jews. And shortly before that, the complete conquest of the peninsula with the fall of Granada in the south. But as you can see with the color coding here, gradually over the course of half a millennium, the Christians begin to slowly work their way down, with significant consequences for the Jewish population, as we shall discuss a little later on in the semester. So speaking specifically about the Golden Age, what we're talking about is basically the era from Chastai ibn Shafrut to Yehuda Halevi. Those are kind of the major figures who bookend this period, and that dates from the 10th to the 12th century. The area in which this golden age is especially expressed is in the southern region, which is known as Al-Andalus, the Muslim region, and it works within a Muslim cultural ecosystem, in particular the attitude to poetry, and that we shall see as being so significant. I'd like to suggest, I don't think I've ever seen this term used before, but maybe I can coin it unless I'm stealing it unconsciously from someone else. There was kind of a silver age that followed it. Not nearly as amazing as the Golden Age, but there were a few really important figures like Nachmanides or the Rashba, some phenomenal figures who were in Spain shortly after the Golden Age was coming to a close, and they existed within the Christian cultural ecosystem with quite a different experience in many ways. As God willing, we shall discuss as we go further along in this semester. So basically, that's what we're talking about. These 200 years between the conquest of the peninsula in 711, it really comes to its golden period in the 10th century, up until the 12th century, when the Reconquista begins to slowly make its impact on this brief and fascinating period. Okay. Now, what makes it so golden, perhaps one of the most significant things, is something that is known in the scholarly research as la convivencia, or as I think the Spaniards would say, la convivencia, which always makes me laugh. But it means literally the living togetherness, right? The coexistence, which is a little bit stronger, I think, in Spanish. The idea that these are, very diametrically opposed cultures in so many ways. I mean, Christians and Muslims and Jews, they have a lot to argue about, and they did argue in many ways, and there was a lot of violence involved in the history between those three parties. But for some reason, during those 200 years, there was a tremendous amount of a living togetherness where they appreciated each other's cultures in ways that we don't see for much of the period. There's certainly several key examples of this convivencia, which is not, a perfectly round convivencia with, Jews and Christians and Muslims all sharing equally. It tends to be lopsided towards the Muslims in terms of political authority, for example, towards the Jews in terms of fiscal activity, let's say. But, and I would say the Christians are probably at the bottom end of this triangle or this circle, but nevertheless, it does represent a step forward. Now, there are a lot of questions about it, though. Was it really as great as we will describe in the next video in particular? First of all, we should understand that one of the reasons why this happened at all is because Spain is so far away from the center of Muslim culture, which was in Baghdad, right? In fact, in many ways, the Spanish Caliphate, the leaders of the Muslim society in Al-Andalus, declared themselves a separate and independent caliphate from the caliphate that was based in Baghdad. They were so far away. I mean, we're talking about distances that took, days, weeks to travel. And so it was kind of like being in Vegas, and what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. There was a lot more flexibility because they were so far from central authorities, and they could act independently in many ways. That's why you see in many times a kind of relaxation of Muslim orthodoxies, such as, for example, the consumption of alcohol, which was a very big part of the kind of evening salons that would be held, where Muslims and Jews and Christians would get together and declaim poetry and drink a lot of wine. This was something that you wouldn't see happening in Baghdad. There would be some elements of this in the Ottoman Empire, but centuries and centuries later. So the supervisory control of Orthodox Islam did not have the same kind of impact on Spain as you would have in the center. There would be ups and downs to this. There would be invasions from North Africa, from much more doctrinaire Muslims who would insist on a return to some of those values. But for the golden era that we're talking about, there's a lot of center versus periphery issues, which are very significant. And by the way, the same thing holds true for the Jews, because their center of gravity intellectually was still in Mesopotamia, with the great academies, Sura and Pumbedita themselves moving to Baghdad. The Gaonim were based there as well. And so they're very far away from the central authorities too. Let us not forget as well that although we speak about this convivencia, it wasn't completely equal. It wasn't like mi casa, su casa. It was a situation where the Jews were definitely limited in their authority. There were some phenomenal figures who reached great heights, but always subordinate to the Muslim rulers. There was no question that somehow there could be an independent Jewish state or anything like that. And so there were similar kind of boundaries on Jews and on Christians within their community. Nevertheless, placed within the larger context of what Jews and Christians were allowed to do in Muslim lands elsewhere, or what Jews or Muslims were allowed to do in Christian lands elsewhere, this was really a period of great liberalism and flourishing of cultural activity. There were also moments of violence during this period. Let's not think that this was one of uniform peace and happiness. There was a rather remarkable pogrom in the southern region in 1066 after the death of a very important figure named Shmuel Hanagi that we'll discuss covering in the next video. His son, who succeeded him, was unable to live up to the expectations of the larger population, and there was literally a popular attack on him and on the Jewish community that resulted in the loss of life. This was definitely not a convivencia kind of thing to do, but it just serves to illustrate that we can't view this period entirely through rose-colored glasses. And finally, one of the most striking examples perhaps is the flight of Maimonides. He is often considered, since he was a native of southern Spain, he's often considered one of the great exemplars of La Convivencia. But in reality, the vast majority of his work, his scholarship, his activity as a Jewish leader occurred in Egypt as an adult and as an older individual. His period in Spain was fairly brief. His family fled when he was still a young man, primarily because of Muslim persecution from those North African invasions that occurred at the time. So this is just kind of like caveats to the overall idea of convivencia. In the next video, we're going to look at several figures who embody the ideas of convivencia. Finally, I'd like to give you just a little bit of a historiographic perspective on the reason why we get to this whole concept of the Golden Age in the first place. A lot of it has to do not so much with the 10th to the 12th centuries, but with the 19th century, specifically Germany in the middle to late 19th century. This is a period when Jews were arguing quite strenuously for equal rights, for what was called emancipation, a major theme that we'll, God willing, speak about much more in next semester. One of the important historians of that era was this man, Heinrich Gretz, who wrote one of the first major encyclopedic histories of the Jews that has been translated incidentally into a beautiful 6-volume edition at the turn of the 20th century, and it was the bar mitzvah present par excellence for decades. At any rate, in that context, if you go to Europe in the 19th century, you see that Jews have been emancipated in France already 50 years prior in the late 18th century. They made tremendous strides similarly in England and even in Austria, where the tolerance patent was out, and all kinds of things were indicating that Jews were getting more and more rights. Germany was not yet unified, and so there was a patchwork approach to how Jews should be treated. There was also that brief-lived revolution of 1848 that for a moment swept away disabilities and then slammed them back down again. So Jews in Germany were trying very hard to make the case that they should be emancipated as well, granted equal rights, equal access to colleges and universities, equal access to professions and things like that. And one of the things that was part of their overall intellectual strategy was look at Spain from the 10th to the 12th centuries. Look at what happens when a society gives its Jews more freedom. Those Jews suddenly are able to make phenomenal contributions back to the society. They're able to express themselves culturally. They're able to express themselves in literature, in science, in diplomacy, in military arts, all kinds of areas where Jews are this untapped human resource that are going to waste because of these artificial political disabilities that are placed on them. So by sort of elevating the Spanish Golden Age and this noble Sephardic ideal, the 19th century historians really tried to create an image of this perfect society as a model for 19th century Germany to follow. The historical reality has a lot to say in support of that model, but as I've tried to outline here, there are some major caveats that take away from it. But at any rate, now that we have a sense of why it was considered such a golden age, in the next video, let's look at three figures, 3.5 really, that exemplify the ideals of the period, and maybe you'll see why it really was so fantastic. Thank you very much for watching.
I took a minute to feel how lucky I am. All of us are. All of us. We don't have to take it easy. Yeah, anyway, nice playhouse. Did they have a merch store? They did not have a merch store. No, I did not see any merch. So no. It would be a ballsy move.
In the previous video, we talked a little bit about the structural features that made the Golden Age so golden, and we talked about some of the questions about exactly how golden was it. In this video, let's look at actually 3.5, or if you want, 4 figures who exemplify the Golden Age and give us some sense of really what was so fantastic about it. Let's start first with Hasdai ibn Shaprut, whose years are approximately 910 to 970. He is really an example of the wise and loyal servant that we saw a little bit in the previous video. There's a fascinating story that actually you see in a couple of these figures where he is drawn to political authority because of his literary ability. He was, like many other Jewish figures of this period, a doctor. There is, of course, a long historical association of Jews with medicine. A lot of reasons for that. It is a field that demands literacy. It's a field that is it's a portable profession. You can be a doctor anywhere. It's not tied to land, which sometimes has the disadvantages of restrictions on land ownership in some places, and then the fear of expulsions that would lead to losing all this land, things like that. So Jews have been associated with medicine for many, many centuries, and the multilingual qualities of Jews in the Middle Ages, being conversant with Hebrew, frequently with Arabic, and with Latin, several other languages, means that they're able to access many different texts. And so being a doctor was something we see among many prominent Jews at this time. Although that's not where he was especially famous, it was one of the areas in which he excelled. He was even invited to treat the prince of a neighboring Christian country for weight loss. He apparently was quite overweight, and Hasdai ibn Shaprut was one of the earliest diet doctors who was able to shrink his waistline significantly, and that led to his increased fame. He was also known for having discovered the secret ingredient in a long-lost medical potion, a panacea really, that would cure all ills, called teriaka. And although it's been lost since then as well, there was this idea that if you could just make this one perfect medicine, it would cure everything, kind of like aspirin for everything. I always think it's kind of interesting that the term teriaka sounds a lot like teriyaki, and that connects us to Asian food, which, as you know, is something I think a lot about. At any rate, he's drawn to political centers primarily because of his literary qualities. The story goes, and again, there are a few different versions of this, and it applies to several figures, but a servant girl from a local government authority, of course, is illiterate. She goes to Chastai ibn Shabrut, who's running kind of an apothecary shop, and she asks him to write letters for her. She dictates to him the kind of ideas that she wants these letters to say, and he writes them in beautiful, poetic Arabic for her. Later, her boss finds out about these letters and says, wow, these are beautiful letters, such turn of phrase and such beautiful calligraphy. I want to meet this person. So he's brought in, and then he's promoted and promoted. And the end, what happens is he is essentially made the Minister of Trade, which makes him essentially the foreign minister of the southern chunk of the peninsula. And he ends up, for the purposes of international trade, communicating with kings far and wide. His multiple languages help him. His ability to compose a literate message helps him tremendously. And his authority just expands and expands in this context. He never loses sight, however, of his responsibilities to the Jewish people. And frequently, he uses his position specifically to defend embattled populations, writing strong letters to Constantinople, for example, writing, as we saw in a previous video, letters to inquire about the Jewish kingdom of Khazaria that he's quite interested in. So he's using his position and his skills really as a leader of world Jewry at the same time as he was representing Muslim leaders in southern Spain. Now, another thing that makes him especially well connected to the Golden Age is his establishment of a scholarly basis for the Spanish Jewish community. He redeems a shipwrecked rabbi named Moshe ben Chanoch, and when he finds out that Moshe ben Chanoch, I should say redeemed, because quite often you have this situation where Jews are taken captive, kidnapped, and of course if they're shipwrecked and they have no papers and things like that, they can be taken by slavers, and then they're sold in the slave market. There's a very large phenomenon of Jews pooling their money and redeeming co-religionists from slavery. So Rabbi Moshe ben Chanoch is redeemed by Chastai ibn Shabrut, and when he finds out that Moshe ben Chanoch is quite learned, he's an Italian rabbi, he says to him, you know what, why don't you stay here and establish a yeshiva here? This yeshiva was incredibly successful, and the establishment of this yeshiva set in motion a Spanish Jewish scholarly tradition that would eventually become the pinnacle of scholarship in Europe, particularly in areas of maintaining very fine texts, because Talmudic manuscripts, of course, they're being copied by hand, and quite often there are errors, and there are multiple versions circulating because of these errors that get repeated by scribe after scribe. But the Spaniards were especially dedicated to the concept of getting the text precisely correct. That required a lot more of their investment in Hebrew grammar and things like that. By the way, I'm sorry about the image here. Those of you who were born before, let's say, 1970 will recognize it and the connection to the shipwreck. I'm sorry, I just couldn't help it. Anyway, let's go on. Another example of the activity of the Spanish Golden Age that I find especially perfect in the lifetime of Chasai and Shabrut is the massive poetry battle that erupted between the traditionalist Menachem ben Saruk and the interloper Dunash ibn Labrat. So the story goes like this. Everyone's a big supporter of poetry here. There's a strong Arabic tradition that values poetry very highly. Spanish Jewry is heavily influenced by this as well, and there is a massive industry created for poetry. Poets are called in for hire to compose original poems for weddings, for funerals in particular. You have these gatherings, frequently of Muslims, Christians, and Jews, who will sit around a table together and drink wine and will, recite poetry that they have composed, sometimes on the spot, sometimes in terms of competitions, whose poems are the best, really saturated with poetry in their society. So Menachem ben Saruk would compose poetry in Hebrew based on biblical norms, and very beautiful, powerful Hebrew. We know from one of his letters to Chastai ibn Shabrut that he was engaged in this kind of poetry for hire for his entire life. However, this newcomer arrives, having been influenced in Baghdad by some of this newfangled Arabic poetry, and he says, you know what? If we just recalculate the metric value of Hebrew vowels, and this is a huge discussion about what's going on here on a grammatical level, but basically Hebrew is written without vowels traditionally. The vowels are added later, and in fact it's typically printed without any vowels whatsoever. You have to literally memorize which vowels go with each word. That's just to make Hebrew easier to learn. But there are certain vowels, like the shva, for example, that can be pronounced two different ways, and that alters the way in which a line of poetry could be read. So Dunash ibn Labrat said, you know what, if we just apply some of the Arabic rules of grammar to Hebrew vowels, we can make the Hebrew language much more melodic and fit with poetry much better. So there was a huge uproar that literally led to riots in the streets of Granada. I mean, literally Jews fighting each other physically, fistfights, over whether we should stick with the classical poetry of Menachem ben Saruk, or whether we should go with this rock and roll version that this newcomer, this Elvis Presley type, has brought to our society by, contaminating Hebrew poetry with Arabic meter. In the end, of course, Dunash ibn Labrat wins, hands down. He colors the next 1,000 years of Hebrew poetry. Most of the poetry that Jews love today, songs like Dror Yikra, which is recited at the table on Shabbat, and so on. These are, the Arabic inflected Dunash ibn Labrat versions that had such a huge impact. And even Chasta ibn Shaprut abandoned his support of Menachem ben Saruk in favor of this new poetry. But you get a sense here of how cultural this society was and how literature played such a huge role, and gives you also a sense of what we've lost in the last 1,000 years since then. Let us move on to another figure who will certainly share in the poetic legacy, but has a much more military trend. Shmuel HaNagid, whose years are 993 to 1055, so he just slightly overlaps with Chasta ibn Shaprut and moves on into the 11th century. His claim to fame is that he was a military genius, and get this is phenomenal. He served as a Jewish general leading a Muslim army for 16 years. Incredible. Where would you hear of such a thing, that you have Muslim soldiers following the orders of a Jewish general, and this was right to the end of his life. I mean, he died as a general. He was never forced out. He never retired. He was a phenomenal individual. And he was a ferocious general, with tremendously successful. We know this because he wrote a lot of war poems, of course. And the poems are so surprising in the sense that they express such a range of the human experience that you won't find in typical religious poetry at all. He has, poems that describe the heat of battle, that harken back in many ways to King David's poetry in the Bible. And in fact, he referred to himself, Shmuel HaNagid, referred to himself as the David of his age. But at the same time, he was also a tremendous Talmudic scholar, and he wrote a book on Talmud, which is still studied today. And I'd like to pause us for just a second and reflect on this. One of the amazing aspects of the Spanish Golden Age, and in this context, Maimonides is an excellent example. Even though he fled Spain as a youth, he's a great example of how this is. It is highly unusual in Jewish history that you will have Jews who are at the same time highly expert and valued and world leaders as Jews per se in things Jewish, like, for example, the Talmud. And at the same time, they're highly valued and expert in secular fields that are essentially, followed by non-Jews. So you will have, for example, lots of tremendous geniuses like the Vilna Gaon, Shneur Zalman of Liadi, some phenomenal rabbis who make tremendous contributions to Jewish culture. And then you will have secular figures like Albert Einstein, Sigmund Freud, who make phenomenal contributions to world culture. But you will rarely have figures who are very well expert and recognized for contributing to Jewish culture overall, and at the same time contributing to secular culture overall. You will not have the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who is also the Rosh Yeshiva in Lakewood. It just doesn't happen. We don't have those kinds of figures. Jews tend to specialize either in things Jewish, or when you get to the modern era, things secular. And they excel in both areas, thank God. There are lots of people who have made their names and have their light shines across the entire globe for what they've done. But it is only really in Spain where you see people like Shmuel Hanagid, who is equally famous as a general and as a Hebrew poet and rabbi. Maimonides, one of the greatest physicians of the world, and at the same time, one of the most stellar thinkers in Judaism simultaneously. This is something that is really characteristic of the Spanish Golden Age, and we will see it over and over again. It is so fascinating. But let us go back to Shmuel Hanagid, and by the way, the term Hanagid means kind of like the prince, the leader. It was probably applied to him by Rav Hai Gaon, who was one of the leaders of the Jewish community in Baghdad, the yeshivas in Baghdad. And this recognition of giving him his title, Nagid, was probably both an homage to his political position and to his tremendous scholarship. And we will have this term used, this title of Nagid, used over and over again in many Muslim areas for the leader of the Jewish community in that area. Now, I mentioned that he wrote war poetry, and the fascinating little tidbit is that he says he used to write his poems out and attach them to the legs of carrier pigeons, who would fly them back to his son in Granada, and who would then, unwrap them and assemble them in a diwan of his corpus of poetic writings. He wrote not only war poems, but also drinking poems, love poems. He wrote boast poems, which is a fascinating phenomenon where kind of like the poetry slam thing. You can imagine like rappers who are, arguing with each other and dissing each other, shading each other, to use these kinds of like contemporary terms. He wrote those kinds of poems as well. Really surprising range of political voices. Have a look at the work of Peter Cole, who's translated a lot of these. Absolutely fascinating. He wrote three main collections. One is called Ben David, if I remember correctly, alluding to himself as like King Solomon, the work of his youth, which is mainly the war poems and so on. Then there's Ben Mishlei, which is also a work attributed to King Solomon, the book of Proverbs, which is kind of the work of his middle age, kind of like wisdom poetry, and it reads a little bit like Mishlei. I'll show you one in a second. And then he wrote Ben Kohelet, which is kind of like reflections on mortality and things like that, the work of Solomon's old age. Tremendously successful and moving poet, just as he was as a general. Here's one of my favorite poems from Ben Mishlei, and I'm going to read it in Hebrew. You have to forgive my attempt at a Sephardic accent, but that's the only way you can even get close to hearing the sound of the poetry, which is really gorgeous. And then I'll translate it so you get a sense of where he's coming from. This poem is dedicated to people who feign intellectual capability without actually investing the effort in learning. So it starts. Asher yagav kanalo sfarim v'libom asher b'amarek v'rekam. Kiseach asher chakak lekir ma'at regel u'ba lakum v'lo kam. A translation. About a person who exerts effort and buys many books, but his heart remains completely empty of them. He's like a lame person who draws legs upon a wall, even 100 of them. When he tries to get up, he cannot. So and the idea is, you think you've got a reputation for being learned just by buying books and putting them on the wall. But all you get a reputation for is for buying books and putting them on the wall. You actually have to learn the books to be able to know what's going on. Listen to the last lines. You heard the phrase, Reik v'reikam, lakum v'lokam. Very, very beautiful kind of sense of how language moves. And I really enjoy his poetry myself. I'm really sorry to torture you with that. Let's one here. Now, I mentioned at the beginning that there's 3.5 figures I talk about, maybe 4, depending on when I talk about it. One of the most fascinating little footnotes that I wish we knew more. I wish we could say fully, this is a 4th person, but we only have 3 poems from this person. But she is quite unique because she is the only surviving female Jewish poet of the era, and one of the very, very few surviving female poets of any era in the medieval period. Her name is Kasmuna bint Ismail. Ismail was the Arabic name that Shmuel used to describe himself. So many have felt that this might be Shmuel HaNagid's own daughter. He does actually refer to loss of a daughter at one point in his life. Unfortunately, we can't connect these dots completely, but nevertheless, it is fascinating to think that she may have been Shmuel HaNagid's own daughter and not outside of the realm possibility at all. We have those 3 little poems preserved in Arabic in a 15th century collection, and let me show you a couple of them. First one here. Oh dear, you who graze constantly in the meadows, I resemble you in wildness and in blackness of the eye. Both of us are alone and without a friend, and we keep blame always on the decree of fate. Now, the powerful metaphor here of blackness of the eye is apparently a very common one you find in Arabic poetry, and it is a sign of beauty, meaning that she, like the deer, has dark, dark eyes, and this is considered a very attractive thing, but she is nevertheless, with a certain amount of tristesse, expressing her disappointment at the hand of fate that has left her alone. This is the theme that runs through much of her poetry. 3 poems is all we have, but here's another one. The introduction of that collection says that, by way of kind of like putting this in context, he says she, Kasmuna, looked in the mirror one day, seeing that she was beautiful and had reached the time of marriage, but that she was not getting married. She said, I see an orchard where time has come for harvesting, but I do not see a gardener reaching out a hand towards its fruits. Youth goes vanishing. I wait alone for somebody I do not wish to name. Beautiful expression of love lost or love unrequited. That's just an insight into what must have been happening with educated women at the same time as well. It is highly unfortunate that we don't have more examples of it, but nevertheless, thank God we have this. So, Hasdai ibn Shaprut, tremendous builder, active as a diplomat, as a foreign minister, and of course as a doctor. Shmuel HaNagid, this amazing general warrior poet, and his daughter possibly, Kasmuna. Last figure I'd like to speak about is Yehuda HaLevi, who is, we discussed before when we looked at the Khazarian Empire. He is, of course, famous for his really bold work, the Kuzari, which frames the 3 great monotheistic religions that are competing to some degree in the Iberian Peninsula as a 3-way debate. This is something you could not imagine being written in Christian Europe. It would have just been completely, beyond the realm of tolerance. Whereas in Muslim lands, in Spain in particular, as a result of La Convivencia, perhaps that's why he could get away with writing this. At any rate, he wrote it late in his life, and to be fair, he did leave Spain to make Aliyah to Israel. But at any rate, he did write this phenomenal work, which is indicative of the freedoms that Jews had at the time. Like Hasdai ibn Shaprut, he was also a medical doctor. It was something that he didn't really intend to do, but what he was not able to put together a living as a poet for hire, and so probably at the insistence of his mother, he became a doctor, and he earned his living primarily through that. And he had many tragedies in his personal life that, if you're curious, please have a look at the links in the information box. You'll see a longer video on his life and works. But I'd like to also close by just giving you a look at some of his amazing poetry as well. This is a eulogy that was likely recited at the grave of a young girl. We know that he lost a daughter, just like Shmuel HaNagid did, and it's written with such power that it's not hard to imagine that he wrote this for his own daughter. Unfortunately, the sources don't claim one way or the other, but let's have a look at the first stanza. The translation is from Hillel Halkin's remarkable work, phenomenal biography of Yehuda Halevi. Actually, this comes from an online version of just of some of his poems. Have a look on the web and you'll find these. These are great. So just the first stanza, listen to the sound, please. Ha biti, hashochat mishkanech, ki lishol nasu nosei aronech, ve'en chalki mimech rak zichronech, v'achonenes atrot zionech, et asur lishol shlomech ve'enech, ki hamavet yafrid ve'enech ubenech. Let's read the English. My child, had you forgotten the way to your own home, that your pallbearers strayed to the underworld's gloom, leaving me with, since you are not here to ask how you are, a grave's clods to kiss, and your memory. Ah, death has come between you and me. This poem goes on. First it's speaking in the voice of the father, later it would speak in the voice of the mother, and finally it would speak in the voice of the dead child herself, describing how terrible she feels that she was not able to live her life through adulthood, to marriage canopy, and so on. Very powerful movement. In the sounds of it, you hear how the uniformity of that final syllable feels like it's like a brick wall. It's so solidly constructed, and such a permanent barrier like death separating between you and me. Moving poetry, but he, like Shmuel HaNagid, wrote poetry right across the entire spectrum of human experience, love poems, and very light-hearted poems as well, and truly one of the great poets of human civilization, not just the medieval Jewish civilization. Okay, I hope I conveyed at least some of my excitement about the period, and I encourage you to have a look at the longer videos if you want to see a little more. But for now, thank you very much for watching.
That is just, that's a very tough. It's starting to look like, who's the professional wrestler? Filipino guy who was in Galaxy, Guardians of the Galaxy. Oh, Batista? Yeah.
Jewish life in the Dark Ages. We have to understand, what do we mean by this term, the Dark Ages? So it is a term that comes largely out of Western European historiography, which for a long time, like let's say 18th century onward, tended to view the flow of Western history as kind of like being a real high point with Greco-Roman civilization, and then with the collapse of Rome, and especially its sacking by the Vandals in the 5th century, it hits a real low where you have kind of turn on the barbarian ages, and not much happening, and no one's reading, and no one's writing, and people are very superstitious about all kinds of things, and it kind of sits there until it goes back up again with the Renaissance, which literally means the rebirth. There are definitely some kind of ladder-like steps up from the Dark Ages, the Gothic period, and so on. The High Middle Ages, which kind of goes from about 1000 to about the year 1300, and you start seeing the beginnings of the Renaissance and some really exciting things happening that leads ultimately to the early modern era, the modern era, and so on. But the key element of this is it's very Eurocentric. It's as if the most important thing that's going on in history is whatever's happening in Europe. But in reality, when we look at world history, most of the universe, most of the world was not dark at all. And I think you could say that about the Jews as well, who are at this point not especially wrapped up in most of Northwestern European history in particular. So let's look at what Jews were doing in the Dark Ages. We've seen this map before from the beautiful Barnavi historical atlas. And as you can see, there are two really big centers of Jewish activities during the Dark Ages. Again, we're going to kind of taking the traditional view of the Dark Ages, which goes from the fall of Rome, and like let's say 405, 476 are major dates, or 5th century dates, all the way up to about 950, 1000, about 500 years that are really dark for Northwestern Europe in particular, not much happening. And it was the collapse of Roman civilization that leads to that, although Roman civilization is largely taken over by Byzantine civilization, the same kind of Christian culture, although many very significant differences. Not Catholic, for example, would become later called Orthodox. The more formal split wouldn't happen until the 11th century, but definitely heading in a different direction. But it's kind of like the second Rome based in Constantinople, which you can see at the top of this map. But I got off on a little bit of a tangent there. What are Jews doing during the Dark Ages? So we've got two really huge areas of Jewish activity, which are quite intense during the Dark Ages. You have that large ground circle, which is the region around Israel, where you've got lots of activity. You've got lots of halakhic activity, intellectual activity, being in the Jerusalem Talmud, with the activity of the patriarchs. They're organizing themselves. They are, sort of negotiating a relationship with the Romans, which is not always so easy, and then later with the Byzantine overloads. But there's still quite a bit of historical data emerging from the Middle East during the Dark Ages. And then perhaps more significantly, I wish the actual circle was bigger because it would give more of an impact. But Baghdad, oh my gosh, there's so much going on there with the transplanted yeshivot of Kundavita and Surah, with the great intellectual centers of the Talmud that are just pumping away all kinds of stuff during this period, right up until the 7th century when you get the Muslim advance. And when the Muslims take it over, then they have an even greater explosion under the Gaonim, which we spoke about a few lectures ago. In fact, that's where we use this map. And the Baghdadi culture, the Mesopotamian culture, kind of like radiates all the way out to the Mediterranean basin and has its impact felt all the way out to Cordoba in Spain, where you see there's major Jewish communities. And it is during this period that, it's true, we have a lot of the Visigoths and so on, but we also get into the beginnings of the Spanish Golden Age. They have their roots during the period known as the Dark Ages. So these two areas represent the light that was coming out of the Jewish community in particular, and really has a very different kind of picture than what you think of with Northern Europe during the same period of time. But neither of these areas, of course, the Middle East and the Mesopotamian region, are in Europe. So what is happening in Europe in particular? So the most important areas, to be sure, are in Italy. There are just not that many Jews living in the rest of Europe. We have tiny, tiny little settlements in the Rhone River, for example, infinitesimally small ones in the Rhine River region, and that's just little outposts, as it were. But in Rome in particular, and in the south, in Bari and Foria, you have some phenomenal centers of Jewish population where they are deeply involved in all kinds of Talmudic work and all kinds of historical work, poetic work. You have some beautiful remains of Jewish catacombs in Rome in particular that gives a sense of the extent of their civilization, and they're really doing a lot. In many ways, as we saw earlier with the tracing of Ashkenazic culture from Israel proper through the Italian peninsula and then into Northern Europe, this is the period where there is a lot of culture going on in this area. I think some of my favorite expressions of Roman Jewish culture Extending towards the end of this period of the Dark Ages is the remarkable work, the Aruch, which was written by Nathan of Rome. And this is essentially the first dictionary of the Talmud ever. And it was a brilliant dictionary because, of course, don't forget, Jews are working in many different vernaculars. They're working in Latin, they're working in Greek, but the texts are in Aramaic and also in Hebrew. And, you need secondary materials to be able to negotiate these texts. So, Nathan of Rome, who had a family name Anab, meaning the humble ones, he composed the first dictionary of the Talmud, and it's beautiful, it's brilliant, not only because it's not simply a word-for-word translation of the words that occur in the Talmud, it provides examples of how those words are used in the Talmud, and ends up becoming an incredibly important finding aid, such that, for millennia, a millennium since it was written towards the end of the first millennium, many Talmud scholars use the dictionary not so much to understand the translation of a given Aramaic word, but to know where it's used elsewhere in the Talmud, because it is essentially kind of like a the concordance as well as a Talmud. It's really amazing work. There's lots of scholars who are here in Rome and in southern Italy. Many of them would later be transplanted to northern Europe, to Ashkenaz, where they would essentially become the nucleus of the Jewish community there, and we'll speak about them by going a lot more next week. But that's really hardly dark at all for Jews. Jews are doing amazing things in this region in terms of poetry and scholarship and so on, and the whole concept of the Dark Ages doesn't make that much sense about Jewish history. Also, we have, not a tremendous amount of historical data about what Jews were up to in the Dark Ages, especially when you move outside of Muslim-controlled lands into European lands. But one really interesting glimpse is a reference that occurs in Muslim historiography to the so-called Radhanite merchants. Now, it's clear from the context of the discussion of the Radhanites that they are Jewish, and they are clearly roaming the world and involved in multiple areas of trade. The term Radhanite is up to a lot of scholarly discussion. There's a huge debate as to why they are called the Radhanites by the medieval Muslim historian who described their activity. My favorite understanding of this term is that it comes from the Rhone River, which is in central France. You can see here it basically bisects France here, ends up in Marseille. And this Rhone River is a very important waterway that begins in central France and then comes out to the Mediterranean. As you can see from this map here, the dark line indicates the specific routes that the Muslim historiography describes as part of the destinations of these Radhanite travelers. And they're selling stuff, by the way. They're buying and selling all over. And the sort of dotted lines indicate the extended trade routes that we know would meet up with most of those places. So it's not at all out of the question to assume that there were Jews who were traveling literally all over the world, engaged in a whole variety of trade as they were active throughout the region. Before I leave that map, let me also mention that the Jews are deeply involved in one of the most important trade routes, which, as you can see right in the center there, it goes from Antioch through the Euphrates River down to the Persian Gulf. This is one of the most important trade routes for the silk trade. Jews were heavily involved in the early silk trade, which was a major reason for the dispersion of Jewish ideas. The spread of Judaism predated the spread of Christianity, and in some ways actually prepared many of these territories for a monotheistic faith because of these Jewish merchants going on. One of the things I happened to read just today, which fascinated me, is that the silk trade, especially when Rome was active, the Jews of the Euphrates and Tigris rivers were especially involved in reweaving silk, meaning the Chinese, who were the people who were making silk out of the cocoons of certain types of silkworms that grow in mulberry trees. They were the Chinese liked to make their silk into more thick, durable cloth for their clothes. The Romans, on the other hand, said, no, we don't like that. We want it sheer and filmy and something that you drape over yourself and something quite a bit more racy. And so these were actually involved in reweaving, and they often took the silk cloth from China and then they reweaved it. They actually pulled out the thread and then remade it into much more diaphanous cloth that would be sold at a much higher price in Rome. Funny little detail there. Anyway, so the Jews are definitely heavily involved in this international travel. Now, why the Jews? Well, it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy or a self-affirming cycle, because the Jews do have a common language, Hebrew. They have a common legal system such that they're all bound by the rulings of the Talmud, and they can rely on a neutral, body of judges who will not judge them by the capricious laws of a specific reason. I'm going to get more into that in just a second. They also have a strong co-religionist bond, such that it is not at all uncommon, and in fact it was widely common right up until the 20th century in Eastern Europe, where a stranger could show up in a synagogue on Friday night and say simply, hey, I need a place to stay for Shabbat, and they'd be taken in for meals, I have a place to sleep, and then once the Shabbat was over, then he would say, okay, here I am, I'm selling wine or silk or whatever it is. Have you got anyone who wants to trade with me? And of course, the business was self-affirming. So the diaspora of the Jews was actually the foundation of the international commerce that they would be engaged in right up until contemporary times. There is a long historical tradition for this. We will explore the economic aspects of this, God willing, in a lecture later this summer, or later this spring, I guess. So hang on, there's lots more to say about that. But let's go to the roots of Ashkenaz. So I referred to the Jewish legal tradition, which is extremely important when you consider the kind of situation that is going on in real dark ages Northern Europe. Now I'm talking about the region of what would be today France and Germany and so on. So we're talking a really weird, backward, pre-Christian kind of environment where they adjudicate trials, for example, by ordeals. Like this is a drawing of the so-called ordeal by water, in which you have a person suspected of some kind of criminal activity. And so the best way to see how well they did is if you tie them up and throw them in the lake. And if they don't drown, then they're innocent because the gods protected them. Or even as it slowly begins to morph into Christianity, God protected them. So that's definitely not kosher by Talmudic standards. Another version of the ordeal was, two people are in a legal fight, and one of them claims he's totally innocent. So the judge can say, all right, we're going to boil up this vat of oil, and we're going to drop an iron ring in it. And you reach into that vat of oil. If you can take the ring out without being harmed, that will mean that you are obviously innocent. And if you are not willing to do it, it must mean that you are guilty. Like, yikes. I would not want to be anywhere near this kind of legal system. Give me the Talmud any day, rules of evidence and testimony and things like that. Please. So, and one last thing, of course, which I'm not sure how Jews felt about this, but there was the trial by combat, or ordeal by combat, where you could defend your innocence by simply going hand to hand with your litigant. And this is probably not historically accurate from the period I'm talking about, but I kind of like it. This is also something that has no basis in Talmudic jurisprudence. So luckily, Jews were largely exempt in Ashkenaz from any of these trial by ordeal. And they were able, even in these kind of really backward, Conan the Barbarian kind of environments, able to have their affairs judicated according to Talmudic law. This was an arrangement that benefited the Jews and also benefited the region because they were the traders. They were the people who brought goods in. And of course, they're in a tiny minority traveling up and down these riverways, with valuable goods. But if the society cannot support people engaged in this kind of trade, then it'll simply stop and people will not have the goods that they want to buy. So there is kind of an investment in giving the Jews that level of legal autonomy. And we see in the Dark Ages that Jews are granted this in the few number of communities that we see them appearing in Northern Europe. It's quite fascinating. At this point, we begin to see the nucleus of something we will, I'm afraid, have to discuss in much greater detail later, but the nucleus of the formation of the Tehillah structure. This is the formal municipal self-government of the Jews that they developed very strongly in Northern Europe, although it definitely has similarities to what was formed in Muslim regions as well. The Jews essentially formed for themselves a small state within a state, at least at the municipal level. Later on, when we get to about the 16th century, we'll see that it expands really to a massive level in Poland and Lithuania, where the municipalities are individually connected with one another. But essentially, the Jews in these tiny little struggling communities, we're talking about less than 1,000 people in any of them, are granted the right to govern themselves. They're granted certain protections in order to largely benefit the trade, and later, as we shall see, benefit the tax structure and the tax revenue of the crown. Again, I'm sorry to be talking about this now because we're going to spend at least one of these videos talking about Jews and medieval economy, and this is crucial. But what it gives us for now is the possibility of Jewish social independence. That they are, through the Tehillah structure and through their legal autonomy, able to run their own affairs and create their own social safety net. With education, with support for the elderly, support for orphans and widows, support for poor brides, all kinds of things to ensure that the Jews are self-sufficient as a community and contribute to their ongoing survival, despite the relative barbarity of these operations. So that's just by way of introduction. I want to give you that kind of background coloring as we go on to speak now about the Rishonim, and I think the contrast is going to be absolutely stunning.
Imagine post that video. You're like, all right. I'm not sure I buy it. Even her faces is a chick. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, even her face has that. Yeah. You can think what else we missed. Okay. Let's take it.
In order to start talking about the Rishonim, we should talk about what that term really means. So Rishonim literally means the first ones. Rishonim are the first ones as well. So you have to go backwards a little bit and learn a little bit of Jewish theology here. There is this concept in Jewish theology that actually is quite important for understanding how Talmudic jurisprudence in general works, and it's called in Hebrew Yeridah HaDorot, or the decline of the generation. This concept essentially argues that earlier generations, from starting with Moses' generation, shown here, portrayed brilliantly by Charlton Heston, the generation called the Dor Dea, the generation of knowledge, that actually heard the first two of the commandments spoken by God, that was like a pinnacle of a kind of spiritual wisdom that would be fading generation after generation. Meaning, because they have all had, I'm not going to go into the whole religious material here, but it's important for us to understand the generation of the Exodus had achieved such a closeness to God from that moment at Sinai that every subsequent generation invariably represents a decline. And this decline is not necessarily intellectual in nature. So, for example, when Talmudists are trying to determine a specific law, the rule is not to go to the earlier authorities, but go to later authorities because they tend to have more facts at their disposal. Like, for example, if you wanted to know is a microwave kosher for cooking, you would not ask some rabbi who wrote about things in the 19th century because he wouldn't have those kinds of facts at his disposal. You would ask someone writing in the late 20th century to be able to discuss it. And there's a lot more reasons for this, but essentially the intellectual capability of later generations is not questioned. It is the spiritual capability, the sensitivity, the ability to penetrate through the core of an issue that is considered to decline from the moment of Sinai downward, through the prophets and through the sages and so on. So the major people, major groups that we're speaking about in the medieval period begin with the Tanaim, and these are literally the teachers. They are associated with the Mishnah, and their activity is more or less from the year 200 before the Common Era to 200 of the Common Era. The following generation are called the Amoraim. Amora means literally the sayer. And what this refers to, or the speaker, if you want, what this refers to is that this is already a term used in Babylonia in particular, where the vernacular was Aramaic and the texts of the Tanaim were in Hebrew. So you would have a teacher, a rabbi, who would give the lecture, and then a professional human microphone or loudspeaker would then repeat it in Aramaic translation so the population could understand it. And the sages of this generation, in humility, they refer to themselves simply as the repeaters, the speakers, the Amoraim. So these are the sages associated with the Talmud from about the year 200 of the Common Era to about the year 500 of the Common Era. An Amora may not override a Tana. An Amora does not have the same authority as a Tana because of the idea of the decline of the generation. However, if there are two Tanaim who disagree, and an Amora can bring support for his argument with another Amora by quoting one of those Tanaim, then the Amora has support for his argument. So they borrow from earlier times to prove later arguments. I know it's complicated, but we have to talk a lot more about Talmud next time. The next generation is some dispute over what exactly the Savarim were and when they were, but they blend into the period of the Geonim, which we did speak about a little while ago. And these are the post-Talmudic authorities primarily based in Mesopotamia up until about the year 1000. And now we get to our protagonists, the Rishonim. They are called now the first ones. They're clearly not first when you consider them within the scope of the prior authorities, but they represent a distinct chunk of intellectuals who are writing particular kinds of things roughly during the period 1000 to 1500. I've rounded these numbers up, obviously, but this is the era of the Rishonim. And what I'd like to do now is talk a little bit about what they did, why they deserve their own name, what makes them so special. And they are distinguished from the later authorities called the Acharonim, literally the after ones, or the later ones. The Acharonim definitely also have a very distinct style. It's very different from the Rishonim, and I'd like to spend more time about that, but God willing, when we get to the fall, we'll talk about the Acharonim. Note that they kind of stop at around the year 1900. I think it's because in the 20th century, although there's no real kind of dramatic break between the people who were writing in the 18th century, 19th century, but by the time you get to the 20th century, there's just people feel like, wow, I can't be an Acharon. You can't call me an Acharon like the Mahashah or like the Sos or something like that. It's too much. So we'll come back to that. But at any rate, these are the sort of terms used for these big intellectual chunks of time and the sort of things that are happening in there. So let's understand what were the Rishonim up to. So they were involved in three main activities. They were largely commentators, counters, and codifiers. These three groups and these three types of activities were especially important for the Rishonim, and we'll understand them in turn. So here's a beautiful picture, by the way. You're going to see it again in the next class, of an illuminated manuscript of the Guide to the Perplexed. You see there is Maimonides on the right. He's wearing tefillin, and he's holding up an astrolabe, which is one of the key inventions of the era of the Rishonim, and the Rishonim are often pictured holding on to them, their astronomical devices for navigation and things like that. And he's speaking to his students. And notice the artwork around the outside, which is absolutely fantastic. But anyway, commentators. So one of the most important figures, one of the people who is regarded as the rabbi of all Israel, and in fact, the acronym of his name is Rashi. His name is actually Rabbi Shlomo Ben Yitzchak, or Rabbi Shlomo Yitzchaki, Rabbi Solomon, the son of Isaac. But it's also sometimes playfully translated as Rabban Shel Yisrael, the rabbi of all Israel. And a brilliant figure who we will have occasion to speak about next week when we come to the Crusades, who essentially embarked on a massive sweep of Jewish literature, a tour de force, providing very pithy, short, but incisive and deeply clarifying comments on the entire Torah, the entire Tanakh, the entire Talmud. Massive amount of work that he actually repeated several times. He went through several editions. There are, unfortunately, a few lost fact dates where either he did not complete it or we've lost it. But otherwise, we have this guide that takes you through all of the major texts of Judaism in the 11th century. And his style is absolutely enlightening. Children study it because it is so clear and gets to the point of the matter. Now, also, his clarity is, you see the art in it because he takes very complicated things and he edits them down to just 3 or 4 words quite often and just gets across the idea. One of the most important things that Rashi did is his commentary on the Torah itself, the first 5 books of Moses. And in fact, people say that the correct way to learn Torah is with 2 fingers, one finger following the Hebrew text, the other finger following Rashi's commentary. And in fact, in discussions with the Christian colleagues or Bible scholars, I realize how deeply ingrained it is in Jewish study of the text to always be following along with a commentator. And there are several to choose from, obviously, but Rashi is clearly the king of these commentators. One of the major elements of his intellectual art was his awareness that a major desideratum was to bring the oral Torah, that is the Midrash, the Mishnah, some of the esoterica of what would later be called the Kabbalah, and bring that into the text itself through the commentary. So when you're learning the text of the Torah with Rashi's commentary, you see sometimes, really strange, difficult passages. Rashi will say, don't worry, the oral Torah addresses the questions you would probably have it, and will bring in these brilliant insights from the oral Torah. And so it really makes the study of the Torah of Rashi a complete, comprehensive study of the Torah as a whole. One of the interesting engines of Rashi research today is the perennial question, what's bothering Rashi? Like, why did Rashi choose to tell us this? And you figure out the question that Rashi must have had that drove him to give us the answer. And it's tremendously satisfying. So Rashi is one of many. He is definitely the king of the era, but he is one of the most important commentators who provide insight into these ancient texts and make them accessible for his generation and for the following millennium. He is as fresh today as he was in the 11th century. The second major group, which are less significant today in terms of people following in their footsteps. There are many people who are like writing commentaries and commentaries. Of course, there are super commentaries on Rashi to this day, but are the counters. In Hebrew, they're called the Monei HaMitzvot, the counters of the commandments. So, based on a passage in the Talmud, a very well-known passage in which there is a description of 613 commandments in the Torah, the Rishonim began to say, okay, well, let's make a list. Let's go through the Torah and let us actually provide a list of all 613. Of course, what happens is when you get multiple rabbis working on one problem, frequently you get multiple solutions, right? Three opinions. And in fact, they all have to come up with another 613 because that's the number that the Talmud says is there. But then they disagree. I said, no, you're counting something that's not a mitzvah. I don't count that mitzvah at all. And the other one says, no, you're counting two things as two separate mitzvahs. They're really only one mitzvah. Or you forgot about these mitzvahs. What about these, right? So the counters essentially try to place some kind of systematic order on the commandments that appear in the Torah, and that it's hugely consequential because it will especially lead to the next category. But just to give you an example of one of the Rishonim that is my favorite counter for sure, this is an anonymous counter, often identified with one Aharon of Barcelona, Spain. Quite possible, although there's significant questions that perhaps it was something else altogether. So it's an anonymous book called the Book of Chinuch, or the Book of Education. And it is the greatest bar mitzvah present ever, where this particular rabbi wants to give a bar mitzvah present to his son. So he essentially says, here, I'm going to list out all 613 commandments. I'm going to list them in the sequence in which they appear in the Torah. So when you go to synagogue every week and hear the Torah read, you'll be able to review all of the mitzvot that occur in that week's parsha. And that's brilliant. That's great. Really helpful just in itself, isn't it? But what he does after that is so much more amazing. First of all, he locates the mitzvah in a count, and they're literally counted 1 through 613. The English translation that's used wisely today is a 3-volume set. And then he tells you a little bit about how the mitzvah is performed. And then he tells you a little bit about, and this is amazing and not so common as you would think, he tells us why we have this commandment. And that's like so valuable because many of the other authorities from the Talmud on really don't think about that. Or if they do think about it, they don't write a lot about it. There's just a sort of religious approach to the text saying, here is the commandment, and it is incumbent upon us to observe it. Kashet Tzivanu Hashem Elokai, as the Lord our God commanded us, right? He didn't tell us to think about it, he told us to do it. I'm generalizing. There are a lot of people who say, no, we have an obligation to think about it too. At any rate, the Chinuch provides the why answer to a lot of these commandments, to all of them actually. We don't necessarily, not all of the Rishonim agree with his response, but it is absolutely brilliant, and like I said, the world's best bar mitzvah present ever. We know that it was a bar mitzvah present, and we know a little bit about him and his son because he speaks to his son directly in the text. It's really very sweet and engaging. We know, for example, that they were Levites because he says, "My son, pay attention to this mitzvah because you're a Levi and you're going to have to keep this particular mitzvah." Brilliant and highly enjoyable. And then finally, most significantly, because it flows directly from the counters, are the codifiers. And this is hugely important because essentially these are the people. One of the most important I've listed here is Rabbi Yaakov ben Asher, known as the Roach, or the head, to go through these commandments and they say, okay, thank you, for example, anonymous author of the Chinuch, for laying them out how they appear in the text. But if we're actually going to work with these in a functional way and organize a society around them, we've got to have them organized by topics. We've got to have all the laws of keeping kosher in one place, all the laws of keeping Shabbat in the other place, all the laws of civil, criminal law have to be in one place and things like that. So the codifiers begin to say, all right, organize this here. This is the mitzvah here. This is the mitzvah here. And remember that there's significant debate about what exactly is the mitzvah and how does it apply and under what circumstances is one exempt from it. All of these things are really important. So the codifiers to create, for example, the Rosh created a very important commentary called the Arba Turim, the 4 columns or the 4 pillars, which correspond to 4 different aspects of human life. They end up becoming these sorts of tremendous dispute and commentaries on the codes. But nevertheless, they are hugely important. The most important of them for contemporary usage is undoubtedly the Shulchan Aruch. We'll speak about him later on. So these are the 3 main areas that give the Rishonim their distinctive sort of function. They're really involved in these things, and with the limited exception of counters, all of the Acharonim afterwards are kind of following in their footsteps. Now, at the same time, what's really fascinating to me as well is that the Rishonim are not all uniform at all. They are highly individualized and idiosyncratic. The Rashba and the Ritva and the Rambam, totally different people, different approaches, different personalities. And sometimes they pose questions and provide answers which are shockingly modern. And you say, like, what is going on here? Where did this idea come from? And how come I don't see it in the traditional codes and so on? So among those kind of outliers are brilliant figures like Rabbi Abraham Ibn Ezra, who was not only a commentator of note, he was also a tremendous poet in Arabic and in Hebrew, and a scientist. There's a crater on the moon named after him. He is the subject, by the way, of some poetry in the English language as well. Here he is holding up some astrolabe in his left hand and a compass in his right, which alludes to his kind of early scientific curiosity. Lived a very poor, difficult life, traveled out of his poverty. He would, again, this is before printing, so he would literally write out his manuscripts, and then because he was so poor, he would sell his manuscripts, his only copy sometimes, and then have to rewrite them entirely from memory to sell them again. The things he wrote about his poverty are extremely biting, but it also gives you a sense of, wow, this is like so unlike Rashi, so unlike the others. You see also Gersonides, also a Rishon who is not widely studied today, but brilliant, very cutting against the grain kind of commentaries on all kinds of issues which are extremely relevant today. And when you study some of these Rishonim, and you say, wow, this is like alternate history. Like, what would have happened to Jewish civilization if we decided that the halakha, the law, followed Gersonides and not, let's say, the Rosh? Very, very different kind of possibilities. It's fascinating for our purposes. We're going to come back to both Gersonides and Ibn Ezra, I think, when we talk about the scientific revolution and Jews involved in it. But this gives you just a sense of the idea that there are many outliers among the Rishonim. It's hardly a monolithic, singular orthodox way of looking at the world. The Rishonim had a tremendous scope and spectrum of activity and interest. Okay, I see that I got a little bit too excited there and I spoke too long about some of these things. So let's look at Maimonides specifically, and he is really special because, among other things, he is the greatest of the outliers. I mean, he is so amazing unto himself as a scholar, as someone who is active in all of these areas and many more. But at the same time, he was the most vilified during his lifetime, and especially shortly after his lifetime. So much so that Jews actually were responsible for burning Maimonides' books, if you can believe it. I'll get to that story.
I know. They're like, hey, man, listen, we love you, but we got to step off. Yeah, I know you do, because you got no fucking balls. And you keep the profit in this kind of behavior, of course. With fraudsters like what Trevor Bauer went through, they never became reinstated. They never played baseball again. And both those from San Diego State. Well, he finally ended up being, but still, San Diego State never issued a thing. We're so sorry what he went through.
Here's a sort of a modernized, detailed version of the iconic image of Maimonides that we have today. We have no idea if he looked anything like this, but it's sort of like you see that picture there. That is his signature up on top, though, which was taken from the Geneva archive. His dates are 1138 to 1204. He was born in Cordoba, Spain. We spoke about it a little bit in the beginning of the Golden Age. But he had to flee Spain as a youth because of the persecution of the North African Muslim tribes that came into the Iberian Peninsula and started demanding a much greater adherence to Muslim orthodoxy and wanted to put a stop to the excessive fraternization that they felt was going on between Jews and Muslims and Christians. So his family, which had been in Spain for generations, in his biography, he lists, I think, 10 generations of dayanim, of judges, of rabbis that preceded him. Very illustrious family. The family had to flee Spain. And over the course of his teenage years, they made their way across the coast of North Africa from one place to another. Along the way from Spain to Egypt, where he ultimately settled, he received a significant secular education. He was especially trained in Tunis, where he learned to be a doctor. As we mentioned before, this is kind of like the go-to profession of a Jewish intellectual of the medieval period. It's a portable trade, it's a respectable trade, it's a well-remunerated trade, so therefore, Jews often chose this as their profession. Although he dedicated himself during these years of his youth exclusively to studies. The mainstay of their family economically was his brother David, his older brother David, who was a merchant. Unfortunately, when he died in a shipwreck and lost all of their wealth as well, then Maimonides had to go to work, and so he turned to trade as a physician, and he had to abandon his full-time study of Torah in order to do so to support the rest of his family. He is, in many ways, paradigmatic and at the same time exceptional. Paradigmatic in the sense that, as we discussed in the Golden Age of Spain, he is one of these really unusual people who is world famous for his secular activities, specifically as a medical doctor, and at the same time, he exerts some phenomenal, light on all of Jewish intellectual history for the next 1,000 years. He is so incredibly powerful in both areas simultaneously. That's what makes him sort of like the ideal of the Spanish Golden Age, and that's why I think so many schools are named after him, because you want to tell your parent, it's your parent body that if you send your kid to our school, he's going to be like Maimonides, a great scholar of Torah and a great breadwinner in the secular field and so on. I think that's what kind of the image that they're trying to get across with that. But at the same time, he was exceptional because, as I mentioned when we talked about the Rishonim, his opinion in halacha is frequently ignored by later commentators. I shouldn't say ignored. I should say it is overruled. They'll say, okay, Maimonides thinks this, but two other major figures, the Rif and the Rosh, they disagree with Maimonides, so we're going to go with majority rule, and Maimonides will lose out. He does things that, he approves of things that the rabbis later would disagree with. And so, although he has a phenomenal impact on Jewish history and Jewish thought, many of his ideas were outright rejected. Just to give you one interesting example, he felt very strongly, based on his long-standing experience in his family, that a person should not receive a check for serving as a rabbi. I know I'm going to get in trouble for saying this. Rabbis, if you're watching this, Sephardic congregations sometimes continue this practice. It's much more exceptional in the Ashkenazi. And there are lots of ways to justify it. Like, for example, if a rabbi does not receive a check, or also teachers, who teach Torah, does not get paid to teach Torah. That would essentially sink the business model of so many Jews. It would be terrible. But there are lots of exceptions. The most important one being that if a rabbi did not have another source of wealth or income, then he would have to leave off being a rabbi in order to be, I don't know, a plumber or an accountant or something like that. So there is kind of like permission given to pay your rabbis and your teachers so that they are able to rabbi and to teach. But that's like kind of an unpopular opinion that Maimonides pulls out of the Talmud and really emphasizes. By the way, I should mention that he is known popularly among Jews as Rambam or the Rambam, which is an acronym of his name, Rabbi Moses ben Maimon. The Greek term Maimonides means son of Maimon, that would be his father. Okay, so he's paradigmatic for being like kind of like that Spanish Golden Age ideal, even though the bulk of his career was not in Spain. And he's exceptional because he's frequently disagreed with, and as we shall see, very heavily criticized in his own lifetime and beyond. So he's very unusual in that regard. Now, what did he write, and why was he so important? So this is a beautiful manuscript, called an illuminated manuscript of one of his works. Let's break it down into several categories. First of all, in his youth, he composed a very important commentary on the Mishnah, which has a lot of the qualities that we see in Rashi's work. So made him really much appreciated by his audience, and it is standard printing. Even to this day, the standard printing of the Mishnah includes the commentary of the Rambam. So what's a little bit more different about the Rambam is his very extensive, for example, medical writings in Arabic. He was like the go-to doctor of the age. He performed medical services for the royal house of Egypt. He describes in some of his writings how he gets up early in the morning. He has to commute from Fustat to Cairo, where he treats all of the kids and all the wives in the harem and so on. He works there all day. Then he comes on by donkey, the commute, back to Fustat. And there's a whole lineup of people who ask him all kinds of halachic questions. He has to spend hours and hours answering their questions. He wrote extensively in his area of medical expertise. Fascinating writings, which are preserved. They are accessible today. And he writes on things like depression and anxiety, sleep disorders, family intimacy, all kinds of issues regarding the use of herbs and various medicinal products and so on. Extremely important medical writing, still studied even to this day. He also wrote extensive letters. We have quite a bit of his correspondence to far-flung Jewish communities, since he was unofficially considered the leader of all the Jews of Egypt and surrounding regions. They would frequently write to him for guidance and support, and some of these letters, in which he's addressing a specific problem. Like I'm thinking in particular of one of the letters that he writes to a convert to Judaism who feels that he's being maltreated by the community in which he lives. And Maimonides writes such a passionate, strong defense of the convert's position that it shows his personality and shows how he stood up for the lonely. He stood up for the less fortunate and so on. And another passage that occurs to me in Mishnah Torah, very important passage in which he says that it's very important that before every holiday, a person expend sums in charitable fashion, because if you don't take care of the widows and the orphans in your society before you take care of your lavish meal for your family and friends, then you're not celebrating the holiday, you're celebrating your stomach. Really powerful, incisive kind of direction. So this could be a sense of his regional, maybe even you could say global leadership. But what got him into a lot of trouble was two other groups of writings, and these are the ones that are most widely studied today. The first are his philosophical writings, of which the most famous is undoubtedly the Moran of the Theme, translated as the Guide for the Perplexed. This was a work written in Judeo-Arabic, that is essentially Arabic written for Hebrew characters, and it was written for a particular student who was kind of like a type. He was a student who was struggling with the apparent challenges posed by contemporary Islamic philosophy and Judaism, and having a lot of like kind of high level intellectual doubts and wondering, boy, these Arabs have some great philosophical ideas. These are essentially the great Arabic tradition that flows from Aristotle, the Greeks, and he's wondering, they systematize so many things, they seem so logical, and does Judaism really make that much sense? So the guide for the perplexed addresses this student's concerns, essentially within the context of Arabic philosophy, and in this regard, it's a fascinating and brilliant work that essentially defends Judaism from the intellectual challenges of this age. That was a book written primarily for the elite, the people who were well-learned, people who had a broad intellectual capacity, were not generally working for a living, but really, sitting around thinking kind of thing. His other work, which also got him to huge amount of trouble, was the Mishnah Torah. The Mishnah Torah is this massive work. I'm going to show you a picture of the kind of standard critical edition used today. This is the edition I have in my own library, the Franco edition. This is a phenomenal restatement of essentially all Judaism in about 20 odd volumes. And what he does is he says, listen, Judaism is complicated, right? You've got the Torah, you've got the Talmud, you've got the Mishnah, you've got all these commentaries and stuff like that. And you want to know how to be a Jew? So I'm going to help you out here. I am going to write out the entire Torah in a code-like format. This is a code, it's a guide for living. And you'll be able to follow every single line of it. It's written in really basic Hebrew, like middle school Hebrew. A talented 14-year-old can easily make his way through the Mishnah Torah. The vocabulary is not complex, and it's written in a very straightforward, easy accessible font, which betrays, again, its sophistication, because when you really get into the weeds of why do we say it this way and not that way, when the Talmud truly says it this way, why do we change the order of things, you see really what's going on in my mind's mind, much like we saw with Rashi. But this is an unusual code that goes way beyond the much more modest codes that would eventually eclipse it. For example, Maimonides' code, the Mishnah Torah, deals with all time. Meaning, most of the later codes, like the Shulchan Aruch, they said, okay, there are a lot of laws in the Torah about how to offer sacrifices. Well, we don't have the temple today, so we can't offer sacrifices. So we'll just skip that whole part. And Maimonides says, what are you talking about? It's in the Torah. We're going to go through it. Similarly, it's only in the Mishnah Torah that we have the laws of the Messianic era. How to recognize the Messiah. What will it be like in the Messianic era? How are we supposed to conduct ourselves in the Messianic era, right? The other codes say, hey, I think we'll figure that out when we get there, but Maimonides said, no, it's in the Torah. I'm going to explain everything. He also explains some amazing things that others might think really is not legislatable, like how to have an opinion. What kind of opinion should you have anyways? It's in his code of love, which is good. One of my favorite areas that I'm very attached to is that he wrote on how to repent. And I'll just take a quick moment. It's sort of a book plug, but I guess I can't do that. I have a personal project where I study his laws on Teshuvah, which means repentance, every year. And starting in 2012, I wrote up a little translation, and I put it on the internet, and people liked it. So I revised it when I went over it the next year, and then the year after that, so on. And now we are in, almost 10 years, now we're in the 8th edition result, and I'm hoping to work on the 9th edition, and I always release it on the anniversary of my father's passing. But he writes on how to repent, how to take charge of your own behavior, how to change your behavior. These are amazing books, but he got into tremendous trouble. For example, and there are several waves of controversy surrounding his work, some that occurred in his lifetime, in 2004, and several that went on for another couple hundred years. These conflicts especially erupted when the Ibn Tibbon family of translators produced a Hebrew translation of his Judeo-Arabic Guide for the Perplexed, and it circulated in Northern Europe, where the Jews there had no access to the Arabic text. This caused a huge cry against Maimonides. What were the charges? One of the charges was he was overly reliant on Greek wisdom. He has this huge respect for Aristotle, and his Nicomachean ethics had a massive impact on certain sections of Maimonides' thought, especially the laws of opinion that I mentioned earlier. He disagrees with Aristotle in some key areas, but otherwise he openly calls them philosophes, the philosopher, and his synthesis of Greek thought and Jewish thought is brilliant. But a lot of the Northern European rabbis said this is great, this is not kosher. You can't build a Jewish philosophy with such heavy reliance on non-Jews like Aristotle. Another major charge was that the Mishnah Torah doesn't have any footnotes. So what is going on here? You're looking at the text, and here we see how Maimonides tells us to behave, but the way that we've always been studying the law is you look at this opinion, you look at that opinion, you argue about them, you figure it out, you come to a conclusion. And here Maimonides just told us the conclusion without offering us the background debate. And so, it's dangerous. We don't know how he arrived at his decision. Secondly, and related to this, a lot of people accuse him of arrogance. Because as he says in the introduction to the Mishnah Torah, he says essentially, look, you have this big book that I just wrote, it essentially takes care of everything you need. Obviously, you should still be studying Torah, but the truth is, if you want to know how to be a Jew, then the whole thing is laid out right here. And many authors felt many rabbis felt this is a type of arrogance. I've spoken in other lectures really good any other time, but there's also economic factors involved here because he essentially challenges the business model of rabbinic expertise in a very serious way. It turns out to not be that way because an even greater industry was created, a commentary on Maimonides. But sadly, Jews denounced the works of Maimonides to the Dominican friars, who gladly seized these books, which were charged with heresy, and burned them in Paris in 1232. So it was a huge tragedy that the Jews were, that some Jews in Northern Europe were so incensed with Maimonides that they preferred to see his books consigned to the flames than to have them studied. 10 years later, there would be another repetition of this when the Talmud itself would be in exactly the same spot. There are other ramifications. For example, the Spanish rabbis continued discussing this for quite some time, and the only way they sort of compromised about Maimonides was they agreed to a Europe-wide ban on the study of philosophy for anyone younger than 25 years old. And that was supposed to say essentially that Maimonides has a lot of useful things to say, but he is kind of dangerous, so we want students to achieve a certain level of maturity before they look at something like the Guide for the Perplexed. So that's basically how he remained controversial, but ultimately his overpowering legacy makes him one of the most towering figures of the Rishonim and of future generations to the present day.
That's right. So one year after we lost, everybody left. I walked down the front row to say hi to some of my favorite actors, and I saw someone. I'm like, oh my God, that's Amelia Clark, that's Khaleesi, that's Jon Snow over there, And then there's Rachel Brosnahan. Do you guys know who she is? I love her. She plays the marvelous Miss Maisel. Great show, right? Awesome show. And I did a movie with her a few years ago, so I decided to say hi.
Before we discuss the experience of Jews in Ashkenaz, I'd like to take a little bit of a broader approach for a moment to speak about the structure of the Jewish community. What I'm going to describe is something that pertains really to much of the 2,000 years of diaspora history that we've been looking at. There's certainly wide variation between the various communities that we'll be looking at, but by and large, the structure that I'm going to describe to you now helps form most of Jewish communities as far as we can tell, both Ashkenazic and Sephardic, really right from the beginnings of the diaspora, right up until the 18th century, as we'll discuss today. And so, while there are differences in terminology, to be sure, and sometimes differences in the relative level of authority invested in particular structures within the community, nevertheless, speaking in broad strokes, this is a major element of the survival of the Jewish people over the 2,000 years in diaspora. And it's rather remarkable that, in my humble opinion, they've managed to figure a way to survive after it was largely destroyed in the last couple of centuries. But let's try to understand it writ large and understand there will be specific differences when we go to particular towns and particular communities. The name for this community varies again from Sephardic and Ashkenazic lands, but one of the most common things is the word Kehillah, which means literally congregation, in the sense of to congregate. The Hebrew word kahal, which is also used sometimes to describe the Kehillah, is really a reference to the bringing together of people. And so this is one of the terms that was used particularly in Ashkenazic lands to describe the community. And I think at its foundation, one of the most important elements of the Kehillah is the fact that it is based on a system of taxation. That everything takes money to run, and the Kehillah developed early on a form of taxation of Jews living in a particular municipality, and then was able to generate those funds more or less efficiently into a rather remarkable self-government. We're going to be talking today primarily about what we would call, let's say, municipal self-government that would be located to a specific town, in some cases a village or a city even. When you get to the modern period, you begin to see cities supporting more than one Kehillah. The idea of separating a single Kehillah associated with a city into several Kehillahs was something that was fraught with controversy, and we'll speak about that when we get to the 19th century in particular. But right now, we're really speaking about how the Jews would organize themselves within a very small geographic area associated with one particular town. Okay, let's look at the board chart of the village. We should begin with the institution known as the Tuve Havir, which literally means the good people of the city. By good people, that basically means people who are wealthy. That's probably the most important criterion to be in this key group, which is essentially kind of like a board of directors of the organization, like the board of directors of the synagogue. And by the way, the contemporary structure of synagogues today is based very heavily on the design of the Kehillahs as well. So the Tuve Havir were typically wealthy people, almost always universally male. They tend to be property owners and so on. Occasionally there would be like a nomination of someone who was a well-known scholar, but that was clearly the exception to the rule. The Tuve Havir had this unusual kind of responsibility of, on the one hand, they received the honor of being in this group and recognition for their leadership ethics and so on, but at the same time, they are also responsible for coming up with shortfalls if the taxation system did not generate enough funds from the impoverished people of the city. So it was a responsibility of leadership that good people took on in order to support the community, and the honor that was bestowed on them was really a recognition of the time, energy, and finances that they would also devote to the upkeep of the city. They would typically take from their group one member who would be the Parnas. And by the way, both of these institutions were democratically elected. The Tuve Havir typically for a multi-year contract, which was not remunerated. This was an unpaid position, but there would be these regular elections, and not everyone could necessarily stand for election. But we're talking about small groups of people, right? When you get to the later period, when you might have several thousand people in a community, it's a little bit more complicated. But in small Kehillot, which were the bulk of the medieval period, we're talking about 500,000, 2,000 people at most. So it's not a huge organization. The Parnas, or literally the president, you can see there might be even a relationship between the Hebrew and the English word, was essentially the chief executive officer of the Kehillah. Nominated from the Tuvei Ha'ir, the Parnas, typically male, would be given the responsibility of exercising oversight of the functioning of the entire Kehillah. The Tuvei would also be responsible for the appointment of the rabbi, and the rabbi would assemble the faith group. Now, this is a really significant point. Although there were times when the Tuvei had very little say in who appointed the rabbi. For example, we see this when we get to the 18th century in Poland in particular. But generally speaking, the community would be responsible to appoint a rabbi and to pay a salary. This meant that there was kind of an unusual relationship where the rabbi is technically the leader of the community on at least a theological level, because the rabbi, who is always a he, of course, had a sense of the nature of Jewish law and how the community should be directed according to it. But in reality, he was supported by the Tuvei Ha'ir, and he had a role. He had a responsibility to adhere to their wishes as well. There were times when the Tuvei Ha'ir or the Parnas came into conflict with the rabbi, and this is like in contemporary synagogues when the president of the synagogue wants one thing and the rabbi wants another thing. It can be a real showdown, but nevertheless, the rabbi had tremendous symbolic and often real authority based in the dictates of the Talmud. The rabbi would, of course, be responsible for adjudicating disputes, which would involve the assembling of a Beit Din, a court, of typically 3 rabbis who would be involved in discussion. We should realize that the title rabbi does not necessarily mean that person has control of the entire community. The title rabbi could be used in many different contexts, including teacher in schools and for more than one synagogue in a community, and things like that. But anyway, both the Parnas and the rabbi used a group of people called the Gabbayim to enforce their will. So the term Gabbai literally means collector, and we see that, for example, in Pirkei Avot, where it's used in that sense much more clearly. Today, a synagogue gabbai is kind of like a synagogue functionary who just decides which person gets various honors in which sequence on a Saturday morning. But in the Kehillah, the gabbai was a tiered individual who was essentially the not exactly the policeman, but the summons deliverer of the Tuvei Ha'ir or of the Beit Din. If you had most commonly an individual who refused to pay the assessed taxes, and this was based essentially on the decision of the Tuvei Ha'ir or of the Parnas exclusively, then the Gabbayim would be there to make sure that they collected, the cow or the coins or whatever they collected. Or if an individual, for example, refused to appear for a summons before the Beit Din, then the Gabbayim would be there to muscle him over there. And we'll talk about this perhaps in a later class, but we should understand that the Gabbayim actually had the authority to use corporal punishment with the direction, of course, of the Beit Din. And in some rare occasions, there's some discussion of capital punishment. Too much for our discussion right now, but we should understand that the Gabbayim are truly significant fixtures in the operation of the Kehillah. Now, in terms of the day-to-day experience of the Kehillah, most of the people involved in the Kehillah, Jewish members of the Kehillah, would experience this solely through the yearly taxation. That would be assessed by the Tuvei Ha'ir, and they would have to pay what they could for it. There's typically a lot of impoverishment in the Kehillah, and those taxes are not used for self-aggrandizement, for the unpaid Tuvei Ha'ir and so on. The money then flows into the actual services provided by the Kehillah. And this is extremely important. This is certainly the largest chunk of the Kehillah operation was conducted in the forms of chadlot. or committees. And unlike most of these other boxes that I put on the screen so far, the Chevrot had a lot of female participation as well. The Chevrot essentially provided the services that are remarkable by comparison to later times and to other aspects of a given location, where the Jews, a very small population, nevertheless organized themselves very effectively to take care of all of the needs that they could identify in communities. Let's look at some of the typical Chevrot that you find. There is, of course, the king of the Chevrot is the Chevra Kadisha, or the Holy Chevra. By the way, I would translate
That joke
Chevra
is so funny.
here as, let's say, committee, but it really means colleagues, friends, Aramaic term, which is Chaver in modern Hebrew. So the Chevra Kadisha was the holy association, the holy group of friends. There'll be one group for men and one group for women who dealt with the very important issue of how to provide for a proper burial. The Chevra Kadisha tended to wield an outsized power, not only because of the rather dire consequences of their potential refusal to provide a Jewish burial for an individual, but also because it tended to be comprised of the most well-respected individuals of a given community. It tended to be populated by people who were older, people who were well-regarded. We should understand that according to Jewish thought, the traditional Jewish thought, the person who is passed on, the deceased, is aware of the things happening around him or her during the process of preparation for burial. And therefore, if there are people who are like ne'er-do-wells or who are disrespectful of the course, this is considered a grave affront to the deceased, and therefore they tended to choose people who would approach the difficult task with the appropriate solemnity and respect for the dead. In fact, one of the last things that they do after they complete the preparations for the dead is the members of the Chevra Kadisha apologize in case they have done anything by accident that was untoward or perceived as disrespectful by the deceased. Anyway, the Chevra Kadisha had a lot of power and was typically the premier of all the various committees. But there are Chevras that were associated with education, very important. The Chevra Shas, which typically was dealing with adult education, is one thing, but they would often organize themselves for children's education, which was typically paid for by tuition on a familiar basis, but there was a tremendous emphasis on trying to give a much higher level of literacy to both boys and girls, at their very primary ages. We'll speak about this in more specific detail a little bit later on. Also, Bikur Cholim, which means literally visiting or examining the those who are ill, and this was associated with providing for health care. Tomchei Shabbos was a committee, I should say is. These are committees which are still functioning in many Jewish communities today, of course. Essentially a food bank to make sure that people had wherewithal to celebrate Shabbat with the appropriate amount of food. You have Ozer Dalit, which was those who aid the poor, more associated with housing for the indigent and feeding them and so on. Masat Kala, very important committee that was tasked with providing for young families who did not have necessarily the wherewithal to start their life as a married couple. Linat Tzedek for travelers, which is essentially hospitality. Chevra Tehillim, which was one of the most well-known Chevras that would deal with the various pious needs of the community, where Chevra Tehillim would typically bring people together to recite psalms on behalf of those who are ill and so on. And we could literally, go on and on all day talking about the different committees that were set up ad hoc in individual communities. But this is just a sampling of some of the many associations that would be set up by men and especially by women in order to meet the needs of the community in regular function. It's really rather impressive, I think, when you look at the overall structure of the community that was mirrored over and over again in so many different municipalities. And when we look a little bit further down the road at the Polish Working Commonwealth, we see actually a high point in Jewish self-government when all of the individual communities joined together in literally a state within the state so that they could actually have kind of like a government to pass legislation that affected all Kahilot simultaneously. We'll have to talk about how that worked out later on, but nevertheless, it's a really impressive achievement, I think, in Jewish self-government, and it says a lot about what allowed the Jews to survive through the modern era. Now, speaking about the modern era, we should understand, like, wow, this is so great, why isn't it happening anymore? Well, we have to understand that the pre-modern Jewish communal structure is very much predicated on a level of coercion. That is, the Tuvei have the right to assess your taxes, and this is above and beyond what the community as a whole has to pay to the non-Jewish state authorities. By the way, this was typically organized in a corporate fashion. In very rare cases did you have individual people actually having to pay individual taxes to the non-Jewish state. Taxes were typically assessed on the Jews as a whole, and the Jewish community had to translate that into taxes upon individuals. So there's kind of a natural flow from that to taxes to support the Jewish community as well. But there's that one coercive element that comes in the form of taxes. And the other major coercive element is that what we might call religious or non-religious freedom. If you stepped out of line from community norms, you faced the wrath of the Beis Din, of the rabbi of the city, of the Tuvei who might feel that your behavior was not going to represent the community well to the non-Jews in the neighborhood, and so on. These are really important things that help corral Jews within kind of like a set of boundaries for behavior. These would be challenged throughout the entire period that we're looking at, but most especially when we get to the modern era. And in this regard, the attacks on the Jewish communal structure are one of the most important elements of what makes modernity for Jews. We're not there yet in terms of our Jewish History Lab series. It's going to be a few months till we really talk about it. But just to glance ahead to understand where we are now, by contrast, this all fell apart in the 18th century, partially because of Jewish erosion of the system, that you can see the roots of it, especially from the 15th and 16th century onward, but it really collapses in the wake of the French Revolution, in which French authorities said, wait a second, we can't tolerate a dual system of government within our new republic. I mean, it sounds like these gabais, they sound like police force. How do you have a French police force and then a separate Jewish French police force? And what you're doing, collecting money from people, even against their will, it sounds a lot like what the state should be doing, not individual organizations. You want to have voluntary contributions, that's fine, but you want to actually assess taxes? No way. So the French Revolution essentially gave everything to Jews, gave rights to Jews as individuals, but nothing to Jews as communities. And that meant that the Kehillah structure, which had the benefit of really keeping Jews from assimilating outright for much of the medieval period, this came crashing to a halt. Now, Napoleon restored some elements of that. Here you see a rather remarkable image of Napoleon from 1806, restoring the dignity of the fallen Jewish woman, holding on to the Ten Commandments there. Napoleon's right hand, he's holding up the law, right? You can see kind of like the messianic overtones of his self-image with Judea in the background, and the menorah, the temple ground, things like that. So there's this idea of somehow restoring Jewish dignity despite modernity. There's another even more amazing image. This is something which Jews who were in favor of the emancipation Napoleon gave to him. On the left, of course, is Napoleon, emperor and king, it says, and on the right, celebrating the reestablishment of the Sanhedrin, the Jewish court, which is not at all like the Sanhedrin of ancient years. Again, we'll talk about this in a few months. But here is Napoleon on the left, who is literally handing the Ten Commandments to Eusebius defeated Moses. He's got his left hand kind of like over his heart, says, "Oh, thank you, great emperor," and reaching out with great deference to Napoleon. I mean, wow, it's like even hard to look at this thing. But nevertheless, that's the conception of, for some, of what happened with emancipation, that Napoleon actually allowed the Jews to celebrate their religion. And in reality, getting rid of the Kehillah structure meant that it was made to coercive elements of the Kehillah, which also meant that there was going to be a huge lack of authority of the rabbis, of the Jewish elders, and so on. So much more to say about this, but it's really modern. We're focused on pre-modern in the next few weeks at least. Now, let us not think that this was set in stone and inviolable and that no Jews had any say in it. Complaining about the Kehillah was a very common thing we see in all kinds of archival sources. And there were avenues of appeal. I mean, if you didn't like what the Tulare taxed you, you could go to the Beit Din and lodge a protest, and there would be some adjudication of it. Yes, it's true that the rabbi is essentially paid by those taxes, and you are not protesting, but on the other hand, the rabbi has the great authority of the Torah behind it, and so those values of money versus Torah have to somehow sort themselves out. And there were also ways in which even people who did not have the wherewithal to easily initiate these kinds of legal challenges could nevertheless make their voices heard, especially women. There were various disruptive behaviors that people could engage in, women in particular. One of my favorites is disrupting the Sabbath services, where if a woman felt that she was maltreated by the system, she could, it was definitely highly discouraged, but she could simply walk into the men's section on a Saturday morning and stand right there in front of the Aron, in front of the Holy Ark, and refuse to allow the Torah to be read until her case was heard, or until at least a promise was made that her case would be heard. This was like, not unheard of, but definitely a very radical way to challenge the system. The voices of women could be heard, albeit extremist, but nevertheless you do have examples of this disruptive behavior that allow the voices of less powerful people to be heard, even despite the very strong authority of the Tudor and the Patriot. Okay, that's it for a very quick look at the structure of the Jewish community before the modern era and some sense of its power base. Let's go on now to talk about the First Crusade and its impact on the Jewish communities. Thank you very much for that.
Children can be horrible. Okay, fine. Well, I'm going to donate to help the hospitals, like feedhospital.com, to help all the nurses and doctors. And she's like, okay, the doctors make more money than you. They should donate to you, okay? I make a website at feedacomedian.com right now.
What were the Crusades? We have to understand the idea of the Crusade, which is, of course, in today's parlance, we use the word crusade like some kind of grand venture to improve something. Like you can have a crusade for the environment, or you can have a crusade for, literacy or something like that. The term, of course, comes from the word cross, it's the word crux, and because the Crusaders themselves were traveling under the sign of the cross on their way to Jerusalem. The history is basically like this. In the year 1095, Israel was under the control of the Muslims, and there was a significant conflict between the Muslim Empire and the Byzantine Empire in Constantinople. And the Byzantine Empire, of course, was Christian. And between the Westerns, who became Roman Catholics, and the Byzantine Christians, the leader of the Byzantine Christians in Constantinople, now called Istanbul, reached out to the Pope in Rome, Saint Urban II, and said, "Can you help us out? We are finding that we cannot make our way to the holy sites in Jerusalem on our pilgrimages." And so Urban II, when he was in France, he called together a council, and in 1095 he proclaimed a grand Europe-wide crusade, a gathering of military forces to march all the way to Jerusalem and to take it from the infidel, the non-believer, meaning in Muslim in this case. It was an audacious goal. We're talking about highly fractionated communities, Christians who were already arguing with each other. There was a grand ecumenical motive behind it, because here were the Orthodox Christians calling out to the Catholic Christians. They were going to cooperate in this grand adventure. There are also lots of economic and political advantages to doing this. They actually had at the time a glut of young knights at a particular rung in the feudal ladder that needed to have some kind of activity to occupy them. I'm not kidding you, there's a lot of this going on. But at any rate, the enterprise caught fire. People loved the idea, and sure enough, they organized themselves all across Europe, and they made their way in a series of crusades. So it was not just one, finally down to Jerusalem, where they attacked it and conquered it in 1099, establishing for a very brief period of time, and with some interruptions, a crusader presence in Israel. As you can see from this map here, not all of the crusades succeeded, and in fact, much of the first crusade, which is especially important for us, was actually brought to its knees not by Muslim defenders, but by Christians who refused to allow the Crusaders to pass through their territory, and quite frequently along the way, the Crusaders traveled past Jewish settlements. So you can see all of the Stars of David here represent larger Jewish communities, and the Green path in particular is important to us. At the top right there, you see that it goes through northwestern Europe, which is where much of the story in this chapter today happened. So that's the idea of the Crusades. They finally get moving during early 1096, and by 1099 they conquer and take over Jerusalem. What this means for the Jews is that there were a huge number of massacres, particularly in the Rhineland. And scholars of the Crusades often overlook this because they tend to think of the Crusaders in terms of the high-level, well-outfitted professional soldiers from the soldiering class who undertook this massive journey with the Lionheart type people. But in reality, there were several stages or waves of Crusaders that had different levels of social attachment to that class. In fact, when you get to the lowest level of Crusaders, you have basically hoodlums and ne'er-do-wells, and just decided to join on to this cause. Some of them were, kind of stoked by the rhetoric of people like Peter the Hermit, shown here, who was directing people that goose, a given goose, or in one case a donkey, was actually infused with the Holy Spirit, and Peter the Hermit went around sort of like stoking people's excitement and energy, saying we have to follow the Crusaders all the way to Jerusalem, meaning you've got like real official soldiers who have armor, and they have a horse, and they have a squire, and then you have just people who are like, yeah, count me in, I'm there. And they have no provisions, and they have no money, and how are they going to cross Europe without actually having any of these things to their names? Here's another image of Peter the Hermit on the left, who is kind of directing the Crusaders to their goal in Jerusalem. That's on the right, is from the 13th century. Another image of Peter the Hermit, directing the Crusaders as they head out. But in reality, Peter the Hermit was not directing the Crusaders; he was typically following behind them by inspiring the masses to engage in their activities. Now, in terms of the Jews, many of these sort of lower level crusaders, followers of Peter the Hermit and others, they said, wait a second, why are we schlepping all the way to Jerusalem to defeat the non-believer, the Muslims? We have non-believers living right here in the Rhineland Valley. Why do we have to go all the way over there when we can attack the Jews and we can fulfill the sort of religious mandate of the Crusades by attacking our local infidels? Greek communities in particular were devastated, amongst about a dozen. Speyer Winds and Mines, known as the community Shum. Quite often we'll have little tri-towns, three towns that have close associations and they're geographically proximate and tend to have an acronym like Shum does. These particular towns were the epicenter of these massacres by these sort of ragtag bands associated with the Crusades. Why this becomes so important in Jewish history is largely because of the nature of the Jewish response. We're not talking about, devastation on the scale of the 19th, certainly not the 20th century. We're speaking about somewhere in the neighborhood of 5,000 to 8,000 people killed, which is a terrible tragedy, no question, but it's a relatively small number when you think about, 50,000 in the 17th century, 6 million just in the middle of the 20th century. But we nevertheless had a very powerful impact on a fairly young community of Ashkenaz that we'll discuss in a moment and in the next lecture. So the Crusades, let's go through them a little bit more detail. And these, by the way, the peak season was right around this time of year. The worst attacks were days before and after the holiday of Shavuot in 1096. There are actually a lot of very powerful pieces of the liturgy that specifically remember that and are associated with the Tisha B'Av and National Day of Mourning. So the Crusaders, again, not the official soldier Crusaders, but the ragtag bands were in the neighborhood of Cologne in April of 1096. And the Jews of that community were quite afraid that there would be violence. So they attempted to respond to it in advance by being proactive and providing contributions. In the case of Peter the Hermit, who was there at the time, they offered to provision his followers. Meaning the Jewish community of Cologne said, oh, look at all you hungry, tired crusaders, let us take care of catering you while you make your way down to Jerusalem. And Peter the Hermit accepted on their behalf. Another one of the more official crusaders, Geoffrey de Boyan, he accepted a contribution of 500 gold pieces to maintain his troops as well. So contributions, quote unquote, as a kind of a bribe to hopefully avert disaster. It was actually temporarily successful, also because the Jewish community of Cologne also appealed to the emperor, who clearly gave instructions to local officials that there was to be no violence directed against the Jews in that time. As we shall see, the emperor, who was positively disposed towards the Jewish community, was not able to control the violence, gives you a sense of the nature of medieval society as a whole. So that's what happened essentially in Cologne. But neighboring Jewish communities were worried because these crusaders are making their way along to their communities. And they're worried about the little, isolated acts of violence that they associate with this mob. In the next town, in Speyer, the Jews were much more worried because by the time the Crusaders got there, they were. And by the way, let me reiterate that official historians of the Crusades tend not to regard the followers who also crusaded mobs as crusaders themselves, and indeed they're quite distinct. This is like mob violence that's following the larger zeitgeist and the larger movement in society at the time. But in Speyer, the Jews attempted to barricade themselves in the synagogue, hoping that they could, just simply ride out the violence. The mob actually went into Speyer They found 11 Jews who were not able to make it into the synagogue, and they were killed. And it was at this point that we have something that is especially unique about the Crusades that has, I think, profound impact for the rest of Ashkenazi history. The Crusaders, even this mob, had kind of like a filmy covering of religious justification for their behavior, saying that the Jews were liable to be attacked because they were fundamentally unbelievers. If, however, they were to convert and accept baptism, that would make them believers, and then they would save themselves. And so the Crusaders frequently offered the Jews the choice of baptism or death. We talked a little bit about the difficulties in Christian theology, especially medieval Catholic theology, about forced baptism. In general, the church frowned on forced baptism because, after all, it's supposed to be something that is done with intent. And if you're fearful for your life, it's hard to say that you have correct intent. But once baptism was performed, the church was also loath to declare it null and void. We also spoke a few weeks ago about the whole of the Garden of Tara case, where even as late as 1858, we still have this kind of horrible situation. At any rate, in Speyer, you have the first example, and by the way, we have a number of very solid first-hand accounts that survived the Crusades. There's about half a dozen significant narratives from both the Jewish and the non-Jewish perspective on how these events unfolded. So we actually have a lot of good material to base this history on. I refer you to the works of Robert Chase, and he's written extensively on the Crusades. It was inspired the first known case of a woman given the choice of baptism or death, decided to choose death, martyrdom, or as it's called in Hebrew, Kiddush Hashem, the sanctification of the name. And this is a phenomenon that would be associated indelibly with the Crusades and much larger numbers. When they got to Worms, which is again one of those tribes, the Jews sought refuge with the bishops. And this is something we see over and over again in the Crusades. The church was not the enemy at all here. The church was, in fact, against the violence, and although they definitely approved of the larger goal of the Crusades, attacking the local Jews was not something that the church officially sanctioned at all. It was more of a mass movement that came from strange characters like Peter the Great. So the Jews sought refuge in the bishop's compound, and in fact, the Crusaders broke into the bishop's palace themselves and massacred the Jews in his home. Quite a large number, about 800 Jews died this way. And Worms had a terrible, terrible situation where the Jews over and over again, many of them, you do have numbers of Jews who chose baptism, we'll turn to them in a second, but you have this terrible, awful incident of Jews trapped in a room and fearful of having the synagogue set alight and dying in the flames, or fearful of having them break in and the Jews not being able to withstand the temptation and deciding to convert to a death, where many of these Jewish families and communities simply decided to kill each other in acts of mass suicide. Very powerful, poignant descriptions of mothers killing their own children and fathers killing their daughters-in-law, and just horrible, horrible things to read that literally formed part of the liturgy for Jews for centuries afterwards in memory of this event, which was called incidentally Zerat Tatnu, the decree of 1096. In Mainz, the bishop attempted to help, but he did not have the wherewithal to do so, and you had an incredible number there of massacres, perhaps the most powerful examples of massacres and suicides. The rough estimate of the number of deaths is about 5,000. And when you include the surrounding communities, it might go up a little bit more. Another one of these figures who was kind of like Peter Emmett is Count Amico. He eventually moves on. His troops were really destroyed by the Hungarians. And one last detail that's quite significant. After this horrible summer of 1096, the emperor actually officially allowed any baptized Jews to simply ignore their forced baptism and return to the Jewish community. There was a papal conflict at this time, and the so-called anti-pope Clement III was very upset with the emperor, but at this point the church did not have the authority to challenge him, especially not a disputed pope, and so therefore the Jews were allowed to return to their faith by secular law. Also interesting to note is that the Jewish community had to deal with this question of, are the baptized Jews allowed to come back to Judaism? Rashi and others, of course, answered in the affirmative, that they were welcome back, but it was a subject of debate. And there's just a new monograph that came out recently, I believe, by Professor Hamilton. I'm looking forward to reading that and hearing a little bit more about the story. But at any rate, there's like this massive wave of violence that swept over the Rhineland in association with the Crusades, and it had a very distinct impact. Before we spend a little more time looking at the impact on Ashkenaz, let's just follow the Crusaders down to Jerusalem, where they finally put siege to the Holy City in the summer, in June of 1099. The Jewish community actually defended Jerusalem side by side with the dominant Muslim population. But after a brutal siege, the walls were breached, and the Jews in Jerusalem were massacred. Many were actually sold into slavery, and only redeemed when the slave ships brought them off of Italy, and the Jewish community there was able to take them out of slavery. Absolutely horrific massacre. Now, obviously, there's huge geopolitical implications to the Crusades, because this was a major point in the cleaving of Europe between the Christian North and the Muslim South. The separation politically and culturally and intellectually of Christians and Muslims continues right up until the present day. In fact, one of the, I'm told, one of the slang derogatory terms for Americans in Iraq is crusader. That the Muslims definitely have the Crusades as a very important part of their historical memory, and it's not a complimentary one for them.
6 hours standing in the desert? Fuck that. You see all these kids, like with the Instagram posts, it's always.
Okay, so what happened in Ashkenaz after this brief but powerful punctuation of violence that erupted in 1096? There are a couple of really important cultural, socioeconomic, and religious responses that you see over the next century or so. And I think they kind of charted a vector for Ashkenazic Jewry to follow that we still see the impact of them today. First is a movement called the Hasidei Ashkenaz. The term Hasid, of course, is used with regards to the Hasidim of the 18th century and onward, like the Chabad Hasidim and Vishnitz and Satmar and so on. These are not the same Hasidim. They use the same term, but it's a completely separate movement. The Hasidei Ashkenaz, the word Hasid means pious one. The Hasidei Ashkenaz were a movement that gained strength in the 50 years following the Crusades, primarily in Mainz. One of the most important literary figures is Yehuda Hasid. It's a multi-generational family commitment to this particular movement, and he wrote the book shown on the left here called Sefer Hasidim. What is fascinating about this brief-lived movement in Jewish intellectual history is that unlike anything since we saw in the Dead Sea Scrolls community, maybe some elements we'll see later when we get to Tzfat and the Kabbalists there, but they emphasized themes of self-denial, lots of fasting, literal, rolling in snow to repent for things, an elevation of the concept of martyrdom. Not surprising when you're talking about a community that's only a few decades away from this explosion of violence in the end of the 11th century. But the movement simply did not catch on after a couple hundred years, and it sort of died out naturally, with the big exception of this particular book, Sefer Hasidim, which is an amazing book, kind of complicated, probably put together from different pieces, maybe not all by Yehuda Chassid, but I will mention one passage that you may be familiar with. It is widely reprinted. I have a modern printing of my own today. Yehuda Chassid left a fairly extensive will, an ethical will for his descendants that lists all kinds of very special practices that they are to engage in. One of my favorite ones, which you've probably heard of, is Rabbi Yehuda Chassid says famously to his sons that none of them should marry a woman who has the same name as their mother. Right? And this is something that, for whatever reason, is so widespread in the Jewish world that, if a man meets a young woman and his mother's name is Hannah and her name is Hannah, so she will add a name like Hannah Sarash, right? So change her name, so it's not exactly the same as his mother's. Same thing with women marrying men who have the same name as their fathers. And one of the ironic things is that there's no source for this idea anywhere in the Torah. Nowhere in the Talmud, nowhere in Midrash. It's like the only source for this is in his particular will from the 12th century. And the famous Kotzker Rebbe, a Hasidic rabbi in the 19th century, an incredibly assertive wit, he once said that if Yehuda Chassid had known how strictly people would adhere to the instructions in his will, he would have included the 10 Commandments in there too. So Hasidic Ashkenaz picks up this strong element of self-mortification with all kinds of strange practices, like, for example, after a person dies, putting in their will, they want their coffin dragged along the ground, not carried to the cemetery to atone for their sins, and strange measures of fasting to atone for sins, calculating the value of a sin in terms of literally caloric value, and then paying for it with calories, kind of like a diet. But this is all told, it was really influential for about 150 years, but it kind of like flourishes right after the Crusades. Another thing we should recall is that, the major violence was 1096, but the incidence of violence would continue for various reasons over the next few hundred years. We're going to explore shortly medieval anti-Semitism, which is not something that we've talked about extensively before, and it was getting pretty nasty. It was shortly after the Crusades that you have the first charge of ritual murder, this bizarre idea that Jews need to reenact the crucifixion of Jesus by, God forbid, killing a small child. That occurs in England in 1144, and then added to that, you have this strange concept that the Jews somehow need to consume human blood, a total absurdity and a lie. But nevertheless, these kinds of things simply keep developing and developing, and I believe that the Crusades mark a turning point in Ashkenazic culture in which Jews begin to become much more insular. They begin to regard the outside world as far more toxic, as they regard the possibility of reasonable cultural exchange with non-Jews as less and less of a possibility, and they start to fold their culture inwards, looking inside at each other, much less than looking to the outside world. Hopefully, over the next few weeks, we'll have the opportunity to explore this thesis and see if it makes sense, especially when contrast with the Sephardic experience, in which they did not have the same kind of like sharp break until you get to the expulsion of 1492, half a millennium later. I think one of the ways in which we see this, and forgive me because this is kind of a new idea for me and I have not fleshed it out totally, but we see it somewhat in the generational shift between the era of Rashi. Rashi was a very old man when the Crusades occurred, very near the end of his life, and his grandchildren and the larger school that developed around him known as Tosafot. Rashi is typically printed on the inside binding of every Talmudic page, and his grandchildren and their school's commentary on the outside of the Talmudic page. And one of the big differences is that Rashi is a stylist, tends to be much more straightforward, holding your hand, explaining things one word at a time, one concept at a time, and he seems to be much more open to the simple translation of the text. Tosfot, on the other hand, you see there is a much more inward-looking perspective as the entire world of reality revolves around the text in various places in the Talmud. Whereas Rashi says, what did you say in this page? I'm going to explain to you. Here this means this, here this means this, and so on. Tosfot says, hey, how can what it says here be true when 500 pages later in the Talmud we see something that implies the opposite? And tying together these big analytical links throughout the entire document sort of creates like an internal web of meaning that is entirely self-dependent on the text. Does not necessarily reach for scientific evidence or geographic evidence or anything like that, but the arguments are all kind of like internal and self-reinforcing. And I would like to argue that the European Tosafot represent a literary example, an intellectual example of that turn inwards that we see in Ashkenazi culture, that would ultimately have kind of like an explosion when they finally do release themselves to the outside world in the 18th and 19th centuries. But that brings me to the end of my presentation. I thank you very much for your attention. And for those of you who need to leave, of course, Zoom class dismissed. And for those of you who want to hang around for questions, I'm really happy to talk a little further.
The house where Ted Bundy grew up and see how much lead was in his front yard and his backyard. And the more I read about lead pollution of lead, the association with aggression and violence, the more I wondered, is there a story to be told here?
We're going to start with a discussion of Jews in the medieval economy, and it's going to be a little bit more broadly focused than some of the other talks, especially the more biographic talks that we've done before. And then we're going to really focus in on a couple of aspects of the Jews in the medieval economy, specifically commerce and then finance. So these three short talks will give you a sense, however, about the nature of the Jewish economy in the medieval period, particularly around the High Middle Ages in particular. So let's start by talking a little bit about agriculture, which is not one of the areas in which Jews were especially active during the medieval period. Historically speaking, Jews have, of course, been farmers. Not only in the biblical period, when this was the main economic mainstay of the Jewish people, as we discussed way back in this Jewish History Lab series, but also in the modern period when we come to modern Israel. And as a matter of pride, the Jews specifically moving to Israel attempted to return to the land. Now, to a certain degree, this was motivated, of course, by the necessity of producing agriculture for this increasing population in the Middle East, but also because it was a reaction to kind of 19th century ideas. Much of the thought in Europe in the 19th century, both in the right wing of the spectrum and the left wing of the spectrum, as both of these areas were developing, kind of like looked down on any people or population that was not specifically connected to agriculture. There was this idea, for example, if you look towards socialism, there was this idea that, deriving economic profit from the fecundity of the land was somehow healthier, more normal, more, honest, as it were, than commerce. Because commerce, after all, deals with buying things cheaply and then artificially selling them for a higher price. That's how commerce works. And for much of the medieval period as well, there's been this kind of disdain for commerce. It was always considered some kind of sharp behavior or shrewd behavior. And Jews and Christians, and to my mind, I believe Muslims, all had a certain amount of hesitancy over the nature of commercial profit and sought to regulate it. There's the idea, for example, of the so-called just price, the correct amount that an object may be inflated in value in order to cover the costs of the seller, or the person who's the middleman. And we have discussions of this in the Talmud as well. By the way, it's something like a 35% markup is considered more or less normal, but there are so many reasons to avoid that or get around that. So, at any rate, so on the left, you have this idea that Jews, being traditionally urban people for much of their diaspora history, were somehow, economically unhealthy or even immoral. And on the right wing of the spectrum, then you have the development of this idea of the cult, which would later become a very powerful ally of the idea of race, that somehow the character of a people was formed by their connection with the land, that somehow by digging their fingers into the soil of their native land for generation upon generation, somehow this created a unique character. The Italians with their things, and the Northern European Aryans with their things, and that was like part of what it meant to be a person. Was you developed a culture that you had somehow imbibed by having generations of genetic attachment to the land. The Jews did not have this attachment to the land, and so they were somehow unhuman. They're not human in the same way that as others were human. So there was a very big push in the 19th century to try to get Jews back to the land. And we see this not only in Israel, we also see it in all kinds of in the Russian Empire and so on, where there's encouragement for Jews to engage in farming. And they largely succeeded. Israel's agricultural output is really intensive and so on. But it contradicts a large trend in Jewish history, which is primarily towards other types of commerce, as we shall see. Agriculture posed a lot of risks without necessarily all the benefits that Jews would associate with a profitable endeavor. First is that Jews are frequently expelled from a given region. France expelled the Jews, I think it was 4 times in the 14th century, or 3 times in the 14th century. At least every other generation, you could be expelled from your land. If you had invested all of your income, all of your wealth in land, then of course it was completely gone, because it's hard to run with 40 acres on your back. There were areas where Jews were forbidden to own land, but those were actually more of the exception than the rule. It was simply not a very wise investment for Jews, not only agriculture, but even like rental properties, because who's to say that you'll be able to keep that land if the political environment changes and you're dispossessed of it? Furthermore, it's a really hard job. I once spent a summer weeding, and it was horrible. You're bent over in the sun, and you're thirsty and you're picking, carrots apart from each other so they all grow at the best rate. I mean, my gosh, you would want to spend 8 hours a day doing that by hand. Really, really hard work. And, if the crops go bad, forget about it. So lots of these white Jews would not want to go into agriculture. And a lot of reasons why other forms of crop would work. Now, the last and perhaps the most important thing in many ways that started with this idea really is the fact that Jews were not, especially in medieval Europe, slotted in the right spot in the corporate structure of medieval society. I'm going to explain what that basically means, but essentially Jews were not expected to become farmers. And Jews as farmers would have been way out of step with their role in society. And when I say role, I can do so for the medieval period because the way much of medieval Europe thought, people occupied roles in society not so much by the individual identities, as we would, let's say, for example, in Western Europe or in America, but by their class, and in the case of Jews, by their religion. They occupied a different box, very caste-like, almost like the Hindu system of Varna, not really as extreme, but in that same family, where they weren't supposed to be doing any farming. That wasn't for them. So let me explain a little bit about what this corporate structure of medieval society was, and then it'll be much easier to understand the Jews' role in that economy. Okay, so here's a basic schematic of what corporate society looks like. You have the king, okay, he's the chief officer of the country, and then you have below him the nobility that are typically charged with running particular sections of the country geographically, and then below them, this map is not to scale, a huge massive amount of peasants. Right? So there's three basic corporations in medieval society. There are more, but these are the basic ones. And the idea is that the king and the nobles provide protection to peasants. Right? This is kind of one of the working theories as to how feudalism developed. It's a very old working theory, but the idea is that those elements of the population that were much better, warriors or organizers or leaders, sort of rose to the top, and they took on the responsibility of providing protection for those classes underneath them. And in return for that, because after all, they could not be farming and defending the border at the same time, so the peasants, and to a certain degree the nobles, provided taxes to the king. Right, the money flows upward and the protection flows downward. Well, that sounds a little bit like a protection racket. You might not be that far off from the idea of how this works, but nevertheless, that's the sort of working idea of how feudalism is working. The vassals, the lower classes, not precisely the right word, those who would feel fees, the higher classes would return to protect them. That was kind of a compact that held it all together. Parallel to a certain degree in the church. You have about Catholic West, although much of this is broadly general Eastern world as well. Below the Pope in a hierarchical structure are the clergy. There's a whole bunch of different groups in the clergy, not just the priesthood, but you also have monks and nuns and so on, and they occupy slightly different roles. And below them, the big mass of Christians. And similar to the arrangement with the kings, nobles, and peasants, you have salvation coming down. That is, the Pope and the clergy provide those essential religious services and education as appropriate, and salvific acts that allow the lower classes to achieve their place in heaven. And in return, the lower classes, the Christians in general, and then upwards of clergy and the Pope, provide tithes, provide a type of taxation that keeps the entire system working. Now, you might ask, when you look at these two structures, you might ask, well, who is ultimately in charge? And in fact, that's something they worried about as well, because in some periods, it was clear that the king was in charge of a given region. But on a philosophical level, one can make an argument that the Pope really should be in charge of European society, and the church sometimes was ascendant, and this meant that there were times when the interests of the king took precedence, which was typically good for the Jews, and there were times when the interests of the Pope took precedence, which was typically, but not uniformly, bad for the Jews. This is essentially how the structure of society looked. The biggest question you may have is, where do the Jews fit in? What box do they occupy? They're certainly not nobles. Peasants are overwhelmingly involved in agriculture, so neither of those boxes. They're not the clergy and they're not Christians, so where do they fit? So here's where Jews fit in. It's really important. They occupy a position which was later called Servi Camerai Regis, which means servants of the royal chamber. The Jews ultimately ended up becoming specifically subservient only to the king, and that was largely because of their economic role in society. Here's a really beautiful piece that probably does not depict two Jews, although they're engaged in a classically Jewish occupation, because the woman here is clearly reading a Christian book that shows a Madonna with child there. There's all that a little sort of peek in the mirror of the artist of this image of 16th century work. And this is a money changer in his life. You looked at those boxes I showed you earlier in the corporate structure. Who exactly is making the money here? Who exactly is working literally in corn? The peasants certainly not. They're working with goods. They're producing agricultural output. The nobility is not out there mining the rocks for silver and gold and so on. Who is actually producing and circulating coin in this environment? In order to collect taxes, for much of medieval European history, the nobility and the king had to collect it in different ways. Either taxes in kind, which meant barrels of wheat and hides of foxes, or corvée, which is essentially taxes in kind, where the peasants would be required to spend a certain amount of time, 10 days per week or per month, farming the king's large, the most valuable type, but done by cash. The peasants typically did not hold much cash. All of their transactions were affected with barter, and when they paid their taxes, they paid it typically either in kind or agricultural output, or in the sweat of their brow by actually working for the king. So the Jews here occupy this fascinating position as Servi Camerai Regis, as servants of the royal chamber. You could also translate that as serfs or slaves, maybe, of the royal chamber, in which, because their economic activity does involve actual cash money, they collect a lot of this very valuable coin, and their taxes to the king are paid directly to the king, with no intervention of the nobles at all. So even though they don't actually occupy a box in that corporate structure I showed you, their box, as it were, is kind of stuck off to the side, and there's an arrow going straight to the king because they produce that money. I should also point out, as I think I did earlier, but let's emphasize it once again, that just like we saw when we talked about the Jewish communal structure in the Middle Ages, the king didn't deal with Jews as individuals at all, nor did he deal with Christians as individuals either. He dealt with them as an entire community. Meaning, if you were a Jew that lived in, let's say, Regensburg, you were part of the collective that was required to pay a certain amount of money to taxes to the king every year. And that amount of money was collected by your community leader, and they would forward the correct amount to the king directly. We'll talk about them very much later. They're for Jews, but others done entirely on a commune. And the Jews had this ambiguous hand because they produced so much of this cash. They were very valuable to the king, but on the other hand, in order to keep doing their job, which the king liked very much, they were protected directly by the king. And so the nobles and the peasants would undertake great risk if they were to harm Jews in any way, because that meant that they were interfering with the king's own revenue stream. So that's the risk and benefit associated with this kind of activity of being Servi Camera Regis actually turned out to be a preservative for the safety of Jews in Europe. Now, it also meant, however, that as we saw in the earlier diagram of the two arrows with the king and the pope facing to each other, the church-state power was often fought over who controlled the Jews. Sometimes, if the church was especially doctrinaire and wished to impose certain, pious, wished to impose some pious persecution of the Jews on some doctrinal point, and if the king was not powerful enough to protect them, then he would lose that revenue stream. On the other hand, there were times when the king could become heavily indebted to the Jews and would find it much more expedient to simply cancel his debts by expelling them, and the church might be powerless to protect the Jews who were, after all, given a particular slot in eschatological history by people like St. Augustine, saying that the Jews have to serve as a witness. So the Jews were kind of like buffeted by powerful forces, much more powerful than they, largely because of their business. So at this point, I've given you kind of a sense of like where they fit in the economic structure. I'd like to talk next about how they exactly made that money, in terms of commerce and then in terms of finance. Okay, so we've already discussed how the Jews are not especially so attracted to farming, right? Not such a great profession for Jews. But one of the areas where Jews chose to excel and have a very, very long history is in commerce. We've also looked in previous classes at the Radhanites, who are probably the most famous of the Jewish travelers and international commercial agents of the 9th century. It's described by Muslim historiography. This particular map, which kind of like gives you, I think, a little bit of an exaggerated picture, but it errs a little bit on the side of expansion, but the blue routes are the ones that are associated with the Radhanites, and the pink ones are the ones that connect to it. But it gives you a sense of how these Radhanites, who were probably based in southern France on the Rhone River, nevertheless had an amazing trade network that extended over all of the New World at that time. The risks and benefits of commerce. Well, the risks are pretty obvious, right? You're traveling, you're going to dangerous places, people don't necessarily know you there, you've got to get your goods over land or over sea, all kinds of things can go wrong, but the benefits are huge. The profit margin can be massive, especially if you pick up some lightweight goods like silks or spices, very popular in the West, and you bring them over there, the markup can be massive and you can really bring in a lot of cash. There is a huge amount of profit to be had for a relatively smaller amount of effort. Some risk, as we saw earlier, for example, the Maimonides family was impoverished when the elder brother of Moses Maimonides was at sea with his worldly goods, and the ship sank, and causing Maimonides to have to take up position as a physician, which he turned out to be very well at, and also as an unpaid rabbi. But these commercial sellers had a tremendous amount of possibility for profit if they did it well. And also, it's a collective effort where, it's not so much that you personally have to schlep across the Mediterranean to get the goods and bring them back. You just have to know the right people who make much smaller journeys on your behalf, especially if you become a much more established. The dangers of travel and transport are huge, but as the economy begins to develop and these trade networks, you can actually see how they expand over time. They seem to be profitable by everyone involved, and so they are generally very protected, especially in the Islamic areas where you have, everything is under Muslim rule rather than a patchwork of different rules of warring regions. And the Jews have a leg up in this. The Jews, of course, were not the only international travelers, and the Jews were not at all the only international merchants, but they did have a decided advantage which made them disproportionately important to international trade. This diaspora advantage includes a few things. First of all, the Jews have a common language. So when they are traveling to far-flung regions, you can have a Jew from England communicating with a Jew from Central Asia because they've got a common language in Hebrew. That's an incredibly important thing. Now, they might not be deeply fluent in Hebrew, but they certainly know enough to engage in the basic communication and negotiation of price and goods and so on. Secondly, also extremely important, they have a unified legal system, and maybe even more important than the system, the norms, expectations, how commerce is done. If you can imagine even today walking, if you ever gone, for example, to the Arab Shuk long before it was as dangerous as it is now, but if you went into the Arab Shuk and you didn't know the kind of culture of negotiation of how you're not supposed to pay the first price they mention, and you're only supposed to negotiate in good faith if you really would buy it, all kinds of things like that, you might not necessarily know those rules. Well, because the Jews are all steeped in the same Talmudic tradition, with the same laws and the same avenues of appeal if they feel that they're not being treated appropriately in a financial endeavor, then you have a whole system, a whole structure that allows it to take place. If you can imagine a Christian traveling deep in Muslim territory, let's say in what would be contemporary Iraq, he would feel extremely out of place, especially after the Crusades. Oh my gosh, extremely unwelcome. He would not have the built-in support system there that would be able to take him in and would be able to provide food and lodgings for him at a reasonable price and protection from being robbed and so on to allow him to do business. The Jews had these things because of the diaspora itself. Ironically, the diaspora, which was a punishment inflicted upon the Jews, if you want from a theological perspective, or if you want just from a political, historical perspective, the Jews were forced into this scattered exile across all of the known lands of the earth. It actually was able to work to their benefit when they established these far-flung international connections. I can tell you just from my personal experience, there was, I grew up in, I'm going to show you a picture later, I grew up in a far-flung, very remote part of northern Canada, and every year there was a charity collector for the Base Yaakov in Montreal, right, a girls' school in Montreal, who would hitchhike all the way up from Toronto. We're talking about hundreds and hundreds of miles. We're literally, the only thing beyond the streets that I lived on was the Arctic Circle and the North Pole. And he would hitchhike all the way up there for the handful of Jews that lived within a 50-mile radius. And when he got up there, he would, my parents would pick me out of my bedroom, and he would get my bedroom. I would sleep on the sofa in the living room, and that's just the way it was because that was Jewish connection. So the same thing was pertaining in medieval Europe, where Jews were able to travel with much more reliance on or on the hospitality extended to guests and so on. And this is a massive advantage for them. This is, I'm guessing, why the Jews developed this unusual habit of playing Jewish geography with one another. I don't know if non-Jews do this, but when Jews meet each other, especially in a setting where they don't expect to meet other Jews, something like that, almost always the first thing they start doing is they start playing a game where they ask, okay, where are you from? Oh, you're from Manitoba. I know some Jews in Manitoba. Do you know the? And they start to immediately try to develop a connection that makes them feel plugged into the worldwide tribe of Jews. So this Jewish geography game, I wouldn't be surprised if it had its cultural roots deep in the medieval commercial enterprise, where Jews traveling would try to develop a network of connections. Now, what did they sell? This is a little bit more controversial. As you can see from this particular image, which depicts a negotiation between a Jewish slave trader and a king over the price of the slaves that are held in manacles there. From the 5th through the 7th century, the most popular items that Jews were selling were luxury items from the East, like perfumes. Glassware is still very expensive. Silks and the spices we already talked about. The silk root, the spice root from the East. And these things will be brought towards the West, or Jews were especially associated with that trade. Now, the wise way to conduct trade, of course, is to have your ships full both ways. So if you're traveling out the East, you have goods from the West to sell to the East, and then you can bring things back from the West. You never have your ships empty as they leave port. So 5th to 7th century. 7th century is significant because that's the beginning of the Muslim expansion, right? The 4th decade of the 7th century is when Islam really starts taking off, and by the middle of the 8th century, it's got all of North Africa, Spain, and so on, and quite a bit of the Eastern Mediterranean as well. So after the Islamic expansion, the Jews take a much larger role in the expanded trade across that major cultural political barrier between Christian Europe and Islamic North Africa and the Mediterranean, Eastern Mediterranean. So they're bringing from the West to the East a lot of things that are produced in Europe, like swords, actually. There's a lot of superior steel or iron coming out of Eastern Europe. Furs, right? Very big thing that's not easily available further to the east. So they're bringing the luxury goods that we described earlier to the West, and they're bringing a lot of these raw goods as well to the East. And here's where the more controversial element comes in. In the year 854, a church council banned the trade in Christian slaves. And this is something that we've seen all the way back from the Synod of Elvira in the 4th century and so on, that Christianity may have a problem with slavery in general, but it really has a problem with Jews owning slaves. So there's a lot of bans frequently in medieval history that emphasize the fact that Jews are not allowed to own slaves.
There she is. How you living, girl?
So when there is a ban on
what's new
in Christian slaves, not only by...
Are you ready for me?
Yeah, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am. Prepare for an invitation in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You should have it.
Yay, let's go.
LFG, girl. Oh, you even had curve on that. That was beautiful.
This is gonna be hard.
Get it.
No, yeah, got one.
You got two. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Come on, Rabbi.
Oh, Miss Aquarius. That was bad.
You still got it, but you got to strike.
Yeah, but that could have been better. Oh, you're putting curve on it. Look at you.
My finger doing that. See my finger doing that.
Well, that was a beautiful spare. Beautiful spare. Get it. Get it. Get it. Beautiful spare.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Come on, Rabbi. Take the next strike. Yay!
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Get it, girl. Get a strike. All but one. That's good. You got the lead. Get this one. Get this.
You're going to get it. No, you're going to get it. Because you just got another strike. Come on, Rabbi. You win, I win. Let's go, Rabbi. Next strike. Yes!
Bingo, bingo, bongo. Oh, come on. Oh, 94. That's a big score. Get it. Oh, that's all right. I'll take it.
You did it. Yay!
I'll take it.
Good job.
All right, reload. You have an invitation.
Yeah.
Oh, nice and slow. Get these two. Oh, and with curve. A beautiful spare.
Thank you. Come on, Rabbi. Right. Yay! Good job.
Thank you. Get it.
You got it, Rabbi.
Oh, for sure. No doubt.
Let it strike.
Get it.
Yeah. Let's go.
2 for 2. Get it.
What's going on? My fingers. Okay.
Get it.
Nope. Come on, Rabbi. You got very good. Come on.
Get it.
You got this one.
No. Get it. Oh, look at you.
Yay.
Look at you. Don't count her out.
This one. Come on. Other one. Yay.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Get it. All right. Now get this one. You got it.
Nope. You go too fast. Slow it down. Okay, Rabbi, you got this. Let's go.
No, that was bad, Mr. Aquarius.
Still in the lead, though. It's okay. Hey, it's not that one down, though.
I'll take it.
Good job.
I win, you win.
Yay. Good boy, you gonna do 260. Watch, you gonna do 260. You probably get it when I'm at work.
I'll do my best to not play anybody.
Okay, you do. I understand. I just want you to pay when you get to 299. Okay?
That's right. You've got 300, girl. You had 100,
Yeah.
you had 200, and God willing, you'll have 300.
Yeah.
Alrighty, ma'am. Sweet dreams to you. God willing, we'll play tomorrow, okay?
All right. Okay, good night.
Good night.
A simple search for ways to get rid of a headache.
By Jews, but by non-Jews as well. So now the Jews become much more important in slave trade because the slaves are largely traded in Iberian markets under Muslim rule. That is, in the south part of the Spanish Portuguese peninsula, in places like Granada and so on. So the actual proportion of the Jews involved in the slave trade is very small, right? Only a small number of Jews were engaged in international commerce, and only a small section of the overall commerce was enslaved. But Jews were disproportionate to Christians involved in this trade, and they were definitely dwarfed by the huge amount of slave trade in general by Christians and by Muslims. But on a per capita basis, it's reasonable to assume that just like Jews are overrepresented in commerce in other goods, they're overrepresented in goods like slaves as well. Now, this noxious pattern does not hold true in the same way for the transatlantic slave trade, which was a much larger and in many ways far more exploitative trade when African slaves were sold to the Americas in particular. Certainly there were Jewish slave traders, but they were again a minority among slavers as a whole, and we should bear in mind that this was in the context of the morality and the accepted commercial practices of that day. As offensive as it may seem to us in the 21st century, it was not considered especially offensive in the 8th, 9th, 10th century, with the one exception that Christians would not allow the trade of other Christians. When Eastern Europe, which was the main source of slaves at this time, in fact, there are some theoreticians that say that the word Slav is related to the word esclav, or slave. It's also possible in modern Slavic languages that it refers to a very different kind of word, like glory, like you say, slava Bohu, glory be to God. But be that as it may, as Eastern Europe is increasingly Christianized towards the later part of the Middle Ages, then of course that becomes an area that is off limits to slave traders as well, and much of it will shift even further towards Africa, where there are still larger proportions of non-Christians available for sale in Europe. Adding to this, besides the slave trade, there was a significant expansion of trade routes in Northern Europe. The population in general in northern France and Germany has been expanding since around the year 1000. There are a lot of theories as to why this happened. It is a noted phenomenon. It appears that the agricultural output increased significantly over this time, so it might actually have a climactic reason for it. It could be that there was, just a general warming of the northern part of Europe at this point, or something that make it much more arable. But at any rate, as the north opens up, more trade routes to northern Europe open up, and Jewish populations there increase. And it's kind of like a cycle of the general expansion of trade means the expansion of Jewish migration to Europe. And the increase in the population as there's more income and so on. But that's essentially what is happening throughout this period in terms of trade. But once the slave trade becomes much more difficult to maintain, particularly in Northern Europe, and as there are increasing levels of anti-Semitic restriction on Jewish trade, which we're going to talk about a little bit more next week in particular, so Jewish trade begins to largely decrease from the huge international scale and become much smaller and become much more focused on retail and on local sales. And I reflect on this personally as well. I already told you one personal story about the charity collector that went all the way up from Montreal to my hometown. But in many ways, this is really my own family story. My father, Allah Shalom, may he rest in peace, standing in front of the family store in 1957, way up in remote Ontario. His father is the Alex, and the Alex having the son. My father is the son there. He ended up migrating from northern Russia, and he came to Canada thinking he was going to become a farmer. He was terrible at farming. You can see the pattern talked about last video. And he ended up going into dry goods sales and connecting with lots of middlemen, what they call jobbers, down in Toronto. So he was able to connect with a largely Jewish environment of commerce, bringing mainly work clothes and things like that up to this dry goods store that was the economic mainstay of the Abrahamson family for almost a century. So it's really, in my own person, I feel the connection with this particular period of Jewish history as well. Okay, so that's a discussion of the goods involved in Jewish commerce. Now we get to perhaps the most difficult aspect of it, which is specifically the involvement of Jews in money lending.
With forceps, which caused brain damage in a certain percentage of kids. So I think you're looking at a lot of different things that contributed to trauma to the brain. I think now they're really focusing on that.
Okay, let's go on to the last part, which is the most difficult part of
brain damage. We see that now.
This section talking about money lending. Money lending and the medieval churches. Shylock, of course, is the image. Shylock is the merchant of Venice in Shakespeare's famous play here, appropriately indicated with a red hat, which was the badge that Jews were required to wear in Venice at the time of the setting of this particular play. So the idea of money lending is heavily disturbed by the church, specifically one Christian to another, on charging interest. If you look at Deuteronomy chapter 23, verses 20 21, it says very clearly, you shall not lend on interest to your brother, interest of food or money or anything on which interest can be charged. You may charge interest to a foreigner, but not to your brother. Now, there's a lot more to say about this in terms of Jewish thought, but basically, the way the rabbis understood this for centuries is that fellow Jews are brothers, and non-Jews are not brothers. They are the category of foreign. Again, there are some exceptions where there are some Jewish thinkers who argue that Christians were brothers as well because they believed in the same God as the Jews. Others disagreed, but for the most part, this is the way it was understood, that a Jew was allowed to charge interest to a non-Jew. Now, given that Jews basically lived in a kind of binary society where there was only Christians and Jews, there were very, very few minorities of any other religious denomination. So the only people who would be able to effectively lend money on interest to Christians, if Christians aren't doing to each other, is the Jews. So they had kind of like a monopoly on the entire possibility of money lending. The church tried to deal with this in some ways. A 4th century thinker, Ambrose, argued that it's a very beautiful thing for Christians to lend money and not charge interest to each other, kind of like a Gemach kind of free loan society. But it was hard to encourage this because, after all, there's no profit. And you have to be independently wealthy and willing to risk your money to lend money without charging interest. So it was not happening. And so money lending, especially as the economy became more and more sophisticated, it became much more necessary to have the institution of credit flowing in society. It's especially true in an agricultural society where you have farmers who are cash poor and are actually bringing in corn, but they've got to buy seed, and they have to wait a long time until they can harvest. Sometimes credit is the only way
I
to
pick you
bridge
up in
that period where
and
we
we'll
will
take
not have
the time.
to
Kiss me, baby. Tell me
ultimately, however, the church
you're the one for me. The way you make me feel. You really me off. Really took me off. You knocked me off of my feet. You knocked me off of my feet. I wanted it, so I go. I wanted it, so I go.
That the law
I like the
of
way
God
you
said,
feel
full stop,
me.
Christians, you
Just
can't
hold me,
charge
baby.
double
I'm in ecstasy.
effectively,
I'm already working for
only
95.
credit in medieval Europe. And so Jews
Oh, that was so sick.
Again, when we think about all the things we talked about in the last 2 segments, about the risks of agriculture, the risks of commerce, money lending has a lot to speak about. Guild membership was a hotly contested element, and frequently when Jews would establish themselves in particular municipalities, they had to negotiate the rights that they would have when they moved there. And some cities would simply negotiate in advance a law excluding no other language Judaism. Jews were not allowed to settle there. More likely because the nobility was going to be having a vested interest in having Jewish people live there, they would negotiate that, okay, fine, Jews can move here, but no shoemakers. Okay? Jews cannot sell shoes. Or Jews can sell shoes, but only when they're ready-made. They can't actually make them. So guilds and various types of trade unions, primitive trade unions often restricted these concepts to be involved. Now, we definitely did have Christians who were nevertheless interested in the kind of profits that Jews were involved in. So the Jews had a monopoly, but it was only they did it according to the law, the written law. De facto, they did have to be efficient, but ultimately the church would find a way around it, specifically the Franciscans, and that would be the end of the Jewish monopoly, although not necessarily the end of Jewish money.
That was so sick. You're like, ah, blah, 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 blah.
So what's going on with usury, which is kind of like the nasty word for money? The benefits are fantastic. It involves a high rate of profit. The rate of interest charged was anywhere from 30% to 200%. We're talking about loan shark rates. It was very, very expensive to borrow money, and so that meant that people who could afford to lend the money could make a massive amount of profit. It was an urban profession, and Jews, as we have seen over and over again in the diaspora, they have gravitated to urban settings. So this is something that makes a lot of sense. If you're living it's like you can have banker's hours. You can simply say when you're going to open, 10 to 3, and then you just let the customers come to you. I mean, it's a fantastic possibility. And it is affordable. It's the kind of thing where if you're dealing in cash, especially when you have lots of contacts through commercial ventures, you can deposit money for safekeeping, you can exchange letters of credit and so on, and it requires fairly minimal effort. Moreover, the Jews were actually quite well prepared for this because they were literate, they were numerate, they had this great relationship with the king, right? The Servi Camerai Regis, where if they're making money through money lending, that means a really great flow of currency to the king directly. Later on, when we get to 18th century Poland, the king would realize if it's so easy for the Jews to make money, then we want a bigger part of it, and ultimately they would take apart the very structure that held it together, but that's hundreds of years later in a period of time. Now the risks, however, are also commensurate. The biggest risk, of course, is resentment, because we all have credit cards, and nobody likes getting a credit card bill. And when you look at the statement and you see, okay, I bought this, and what? Interest charge? Wow, you feel really bad about it, especially if you can't pay off the balance down to zero every month. You see that interest charge every month, you say, wow, $100 for nothing. Stuff I bought a long time ago and already gone. So there's a great deal of resentment. This can come from the hesitancy when they borrow small sums, but they carry expensive debt load. And when peasants get too upset, they end up having popular uprisings, often against the will of the king. He's happy to see the Jews bringing more funds back to them, but if it's too much, then the king, you can't
each other on
the clergy are often resentful of this because it represents kind of like a legal fiction go around
I'm starting with the
loophole
man
to the
in
law
the
of
mirror.
Gratian, because the law of Gratian
I'm
allows
asking
you
him to change his ways.
who wants this kind of thing.
No one says something can cure.
And the nobility and even the king, however,
Take a look at yourself and then
it
make
was
a change.
not at all that uncommon for nobles and even kings to end up borrowing large sums of money from the Jewish populations. And then when things don't go their way, like for example, they're trying to finance a border war or an expansion of some sort, then it becomes much more expedient to simply expel the Jews and cancel their debts. We see this happening frequently in medieval Europe. England, for example, expelled their Jews in 1290 over basically this issue, where it was simply easier to simply say, okay, do over. And as we saw in France, as we will see in France, the Jews will then be invited back a generation later, because when they expel the Jews and they have no more source of credit, they need credit to keep their economy growing, so then they invite the Jews back. They end up borrowing a lot of money, it becomes too much, they expel the Jews, and they enter into a cycle once again. So this is the kind of danger that is associated with money lending experience. So the relative wealth and power that are accumulated through
Talking
money
about
lenders
time
is quite
and
ephemeral
walking
because
so
the large scale recessions that we built up in property. Later on, when we get to
no
Europe,
place to go.
the
That's why I
next
want
semester
you
of
to
his
know.
classes, some of the elements of this become greater when alcohol is involved.
Asking
Because
him to
in Europe,
change his
we
ways.
have monopoly
I
on
know
production
myself
of
gonna
alcohol,
live
called
and
Prohibition. And
if
so
you wanna
people
live
could
right,
drink
go back to
on a
bus. Take a
tab
look at
and
yourself.
then end up
Never
having
make a
a
change.
huge bill plus an interest charge on
Na,
top of that.
na,
You
na,
know, many of
na.
the revolts you'll see in the
It was
17th
so
and 18th
slippery, like
centuries in
snapping.
Europe
It was like,
have
oh,
this
everybody
as
loved it.
the exploitative practices of some of the Jewish communities that are heavily resented by their customers when they have to actually pay the bill for what they purchased. It's a very difficult period, definitely. Now, how does this all come to end? Largely the Italians wake up and say they've got to get involved in this. And so in Italy, in the middle of the 15th century, you have this institution developed by the Franciscan order of monks called the Monte di Pieta, which means the mountains of piety. And essentially what they do is they create their own loan societies, which operate a lot like modern credit unions or banks. In fact, this is where credit unions and banks begin to get their ideas and get started. They charge interest, but a small interest, between 4 and 15%, which is much more manageable. And the purpose of this interest is largely to cover the overhead of hiring staff to manage the funds and so on. And they lend to Christians at a very low rate of interest, but it is approved by the church. First, temporarily, and then towards the end of the 15th century, formally approved by the church, because the overhead costs are not interest for a profit-bearing idea. They're really there to just keep the system flowing. Now, the demand for credit far outstrips the supply that the multi-PF are able to service, but it still means that the Jewish monopoly has its use. There is now the church has officially sanctioned this type of banking. There is no reason why someone still has to go to it. But the fact that the demand is still so high, far more than the amount of cash and money are able to maintain, it meant that Jewish money lending still continued right up until really the modern era. But it tended to be on a much smaller scale. Like instead of lending to nobles, Jews were more likely to lend to local peasants so they could buy things like that. And there were a few exceptional individuals, these so-called court Jews, who really rise to power shortly after the 15th century. But for the most part, Jewish money lending was a much smaller affair at this point and much more local. If you were a typical Christian, say in the Italian Peninsula, chances are you would be more likely to do business with a Jew who is much more local and have much less strenuous demands for collateral. But you did have the option, especially if you were borrowing larger sums, like the so this is essentially how the monopoly was eliminated by the Italian banking. Still, when we kind of reflect on the overall economic picture of the Jews in the period, we can understand how, in particular, money lending was highly resented, and with the growing anti-Semitic concerns, that was going to be a topic of next week's that episode was ultimately around much of Western Europe, forcing the Jews to move further to the east, so that's something that we will turn next week. So now I want to thank you very much for participating, and I hope you have an excellent week.
But what else would you call that? What else would you call if you know that you're going to kill people, but you're also going to make money, and you decide, let's do it anyway. Let's do it anyway. Let's make some money. And 60,000 people got here. And then
the great philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre once wrote that if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. And that speaks to this idea that somehow anti-Semitism can proceed
You
even
never
without
make
Jews.
mistakes, so take your weight off
Let's
me.
have a look
I
though
know
at
your
the
every
historical
move, so
evolution of
won't you
this
just let me
bizarre
be?
idea.
I've been here times before, but I was blind, you see. And you used to remain the time you want to be sneak. She's saying that's okay. Hey baby, do what you please. I have the stuff that you want. I am the thing that you need. She looked me deep in the eyes. She said, "You man can't stop." She said, "The door turning back." She had me hand in her heart. Dirty Diana. Dirty Diana. No. Dirty Diana. No. Dirty Diana. I really.
For a common term at the time, known as Judenhass or Judenfeinde, meaning hatred of Jews. It was it's kind of like a rude term. It's like using the N-word in contemporary American history. And so
She likes the
developed
boys in the band. She knows when they come to town. Every
basically he's
musician
not against
fan.
Jews per se. He is against something
That was so
called
sick when you were like, "Hey, everybody."
Semitism meaning some kind of bizarre philosophy, organization, movement of the Jews that he is anti. We'll see a little bit today, but we'll see much more when we get to the modern period what exactly that Semitism was. It was based on the development of linguistic theory that grouped the Jews' Middle Eastern languages in Hebrew into a Semitic family, but otherwise it's completely nonsensical. It used to be spelled in English anyway with a hyphen, so that, and often with a capital S, meaning that there is such a thing as Semitism, that one can be anti. This, of course, is ridiculous. There is no Semitism, and it just fuels more anti-Semitism to use that particular spelling. So many scholarly presses over the last 20, 30 years have been shifting to a single term without a hyphen and without a capital S, indicating that anti-Semitism is a phenomenon unto itself, completely unrelated to the fictitious Semitism. You'll still see in some, spell checkers on your word processors or some older printers will use the older spelling, but there is a reason why we're using the term anti-Semitism without the hyphen and without the capital S. That said, the kind of antipathy to Jews that Wilhelm Marr's late 19th century hatred involved is very different from the antipathy that we see in earlier centuries. And so it is somewhat incorrect, inaccurate to use his term and to try and push it backwards in time. I will do it anyways. I'm going to speak about anti-Semitism, even though more strictly speaking, there are 4 distinct stages of this bias against Jews that historians have identified, and the use of the term anti-Semitism is really not correct when we're trying to put it like that. But let's quickly look at those 4 levels, because I want to put them in the context of the medieval period, which is our focus for today. The first of the 4 broad stages is what I'd like to call ancient xenophobia. Xenophobia, of course, simply means fear of the stranger, fear of that which is different. And much of the Greco-Roman period can be placed within that kind of rubric, because the Romans and the Greeks, although many of the writers had some really nasty things to say about Jews, they seem to be kind of like cultural misunderstandings or a lack of charity towards a different set of practices or beliefs and things like that. They certainly didn't acquire the kind of bizarre man quality that we'll be looking at in the next 2 lectures in particular. It's more like a, if you will, a normal kind of hatred, just like, the South Koreans might dislike the Chinese, or the Inuit might dislike the Apache. It's kind of the human condition that we frequently develop fear or even dislike of those who look different from us or behave differently and so on. So it's kind of like, not nice, but it's more normal. When you get to the early Christian period, so we're talking now about the 1st century and onwards, you have a specifically theological antipathy to Jews that we discussed a little bit in the lecture on Adversus Judaeus. which arises specifically out of the relationship between the early church and the mother religion, Judaism. As the early church emerges and defines itself against the background of Judaism, there are some writers who will disparage the mother religion in order to create more distance, more contrast between Judaism and Christianity. So also not very nice, but also within the realm of understanding, because as religious movements split apart and morph into something new, they will often look back with a little bit of anger at their predecessor. Those of you who participate in synagogue forums will know that when you have a so-called breakaway minion, right, you have a large synagogue and then a small group of people are dissented with the rabbi or with the Jewish policy or whatever, they break off to form another synagogue. Certainly a very normal kind of satellite thing to do. And sometimes they'll look back at the old synagogue and say, oh, that was so terrible, they wouldn't let us have Jewish stuff, things like that. So that's a different type of antipathy to Jews that's really rooted within the theological context between these two groups. The third grade is what we're going to talk about today, medieval Jew hatred. And I use this term hatred on purpose because, wow, it is so awful and nasty and so totally different from what we see in the earlier two stages. Modern anti-Semitism, which is where we get that term today. Again, I'm going to kick down the road the can of discussing anti-Semitism before we talk about the modern period. But in reality, it involves two basic ideas. The introduction of race thinking, the idea that the Jews constitute a separate race rather than a different religious group. And that's really a modern phenomenon. And secondly, the idea of the conspiracy theory. The idea that the Jewish race are somehow all involved in this diabolical plot to overturn the world. There are elements of this in the medieval period, but they are really quite minor. And note that modern anti-Semitism, unlike early Christian anti-Judaism, and unlike medieval Jew hatred, does not need any religious norms to hold it in place. It doesn't need to have any kind of belief system that is connected with Christianity or any other religion. It can be totally secular. And this is a great example of how anti-Semitism can provide massive cultural challenges, such as, for example, the decline in religion that occurred from the 18th century onwards. Religion doesn't do so well, but anti-Semitism survives. Those are the four main theories, and we're going to focus on the medieval theories. What are the basic characteristics of medieval theories? So, the first and most obvious element of medieval theory is demonic Christian. This phrase is often by our is so clear. Misanthropy, of course, means hatred of Jesus, right? Hatred of other human beings, right? And man, just like misogyny is hatred of women, specifically misanthropy means like hating people in general. And unlike what we saw in the period of xenophobia, and unlike what we saw in the period of early Christian anti-Judaism, there's this idea in medieval Jew hatred that Jews somehow hate other non-Jews so badly that they will do terrible things to them, like, God forbid, kidnap and kill their children and drink their blood. Wow, that's like an asteroid of hate that suddenly lands in this puddle of this country. It is such a huge and bizarre kind of argument. And the ritual murder, the idea that the Jews need to somehow, reenact the passion of Jesus by choosing a child of Christus, exactly that. Where did that come from? That's really demonic, and it's really misanthropic. It's also really connected to the devil. So the term demonic is significant here, because in the medieval period, the belief in the role of Satan in the functioning of the world becomes much more significant. Think Dante and others like that, and think this particular image, which shows Jews burning in a cauldron there, hell. The idea that if the Christians are somehow God's people, then the Jews must be, to balance it out, the devil's people. They must be somehow the mirror image. And if the Christians are associated with Jesus, the Savior of the world, the Jews must be somehow associated with the Antichrist, the destroyer of the world. And there's a large body of thought about these so-called remote Jews who are somehow waiting somewhere east of the Caucasus Mountains, living inside a mountain or in some hidden area, just waiting for the Antichrist to be born and then to lead them out and to overrun all of Europe. I mean, really bizarre things that you see nowhere in earlier forms of anti-Semitic thought. Another major characteristic is that the connection to religious antipathy is often secondary. What I mean by this is that most of the charges that we see shortly definitely have
My baby
a
on a Saturday
but it
night.
is
I believe in miracles, and a miracle is happening tonight.
The idea that, you need an excuse to
My baby, it don't matter if you're black or white.
find some kind of bizarre story to attach to them, and we'll justify using religion as kind of like a veneer to hold to it. And
This is Saturday sun.
what's sort of ironic is that the higher levels of the church were often quite opposed to popular movements of medieval Judaism, like the ritual murder charges, and saying, we're really glad you're all fired up about Jesus and everything, and we want you to think about the passion, but the Jews are not killing Christian children to reenact it. The church finds itself in an uncomfortable position quite often, defending the Jews from mob violence because the mob has been kind of whipped up by this surging belief that the Jews somehow engage in these sort of activities. And it seems very clear that when you contrast it with the previous form of dominant anti-Jewish thought, logical arguments are irrelevant. In the time of theological anti-Judaism, Jews and Christians could have exchanges, could have debates, could even talk about the religious differences with a modicum of, exchange. You see that, for example, in the Latin translation of the Bible, that Jewish scholars of the Bible were consulted widely in order to try and figure out what the words mean to translate into Latin. That's so far away from what's happening in the medieval period. The theology is used to support the behavior. And the third element, which I would like to get into, but I'm going to push it off a little bit till we talk about Spain in a couple of weeks, you see anti-Talmudism appear. Basically, the Talmud is, up until the 13th century, really a closed text for Christianity, and when it is kind of discussed as the root of Jewish misanthropy, then it receives a lot more negative attention. You see forced disputations, burnings of the Talmud, and things like that, and they tend to coalesce around this really important 13th century. So these are some of the main elements that you see with evil Jew hatred that are distinct really from previous forms. But that anti-Talmudism in particular does kind of bleed over into the modern period and into anti-Semitism, specifically the notion that somehow the Talmud is what teaches Jews about this supposed conspiracy. Now, there are many, many other factors that feed into the growth of these noxious ideologies. One of the elements is the change in religious sensibility that begins to be evident, especially in the 13th century. The church gains a significant amount of power at this time. And you recall when we talked about the structure of the people and medieval economy last week, the kings often protected the Jews because of their value and the church had ideological reasons for them. With the abundance of the church in the 13th century, the waning of temporal power of the kings that led to
Know you far
Secondly,
away.
we also see
I am here to
negative
stay
consequences.
with you and
Consequences that we
I.
spoke about a lot last week.
Everything
English money lending,
you
hugely important for the medieval
know
economy, but also something that can be deeply resented, both by the small-time customers of Jews who might be borrowing money just to get through a harvest season, and also for the more powerful nobility who might be borrowing money to wage a war or something like that. So it's not unreasonable to imagine that a lot of the antipathy to Jews
how the
is born out
days
of
gone,
this,
how too long alone,
exploitative practices
how
of
could
Jewish
this
money.
be
It's not to say in any way
that you're
that
not here with
legal
me?
behavior
You never
somehow
said goodbye.
allows for violence.
Someone tell
Does
me
speak to
why
the inegalities
did you
of the
have
medieval
to
economy,
go
something that
and
we
leave
do
my
bear
world
out
so cold?
nevertheless, it's hard to imagine that this is in
Every
part
day I sit and ask myself, how
finally,
did you
one other
slip
element
away?
which I find very fascinating, and maybe we'll have time to
Something
discuss it in more detail
and said
the
that you are not
advances
alone.
information
I am
technology,
here with
the
you,
development of
though you're far
local
away.
press and
I'm
the
here
circulation of
today,
secular propaganda.
though we're far
History
apart.
in the year 1000. What I mean
You
by
always
secular is
in
that
my
it's not specifically
heart,
church sponsored.
though we're
Recall
far
that for medieval
apart.
people,
You're
art
always
was
in
something
my
incredibly
heart.
precious. We live in an image saturated time where we're constantly bombarded with images, and not only that, with video, but in the medieval period, people would look at something that we would consider very primitive in terms of art, and they would wonder. And even wealthy people who could own art would not just display it; they would keep it inside cabinets, and only for important occasions would they open it up and allow people to gaze on a little miniature piece of art. So the cheap distribution of woodcut prints really has an impact, I would argue, on the social media spread of these ideas.
Shores to keep stuff from leaking out. And if you live in one of those condos, you can't plant anything that will be larger than a small shrub. In part because of the plastic liner thing. Oh my god. Yeah, it's wild. That's so crazy.
I feel constrained to say this to everybody, even though it should be patently obvious. The charges of ritual murder and the related blood libel are entirely false. There is no basis to the idea that the organized Jewish communities, for whatever bizarre reason, God forbid, kidnapped children and abused and murdered them and then consumed their blood. This is an entire fabrication of the twisted medieval mind, and sadly, it has been an enduring myth that has continued up until the present day, all around the world. And despite being disproved so many times, it nevertheless has that kind of staying power that gives it an unusual lease on life. It represents a dramatic escalation in the violent tenor of anti-Semitic rhetoric, and remains so to this very day. Here's a map that shows you how the blood libel spread throughout Europe. Let me clarify for a second. The term ritual murder emerges out of the very first one of these charges, which occurred in 1144 in Norwich, England. And in that particular story, in which a child was found murdered and the Jews were blamed for it, there was no suggestion of the consumption of blood. There was rather the idea that the reason he was murdered was because the Jews wanted to reenact the Passion of Jesus. They wanted to go through the crucifixion once again. later, other elements were added to these stories, and most specifically, most powerfully, the idea that part of that ritual murder was that the Jews needed to drain the blood from this child, which then they would use for nefarious purposes. So they're often lumped together, ritual murder and the blood libel or the blood accusation. Here you can see in this very useful map, which comes from the Encyclopedia Judaica, the number indicates the century. So Norwich there has the first in 1144. Lines underneath the digit indicate that multiple charges were laid in that century. So in London there was one in the 12th and 13th century. And then from England, it's exported to the continent.
What about killing fields? Is there a time?
A lot of it happening over the 13th.
What about all the
century.
things
And then
said
there's even
over
further
the line?
out through Poland in particular, Czech lands,
All the
Hungary,
blood you
and
shed
all the way
before?
out to Russia.
Did you ever
You
stop
can
to
see,
notice the
the
pioneers of the Grecian shore?
Here is an illustration showing the church, some kind of wall painting in Norfolk that shows tortured by Jews. You notice that he has a halo around his head indicating that inspired holiness. In fact, many of the children who are associated with
What have you done to the world?
were venerated.
Look what we've done.
Relics were
What about all the peace that you pledged your own son?
As we should see, sometimes even
What about flowering fields?
see the Jew wearing the red hat on the right is piercing the side of the child, which is an obvious echo of Jesus' wounds as well. What is definitely not correct in this representation is that when William Norfolk's body, he was 12 years old, was found murdered and strangled, the specific reference that he was found wearing a jacket and shoes. And some scholars who have studied this very first ritual murder accusation suggest that the specific reference to the jacket and shoes suggests that he was not wearing pants, that he was in fact sexually assaulted and then strangled thereafter. To the degree to which we are able to reconstruct what happened, it appears that this unfortunate young child was accosted by a pedophile who abused him and then murdered him. And then after the body was found, hue and cry rose up of legitimate righteous anger for this horrible crime against this child. And they were looking for a scapegoat, and the Jews who had only been here for about 9 years when this occurred, they were the most likely people to be blamed. So what followed was actually a defense of the Jews by the secular authorities, but the story would not die down, and later there was public violence, as we shall see, happens frequently in the context of this. Now, this is really the beginning of the ritual murder blood libel charge in 1144, but there are ironically some ancient parallels. The historian Josephus rebuts an argument by an early anti-Semite named Appian, who suggested that Jews kidnap and murder a Greek child, right, of a Hellenistic period, a Greek child as part of their religion and kill him and so on. But there seems to be no connection between what Appian had to say back then and what happened 1,000 years later. We also see, ironically, that early Christians were accused of killing children for religious purposes. Tertullian, one of the church fathers in the 2nd century, complains about the lay and the Christians being abused with this slander. and this is, of course, before Christianity becomes a state religion or has any power to speak of. So it is. It's a bizarre kind of thing. There are even examples of this in other cultures, but nothing with the kind of enduring imaginary power that the ritual murder and blood arbitrage have been for Jews. William ignored this before we start on this. Now, what are the basic elements? As I've already mentioned, there's typically a child involved who is unfortunately murdered, and then a story regarding the cause of his death involving the Jews circulates in society. This is a famous woodcut depicting the martyrdom of a young boy named Simon in the city of Trent. And as you can see, I've actually omitted the bottom part, which is kind of like the text that explains what's going on in the images, but all of the Jews here are clearly marked with the ruel, with the round symbol that was used
Will never be the same. Everything may change. The way I walk, the way I talk, I cannot explain the things I feel for you. Girl, you know it's true. Just stay with me, fulfill my dreams, and I'll be all you need. Feel so right. Oh, just a fake fire.
common elements. They usually happen around the fifth or sixth of most obvious being that Easter is the choice time of the the idea that this is so important for Christians must also be really important for Jews, and therefore the ascription of the Jews must be paying attention to this, and they might want to also reenact this particular event. Remember also that Easter typically falls around the same time as Passover. Actually, up until the 4th century, it was exactly the same time. But the Jews are engaged in all kinds of unusual behavior during Passover, right? Because it has this massive house cleaning time where you have to get rid of all leavened products. You have to bake fresh, ritual foods for the matzah in particular. And so the Jews are running around doing these strange things, and Christians may wonder, how are they so wrapped up about this? And in particular, the requirement that every Jew have 4 cups of wine at Passover. And so the idea that they have to have this red wine in particular, was something that piqued the Christian imagination in the medieval world. So much so that the commentator on the Code of Jewish Law, Rabbi Moshe Isserles, the Ramah, writes that if you live in a place where blood libels are frequent, you do not have to drink red wine on Passover. Drink white wine so that there will be less suspicion that there's something in the wine that is somehow, related to Christian blood, which is, of course, as I mentioned at the beginning, completely absurd. Jews are actually forbidden to consume any blood. And one of the big processes in making meat kosher is that it has to be properly salted and drained so that there is no blood consumed. So it's just another one of the fantastic elements of this particular show. Fantastic in the sense of fantasy, but I want the sense of that. The imitation of the passion, as I mentioned, as you can see here, Simon is, of course, held in a cruciform position as well. The use of blood. Now, what was the blood for? So when you look over the centuries as this libel developed, there are all kinds of fanciful things associated with it. There was a widespread belief that Jews had an unusual stench, the proto-Judaeus, and that the only way to remove it was to consume or even bathe in Christian blood. Another argument was that Jewish women and men menstruated, and they needed to replace their iron loss by drinking Christian blood. It was regarded as an aphrodisiac, and in fact, there's some remarkable references to Christians seeking out some of this aphrodisiac or fertility drug from Jews, saying, we won't tell anyone, can we please have some of this Christian blood? Which, I can only imagine what it would be like to be approached with that kind of request. And various and sundry other purposes associated with the blood, whatever the imagined could tolerate. Circumcision of the young child is also very common, as you see also in this example with Simon and Trent, because of course Christians would not be circumcised, but since this is supposed to be an imitation of the Passion, and Jesus was of course circumcised, and actually his circumcision date was celebrated on the Christian calendar for much of the medieval period, which is like 8 days after Christmas. So the young child would be circumcised as well, and that was part of the gory litany of the description that occurs in so many of these cases. There's often an apostate informer involved, meaning that somehow there is a Jew who converts to Christianity, who often will reveal the secrets of what's going on in the Jewish community, even though they are complete fabrications. And this is attributes to the tremendous hostility that the Jewish liturgy bears to such informers, because you can have the Jewish community just fucking along, just minding their own business, and some Christian, new Christian, some Jew who are converted to Christianity could go up to the church to one of the nobles and say, hey, my Islamic community got brought in to murder a child, to kidnap a child. We don't even need to have the actual body of the child itself to say what crime is committed, in order to rise up to support the passions and to have up on the community. So these are kind of some of the major elements of the episode. As I said earlier, the church reaction was mixed. In general, the higher levels of the church, including the priests, frequently intervened as needed with flags to quell the popular sentiment associated with the murder that they issued bulls, they issued declarations saying, no, it's true, Jews do not drink blood, they don't protect children, they don't do these things. But on the other hand, the community, the laity as a whole, and much of the lower clergy that were frequently illiterate themselves and couldn't even read the bulls if it was handed to them, these things had a momentum of their own. And so frequently the popular surge of anger and the subsequent desire to venerate these child victims who were probably murdered by local sex offenders whose identity went unknown for centuries. The church has to try and placate the needs of the community to mark the passing of these children who died in such horrible ways. So it's an unusual kind of moment for the church. In the case of Simon and Trent, another representation of the woodcut, he was beatified, but not canonized. I don't know exactly what the difference is in theology, but he reached a certain level of Christian veneration, but not reached the top level. Even though there are hundreds of miracles that are somehow associated
I'll never let it go. Come here, girl.
the Roman Catholic Church in 1965, in association with Vatican II and the reforms that happened after the Holocaust. So it's very hard for the church to kind of the massive cruise ship. It's very hard to kind of change directions once it has been moving in one direction for a long time. Now, regarding the persistence of this very noxious myth, we've already seen how it has spread all across Europe and moving from west to east. We see some really dramatic 20th century cases, including an abortive case even here in New York State, where a child disappeared for about 24 hours. She got lost in the forest, and then she found her way out. But the local police in the 1920s actually went and questioned the rabbi in Messina, New York, saying, did you guys kidnap this child for ritual murder purposes, right? That's 20th century New York, United States of America. So it has incredible, staying power with the modern imagination. Fortunately, the child found her way out of the forest, and the whole thing blew over, and the rabbi registered his deep dissatisfaction with the police department that they would even think that she would go to the rabbi and say, "Where's the child you kidnapped?" Anyway, one of the more famous blood libel cases in 1911, the Russian government prosecuted one Mendel Bayless. This is a drawing from the trial for the murder of a young child. And after 2 years of an internationally watched trial, because this is the 20th century, and all other governments in the Western world had clearly distanced themselves from these medieval beliefs. They watched with incredulity that this modern Russian Empire would actually prosecute this guy for such a ridiculous charge. In the end, after 2 years of deliberation and arguments, they were not able to convince a jury of
Going to my best to make it
was guilty of the
right.
crime, and he was
Can't go
released.
on
More
without you by my
significantly,
side.
made great
Hold
use of the
on,
ritual charge. This is
shelter, come and rescue me from the storm.
the Jewish
Now
murder
I just
crime.
hope I need
And
someone.
the picture here with all these children hung upside down and these demonic looking Jews
Do this for me,
blood in the
all
town.
I need.
So the Nazis definitely were very reliant on and finally, most disturbingly, this is a painting by a very talented Italian realist Giovanni Castello, who literally in 2020, painted this modern impression of
One who's gonna make me whole.
with
Obvious mysteries untold.
and this is in our very own time. Absolutely astounding that we are still here with this incredible and audacious lie.
And incorporate such battlefields as Somme, Verdun, and Vimy Ridge. While the size of the region has lessened over the 100+ years since the end of the conflict, the area is still characterized by the scars and remnants of the Great War.
The host desecration is a little bit of a twist on the ritual murder blood libel charge. It develops roughly the same period of time, but especially towards the 13th century, for reasons that we will discuss right now. The false charge of host desecration, I have to say false, because I know once I put this recording on the internet, people will say, oh, it happened. It is, again, totally false. Jews were charged with this, but Jews did not do these things that they are charged with. It is one of these bizarre creations of the medieval mind that unfortunately have extremely untoward circumstances. So, what exactly is going on here? In Catholic ritual, and I certainly can't claim to be an expert at this, in the ritual known as communion, believing Catholics, under certain circumstances, are invited to partake in eating a small wafer in the Eastern Church. It's like a cube of bread that represents, on a level which is considered higher than symbolic, the actual body of Jesus. The wafer, which is called the host, represents Jesus in a very important way, particularly after the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, which confirmed this idea known as transubstantiation, that somehow the wafer inheres the body of Jesus in a mysterious way, which is beyond the scope of our discussion. What's important for us is in the Christian mind, the Catholic mind, and in particular, the idea is that eating this wafer represents a holy act because the wafer itself is the body of Jesus. So the logic of the host desecration charge is that if Jews are misanthropic and want to reenact the passion, then certainly they would want to kidnap the actual body of Christ, which is inherent in this host. so this expansive charge of post-racial desecration spreads across Europe. And I'm going to show you one kind of like cartoon broadsheet that shows the whole story of the typical post desecration that is fairly accurate. This is actually from Passau in the 15th century. And the elements behind it are very similar one to the other. There's typically, in this case, a Christian accomplice. You'll recall when we talked about blood libel, there's often a Jewish informer involved. So now you have a Christian who is a traitor. And you can see him here on the left. He's gone into the church. And as he surreptitiously scoops the wafers, which are like those round things on the table there, into his bag, as he looks over his shoulder to see if anyone's watching him. So he steals the host from the church. And on the right panel, he goes to the Jews who are so marked that they leave out. You can see that they're clearly identified by the artists of Jews, who offer him money in exchange for these wafers. Then the Jews take the wafers back to their synagogue in a box, and they torture them in the synagogue. You see there, they've got like kind of like the shulchan, the ritual table, on which the Torah is read in the typical synagogue, and the artist is clearly Christian, or at least Hebrew illiterate, because the Ten Commandments in the background there, it's clearly not Hebrew, that's just gibberish, but meant to sort of evoke the book. While the staff being host with knives, the knives that the host miraculously bleeds, supporting the notion that it is somehow, actually the body of Jesus. Then there is a knock at the door, and the authorities say, "Oh, what's going on in there?" And so the Jews scoop up the wafers, and they try to get rid of the evidence on the right panel by throwing the wafers into the furnace. Inside the flames, a miraculous image of a child appears, and doves fly out of the smoke, where they are caught by waiting angels. So all of these stories of miraculous events associated with the wafer really buttress belief in transubstantiation, and that represents another variable which drives the church's ambiguity towards the Jews are discovered, the authorities come in,
I'll never be
corpse off,
alone.
they
And you, my
torture the
friend,
Jews,
will
set them
see.
on fire,
Got a friend
take away the
in
Christian
me.
accomplice to be tortured as well, and then the synagogue is rededicated. So the last couple of panels, unfortunately, have a lot more historical basis and historicity than the previous panels. But that's essentially the typical story of desecration as it is charged in the population. Of course, the Jews have they have negative motivation to do any of these things. They want to far away from ours for the fear that this kind of violence will allow. Now, in terms of the relationship of the church to the host desecrations, you can see here this map also depicts the spread of the
Now it's all
host desecration charge.
now
It's interesting because on the one hand, in many Catholic areas, the host desecration story really lends a kind of backward, strange support to the whole doctrine of transubstantiation, which was met with some skepticism in Europe. France and especially Italy, however, seem to have largely escaped post-desecration stories, and many scholars point to the specific intervention of the popes, who tried to put a lid on these kind of violent eruptions that could easily spin out of control. These kind of popular upsurges of religious fervor that turned into violence that had to Catholic doctrine. The idea of transubstantiation, yes. The idea that the Jews need to then torture the host, definitely not. So the absence from Italy is especially notable. normal, but as you can see, it spreads quite a bit through East Central Europe. But one of the things that might actually contribute to its spread is this noted phenomenon, which has actually been reproduced in labs today, that there's actually a kind of a mold called Micrococcus prodigiosis that can grow on the specific types of wafers that were commonly used in parts of Europe, and it looks a little bit like blood, right? Like dried blood on the wafers. And so you can imagine that, they're opening these wafers in often sealed boxes, very humid, and then this mold, if it gets in there, makes all of the wafers develop this reddish kind of like growth on it. And then when the priest opens it up, sees that they're red like blood, then this can actually contribute to the idea that maybe they were somehow attacked by the Jews. And in some cases, these moldy wafers were actually venerated as demonstrations of the holiness of the wafers. You can see in this particular image, for example. The host desecration myth has a tremendous hold on the medieval mind, but unlike the blood libel, it does not survive into the 18th and 19th century anything like the same degree of popularity. I would argue that this probably has a lot to do with the general decline in religious fervor in general in the modern period, that it takes a lot more credulity to believe the whole story than to believe the witching murder and the blood libel charge. And that could have something to do with the failure of this to continue. Nevertheless, it still has a strong impact, and in many cases, the host desecration charges that we see actually result in massacres of Jews and of expulsions. And what's especially fascinating is that, the ritual murder and blood libel charges were also absurd, but in those cases, there was a body, there was a child who was, God forbid, the victim of a crime. In the case of the host desecration, what crime was committed? I mean, it's entirely imaginary, and nevertheless, it still, speaks to the nature of humanity, that people will believe these most bizarre things and commit tremendous atrocities against their neighbors for the slightest of causes. Now, moving to the 20th century, I just want to give you a kind of a chilling example when the host desecration does make it to the 20th century. This is a banknote that was issued in the 1920s. It was 1922 in Germany. At that time, Germany was suffering from incredible hyperinflation as a result of the crises following World War I, the economic crises, and so they issued local municipal currency. This is called Rothschild, or necessity currency. As you can imagine, let's say the American dollar failed and lost its value, so New York City might issue its own currency so that it would, keep inflation at a reasonable level, and Los Angeles would have different currency. So that's what Rothschild was intended for. They actually have lots of examples of this. Frequently, they have imagine sending your child out to get a gallon of milk.
Tell them that it's human nature. Why does you do it that way?
So this particular note, which is issued actually a series of notes, shows a 15th century post-desecration. 500 years later, in the 20th century. Here you see on the left, there's the Christian accomplice. In this case, he appears to be some kind of monk who is selling the host, which is glowing, to the Jews there with very ugly physiognomy. And then in another example, here are the Jews gathered around their Passover table. And on one side, they're eating the Seder. On the other side, they are torturing the host, right? Causing it to bleed. And of course, the element that is inevitable when you have these post-desecration during the lives.
Seducing
So
sighs
it shows you
check me out
the horrific nature of this
into the
incident.
nighttime.
How
Four walls can't hold me tonight. Is
okay,
this
so that
town
wraps up this very
is just an
difficult
apple?
short lecture.
Let me take a bite.
Go back to
If they say why, tell them that it's human nature. Why does he do me that way? And they say why, tell them that it's human nature. Why does he do me that way? Pushing out to touch a stranger. Electric eyes are everywhere.
Jewish learning medieval period. Within these
So
paintings, in
that
fairly broad
girl,
strokes,
she
when we
knows I'm
kind of
watching.
limit our
She
discussion
likes the
primarily to
way
the high
I
Middle Ages, so say
stare.
about the year 1000 to about the year 1300. And but I am going to think about both the Islamic sphere of influence as well as the Christian sphere of influence, because as we shall see, some rather distinct differences exist between those two areas when it comes to the history of women in particular. One of the most challenging aspects of this important area of Jewish history, which is vastly understudied, is the lack of explicit women's voices from the medieval period. And in fact, they're not so numerous in the ancient or the modern period either until you get to the contemporary period, where we're trying to figure out history by looking at things sideways, by trying to use our peripheral vision based on what little bits of data we have. So let's just take a second to have an overview of what are the major sources of information that we can use to understand medieval Jewish history for women in this period. So first of all, the responsa literature. As you will recall when we were discussing the Babylonian centers and earlier, one of the major areas of Jewish legal activity is the so-called She'elot U'Tshuvot literature, literally questions and answers, where there will be some legal question, often a real brain teaser, a difficult one, and it will be set to writing typically and sent to a great rabbi to answer. In some cases, it will be delivered orally, but the rabbi will later compose and answer. So it's really the Shuvot literature, because the answer is the part that is mainly preserved in the historical record. Sometimes the question is reduced to just a little couple of lines at the very beginning of the Teshuvah. So there are a couple of, what is this Teshuvah literature all about? This responsive literature all about is anything dealing with the scope of human experience that has implications in Jesus Christ. A person wants to know, is this kind of chicken kosher? Can I do this on the Sabbath? And much more complicated monetary and personal status issues come to the rabbis. The rabbis record an answer, and that later becomes a precedent that is cited by later rabbis as they try to determine the halakha, the decision of Jewish law in the case. So there's a couple of difficulties.
You must be starting something. You got to be starting something. You got to be starting something. You got to be hiding something. Hard to get over. Yeah, you know to get under. Yeah, stuck in the middle. Yeah, you starting. Hard to get over. Yeah, you know to get under.
Actually, this is what women might have actually thought about the process that is being discussed by rabbis, but affects them in a very significant way.
They had a breakdown. Someone's always flying. Not the baby crying. Husband's falling lying. Saying, started something. You want to be started something. Got to be started something. You want to be started something. Got to be started something. Hard to get over. Yeah, you know, get under. Yeah, stuck in the middle. Yeah,
all discussed by rabbis. So one problem is it's entirely male. focus
the
in
baby
Genesis.
son.
And the second is
There
that
was
it's all rabbinic.
and they
So
always
it's
up
not
to
just
no
that
good.
we're
He
having
didn't
like
live in hate.
perspective of what all men think about these particular problems. We're talking about a particular class of men whose interests are sometimes deeply wrapped up in the questions that will be asked. For example, in the 12th century in particular, rabbis got much more involved in matchmaking than ever before. Matchmaking is fairly lucrative because when you set up a match, the custom is that if the match is successful, the parents of the bride and groom give the matchmaker a reward, which can be, in contemporary terms, thousands of dollars. So when the rabbis got involved, suddenly their personal interests were financially linked to the answers that they might ask their kids. Maybe we'll get to that again a little bit later. So first problem is it's male, second problem is it's rabbinic, and both of those are like, kind of like telescope views into the society. And the third problem is that the responsa literature basically only deals with problems. It only deals with there's an unusual situation that provokes a crisis that cannot be easily resolved by a local population or even a local rabbi. And so we learn about exceptional cases from the responsa literature, like something special or especially untoward occurring. How do you react to this? It's kind of like, trying to determine life and wellness guide by only looking at people with illnesses, right? Avoid this, avoid that. What do you do to try to promote your health? That kind of thing. So the responsa literature is intrinsically distorted for those reasons, but nevertheless,
And let the truth unfurl. No one can hand you now, because you know the truth. Yes, I believe in me, so we believe in you. Help me sing. Mama say, mama, mama, Musa. Mama say, mama, 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 Musa. Mama say, mama, 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 Musa. Mama say, mama, mama, Musa. Mama say, mama, 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 Musa. Mama say, mama, mama, Musa. Mama say, mama, mama, I'm saying without the saying it, I'm saying mama mama mama, I'm saying mama mama mama, I'm saying mama mama, I'm saying mama mama,
but that's one of the major sources for understanding the backdrop of the we also have another major source, which is still overwhelmingly male authorship, but features the veil more and more, and this is a massive growth of the music doctrine. If you recall, the music is this huge collection of many scraps of paper, really, refuse, not just paper, also papyrus, also parchment, things like that, but things that Jews didn't want to throw away in the neighborhood of Cairo, and for some 500 years they were piling these up in the attic of this particular synagogue, and then they were discovered in the 19th century. They suddenly gave us a massive and really rich view of how Jews live, primarily in Egypt and in the Mediterranean basin, the eastern part of the Mediterranean. It tends to be sort of lopsided towards the Islamic environment. It doesn't tell us a lot about the much smaller populations in Northern Europe, the Ashkenazi, but nevertheless, it does give us a much more rich variety of sources other than responsa literature, which is also reproduced in the Genesis document. We have a lot of documents that may have been dictated by women to scribes. I happen to see in Judith Baskin's very important collection of essays on Jewish historical perspective that was published about 20 odd years ago, a little bit later than that, a little earlier than that even, where she says to date no woman's voice has ever been clearly identified in any Genesis document. I'm not sure that's still true today, but nevertheless it's certainly true that the vast majority of those documents are absolutely male in authorship. Still, the Genesis documents tell us more about failed business arrangements, tell us more about contracts that were normal and then just, tossed in the Venetian when they were no longer necessary, and personal correspondence and all kinds of functional and dysfunctional family information. So that's a really important source as well. Then we have an unusual source, martyrology. This is much more important for the Ashkenazic lands, where it became, especially after the Crusades, kind of a literary genre for authors to commemorate the martyrs of various massacres. And quite often, the martyrologies give us information not only on specific individuals, very tragic stories of how they died, sometimes very heroically, women also playing a very large role in their refusal to give in to the will of crusaders, for example, but also sometimes you can get some demographic data, like you can make some pretty good guesses at typical family size. You can get some sense of, how naming patterns and whether people name their children after Hebraic sources or after non-Jewish sources. All kinds of interesting things that you can derive from the martyrologies as well. And finally, the ethical literature, which, there's a lot of religious literature that falls into this category, but Primus inter pares, one of the most important of which is clearly the very important 12th century source, which we discussed also in the context of the Crusades, the Sefer Hasidim, which is a remarkable document that includes a lot of fascinating discussion of exhortations for ethical behavior primarily, but also includes fables and stories that were circulating and things like that. And there's a lot of discussion of women in the Sefer Hasidim. Women are part and parcel of many of the commentaries in the Bible and other passages that are widely studied in this era, and seeing how they were written, or sometimes how they were not written, also give us some insight into how women were viewed and their role in society in medieval periods. We will talk a little bit later about Rashi, who is especially fascinating, not only for what he said about women, which we'll get to, God willing, but by what he did not say about women. It is fascinating to note that in his commentary on the Bible, very widely read, one of the major functions of Rashi is he connects the text of the written Torah, the actual 5 books of Moses, to the much larger oral Torah, the Midrash in particular, the Talmud, and so on. And he will frequently cite Midrashim that for the women, but he tends to not cite and not include in his commentary Midrashim that may have read as derogatory to women in any way. So his editing tells us a little bit about his personality, which is confirmed in many ways by some of the things that he actively wrote rather than his editing. He was, of course, famously the daughter of 3, perhaps 4 daughters, who married very well. His sons-in-law were all scholars and so on. All about that. So this is, we don't have like autobiographies of women from medieval periods until we get to the 17th century period, the remarkable Bishop of Ammon. We really don't have a definitive and substantive account of a woman's life by a woman. But we have all of these other kind of ancillary peripheral things that give us some sense of how we can construct the women's experience of the world during the medieval period. So let's think for just a second about her legal status. And much of this is informed by the earlier Talmudic tradition, where you do have texts that form the basis of Jewish law, halakha, from the ancient period. But we do see from time to time sort of like adaptations of these texts in Mishnah and the Talmud in particular for specific reasons, for particular places and times, and those areas of tension between contemporary practice or desire and the halakha, seeing how those are resolved is often quite fascinating. one of the most important areas which is relevant to our study of Jewish women is the writings of Rabbi Gershom, who was a very important Ashkenazi rabbi known as Meor HaGola, the light of the exile, and his years are roughly 140. There is quite a bit of scholarly dispute over how widely accepted
She left me standing all alone, just so dangerous. The girl is so dangerous.
How quickly they were adopted.
Hey, going my money, goes away my time. You can call me one, but you know damn good for me.
It becomes moot because by the time you get to the 13th and 14th century, it's widely understood in Ashkenazic lands as being the law of the land. Everybody behaves according to the laws of the Gershom. Less so in Islamic culture. But what exactly did he have to say, and why was it so important for women? Among the many takanot that he enacted was a ban on polygamy. Polygamy, of course, is the very common biblical practice of men marrying more than one woman. Men marrying more than one woman. You look at the Abraham, Sarah, and Hagar, and Yaakov, and so on. And this was widespread practice, particularly in Muslim lands, right up until the 11th century and beyond the time. In Christian lands, however, there is a decided tendency to restrict Jewish behavior to a minority. And Jews seem to have sort of self-censored their behavior in that regard as well. So one of the scholars debates is, was Rabbi Gershom initiating a big change, or rather kind of confirming a change that had already taken place? One of the areas where we see this play out in real time is in Spain in the 11th and especially the 12th century, where even the areas that are now Christian, as per the Reconquista, there are some hesitancies to accept the ban on polygamy that Rabbi Gershom and Hagolah had put in place. Nevertheless, there's no question that the Ashkenazic lands in Europe under Christian culture are steadily moving in the direction of exclusive monogamy, whereas in the Muslim lands in the southern Mediterranean, the Geniza documents indicate very commonly that there is no such strong movement towards monogamy, and polygamy is still very, very common. There are lots of economic attachments to polygamy, such as the need to set up two separate households. It can only really be effective with a man of means, and the occasion for polygamy becomes rather restricted to a specific class of individuals, and we're going to discuss them in the next few moments. Rabbi Gershom also put in place a lot of other bans, which are not as widely appreciated, but I think quite fascinating. One that I really should say, really important before I talk about the minor ones. Besides the ban on polygamy, he strengthened a lot of the protections for women in divorce law, such as, for example, he instituted a ban on divorcing a woman against her will. She had to ultimately consent to the marriage during the divorce, just as she had consented to the marriage.
And who will you take me there right away? You don't know me there. I know why is the perfect time. We can make it right, get the city right. Tonight is in love and pain. Let me take you to the max.
learn
I wanna
that
love
they're
you.
not addressing you. You open up and read it,
I
it
need your
actually
love. You are sleeping another
is
girl.
pouring
And
back
how
within
take
emotion,
me
and it's a
there.
very, very serious thing. It's so called
Whoa.
parrot, and uses
I
some
want to
sound that
love
really
you.
kind of like
You
a
are deeper than anything.
communication
I
where
need
it's
some
really
loving. You are secret and I don't
this
care.
stuff
And
that
I'll
takes
take you
oxygen
there.
and other consequences. It's a really interesting phenomenon. The biological integration is widely cited nowadays with
Comes emergency, and the fire and honey comes set me free. Don't you know now is the perfect time? Weekend in the city life.
So we see there's a big shift here happening in the legal status of women, specifically with regard to marriage. That in the Ashkenazic lands, more of a trend towards the Christian norm of monogamy, and in the Muslim lands, less of a phenomenon. And also some greater stringencies put in place to protect women in marriage. Let's return to that. I would like to also point out, though, that in this context, women are, overall legal status of women in traditional Jewish society is not identical to that of men. There are some areas, limited, where women have priority and preferential privilege, like, for example, when it comes to impoverishment. If a woman and her brother are both impoverished, it is incumbent upon the brother, the male, to go knocking on doors to find charity rather than his sister. This is because the Talmud recognizes the greater level of embarrassment that a woman would feel to beg when a man would. That's the traditional justification for it. But in most other areas of life, it's reasonable to say that men have a preferential advantage for a whole host of justifications, not beyond our discussion right now. One of those areas that is related to all the others is, of course, education. It seems it's remarkable that Jewish men in medieval periods had a very high level of literacy. Men were expected to at least be able to manage basic literate competency in synagogue, and they had to be able to at least sound out the letters.
You are my friend.
You have rudimentary understanding what it is.
You are my brother.
Levels of literacy
To be like a mother. Will you be there?
Medieval period, but it's fair to say that men had pretty much universal literacy in at least one language. The main non-Jews Yiddish or Judeo-Arabic, but they would be able to actually write and use one language, and chances are they had at least some fluency in Hebrew. Hebrew was generally no longer used as the basic language of
Remember you scold me. Remember you scold me. But they told me I'm meant to be faithful. Not that I'm able. And fight till the end, but I'm only human.
Was reserved really for the language of prayer and the language of scholarship. So much more educated people could communicate in Hebrew much more easily. And of course, Arabic is much more closely related to Hebrew than many of the Germanic languages, including Yiddish. So Jews in the Islamic areas had a little bit of an advantage in that regard. Now, what about women? Once again, we have very limited data to give us a sense
I
of
could live
how
a Jordan,
women would have been.
and I will then say to thee,
Generalities,
you are my friend, carry me,
Jewish men
you are my brother,
was
be like a mother, will you be there?
perhaps to the same reason as related to That's not to say that women were as illiterate men were literate and Jewish but that on the whole, Jewish women would have had a much higher level of literacy than the surrounding non-Jewish population. Much less so in Hebrew, much more likely to have literacy in the vernacular. But let us recall that many of these vernaculars didn't even
When
have
lost will you
widely known
find
alphabets.
me? But they told me I meant to be faithful
Basically a
and
German
walk when I'm
with
able.
lots of
And back by the end, but
borrowed
I'm only
terms from Hebrew,
human.
Aramaic, Slavic languages, French, and so on. But it is written in Hebrew characters because Hebrew characters are the ones that Jews know. And so even Jewish women would have had a much better chance of knowing Judeo-Arabic because they would have been speaking Arabic and writing it in Hebrew characters with lots of borrowed Hebrew terms and things like that. So women had at least a stronger literacy than their stronger the surrounding population. They probably had a level of numeracy as well. Again, piecing together the little bits of data that we have and speaking in broad generalizations, it appears that women typically had a very early rudimentary level of education that was truncated even before men's was truncated, primarily because of economic pressures. That men were expected, once they reached the age at which they could do any kind of work, the vast majority of them, their formal education stopped. So that might be, they might have been 11, 12 years old, and then they're essentially doing work or apprenticing or something like that. And for women, that age might have been 9 or 8. So they have something, but not nearly as much. Part of the reason for this, besides the sociological and anthropological differences in the experience of women's lives in general, is a Talmudic perspective, a very fascinating discussion that seems to me is in Tractate Sota. Yeah, absolutely, it's in Tractate Sota, where there is a discussion about how much education should be women receive.
And walk when not able. And fight to the end, I'm only human.
Maybe I'll take a minute to explain to you. It's a little bit complicated, but basically, if you're familiar with the book of Numbers, chapter 5, there's a discussion of the punishment that befalls a woman suspected of adultery. Walk in the temple, formerly accused, their adultery is not confirmed, she's suspected by her husband.
Everyone's taking control of me. Seems that the world's gonna war for me. I'm so confused. Will you show to me? You'll be there for me. And care enough to be me. Hold me. Hold me. Hold me. Hold me. Yeah. I'm only human. Hold me. I'm only human. Carry everything on. I'm only human.
That part doesn't happen right then and there. It happens after all of the errors. I
wouldn't let.
She volunteered at the Cisco Bake Sale, so she would get an extra 6 months before the horrible death got up to her. And the more good deeds that she did, the longer she would stretch out her lifespan. So one of the rabbis in the Talmud, going back to the Tractate Sota, says that. So there you go. So we should therefore teach our daughters Torah because that will extend their lives if they're ever accused by their husbands falsely of adulterous behavior. Another rabbi says, are you crazy? You are teaching young women, kind of like an enduron around the whole system. You're teaching them Torah in order to allow them to be suspected of adulterous behavior. Why are they getting in that situation at all? And the bulk of the rabbinic opinion for much of the Middle Ages lean towards the second opinion, which looks with disfavor on formal education of women in Torah. that obviously had to meet certain boundaries, and the rabbi said, no, they definitely have to learn, women definitely have to learn, what they need to comport themselves as appropriate Jewish women. They need to know the laws of keeping kosher, for example, to maintain the family kitchen and many other areas like this. But your theoretical Torah, particularly Talmud, the bulk of rabbinic opinion shied away from it based on the second opinion of Talmud. In the modern era, we get to the late 19th, especially the middle of the 20th century, there's some interesting rabbinic opinions that go back and revisit that question, but obviously that's not what today. Within this context, however, it's not like the Talmud says absolutely full stop a woman may not learn Torah. There's one opinion among many that suggests that it's not advisable. But what that means is you have throughout medieval history and into the modern era numerous exceptional women who, primarily because of their birth, they tend to be associated with scholarly families. I mentioned the daughters of Rashi, for example, who are privileged primarily because of the intellectual, spiritual nature of the family in which they are raised, much greater levels of literacy and the familiarity with the tradition. We'll even see a little bit later in the medieval period, actually early modern period, where there are women who are Rothschild yeshiva, who actually set up Talmud schools for men and teach Talmud sometimes behind the mechitza, behind the ritual barrier that separates men and women. Really amazing women that defy the norm that is common in medieval society. But as I mentioned, these are exceptional women. The vast majority of them we don't know a lot about, and it appears that their general education level is much lower than men. That's not a surprising kind of thing given the overall environment, but it would be fair to say that women are probably more educated than non-Jewish Jews. So that kind of gives you a quick overview of some of the important elements of Jewish women's experience. I'd like to look a little more closely at their role in the Jewish family and explore some of those issues like how bigamy affects Rabbi Gershon Ben and so on, and East-West differences, and especially look at the divorce law. One of the most unusual aspects of the medieval Jewish experience, which in many ways was replicated right up until like the 18th century, was in Ashkenazic lands a really young age of marriage. According to the Talmud, a woman may not be married against her will, and that means she has to reach the age of majority, which is basically 12 years old. And that is in itself a ridiculously young age by 21st century standards, but not at all in the medieval period. It is associated, of course, with puberty and the possibilities of starting a family and so on, but there's a pronounced tendency that we seem to see in Ashkenazic lands in particular to marry girls off even younger than them. Sometimes married to men who are not much older than they. In Islamic lands, sometimes quite a bit older than they. There's a lot of interesting scholarship on why this may have been the case. Part of the reason seems to be competition. Let's not forget that Ashkenazic lands in the High Middle Ages still have really small populations. We're talking about communities that might have had 40 families, 50 families, sometimes even less in some of the larger communities. And so seeking an appropriate marriage partner, and by appropriate I'm talking about class and wealth and family background in general, it can be a very challenging thing. And so the competition for spouses was so intense that the age of marriage tended to drop. And by the way, it tended to drop from the limited evidence we have, it tended to drop in the higher classes more than in the lower classes. This could be because the higher classes, were more focused on the idea of finding a match of the same social class with a desire to try and contain the resources within the family. So rather than marrying a wealthy boy to a poor girl and then essentially dissipating the family wealth, marrying a wealthy boy to a wealthy girl meant that they can consolidate their wealth within the family. Whereas less wealthy families might have actually needed the work product of the young man and the young woman a little bit longer than they could to marry them off at a younger age. It's also important to note, however, that the actual marriage ceremony in Judaism technically consists of two distinct phases. The first is what we might call betrothal or engagement, which, as the Talmud puts it, is fully binding on both parties and is completely marriage, with the exception that they do not live together. And then sometime later, you would have the actual marriage ceremony, which is celebrated under the canopy and so on. In Talmudic times, there was a gap between those two ceremonies, which was usually attributed to things like the necessity of pulling together the dowry, which is a very expensive endeavor to provide a young woman with a dowry to be able to essentially set up her home was a potentially crippling economic event for a family. On the husband's side, it was not at all the same thing. It was a much more moderate affair to give the so-called bride price, so it was not equivalent in terms. So the Talmud says that these two events were traditionally separated by time to allow families to accumulate the assets to be able to support the young couple. But there are other reasons as well that are adduced by historians. Fear of mortality, for example. Infant mortality is very high, child mortality is very high in the Middle Ages, and a concern that, if we don't get them married off now, who knows what's going to be later. So a desire to use the Yiddish term chapaline to carpe diem, take advantage of the moment. But I also want to mention that ultimately, over the course of the Middle Ages and into the early modern period, those two events, the betrothal and the actual marriage, will collapse, and they are now customarily celebrated one immediately after the other on the same day. Because given that the betrothal constitutes actual marriage itself, even though they're not able to live together, society was aware of so many tragic situations where there are these young individuals and they're separated from their intended and they meet someone else and all kinds of things can happen that really are disastrous for the marriage. So it became much more practice to put these two things together. The women, once they were married, and especially once they started menstruating, they would begin a very important area of Jewish law, known as the laws of family purity. This is essentially a euphemism for a ritual that follows menstruation, in which a woman would immerse in a ritual bath called a mikvah. We talked about this in the past, how which is one of the most important elements of the Jewish community is the establishment of a formal ritual bath. It doesn't necessarily have to be like a building, but the water cannot be drawn normally from a well or something like that. A river could be used under certain circumstances, or the ocean, or rainwater can be collected in a cistern, things like that, spring water, but it can't simply be like a bathtub sort of thing. So the presence of mikvah is very much associated with these early communities. Not to go into this in great detail, but this is a very ancient practice in which the husband and wife would separate from each other during the menstruation and a certain amount of time afterwards as
Go
well.
tight.
And
Stop
then
pretty
once
quick
that is
or I'll find
completed,
you
then
and
the
make
women
you
would
stuff.
go
Get a
through
life.
the mikvah ritually and nurse
Cool,
and
dog.
regular relations resume as
Thanks,
well.
Blaze
Very
Red Leg.
important element in Jewish family life as a whole. And,
That was really nice of you.
but more than we can
I didn't know it was working.
now, to return to a topic we looked at a little while ago on polygamy, as I mentioned earlier, the incidence of women,
Quit creating clips on Click Tick.
the incidence
Okay.
of men marrying more than one wife began to fade in
Hi,
Christian
dog.
land for a whole
Hey,
host
thank
of
you.
reasons. Perhaps
Blaze
one of
Right
the most
Leg.
important, however, is
I didn't
the
know
prevailing custom
that
of
they were working.
Jewish society. It is a
They got you to me,
well-known
baby.
historical truism that the way
Again,
in
look
which
at
the
me.
surrounding society behaves is ultimately the way in which the Jewish population will also behave. The Yiddish expression is something which is hard to translate to something like, as one Christianizes, one Judaizes, and they essentially do the same thing. In some countries, this was not the norm. Men could marry up to 4 wives, and so it was not at all common for men to engage in polygamy, despite the ban of rabbinic Gershon, which seems to have been primarily directed against Europe and into Spain. Also related to this is a phenomenon that is known in the biblical period and in the medieval period, but again being conveyed, the institution of concubinage. The Hebrew term is a pilegesh. Basically, this is a kind of common law of marriage in which a man and a woman agree to live together as husband and wife, but the woman lacks all of the protections of marriage, including a really important document called the ketubah, which is essentially a marriage contract that the husband delivers to the wife, promising a level of support during marriage, including, upkeep and standard of living and things like that, and more importantly, promising a financial compensation in the event that the marriage is dissolved. In other words, if you choose to divorce her, then you will have to pay a very significant penalty as well. Concubines were not protected by this document, which leads men to wonder why a woman would enter into such a relationship. But that again, beyond the scope of what we're talking about here. What we did have, however, which is kind of fascinating, is incidences, particularly for the first couple of hundred years of the High Middle Ages, where we had lots of men traveling from Ashkenazic lands into Muslim lands, and sometimes taking second wives. And this would be bigamy vis-a-vis the ban of rabbinic worship. But, sometimes they would say, well, I'm living in Sephardic lands while I do my business. And so I'm not bound by the ban of rabbinic worship. Maimonides in particular took a very dim view of this practice and indicated that travelers who want to get married have to definitively prove that they are not already married somewhere else to avoid anyone trying to get around this short. And the significance